So white. Really so white. This girl. I wonder who will end up with her in the future. But for now I'm the one who gets to see her. Huh. If only I could get a closer look. That would be even better. The shape, the lines, the softness, it's all perfect. On the roof of the women's bathhouse in Konoha, an 11 or 12-year-old boy with delicate features was secretly lying on his stomach, peeping through a small hole. He swallowed hard, his face flushed with excitement, his mouth dry. Although Shenye looked like a child, he knew a lot. That's because he was a person who had transmigrated from Earth. On Earth, Shenye was already 18 years old with a mature mind. While watching the Naruto anime, he unexpectedly transmigrated. Moreover, after transmigrating, he fell directly from the sky onto the roof of the women's bathhouse. His body had also turned into that of a child. At first Shenye was cursing, but after seeing through the small hole, a scene he had never seen before, he became excited. This transmigration was worth it. The women in the Naruto world's bathhouse were all stunning, fit, healthy, with beautiful skin. Just looking made Shenye excited, especially since there were several beautiful female ninjas he had seen in the anime. For example, Hinata's mother Hyuga Hashizuki, Sasuke's mother Uchiha Mikoto, and the righteous and pure, beautiful Tsunade. Shenye had transmigrated to an earlier time, so these beauties were not very old, they were all in the prime of youth. Especially Uchiha Mikoto, who was about the same age as Shenye, now a cute, girlish appearance with a goddess-like face, skin smooth and translucent. While he was watching, suddenly Uchiha Mikoto sensed something and frowned, looking up towards the roof. At that look, Mikoto's cute face instantly showed panic, then her whole fair little face flushed red. She quickly covered her chest and cried out in alarm, "Ah! There's someone peeping." As soon as she said that, the other women panicked as well. One by one they quickly covered their chests, faces flushing red, and screamed in panic. "What? Someone is peeping. Who? Who's peeping there? Bastard. I'll gouge out the peeper's eyes." Most of the people in the women's bathhouse were ninjas. So upon hearing this, many women quickly wrapped themselves in towels and rushed out angrily to catch the peeper. Meanwhile, the men's bathhouse was also disturbed by the commotion from the women's side. The ninjas in the men's bathhouse were shocked, angry, and very jealous. They had never seen such a sight of those female ninjas themselves, so why should some other man see them? Instantly, they felt indignant. What? Someone dares to peep at the women's bathhouse. Damn, my goddesses are all bathing in there. That bastard who peeped at our goddesses must not be allowed to live in this world. Let's go. Kill that peeping bastard. The men in the bathhouse also quickly put on their clothes and rushed out to catch Shenye. Damn, I've been discovered. Shenye's face turned white with fear. If he got caught, he would be dead. But it's so high I can't get down. Shenye looked miserable. The height of the roof was easy for ninjas to descend, but he was still an ordinary person now. He didn't even have a golden finger. If he jumped down, he would die anyway. What kind of crappy transmigration is this? The moment I arrive, I'm about to die. I might even be beaten to death by clubs. Heaven, can you stop messing with me? Shenye's face was full of misery, on the verge of tears. Ding. Transmigrated detected. Divine thief system binding successful. Divine thief system. I have a golden finger. Shenye's eyes lit up when he heard it. System. Hurry, take me away from here, or I'll be beaten to death soon. Ding. This system can only assist the host, it cannot perform physical actions. Shenye asked anxiously. Then what ability can you give me to escape this place quickly? Ding. This system is the Divine Thief system, which can grant the host godlike stealing abilities, even capable of stealing others' ninjutsu bloodline limits, and other abilities. Wow. I can steal skills. That's awesome. I'm rich. Shenye instantly became excited. With the help of this system, couldn't he dominate this world? Even if the Heavenly King came, he wouldn't be afraid. Ding. Reminder: the host's ability is low and the stealing ability is limited. Currently, only physical contact can steal the target's ability with a success rate of 3 per attempt. Random ability, and after a successful steal, a 12-hour cooldown is required before the next steal. Reminder: the success rate and daily successful steal count will increase as the host's ability improves. Just as Shenye was excited, the system's cold voice came again. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over Shenye's head. This is ridiculous. Unless I steal some overpowered ability, I'm going to die. And I have to touch them physically. By then they would have already beaten me up. Shenye looked grim. This system making me transmigrate onto the women's bathhouse roof at the start, and then giving me such a weak ability, it's like trying to kill me. Ding. System bound. Please find your own way to survive. If the host dies, this system will find another host. Shenye's face turned bitter. This system was ruthless. But since he had already transmigrated and things had come to this, he had to stay calm. After all, he was a promising youth of the 20th century. He couldn't be defeated by these difficulties. Calm down, I must calm down. Shenye reminded himself in his heart. As he was thinking, many ninjas had already arrived. Those ninjas, each holding shuriken and kunai as weapons, stared coldly at Shenye. Calm down, my ass. I'm still going to die. Shenye's tears almost burst out. He felt like kneeling and kowtowing to these people. These people were scarier than any thugs on earth. Bastard. It's this kid peeping. So young, and he learns to peep instead of something good. This brat must not be allowed to grow up. Finish him here. Otherwise he'll do such despicable things in the future. Our goddesses will be seen by him. The crowd stared at Shenye coldly, speaking viciously. Stop. At that moment the righteous and pure Tsunade also came up. Although she was only 19, Tsunade was already an elite jonin and had even been given the title of Sennin, plus her status as a member of the Senju clan. So when she spoke, everyone fell silent. Was it you who was peeping? Tsunade stepped forward looking at Shenye coldly and said. Tsunade clenched her fists, the veins on her arms bulging in fury. If not for the fact that the culprit was a child, she would have already struck him with a punch given her temperament. Yes, Lady Tsunade. It's this worthless brat who is peeping. I suggest gouging out his eyes and crippling his legs. Otherwise he will surely repeat his offense. Suddenly a male ninja of about 15 or 16 spoke coldly. Shenye easily recognized the familiar face. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku glared at Shenye with bloodshot eyes, his heart seething with rage. For in the women's bathhouse was also the woman he coveted, Uchiha Mikoto. If this brat had indeed been peeping, then his Mikoto must have been seen as well. The boy must be crippled to assuage the hatred in his heart. Damn, this guy is ruthless. I'll remember you, Shenye muttered under his breath. He shot a vicious glare at Uchiha Fugaku, thinking to himself, once I get stronger, I'll definitely beat you up and steal your woman Mikoto as my girlfriend. Was it you? Tsunade asked again, her voice heavier this time. She was reluctant to strike a child, but that did not mean she would not. Shenye took a deep breath, then suddenly assumed an innocent and panicked expression. He threw himself into Tsunade's soft embrace, his face landing squarely in the plush fullness of her chest, taking advantage of the moment while pretending to cry loudly. Big sister, I don't know anything. I really don't know anything. Shenye acted like a child playing cute. Of course he was now a child. In that moment of life and death, he realized the advantage of his age after transmigrating. He was merely an 11-year-old boy. And moreover, just an ordinary child. Tsunade was caught off guard by Shenye's sudden action, momentarily at a loss. She had wanted to push him away, but then she remembered her fallen younger brother. If he were still alive, wouldn't he be around this age too? Tsunade's heart softened. After all, he was just a child about 11 years old. What could he possibly understand? He probably wasn't the one peeping. He has very little chakra, he's not a ninja. On his own, he shouldn't have been able to get up here. I don't think it was him, Tsunade explained, looking at the female ninjas. Big sisters, I really didn't do anything wrong, Shenye said with a pitiful expression. At 11 years old, Shenye had large, dark, innocent-looking eyes, and his delicate, flawless features made the female ninjas' maternal instincts overflow. They could not bring themselves to scold him, and instead chose to believe him. All right, we believe you, little one. It's okay. Don't worry, we'll find the real culprit. Don't be afraid. The beautiful female ninjas around him comforted Shenye, and he openly took advantage of the situation, basking in the attention of these lovely women. Having this child's body was quite enjoyable, but the male ninjas nearby did not believe a word of it. After all, they were all men. Who were you trying to fool? As if none of them had ever been 11. Even if he didn't understand anything, he had definitely seen something. And seeing was absolutely unacceptable. Uchiha Fugaku, his face dark and cold, stepped forward and said, Lady Tsunade, you must not believe this scoundrel. If he weren't peeping, why would he be on the rooftop? And there's a small hole on the roof. I'm certain he was spying. He must be dealt with. Tsunade frowned slightly and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Don't frighten the child. Let me question him. She then crouched down, looked kindly at Shenye, and said with a smile, Little brother, can you tell big sister, who brought you up here? She believed that if she could find the person who had brought Shenye up, she would find the real pervert. Tsunade considered this question seriously, but Shenye's eyes were drawn to the deep cleavage before him. It was so big, so white, so full. Shenye's eyes nearly popped out, but to avoid exposing himself, he forced himself to look away and gazed at Tsunade with innocent eyes. He thought for a moment and said, It was a big brother with white hair wearing a blue shirt and a red vest. He brought me up here saying he had something good to show me, but I couldn't tell anyone he'd been there. Before I could see anything, he suddenly disappeared, and then you all came up. White hair, blue shirt, red vest. The moment Tsunade heard this, her face darkened. That description fit Jiraiya perfectly. She knew that Jiraiya was certainly capable of such peeping. And this was exactly the kind of thing Jiraiya often did. Shenye naturally knew that by saying this he could pin the blame on Jiraiya. And that was precisely his goal. Since Jiraiya had peeped many times before, adding one more incident wouldn't hurt. He would just have to look out for Jiraiya more in the future when he became stronger, as compensation. Shenye chuckled inwardly, but outwardly maintained a timid, fearful expression, looking at Tsunade with his big, dark, innocent eyes. Big sister, did I say something wrong? I think I accidentally mentioned the big brother. Tsunade gently stroked Shenye's head and spoke softly to soothe him. Don't be afraid, you did nothing wrong. The one at fault is that old bastard Jiraiya. As she spoke, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. I'll definitely kill that bastard. She clenched her fair fist, the knuckles cracking, her heart filled with fury. That bastard Jiraiya had actually used a child as a shield. He was utterly inhuman. When she met him, she would break 5 of his ribs. The other women were also furious. No wonder. I was wondering how a child could be peeping. So it was Jiraiya. That bastard peeps on us every time. Even if he's one of the 3 Sannin, he can't be so lawless. He almost made us wrong, this little brother. Little brother, I'm sorry did we scare you. Don't be afraid, let big sister give you a kiss. The female ninjas all believed Shenye's words, venting their anger at Jiraiya while comforting Shenye. Shenye, surrounded by the women, used his identity as a child to take full advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, he secretly activated his divine theft ability, attempting to steal a skill from Tsunade. But he was not in a hurry. After all, he was now a child, and there would be plenty of opportunities to take advantage. This transmigration was totally worth it. Shenye was ecstatic, his heart blooming with joy. Taking advantage of the situation and becoming stronger. Both could be achieved without conflict. However, the male ninjas, seeing Shenye surrounded and comforted by Tsunade, and the other female ninjas, were filled with envy and gritted their teeth in anger. At this time, Tsunade was beautiful, youthful, and incredibly powerful. Countless people had their eyes on her, yet Shenye had taken advantage of her first. And the other female ninjas, each as lovely as a flower with fair skin and beautiful features, had also been taken advantage of by this brat. Little brother, what's your name? Whose child are you? Let me take you home. Tsunade crouched down, looking into Shenye's eyes, and spoke softly. My name is Shenye, but I don't have a home. My parents are gone. Shenye put on a pitiful expression. No home. This child. He looks quite decent, how could he have no home? It's a time of war, many people are dead or injured. There are many without homes. Ah, this poor child. Many female ninjas sighed, looking at the young Shenye with pity. Tsunade gazed at Shenye, and the softness in her heart seemed pierced by a thorn. Didn't she also have no home? Ever since her family, her lover, and her younger brother had sacrificed themselves, she too had no home. Then you can stay with me. My place has an empty room, Tsunade suddenly said. She felt that this child was like her younger brother, and she had a duty to take him in. I'll stay with you. Shenye first showed excitement, then put on a mature expression, and said, wouldn't that be troublesome for you? No, you must stay with me, Tsunade said firmly. I'll also explain your situation to Lord Hokage. If you want, you can even enroll in the Ninja Academy later, Tsunade said seriously. Really? I can go to school? Shenye feigned excitement. In truth, he was just looking for an excuse to stay at Tsunade's place. He was indeed alone and helpless now. If he didn't find a place to stay, he would end up on the streets. Yes, Tsunade said with a smile, ruffling Shenye's head. All right then, I'll stay at your place. Shenye nodded happily. Tsunade looked at the crowd and said, you can all disperse. I'll take this little brother to register with Lord Hokage. As for that Jiraiya, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Yes, Lady Tsunade. When you meet Lord Jiraiya, make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. Don't let this little brother suffer injustice. The beautiful and adorable female ninjas clenched their fists and spoke with righteous indignation. Let's go. Tsunade crouched down and scooped up Shenye, saying, little brother, don't be afraid. I'll take you down. I'm not afraid. Shenye was overjoyed inside. With Tsunade holding him like this, what was there to fear? Grabbing Tsunade's slender waist, he silently activated his divine theft skill. Tsunade was one of the 3 ninja. If he could steal her divine technique, that would be amazing. Feeling Shenye pressed tightly against her, Tsunade's pretty face flushed slightly, but since he was just a child, she didn't think much of it. Holding Shenye, she landed steadily on the ground with a whoosh. Come on, let's go see Lord Hokage first. Tsunade took Shenye's small hand and went to the 3rd Hokage, informing him of her intention to adopt Shenye. The 3rd Hokage found Shenye adorable, and after checking confirmed he was an ordinary person, not likely to be a spy from the Empire. Thus he agreed to Tsunade's request, and also allowed Shenye to attend the Ninja Academy as a transfer student. Afterwards, Tsunade took Shenye home, and they went to sleep. Early the next morning, Shenye stretched, yawned, and woke up refreshed. So good. Shenye rubbed his eyes. He had been holding Tsunade all night, warm, soft, and fragrant. My body seems to have changed. Shenye suddenly sensed something. When he had crossed over yesterday, he felt his body was very weak, but today it was significantly stronger. There was a strange power within him. As if remembering something, Shenye quickly asked in his mind, System, did I steal a skill last night? Ding. Congratulations, host. Last night you successfully stole Tsunade's skill, Monster Strength. Divine Theft cooldown remaining 3 hours. Monster Strength. Perfect. Shenye was thrilled. This skill was extremely suitable for him now. Since he had no training and very little chakra, if he had stolen a different skill, he might not even be able to use it. Monster Strength fell under the category of taijutsu and didn't require much chakra, making it a very efficient choice. Shenye, you're up. Hurry up and wash up so we can go out for breakfast. After that, you need to report to the Ninja Academy today. Suddenly, Tsunade walked into the room and said with a smile. Okay. Shenye quickly got up. After washing up, he followed Tsunade to Ichiraka Ramen for a steaming bowl of noodles. After eating his fill, Shenye went alone to the ninja academy to report. Since he arrived early, the class teacher hadn't come yet. As soon as Shenye entered, a flurry of hostile gazes fell upon him. I heard this new kid was peeping at the women's bathhouse yesterday. What? This guy is so shameless. Damn it. Yeah, I heard my goddess Hyuga Ueshing was bathing there yesterday, and this bastard saw everything. And my goddess Makoto, he saw her too. And Princess Tsunade, he saw her completely naked. I've already received orders from Lord Fugaku to teach this kid a lesson. If anything happens, he'll take responsibility. He's a genius of the Uchiha clan, so he won't be punished. Besides, I heard this kid is a total waste. Can't use any ninjutsu no chakra. We can teach him a good lesson. The boys whispered among themselves, not even trying to hide it from Shenye, and even deliberately spoke loud enough for him to hear. Shenye raised an eyebrow, completely unbothered by these brats. These kids at the ninja academy weren't even genin. Now that he had monster strength, why should he fear a bunch of little punks? Shenye looked around and spotted Uchiha Makoto sitting alone in a small corner seat, silently staring at him. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he strode confidently toward her. You? What are you doing here? Makoto was both shy and afraid of Shenye. She was just a little girl a head shorter than him, and she panicked when he approached. Don't be scared, little sister. I just want a place to sit. My name is Shenye, and what's yours? Shenye grinned, looking at Makoto warmly. Seeing Shenye so friendly, Makoto relaxed and said softly, My name is Uchiha Makoto. Please take care of me. Makoto. What a beautiful name. Shenye's eyes twinkled as he said with a smile, I heard you're the genius of the class. So it should be you looking after me. I don't know any ninjutsu yet. Can you teach me sometime? Moved by Shenye's sincere expression, Makoto found it hard to refuse and nodded. Just as she was about to say something, a few boys walked over glaring at Shenye and said, Kid, get lost. This place is not for you to sit. What? Are these your seats? Shenye was chatting with the little lowly Makoto when these boys suddenly ran over, making him rather annoyed. These brats were interrupting his flirting. No, those people said with extreme arrogance. If they're not your seats, then why the hell are you jabbering? Go find somewhere cool to hang out. Shenye waved his hand in dissatisfaction, as if shooing away trash. Those boys grew even more furious. This worthless kid actually dared to disregard them. After all, they had been studying at the ninja academy for quite some time as quasi-genin. How could Shenye, who had never even attended a single day, speak to them like that? Kid, I think you're asking for a beating. One of them, eyes glaring, clenched his fist and prepared to strike. Shenye raised an eyebrow slightly. If the other party made a move, he wouldn't hold back either. Swish. At that moment, the classroom door suddenly slid open. A man in a chunin uniform with a generally amiable demeanor stepped in and said, All right, class is starting. Everyone return to your seats. No more trouble. This man was none other than the teacher of this class, Ikaku Yumino. Also the father of Irika Yumino. Teacher Ikaku. The boy had no choice but to lower his fist. He shot Shenye a cold glare and said, You're lucky. But kid, I warn you, this lady Makoto is the fiancée of our boss Fugaku Uchiha. She is to be married in the future. You and nobody dare to covet our sister-in-law. You're dead. After saying that, the boys glared at Shenye and obediently returned to their seats. Shenye, however, just shrugged nonchalantly. If Makoto weren't Fugaku Uchiha's wife, he wouldn't even be interested. After all, that guy was so vicious yesterday, wanting to gouge out his eyes. Shenye, you're here. Ikaku Yumino spotted Shenye immediately. He had received information from the third Hokage, so he recognized him. He gave Shenye a faint smile and said, Shenye, come over here. Yes, teacher Ikaku. Shenye nodded obediently and walked over. Let me introduce everyone. This is our new classmate Shenye. However, he currently doesn't know any ninjutsu and hasn't attended a single day at the ninja academy. So from now on, everyone must take good care of this classmate, understood? Ikaku Yumino said with a warm smile to everyone. Don't worry, teacher. We'll definitely take good care of this classmate. Several boys stared viciously at Shenye, deliberately emphasizing the word care. Shenye paid them no mind. After returning to his seat, Ikaku Yumino began the lesson. Ikaku Yumino was teaching the basics of being a ninja, things like reconnaissance secret codes and simple chakra applications. Most of the Ninja Academy curriculum revolved around these topics. To accommodate Shenye, he even asked several times if Shenye understood, and if not, he would explain in detail. Yet Shenye remained utterly bewildered. He wasn't originally from this world, so many things went over his head. Forget it. I can steal other people's skills anyway. Why bother learning all this basic stuff? Power is the only way. Shenye simply stopped listening and rested his head on the desk. What's wrong? You're not listening anymore. Makoto turned her head to look at Shenye and asked. I can't understand, so I don't want to listen. Shenye sighed, then suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at Makoto with a smile. Makoto, how about you teach me? Me teach you? Makoto's face flushed slightly, and she said shyly, I'm afraid I won't teach you well. It's fine, I believe in you, Makoto. Shenye grinned widely. Makoto watched him for a moment, then nodded. After all, she could grasp everything taught in school after hearing it once, and she had already learned a lot at home. She was still in the Ninja Academy, only waiting for graduation. So Makoto began teaching patiently. Shenye pretended to be consulting Makoto, but in secret, he kept touching her. His skill-stealing cooldown had ended, and if he could steal the Uchiha clan Sharingan, that would be amazing. However, it turned out his current strength was too low and the success rate of stealing was still too poor. Throughout the entire class, he didn't manage to steal any ability, but he certainly got plenty of chances to touch Makoto. It made the little lowly Makoto's face rosy with embarrassment. The boys nearby watched, their eyes burning with jealousy. This kid is a total pervert. If it weren't for Boss Fugaku already being a chunin and not wanting to dirty his hands, this guy would already be a corpse. After school, let's beat him up good. The boys discussed viciously. After a full day under Makoto's tireless guidance, Shenye managed to understand a few things about the ninja world, like controlling chakra, which was not entirely useless. At least it allowed him to better unleash his monstrous strength. Thank you, little Makoto, for Toda, Shenye said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. You're welcome. Makoto blushed and smiled faintly. See you tomorrow. Shenye waved at Makoto and left the ninja academy first. In his heart, he was eager to find a place to try controlling his chakra and then use his monstrous strength to see how strong he could really be. Kid, stop right there. As soon as he had walked a short distance, several boys called out to him viciously. What? Shenye stopped. What? You offended our sister-in-law Makoto. You're not going anywhere today. The boys glared at Shenye, ready to attack. Get lost. Don't block my way, or I won't be polite, Shenye said irritably. He couldn't be bothered with these little brats. Otherwise, if he couldn't control his strength, he might end up killing or maiming them. What did you say? You won't be polite to us. Hearing this, the boys burst into laughter. This kid had just arrived at school. He probably didn't even know how to control chakra, let alone ninjutsu or taijutsu. And he dared to say he wouldn't be polite to them. Kid, I'm not trying to show off, but I'll stand right here and let you punch me. If you can hurt me, I'll not only let you go, I'll call you dad. One of the boys, a head taller than Shenye, looked at him with disdain. He had entered the ninja academy earliest and was friends with Fugaku, so his skills were decent. In his eyes, Shenye, who had never attended the ninja academy, was like a newborn baby. Even if Shenye punched him 10 times, he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Shenye, upon hearing this, smiled. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the boy. Are you serious? I, Miyamoto Sensei, will never break my word, the tall, lean boy declared with arrogance. Get lost. Shenye grinned, then swung a palm out. Miyamoto Sensei was brimming with confidence, refusing to dodge, standing tall and proud. 1 second he was oozing bravado, but the next his face twisted in agony. Before he could even let out a scream, his entire body shot through the air. With a resounding thud, he crashed into a nearby tree, finally stopping to spit out a mouthful of blood. This. How is this possible? Miyamoto Sensei spat blood, stunned beyond words. How could this brat who never attended ninja school possess such monstrous strength? I still couldn't hold back. Shenye sighed, smiling faintly at Miyamoto Sensei. Sorry, son. He deliberately emphasized the word son. Hearing it, Miyamoto Sensei was overwhelmed by shame and humiliation, instantly erupting in rage. Bastard. All of you attack together and kill him. Miyamoto Sensei roared. Shenye frowned. This son of mine is not only untrustworthy, but also disrespects his father. Kill him. Miyamoto Sensei roared again. Immediately his comrades lunged at Shenye with vicious intent. Those who don't want to fly, get the hell out of the way. Shenye's face turned cold as he stomped the ground. Crack. Spiderweb-like fissures spread across the earth. The boys who had been about to charge turned pale. This guy had never attended ninja academy. He didn't know ninjutsu or taijutsu. But why did he possess such monstrous strength? After all, this level of power was at least that of a genin. And they hadn't even graduated yet, let alone reached genin level. The boys stood frozen, their legs trembling. Scram. Shenye barked again. The boys snapped out of it and fled in panic. Left without allies, Miyamoto Sensei, fearing Shenye, dragged himself away injured. These little brats always need a lesson. Shenye pouted in annoyance. Fighting such weak kids required him to hold back, which was thoroughly unsatisfying. He needed to find a real opponent. With that thought, he pushed off the ground and stood atop a tree. Just as he was about to leap away, a voice from behind nearly startled him off the branch. Shenye. Huh. Mei-chin. Why are you here? Shenye jumped, forcing an awkward smile. He had told this little girl he knew nothing. Now revealing his strength was incredibly embarrassing. You know taijutsu? Mei-chin looked at him with a strange expression. No, it's because you taught me chakra control today, that's how I became so strong. I owe it all to you. Shenye smiled ingratiatingly, but Mei-chin's gaze sent a chill down his spine. But I can control chakra too, and I can't shatter the ground with one stomp. Has your taijutsu always been this powerful? Mei-chin clenched her small fists, her voice tinged with agitation. Then maybe I'm a taijutsu prodigy. Shenye scratched his head, forcing a smile, puzzled by the girl's sudden intensity. The person peeping yesterday wasn't Lord Jiraiya. It was you, wasn't it? Mei-chin suddenly said, her pretty face flushing. Huh. Shenye was startled. What kind of thought process was this? Just because he showed a bit of strength, she deduced he was the peeper yesterday. What a waste she wasn't a detective. No, it really wasn't me. Shenye waved his hands frantically. He couldn't admit to this. I recognize your eyes. It was definitely you peeping yesterday. Mei-chin blushed crimson, frowning at Shenye. Yesterday I wasn't sure because you didn't show your taijutsu, but now that you leap onto trees so effortlessly you must have jumped onto the women's bathhouse roof yesterday too. You've been hiding your strength. Who are you really? Really, it's not me. I didn't have this strength yesterday. Shenye was on the verge of tears. Mei-chin's eyes were too sharp. She could remember his eyes from the rooftop. But he wasn't entirely lying. Yesterday, if he had had that strength, he would have run away long ago. Why would he have waited to be caught? What did you see? Mei-chin asked, blushing. Did you see me? What part of me did you see? I didn't. Shenye was sweating profusely, waving his hands. I really didn't see anything. I didn't see that small red birthmark on your butt at all. I have no idea about it. You saw it. Mei-chin's face turned even redder. Her large dark eyes immediately glistened with tears. As a girl, she had been taught from a young age never to let boys see her body carelessly, and now Shenye had seen her, and in such a private place. And so clearly. He had even seen the birthmark on her, but how could she ever hold her head up again? Her lips quivered, and she was on the verge of crying. Damn, I slipped up. Shenye was alarmed, and quickly explained, no, Lord Jiraiya told me that. He had been too nervous and accidentally blurted out the details. It was also because that scene from yesterday was so deeply etched in his mind that he spoke without thinking. You're still lying. Mei-chin's eyes were red, her fists clenched tightly. I didn't. Shenye's defense was weak. Seeing her angry and hurt expression, he muttered guiltily, right, I have something to do. I'm off. Bye. With that, Shenye didn't dare linger. He pushed off the trunk and shot into the distance with a whoosh. This is bad, really bad. Shenye ran as fast as he could, drenched in sweat. If Mei-chin let this slip, he was as good as dead. Not only would the Uchiha clan want to kill him, even Tsunade might skin him alive. Could it be that I've just settled in Konoha and now have to move again? Shenye could have cried. In this era, only Konoha was relatively peaceful and safe, everywhere else was incredibly dangerous. Right now he only had his monstrous strength. If he left Konoha, it would be certain death. But he couldn't very well kill Mei-chin to silence her, could he? After all, Mei-chin was quite pretty and he had planned to win her over and make her his wife. Damn it. What do I do? Shenye wore a miserable expression. As he ran, racking his brains over how to handle this, he suddenly heard a scream. Shenye furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the situation. Having just disentangled himself from the awkwardness of being discovered by Mei-chin, he now stumbled upon this new predicament. Moreover, the voice sounded remarkably familiar. It seemed to be that of the little one who had shrieked in the women's bathhouse that day. The thought flashed through his mind, and Shenye decided to go and investigate what was happening. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and dashed lightly toward the source. From afar, he spotted two figures in a corner of the woods. A masked individual had cornered a young girl, apparently intent on some nefarious deed. What the hell? In broad daylight, under the open sky, is there no law? The masked figure, drawn by the sudden voice, turned to find a mere child of a few years. Where did this brat come from? Damn it, this body is so despised by this guy. It's truly a case of sympathizing with Conan. Shenye shook his head, helplessly clasping his hands behind his back, and sighing softly. Still uncertain of the man's strength, a rash move might lead to an unfavorable outcome. Thus Shenye decided to observe, further waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Judging by your attire, you're from the Umbu of Konoha. Attacking a fellow villager. Aren't you afraid of the Hokage's judgment? Judgment? If I leave both your lives here, who will know what I've done? It seemed the Umbu operative was already prepared to act, leaving no trace of evidence behind. But since Shenye had stumbled upon this scene, the only outcome would be a hero's rescue of the damsel. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his transmigration into this world. If only the abilities he currently possessed were not so scant, Shenye would have unhesitatingly slapped the fellow aside. The Umbu operative clearly did not regard Shenye as a threat. He waved his hand, releasing a seal to firmly restrain the young girl, then prepared to rise. As the masked man slowly straightened up, Shenye finally got a clear view of the girl's face. A pair of pale white eyes set in a naturally beautiful countenance. It's the mother of the beautiful Hinata. No wonder Hinata grew up so lovely. Shenye muttered to himself, but by now the masked man was readying his attack. Visible chakra surged around his body, and the air thickened with tension. Hinata Tsukiyo, cowering in the corner, stared wide-eyed at Shenye. She had already recognized him. The same fellow who had peeked at them from the rooftop that day. Yet she couldn't fathom why this pervert would step forward now. Die, you brat. The masked man roared, contempt dripping from his voice. A mere child. No need to exert full strength, a single shuriken would suffice. 2 shuriken whistled through the air. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shenye's mouth. The moment the masked man had risen, he had already devised a countermeasure. Anyone would let their guard down before his small frame, and that was the perfect chance to strike back. Monstrous strength activate. Shenye clenched his fist, channeling all his power into it, and smashed it fiercely against the incoming shuriken. A thunderous boom echoed in the air like a sonic blast ringing in the masked man's ears. Didn't expect you to have some skills. I'll spare you two for today, but next time you won't be so lucky. After tossing a threatening remark, the masked man fled in an instant. Shenye snorted, leaped to Hinata Tsukiyo's side, and helped her to her feet. Shenye glanced at his fist, inwardly marveling at Tsunade's innate strength. Are you hurt? I'm fine, but how did you happen to appear here? If I recall correctly, you were with Meichin. Shenye scratched his head awkwardly. He absolutely could not let Hinata Tsukiyo know about the unpleasantness with Meichin earlier. Though young Tsukiyo possessed eyes that could see through matters, and she had already formed some suspicions. By the way, why did that guy corner you here? Judging by his attire, he seems to be a ninja from our village. Hinata Tsukiyo nodded reluctantly. That man was indeed a villager, and his status was not ordinary. He's from the Umbu, a mysterious organization where some extremely greedy individuals reside. That explains it then. I think I know his motive. As he spoke, Shenye slowly shifted his gaze to her white eyes. Their eyes met, and a burning sensation surged through Hinata Tsukiyo's mind, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze. Shenye smiled, and shook his head, saying nothing more. Surveying Hinata Tsukiyo from head to toe, memories of her flooded back. At 14, she was a kunoichi whose talent in the clan was among the lowest. Yet, even so, she still held a high rank among the students at the Ninja Academy. What? Haven't you seen enough? Shenye was taken aback, unsure what she meant by that sudden remark. Hinata Tsukiyo waved her hand, and shook her head. I'm just curious. How did your strength suddenly become so formidable? Before this you were nothing but a frail child. To be honest, I can only use that one move for now, and only once in a while. Hinata Tsukiyo nodded. Through her Byakugan, she could indeed perceive Shenye's current state, both his chakra reserves and his meridians. Regardless, thank you. If you hadn't shown up, that despicable man might have succeeded. As if reading his thoughts, Hinata Tsukiyo suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Their eyes met again, and this time Shenye found himself flustered. Why did you suddenly come so close? Tell me, was it you peeping from the rooftop that day? Her eyes locked onto him with an unyielding intensity. Under that gaze and the proximity, Shenye's face flushed crimson. He had never imagined that Hinata Tsukiyo knew about that incident. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Don't bother lying. These eyes of mine are sharper than Meichin's. The moment I saw you again, I knew it was you. Shenye scratched his head in embarrassment, seemingly at a loss for any further rebuttal. After all, the most miraculous ocular techniques in the ninja world were all concentrated in Konoha village, and he had happened to encounter them one after another. Actually, I have my own unspoken difficulties. I didn't truly intend to spy on you. Yuxing cast a disdainful glance at Shenye. Though this was an unforgivable transgression at this moment, she found herself unable to muster any anger toward him. Regardless, this man had just saved her life, and logically she owed it to him to keep his secret. Observing Yuxing's expression, Shenye grew increasingly embarrassed, and unbeknownst to him, a faint blush crept across his cheeks. Why are you blushing all of a sudden? Don't worry, I won't expose you. We'd better leave quickly. If that guy comes to his senses, we'll be in trouble. Yuxing nodded. Lingering here was not a wise decision, and moreover the matter concerning the Umbu had to be reported to the Hokage. Worried that Yuxing might be frightened by what had just happened, Shenye reached out and took her hand. Feeling the sudden touch on her hand, Yuxing froze for a moment, but did not pull away from Shenye. As they darted through the trees, Yuxing's attitude toward Shenye gradually shifted. No matter how she looked at it, she could no longer associate him with the peeping Tom she had once thought him to be. Subconsciously, Yuxing wished that the culprit from that day had been Jiraiya. Before long, Shenye and Yuxing entered the village, and without hesitation leaped toward the Hokage's office. From a distance, Tsunade spotted the two figures. Why are they holding hands? I need to follow and find out what's going on. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, and she silently trailed behind Shenye. So absorbed were they that Shenye and Yuxing failed to notice Tsunade following closely. Shenye, Yuxing, what are you two doing together? A sudden voice from the left startled Yuxing, and she hastily pulled her hand away from Shenye's. Shenye grinned, sheepishly raised his hand to scratch his head to ease the awkwardness, and turned to see the third Hokage. Lord Third Hokage, we have something important to report to you, but we didn't expect to find you here. Oh, tell me what happened. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, thinking that the two children, still students at the Ninja Academy, could hardly have anything significant to say. Shenye let out a long breath and looked up at Yuxing. Tsunade, who had been trailing them, sensed something amiss and quickened her pace to join Shenye's side. Just now outside the village, Yuxing was ambushed by a member of the village's Umbu who wanted to pluck out her Byakugan for himself. Tsunade frowned, astonished that she had arrived only to hear such news. She looked up at the third Hokage, whose expression remained impassive, as if he had already anticipated such an incident. I already know about this. You three go back for now. I'll handle it. With that, the third Hokage turned and walked toward his office, leaving the three of them standing there exchanging bewildered glances. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure receded into the distance, Shenye frowned. From what he knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed dedicated to the village, but he was also selfishly devoted to it in his own way. I don't believe that old man will handle this properly. Let's go find Danzo. Shenye pulled Tsunade and Yuxing toward the Umbu headquarters, unconcerned about what might happen next. Tsunade and Yuxing exchanged a glance, thinking Shenye's approach was too rash. Only the third Hokage could handle such matters with ease. I have a feeling we'll find the third Hokage there. That old man is probably already in his office ready to watch the show. The Umbu is the village's backbone. He won't offend them for our sake. Yuxing frowned, seeing the logic in Shenye's words. The Umbu was an organization that operated beyond the Hokage's direct control, yet still served the village. You three little ones just couldn't resist coming to check things out yourselves. Lord Third Hokage, you're here too. I've already spread the news about the rogue Umbu ninja in the village. Anyone who attacks their own fellow villagers is unforgivable in my eyes. Shenye nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's image shifted in his mind. He was not merely the cold, heartless machine that guarded the village. Just then Danzo, who had been overseeing the Umbu, suddenly burst out and strode up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, meeting his gaze. The air grew tense as Shenye felt a rising pressure around him. What makes you think there's a rogue ninja among my Umbu members? Based on the word of these two children. The third Hokage smiled, channeling his chakra to envelop Shenye and Yuxing, alleviating the pressure on them. Stop shouting, you're scaring the kids. Danzo turned and fixed his gaze on Shenye. It must be this brat who brought the enemy into the village. Nothing happened before he showed up. You're full of crap. Shenye is just a child. How could he bring an enemy into the village? Having heard about what happened to Yuxing, Tsunade was already worried for Shenye's safety, and now Danzo's slander infuriated her. The third Hokage, however, remained calm and smiling, stepping lightly between Shenye and Danzo. Since I have allowed this child to settle in the village, I will not suspect him. Besides, he just saved the little princess of the Hyuga clan. Yuxing nodded and quickly stepped forward. She was probably the only one who could prove Shenye's innocence. I bear witness. Just now, Shenye almost got hurt saving me, and that man admitted he was a member of the village's Umbu. Danzo was left speechless. In truth, he had already known the answer, but he simply refused to be outdone by this child. Shenye's lips curled into a faint smirk as he stared defiantly at Danzo. He knew that one day he would have to face Danzo in battle, and the outcome would depend on Danzo's actions. You little brat. One day I'll crush you in the palm of my hand. With so many people around, Danzo could only curse Shenye 1,000 times in his heart. With the matter roughly resolved, Shenye bid farewell to the third Hokage and prepared to make his way home. Be vigilant within the village these past few days, you little ones. I have found suitable personnel to deal with the rogue ninja situation, and I trust there will be results soon. Let's go. Tsunade swept Shenye into her arms and set off homeward, conveniently passing Yuxing's residence along the way. Once again feeling the warmth radiating from his palms, Shenye felt that all of this was worthwhile. The softness of Tsunade's figure was something everyone dreamed of possessing, yet now it could be held in his hands at any moment. Accustomed to Shenye's little maneuvers, Tsunade showed no sign of discomfort and accepted the contact at her waist with complete composure. All of this was witnessed by Yuxing, standing nearby her Byakugan, granting her a crystal-clear view, as she could not help but shoot Shenye an exasperated glance. Meanwhile, Yuxing was quite bewildered. How could Tsunade tolerate Shenye's unreasonable antics? Then again, to Tsunade, Shenye was merely a child. His fair skin would captivate anyone at first sight. What am I even thinking? He only just saved me. Yuxing quickly shook her head, putting an end to her strange thoughts. Yuxing, we've arrived at your doorstep. Be careful lately. You are still in danger until the rogue ninja is captured. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I won't let that man succeed a second time. Then we'll see you next time. Shenye rested against Tsunade's shoulder and waved his small hand. Yuxing nodded and skipped happily into her home. While the scene was warm and harmonious, Danzo harbored simmering resentment upon returning to the ANBU. Even though Shenye was but a child, he had already been marked on Danzo's blacklist, destined to be eliminated someday. Naturally, Shenye remained unaware of this. At that moment, he could only feel the softness beneath his hands growing ever bolder in his actions. Tsunade frowned, but said nothing, dismissing it as childish ignorance. Just then a harried figure appeared in their path. It was Jiraiya. Hey, you pervert, what's such a rush? Planning to sneak into another women's bath? Hearing Tsunade's voice, Jiraiya stopped and hurriedly waved his hands. The third Hokage mentioned a rogue ninja has appeared in the village and intends to send me to apprehend them. I'm heading to meet with him now for details. Tsunade pursed her lips, set Shenye down, and without warning delivered a swift blow to Jiraiya's face while he was completely unprepared. Monstrous strength erupted from Tsunade's fist, sending Jiraiya tumbling backward through the air. After several rolls, Jiraiya lifted his head with a bewildered expression, cradling his slightly swollen face with both hands, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did you suddenly attack me? You have the nerve to ask. Take this. Without hesitation, Tsunade raised her fist once more and charged toward Jiraiya, the clanging sounds ringing endlessly in Shenye's ears. Shenye sighed inwardly with resignation. Jiraiya would have to take the blame for this. After several rounds of bombardment, Jiraiya's face had swollen into a puffy mess. However, to Shenye's eyes, Jiraiya seemed unscathed aside from the facial swelling. The damage appeared negligible for him. You've developed an impressive tolerance for punishment. How boring. Leaving a dashing figure behind, Tsunade dusted off her hands and continued homeward. Shenye glanced around and decided to offer some comfort to Jiraiya's wounded psyche, since this beating had technically been endured on his behalf. Brother Jiraiya, I completely trust your character. Sister Tsunade must have misunderstood. Someone as virtuous as you would never spy. Exactly. These past few days I've been at home writing my Ika Paradise series. Even if I did peek a few times, Tsunade never caught me. Watching Jiraiya's confident expression as he stroked his chin, you suddenly felt that the beating was justified. Ding. Congratulations, host. Last night you successfully stole Jiraiya's technique. Sage mode. Skill theft cooldown remaining 3 hours. The system's voice materialized abruptly within Shenye's mind. Brother Jiraiya, head to the office by yourself. I have things to attend to. Bye. Unable to exchange further words with Jiraiya, Shenye dashed back home in a blur. Having thoroughly mastered the original narrative, he understood the immense power of Sage mode, and even his current small frame could harness its tremendous potential. Upon returning home, his first act was to lock himself in his room, completely ignoring Tsunade's calls. What is this brat up to? Could that Jiraiya fellow have gifted him one of his novels? Sister Tsunade, please have dinner without me. I have some very important matters to attend to. Shenye's voice echoed from within the room, and Tsunade could only concede with a sigh of resignation. Gazing at the food arranged on the table, Tsunade's appetite vanished instantly, and she collapsed onto the sofa, drifting into a heavy slumber. Inside the room, Shenye methodically practiced the hand seals he had seen in his mind, channeling chakra as specks of natural energy from his surroundings surged toward his body. After several cycles, Shenye wiped the sweat from his brow and marveled at the extraordinary nature of Sage mode. Although he could not yet manifest Sage mode like Jiraiya, he could use it to continuously absorb natural energy and strengthen his own chakra reserves. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the night sky. Shenye stretched his body and lay down on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. By the next morning, Shenye opened his sleep-heavy eyes to find a pair of clear eyes mere centimeters away. Sister Tsunade, why did you suddenly appear before my bed? I've been here for quite some time. Watching you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. But I have school today. I'm almost going to be late. Shenye propelled himself upward from the bed in one fluid motion, abandoning breakfast entirely as he hurried toward school. Throughout the journey, Shenye worried about one thing, fearing that Mikoto might expose his peeping incident at the women's bath to everyone. However, upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Shenye noticed that everyone's gaze toward him remained remarkably friendly, suggesting the incident had not yet become public knowledge. Before the matter could be exposed, Shenye hastened to Mei-chan's side, intending to explain himself. Upon seeing him approach step by step, Mei-chan's face was etched with utter disgust, showing no desire to acknowledge the fellow at all. However, in front of so many classmates, Mei-chan could not openly address the matter. She could only quietly wait for Shenye to draw near. Regarding the peeping incident that day, there is still something I wish to say to you. In the face of irrefutable facts, what do you still have to say? Shenye shook his head and cast his gaze toward Yuxing, seated in the back row. With lesser cultivation experience than the others, she sat at the very rear of the classroom. Within the entire ninja world, Konoha Village was already one of the most harmonious communities, yet even here a hierarchy of status and respect prevailed. The strong were revered while the weak were scorned. A reality reflected with stark clarity even within the modest ninja academy. I swear I was not the one who peered that day. Hyuga Yuxing can vouch for me. She possesses the Byakugan. Huh. I have no desire to continue this argument with you. Mei-chan gently pushed past Shenye and made her way to her seat. By now, simply choosing not to expose the matter publicly was the greatest mercy she could offer him. The reason Mei-chan was so certain that Shenye was the culprit lay in two factors: she had personally witnessed his condition, and more importantly, she had already verified the matter with Jiraiya. On the day the peeper appeared on the roof of the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya was at home seeking inspiration for his renowned work Scroll of Illusions. Between a mere child who had appeared just days prior and a ninja renowned throughout the village, Mei-chan naturally chose to trust the latter. Knowing further explanation would be futile, Shenye decided to let events unfold naturally and quietly await an opportunity to make amends. Persisting and pestering Mei-chan might only provoke him into angrily broadcasting to all that he was indeed the peeper. Dingling, dingling. The shrill classroom bell rang out. Shenye gave Mei-chan one final lingering glance before swiftly returning to his seat, waiting for the teacher's arrival. A few minutes later, an unfamiliar face entered the classroom, accompanied by a member of the Uchiha clan. His eyes darted about as though searching for something or someone. Shenye froze. Was that not Uchiha Fugaku? Why would he unexpectedly appear at a ninja academy, surrounded by children? Everyone settle down. Today we will conduct an outdoor combat lesson. However, student Shenye has only recently joined the academy and will not participate today. Damn it. Does he really look down on me? Every single person here is no match for me. Shenye's heart brimmed with contempt, yet his face betrayed nothing. He merely offered a faint nod. Uchiha Fugaku, however, raised a hand in dissent, clearly disagreeing with the teacher's decision. I have received approval from the third Hokage to visit and assess everyone's cultivation progress. More importantly, I am here to guide our new student. Fugaku regarded Shenye with a benign smile, but Shenye immediately understood. A scheme was being laid in wait for him. I suspected Uchiha Fugaku came specifically for Shenye. Otherwise, why would a genius like him show up here? I thought the same. After all, he wronged a fellow Uchiha in Meichin. Fugaku would hardly stand idly by. Who cares? The disaster won't fall on us anyway. Let's just watch him embarrass himself. The teacher sighed helplessly and shook his head. On one hand, Fugaku carried the orders of the third Hokage, making it impossible for him to object. Moreover, the teacher himself was rather naive and had not anticipated that this visit was anything but benign. For children who had not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, daily outdoor training consisted mainly of simple shuriken practice. Under the teacher's guidance, everyone filed into the training ground. The various wooden posts arranged across the field caught Shenye's attention. Things he had only ever seen in animated tales now genuinely before his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku cast a dismissive glance his way regarding Shenye, as though he were an unsophisticated country bumpkin. Some students were already whispering among themselves. Shenye has never been to a place like this before. Look at his foolish expression. Indeed, without Lady Tsunade's intervention, he would never have had the chance to set foot here in his lifetime. Just a pretty face. In this world, true strength is what matters. The teacher let out a deep sigh, though the whispers were soft fell upon his ears. As an educator who believed in fairness, he could not tolerate such discriminatory remarks, and promptly intervened to silence the chatter. Today's training will proceed, as usual, pairs practicing shuriken techniques. The students smoothly found their partners. Shenye stood still for a moment, pondering, then made his way toward Yuxing. Among the many faces around him, Yuxing was the only one he knew even slightly. Seeking out Meichin would only invite another argument. However, another girl had appeared beside Yuxing, causing Shenye to pause mid-step. Just then a genin approached him, an expression of mild disdain upon his face. Let's be partners. It seems no one wants to train with you anyway. Fortunately, I have some unique insights into shuriken technique. Shenye shrugged, indifferent. To him, shuriken were utterly insignificant. No battle in his experience had ever been won through their use alone. Training time passed quickly, yet throughout the entire session Shenye did not once touch a shuriken, drawing the ire of his paired genin. Are you perhaps too arrogant? Shuriken are the foundation of every ninja, and you won't even glance at them. I simply don't know how. Shenye offered no pretense, openly admitting his reason for avoiding shuriken. He saw no shame in his ignorance, yet it only sparked endless rounds of mockery from those around him. Someone who cannot even wield a shuriken hopes to graduate from the Ninja Academy. That is pure delusion. I have never heard of a ninja who cannot use shuriken. Huh. I say, you fellows, do you truly believe shuriken are the key to being a ninja? Shenye crossed his arms and surveyed the crowd, completely unable to fathom how their minds worked. Yet his words only provoked even more furious derision. The crowd regarded him as though he were some kind of monster. In their eyes, Shenye was now a mere child, utterly defenseless and devoid of any combat ability. Thus they laughed without restraint, and some even began to eagerly prepare to step forward and provoke him, yet hesitated due to the teacher's presence. How can you mock a child who harbors a dream? Uchiha Fugaku approached Shenye with feigned sincerity, patting him twice on the shoulder, as if comforting a junior. Shenye curled his lips, having already discerned the conspiracy in his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, the very person who had been teamed up with Shenye suddenly stepped forward. Since he's a dreamer of a child, let me see how formidable he is without even knowing how to wield a shuriken. Even the unsuspecting teacher now realized what was truly happening. This genin had always been Uchiha Fugaku's subordinate. What had been thought as a gesture to guide Shenye's training by volunteering to be his partner was actually a ploy for this man to lurk beside him and strike. Shenye is in for it now. Though he's not the strongest in the village, that guy is already a genin. Yeah, any of us would lose to him. Those who had just mocked Shenye now broke into a cold sweat for him, for his victory or defeat would affect the reputation of the Ninja Academy. Shared glory, shared disgrace. If by some stroke of luck he won, the fighting spirit of these yet-to-graduate children would be instantly ignited. Shenye shook his head helplessly. Trouble had found him, and unless he gave it a harsh lesson, he would never gain the respect of everyone. A perfectly fine outdoor training session turned into a sparring match. How interesting. Shenye stretched his body a few times, walked to the center of the training ground, and lightly beckoned the genin with his finger. The latter's face flushed with anger. He never expected to be actively provoked by this brat. After all, he was a genin. Compared to these little ones still in the academy, the headband on his forehead was the most obvious distinction. Little one, I'm getting serious. The genin began to form hand seals, gathering chakra within his body and surging it toward his palm. Wind-style gale palm. Before Minnie could even see what happened, 2 gales had already appeared in the air, hurtling toward Shenye. As expected of a genin, he can casually unleash a jutsu of this power. It looks like Shenye won't even survive this one. Even so, I have a feeling Shenye will do something unexpected. Feeling the pressure emanating from the air, Shenye frowned slightly. He had already mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength and Jiraiya's sage mode, but he could not perform decent ninjutsu. For now, he could only use these 2 abilities to intimidate the weak. But as for this genin before him, Shenye was confident he could defeat him easily. Monstrous strength. His right foot slid back a couple of inches, maintaining a few centimeters distance from his left foot to better stabilize his body. Slightly crouching, he gathered the power of his entire body into his right fist and punched fiercely into the air ahead. Boom. The 2 gales shattered and dissipated. Every gaze was fixed on the air that had not yet cleared. No one could have imagined such an outcome. Shenye had effortlessly neutralized the genin's attack, and he still seemed to have strength to spare. This is impossible. You're just a child. How can you have such immense chakra reserves? Who told you this was chakra reserves? You've already become a genin, yet you can't even tell the difference between taijutsu and ninjutsu. Heaven. Innate monstrous strength. The trial is over. Today's lesson is finished. You 2 stop here. Yes, sensei. If there's nothing else, I'll head home. Sister Tsunade must be missing me by now. The crowd, originally stunned by Shenye's strength, erupted in fury once more at his words. Tsunade was the dream of every boy in the village, yet he spoke of her so flippantly. The teacher cleared his throat softly. Tsunade also held a place in his heart, but his position as a teacher prevented him from showing it. Lord Fugaku, do you have anything else to say? The teacher quickly shifted the responsibility to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku took a deep breath. Shenye's actions today had thoroughly enraged him, but for now he could only swallow his anger. The task entrusted to me by the 3rd Hokage-sama is complete. However, I eagerly await our next meeting, Shenye. Though Uchiha Fugaku appeared amiable on the surface, his words were laced with hostility toward Shenye, even a desire to do him harm. To Shenye, these threats were virtually non-existent. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I don't want to hear the impotent roar of a weakling. You? Uchiha Fugaku forcefully calmed himself. If he clashed with Shenye now, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Ultimately, Tsunade would be the first to not let him off. Though he was a genius ninja of the village, he was still inferior to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Moreover, everyone in Konoha knew one thing: Tsunade was absolutely not to be trifled with. Ignoring the strange looks from others, Shenye directly strode out of the training ground and wandered aimlessly through the village. According to his knowledge, Tsunade was definitely not at home at this hour. Unconsciously, Shenye arrived before a magnificent building. Looking up, he saw it was the grand mansion of the Hyuga clan, an imposing sight. As expected of one of the village's most prominent families, even the Hokage's office pales in comparison. Within the entire clan, Shenye only knew one girl for the time being, and that was Yueshing. This level is far from enough. As a member of the main family, is this all the strength you have? A harsh rebuke reached Shenye's ears. He scratched his head helplessly. The troubles of a great clan were indeed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. He had intended to walk away and ignore it, but then he heard a familiar voice. I know this level still falls far short, so I must continue to train hard. It is my fault for bringing shame to the clan. It's Yueshing. When did she leave the training ground and return home? With curiosity, Shenye walked toward the source of the sound and discovered a remarkably spacious courtyard behind the Hyuga family estate. Hyuga Gatsu was training with another member of the Hyuga clan, and it appeared she was somewhat outmatched. Shenye decided to lean against a nearby tree and observe for a while, hoping to finally gauge Gatsu's true strength. However, gradually Shenye noticed something unusual. The opponent wasn't holding back at all, each strike capable of delivering lethal force. Hey, how can you be so merciless? Shenye's sudden voice interrupted their combat, and both turned to look at him. Upon recognizing Shenye, a smile spread across Gatsu's face, though she hesitated before attempting to rise. I heard you two training early this morning, so I came to watch from a distance. Because I was kidnapped that day and disgraced the clan, I need to train hard and grow stronger. Damn it, even if you want to strengthen yourself, there's no need to destroy your body like this. Who are you to interfere with Hyuga clan matters? Shenye rolled his eyes and pulled Gatsu toward a shaded area, wanting her to rest before continuing her training. This action completely enraged him. He leaped in front of them, spreading his arms to block their path. Shenye sighed deeply, having already understood the situation through the exchanged glances. This slightly stronger member came from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, destined from birth to be inferior forever, serving the main family. Though Hyuga Gatsu lacked exceptional strength, her birth into the main family made her inherently superior. Thus, after that incident, the branch family member reacted so fiercely, perhaps more so than if he had failed himself. Within the branch family's hearts, even with 10,000 resentments, they were bound by clan protocol, placing the clan's honor above even the main family. With all these factors combined, he couldn't help but intensify his training of Gatsu, leaving her battered and bruised. I won't interfere in your clan affairs, but I won't tolerate continued abuse of Gatsu. Shenye brushed his hand aside and guided Gatsu to sit on a chair in the shade. How do you feel? Are your injuries serious? Gatsu shook her head, yet a faint training urge still lingered in her eyes. Clearly the kidnapping had left deep scars. Hey little Byakugan, you're from the branch family, right? What did you call me? Who are you calling little Byakugan? Besides you and Gatsu, is there anyone else here with the Byakugan? Surely you don't think I'm calling Gatsu that, do you? The branch family member's mouth twitched, utterly shocked by the insult. Fine, you've truly angered me now. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Clenching his fists, the little Byakugan struggled to restrain his fury, mindful of his Hyuga lineage. Fighting in the village is forbidden, but I can offer you a chance. The prospect ignited his interest. Finally an opportunity to vent his pent-up rage. Tell me more. Let's make a wager. If I win, Gatsu rests here for a while. If I lose, do whatever you wish. Agreed. He accepted without hesitation, certain of his victory. Gatsu watched with wide eyes, well aware of the power gap. Based on what she'd seen from him before, he stood no chance against the little Byakugan. She tried multiple times to intervene, but his gaze stopped her each time. Strangely meeting his eyes filled her with an unshakable sense of security. Shenye gestured politely, radiating refined manners. The little Byakugan wasted no time, taking position in the center of the clearing with his stance ready. Byakugan, activate. Hurry up, I won't waste time on trash like you. Today I'll show you why the branch family exists. Shenye adopted a balanced stance, his expression unreadable as he watched his opponent. His only offensive technique was the mighty fist, yet against a Hyuga practitioner it held no real advantage. They'd evaded effortlessly. Thus, only Sage Mode, powered by accumulated chakra, could secure victory here. Already pushed to the brink of fury, the little Byakugan could barely restrain himself as he charged forward, his fists crackling with concentrated power. The Hyuga were renowned for the Byakugan, yet every technique served hand-to-hand combat. His strength couldn't be dismissed. A smirk crossed Shenye's lips as he delivered a devastating punch forward, the hidden power within his fist crackling through the air. He recognized the unusual force behind the strike immediately, but as a Hyuga he refused to evade with trickery. Their fists collided with a resonant impact, rippling the air. Gatsu watched intently from the sidelines, her gaze never leaving the point of contact. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess such immense power? In this entire village, I've only seen one other person wield it. You mean Lady Tsunade? I'm currently staying at her residence. Shenye flexed his fist. The exchange had been subtle, yet both combatants understood the outcome. I've lost. Training ends here. Defeated, he turned and trudged back toward the estate, the battle leaving a deep impression upon him. Shenye bounded over to Gatsu, gathering chakra into his palm as he gently massaged her injured areas. Gatsu's gaze grew distant. Even though he'd rescued her, deep down she still viewed him as that lecherous pervert who peered at women bathing. She had never imagined he possessed such tenderness. It completely shattered her perception of him. I always thought you were nothing but an ignorant little rogue, yet I never expected you to be so gentle with a girl. That day's peeping was truly unavoidable, with no way to turn back. I've never seen you in the village before. How did you suddenly appear on the roof of that women's bathhouse? Shenye was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain his presence on the rooftop. He could rely on his fair complexion to deceive Tsunade, but for Hyuga Tsukiyo of the Byakugan clan, it seemed utterly useless. He couldn't exactly reveal the truth of his transmigration, could he? Even if he didn't care about becoming the village's experimental guinea pig, Tsukiyo wouldn't believe such an absurd reason. Well, you know the constant wars outside the village. Before that I had just escaped death on a battlefield. Tsukiyo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of pity rising in her heart for Shenye. At the same age, while she was still cultivating in the safety of a greenhouse, Shenye had already experienced life and death. So to survive, you accidentally ended up in Konoha village and climbed onto the roof to evade pursuers, right? Shenye nodded repeatedly. He had been pondering how to explain the subsequent events, but Tsukiyo had already formed a picture in her mind with just a few words. In Tsukiyo's heart, the fact that Shenye had saved her earlier already outweighed his peeping. Now during this brief exchange, Tsukiyo's feelings toward Shenye shifted once more, though perhaps even she hadn't noticed. Just as their gazes intertwined, Tsunade rushed over to Shenye in a fluster. Come with me to the Hokage's office. There's something very important that needs your confirmation. Shenye nodded, bid farewell to Tsukiyo, and turned to follow Tsunade toward the office. In terms of physical stamina, Shenye was naturally no match for Tsunade. Within just a few minutes, she had left him several streets behind. Turning around, Tsunade could no longer see Shenye. Helpless, she had to stop and wait. Sister Tsunade, you're too fast. How about you carry me? You little brat, I suppose there's no other choice. Tsunade scooped Shenye into one arm and leaped continuously across the rooftops. Feeling the breeze against his face and the softness between his fingers, Shenye grew somewhat infatuated, even wishing he could stay in Tsunade's arms forever. Upon reaching the office door, Tsunade shot Shenye a glare. "We're here. Are you going to get down or not?" "Coming down right now." Shenye scratched his head, landed on the ground, pushed the door open, and followed Tsunade into the office. There were two people in the room, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing a bamboo hat, and Jiraiya, who had just returned from a mission, sitting on the other side. Shenye furrowed his brow, slightly sensing that the matter was not as simple as he had imagined. "Concerning the peeping incident at the women's bathhouse a few days ago, I have thoroughly questioned Jiraiya. He was indeed in his room that day, and never left." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in shock. So she had been wronging him all along, and that severe beating he took was all for nothing. "Shenye, I ask you now, were you the one peeping from the rooftop that day?" "Absolutely not. To escape the war, I wandered into Konoha village by accident. I was just passing by that place when Sister Tsunade ran into me." Tsunade nodded. That at least she could testify to. Although she hadn't seen the figure on the rooftop clearly, she was certain it wasn't Shenye. Such an adorable child could never do such a thing. However, it was clear that the third Hokage didn't believe Shenye. He fired off several questions at him. "If that's the case, then describe in detail the course of the war and your journey to Konoha village." Shenye nodded, his mind racing as he thought about how to respond. After all, the wars in the shinobi world were no secret, and he couldn't just fabricate a story. "That day I was with my family. Suddenly, countless ninjutsu rained down from the sky upon our village. My father and mother held me tightly as we fled in panic." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on Shenye's face, trying to discern any hint of deceit. But Shenye's disguise was flawless, showing no cracks at all. It seemed as if he were simply stating a fact. "Our small village had no shinobi to protect us, so we had no choice but to flee, abandoning our home." Tsunade's expression darkened slightly. She had thought Shenye was just a homeless child, but she never imagined he had gone through so much in a single day. "Where was your original village located?" "It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, but it was very close to Konoha village. Otherwise I wouldn't have escaped here." "What happened to your father and mother in the end?" At the third Hokage's question, a hint of tears welled up in the corners of Shenye's eyes, as if he were recalling something extremely unpleasant. "They sacrificed themselves to protect me, drawing those enemies' attention. I still don't know if they are alive or dead." Shenye silently admired his own acting skills, confident that the three people in the room would believe his words. "If you can guarantee that it wasn't you that day, you may leave now." Shenye nodded, turned, and walked out. He glanced at the third Hokage out of the corner of his eye, noticing the grave expression on his face. Gently closing the office door, Shenye didn't rush off. Instead, he pressed himself against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. His intuition told him that things were not as simple as he had imagined. There were still matters unknown to him awaiting him. "Lord Third, why did you suddenly ask Shenye these questions? He definitely couldn't be that person. For now we can confirm that he has nothing to do with the enemy forces that have suddenly appeared in the village. Starting today, you must stay alert and not give the enemy any opportunity." "Don't worry, Lord Third. Leave this to the two of us." Tsunade gave Jiraiya a disdainful glance, showing no sign of embarrassment for having wrongly accused him the day before. "You can handle it alone. I need to spend some time with Shenye." With that, Tsunade turned to leave the office. "Wait, Tsunade. That person is not as simple as we think. He has already studied the village, otherwise he wouldn't have impersonated Jiraiya." Tsunade, who had already placed her hand on the door, froze in place. If that's the case, then that guy must have had contact with Shenye. Otherwise Shenye wouldn't have blurted out that it was Jiraiya peeping. Shenye overheard the entire conversation outside the office. A faint smile curved on his lips as he left. Without lingering outside, he returned home directly and shut himself in his room. After all, the skills he currently possessed were quite limited. In combat, he only had Tsunade's monstrous strength, and Jiraiya's Sage Mode was merely a supplementary ability for now. However, continuing to cultivate Sage Mode and accumulate chakra would greatly benefit his future skill extraction. Time passed bit by bit. When Tsunade returned home, she found Shenye hiding in his room, assuming he was still immersed in sorrow. "Shenye, may I come into your room?" Hearing Tsunade's voice, Shenye quickly put away his meditation posture, rolled over to stand at the bedside, and gently opened the door. Their eyes met. Tsunade was slightly stunned by Shenye's appearance. For some reason, she noticed that Shenye seemed to have grown taller. In just a single afternoon, such a dramatic change had occurred. "What's wrong, Sister Tsunade? You seem to have grown a bit taller. Maybe it's my imagination. Could it be due to the Sage Mode training?" Shenye muttered to himself. If that were really the case, he would have to temporarily stop absorbing chakra. Tsunade dragged Shenye in front of the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shenye nodded in disbelief. Before this, when Shenye stood straight, he could only barely reach Tsunade's knees. Now he had clearly reached up to her thigh. I don't know what you've been through, but if anyone asks, you must say that I helped you." Shenye nodded repeatedly, understanding that Tsunade was protecting him, and a hint of gratitude stirred in his heart. Amid their playful banter, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Shenye opened his eyes, raised his hand, and gently grasped at the air, watching his hand swing back and forth. System today you should grant me some new skills. Glancing at the sun hanging high outside the window, Shenye suddenly remembered that he didn't need to go to the ninja academy today. It was the weekly holiday. Tsunade had already left home, searching the village for the imposter pretending to be Jiraiya. Whether for the sake of the village or for the girls who had been peeped on, Tsunade was determined to punish this person severely. Feeling bored, Shenye got up, dressed, and headed outside. Amid the bustling streets, he couldn't spot a single familiar face, which made him feel somewhat estranged. Shenye, what a coincidence to meet you here. A yellow figure dashed toward Shenye. Taking a closer look, it was Minato Namikaze. Why is this guy so enthusiastic toward me? We've never had any interaction before. Shenye scratched his head, but then recalling his son Naruto Uzumaki's naturally outgoing personality, he felt relieved. Would you like to go together for a steaming bowl of Ichiraku ramen? That's exactly what I was thinking. A smile on his face, Shenye walked side by side with Minato toward Ichiraku ramen. Along the way, Minato enthusiastically introduced all kinds of things about Konoha village to Shenye, treating him sincerely like a close brother. Shenye didn't interrupt Minato, listening quietly and occasionally chiming in. But a question lingered in Shinya's mind: how could someone as seemingly naive as Minato Namikaze become the fourth Hokage? With such vivid description, Minato couldn't help but put his arm around Shenye's shoulder. Silently, Shenye activated the system's theft skill. Compared to the Sannin, Minato Namikaze was a fearsome presence throughout the entire ninja world. In terms of speed, only the Raikage could match him. Ding! Congratulations, host. The host has successfully seized Minato Namikaze's skill Flying Thunder God technique. Divine Theft cooldown remaining 3 hours. The Flying Thunder God technique. Shenye's excitement was beyond words. This was Minato's signature move. Yet joy came with sorrow. A shuriken was a skill he had scorned, but now he would have to train diligently to master it. Shenye, why are you suddenly so happy? I've long heard that Ichiraku ramen in Konoha is incredibly delicious. Now that I can finally taste it, of course I'm delighted. Boss Ichiraku, 2 bowls of the premium ramen. Oh, it's Minato. Haven't seen you in a while. Have you been out on missions? I'd love to go on missions, but we're still in the ninja academy and haven't graduated yet. Many missions aren't allowed for us. Shenye sat quietly beside Minato, watching Ichiraku prepare the ramen, memorizing the ingredient placement process with his own memory. If one day he could break the curse of his transmigration and return to his original world, he might consider opening a ramen shop. It would surely be very popular. Even while waiting for the ramen, Minato didn't stop talking. Although we've never had any interaction before, I've been observing you for a few days. You can easily defeat a genin. Your strength far exceeds ours. Minato sincerely admired this peer of his and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Shenye gave a faint smile. It was just luck. That guy was too careless. Over the ramen, the two chatted for a long time. Suddenly, Shenye sensed a gust of wind behind him. Watch out. With lightning speed, Shenye gently pushed Minato aside. A shuriken flew through the gap between them and landed on the table. Minato instantly tensed up. Under the bright sun, someone dared to attack here. It was clearly an enemy who disregarded the village's rules. The two turned around almost simultaneously and saw Kushina Uzumaki with her red hair, holding another shuriken in her hand. This left Shenye and Minato puzzled. They couldn't understand why she suddenly attacked. You pervert. You're even trying to drag other classmates into your depravity. What? Many people can testify that it wasn't me that day. Why do you? Before Shenye could finish, Kushina threw another shuriken. Shenye snorted. Leaning forward slightly, he shot out, instantly catching the shuriken in midair and using the momentum to land beside Kushina. So fast. Namikaze Minato thought he was already among the fastest of his peers, yet he never expected this guy to be even more formidable. I've already told you that wasn't me that day. Don't think I'll let you keep spouting nonsense just because you're a girl. Shenye's shuriken was now pressed against Kushina's neck. With just a little force, it could leave a mark on her fair skin. Unless you truly prove it to me, I'll keep doubting you. Shenye rolled his eyes at Kushina, unable to fathom why this girl was so stubborn. Seeing this, Minato quickly dashed between them to play peacemaker, placing one hand on Shenye's wrist and gently pushing Kushina's shoulder away with the other. Shenye had never intended to actually harm Kushina, so he took advantage of the moment to step back 2 paces. With skills like yours, what else is there to explain? That rooftop must have been child's play for you. Damn it, you just won't let it go. Shenye rolled up his sleeves and took a step forward, but Minato quickly blocked his path. Both of you stop arguing. I believe brother Shenye isn't that kind of person. Kushina, you must have mistaken him for someone else. I can't be mistaken. His silhouette is exactly like that guy's. Haven't you heard about the imposter claiming to be Jiraiya in the village? The one you saw that day must have been him. Kushina stared at Shenye with a mix of doubt and suspicion, trying to catch a flicker of guilt in his eyes. But she found nothing in his gaze. Only clarity, pure and untainted. Sensing the tension in the air, Minato quickly pulled them both to sit at Ichiraku ramen, afraid they might clash again. Only good food could dissolve grudges. Shenye had no real intention of targeting Kushina. He just wanted her to stop talking nonsense. The moment Kushina tasted the ramen, her expression softened, and a radiant smile spread across her face, revealing her delight. Minato sat beside her, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching as she took one mouthful after another. So this guy was already in love with Kushina back then. I won't compete with him for her. Someone with such a fiery temper isn't my type. Shenye secretly sneered at Minato, then patted his shoulder and stood up to leave. I have other things to do. You stay with Kushina. Minato wanted to insist he stay, but with a few quick leaps Shenye was already gone. Moments later Shenye appeared in an open field, clenching his fists. System, what skill did I steal from Kushina just now, eh? Host, the skill stealing ability is still on cooldown. Today's harvest is only Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. What? Isn't this a total scam? Ding. Cooldown time remaining 10 minutes. Host may attempt skill theft after the cooldown. Shenye let out a deep sigh. He had rushed to Kushina's side precisely to steal her ability. But he ended up stealing nothing. There was no helping it. It was all the work of the Ghost God system. 10 minutes was nothing but a blink to Shenye, so he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the only things that attracted Shenye to Kushina were her powerful self-healing ability and immense chakra reserves. Both could be gradually obtained from Tsunade and Jiraiya, so it was better to seek out some active attack skills. Without further ado, Shenye dashed toward the village outskirts. The forest near the village was teeming with Konoha ninjas training. Shenye, why are you leaving the village at this hour? Just wandering around the nearby forest learning from the seniors' training. The guard at Konoha's gate frowned with suspicion. With all the recent incidents in the village, it was hard to believe Shenye was just an innocent kid, and he was reluctant to let him come and go freely. What are you two hesitating about? Tsunade's voice came from nearby, followed by a graceful figure strolling leisurely toward them. Lady Tsunade, Shenye wants to wander around the forest near the village. I think it's too dangerous out there, so I'm not letting him leave. Let him go. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. But... The guard wanted to say more, but Shenye had already slipped past him with a few nimble turns and dashed out of the village. From the other side of the gate, Shenye smiled and waved at Tsunade before disappearing into the forest. Tsunade shook her head helplessly, then turned to continue patrolling the village, searching for the imposter claiming to be Jiraiya. This place is really different from the village. I can feel the battle aura before even reaching the deep forest. Kid, don't wander around here. It's very dangerous. A figure with the Sharingan appeared in Shenye's sight. The forehead protector on his head marked him as a Konoha genin. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? That's right. Today is the annual clan hunt. This entire forest is filled with Uchiha members. A hunt? I've never heard of it. You're an outsider, so I can't say much. I advise you to leave quietly. Shenye rubbed his chin, a plan forming in his mind. As he turned to leave, he patted the Uchiha member on the shoulder. The latter was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. As Shenye silently chanted the skill theft command, the system activated and instilled one of the man's abilities into Shenye's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through skill theft, you have acquired the Uchiha clan's ability, the Sharingan. Skill cooldown time 3 hours. Heaven helps me. I've stolen the Sharingan at this moment. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shenye's mouth as he chose another path back to the village. At that moment, there wasn't a single Uchiha member left inside Konoha, which conveniently suited Shenye's next move. With a few quick leaps, Shenye arrived at the Uchiha compound and found a suitable set of clothes for himself. Returning to the forest, Shenye was now clad in Uchiha attire. At first glance, no one would notice anything amiss. Under Sage Mode, my chakra is enough to sustain the Sharingan. Now things get interesting. Shenye moved through the forest, but failed to encounter a single member of the Uchiha clan. Could that guy be deceiving me? He had come all this way and still hadn't seen them. Suddenly, the sound of battle reached Shenye's ears. Looking in that direction, he saw 2 Uchiha clan members fighting. One of them happened to be someone Shenye already knew, Uchiha Fugaku. He hesitated on the spot. Charging in now would expose his identity to Fugaku immediately. Even wearing Uchiha clothing would do him no good. He could only deceive those who had never seen Yishien. Yet the desire for combat surged within Shenye's heart. It was the first time since transmigrating to this world that he had witnessed a real fight. Even if discovered, so what? Uchiha Fugaku is merely a genin now. I can easily handle him. Shenye's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes brimming with confidence as he bounded toward the scene. In mere leaps, he landed atop a massive tree trunk. From this vantage point, he could perfectly observe the 2 combatants. The other Uchiha member also wore a headband upon his forehead, though he appeared subtly overshadowed by Fugaku. Shenye deduced that the young man was also a genin, perhaps even weaker than Uchiha Fugaku. Suddenly, a cunning smile played at Fugaku's lips, and his footwork accelerated dramatically. His opponent never even saw when a shuriken appeared in Fugaku's hand, hurtling straight toward his forehead. Shenye let out a cold snort. This was the perfect moment to descend and intercept Fugaku's attack. Explosive power. A tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, launching his entire body toward the ground. His fist struck Fugaku's arm with precise accuracy. The shuriken fell to the ground. Fugaku hastily deflected the force, sliding his arm downward to dissipate the tremendous impact. He leaped backwards several steps, putting distance between himself and Shenye. Thank you for blocking that attack. Otherwise my headband would certainly bear a scratch. Shenye, how did you end up wearing our clan's clothing? You thief. Bullshit. None of your damn business what I wear. The man standing behind Shenye frowned. Through observing the fight between Shenye and Fugaku's opponent, he had already realized that the youth before him was not a member of the Uchiha clan. Although this is our clan's hunting exercise intended to measure the strength differences among us, that youth just saved my life. I beg you to refrain from such disrespect. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, fury bubbling within his chest. He had merely questioned Shenye, yet it was clearly Shenye who had been the disrespectful one. In that case you will thoroughly enjoy the Uchiha clan's feast. From this moment forward, I shall consider you a stranger. With those words spoken, Fugaku turned and walked away into another direction of the forest, leaving Shenye and the other youth standing alone. Shenye scratched his head, puzzled by Fugaku's meaning. Was he intending to use the clan's other members to teach him a lesson? However, having chosen to enter this hunt, Shenye harbored no fear whatsoever. Not even the strongest warrior of the Uchiha clan, standing before him, could frighten him. Your name is Shenye, correct? That's right. I'm currently staying at Tsunade's residence. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at any time. Shenye could tell that this young man was not favored within the Uchiha clan and might even be marginalized. Without continuing to tarry with the youth, Shenye set off in the direction Uchiha Fugaku had taken, hoping to use this opportunity to properly educate him. However, the sky gradually darkened, and since then Shenye never encountered another member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's feast. He couldn't spot a single soul. No wonder they ultimately faded into obscurity overnight. Shaking his head in resignation, Shenye changed back into his own clothing and made his way toward the village, preparing to conclude his day of thievery. Returning to the village entrance, Shenye saw clusters of Uchiha clan members patrolling back and forth, including several figures he recognized quite well. Uchiha Fugaku stood not far from Mikoto, his gaze occasionally drifting toward her. In the corner of the formation was the youth whom Shenye had rescued, an unremarkable figure with barely any presence. Fugaku and Mikoto spotted Shenye almost simultaneously, yet they shared an unspoken understanding, and neither betrayed any outward reaction. The annual Uchiha hunt is drawing to a close. Regardless of whether anyone has achieved results from this day forward, internal conflict among clan members is strictly forbidden. The respected Uchiha clan head stood at the center of the formation reading the proclamation. Shenye had no interest in the proceedings whatsoever and simply walked past the assembly, heading into the village. Making his way into the village, he happened to cross paths with Jiraiya, who was on patrol. Shenye, it's rare for you to have a day off from the ninja academy. Why did you venture outside the village? I heard today was the Uchiha clan's hunting exercise, so I went to observe. After all, the Uchiha clan is one of the most ancient families since the founding of Konohagakure. Jiraiya said nothing, but the peculiar smile tugging at his lips suggested he was withholding something, appearing hesitant to speak. Shenye felt a flicker of curiosity, but did not press the matter further. Brother Jiraiya, may I ask you something? Shenye leaned casually against Jiraiya's side, adopting an air of secrecy. Piqued by the youth's demeanor, Jiraiya tilted his ear and listened attentively to what Shenye had to say. I want to know, did you ever peep at Sister Tsunade's body? Don't worry, I won't tell her. Jiraiya's lips twitched twice. Unable to fathom what was going through the kid's head, he stared blankly. Observing his reaction, Shenye immediately confirmed that Jiraiya had never experienced such a privilege. Your expression alone told me everything I needed to know. By the way, why did you suddenly grow so tall? Sister Tsunade used me as a lab rat testing a jutsu she had just mastered on my body. Shenye adopted a grievous expression, conveniently shifting all blame onto Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression shifted. An immature idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. Brother Jiraiya, don't let your imagination run wild. Sister Tsunade has classified this jutsu as her personal forbidden technique and swore before me that she would never use it again in her lifetime. A disappointed expression flashed across Jiraiya's face before he waved to Shenye and turned to leave the village. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Shenye shook his head in resignation, fully understanding what Jiraiya had just been contemplating. Yet he had no idea that this was all thanks to the sage mode's nourishment. Jiraiya had simply aged beyond that threshold. After standing there alone for a while, Shenye quickly returned home. Tsunade was not at home at this time. She was patrolling the village while it was not yet completely dark. It seems the third Hokage cares quite a bit about that fellow, otherwise he wouldn't have dispatched 2 of the legendary Sannin to patrol continuously. If I could find him, I could completely dispel those people's prejudice against me. Shenye stroked his chin, carefully pondering how to track down that individual and bring him to justice. Deep in thought, he unknowingly leaned back on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Shenye, how did you fall asleep here? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Tsunade grumbled as she gently covered him with a blanket. Even though Tsunade's movements were remarkably light, Shenye still opened his eyes. Sister Tsunade, when did you come back? I just walked into the room and saw you sound asleep here. You'd better behave and return to your own room. Shenye nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he made his way back to his room. In the blink of an eye, the second day's dawn arrived. To capture that person, Tsunade had left home early that morning. Today is registration day at the Ninja Academy. What a pity this wonderful holiday lasted only one day. Shenye, shall we go to school together? Hinata's voice appeared at the doorway. Shenye paused, surprised that she would so willingly make such a request. With Hinata being so forthright, how could Shenye delay? He hurried alongside her toward the Ninja Academy. By this time, the classroom had already gathered many students, and Shenye immediately spotted the two conspicuous individuals. Kushina with her red hair and Minato with his blonde locks stood out particularly. Shenye, come sit over here. Shenye glanced at Hinata, wanting to gauge her feelings. After all, Hinata was more shy compared to others, as she might feel awkward sitting with everyone else. Shenye nodded and quickly led Hinata over while the seat next to Minato was still unoccupied. Long time no see, Kushina. Your hair looks even redder. Kushina grinned. No one usually complimented her like that, but they were old acquaintances, so these niceties mattered little between them. By the way, Hinata, have you heard about someone in the village recently impersonating Lord Jiraiya? Hinata clearly hadn't received such news, but upon connecting Jiraiya and the impersonation, her gaze naturally fell on Shenye. Don't you remember I told you about this on the way here? That day Tsunade called me to her office was precisely about this matter. Even Hinata, who wasn't particularly quick-witted, understood the situation now, and she joined the conversation with Kushina in jest. Shenye quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. As for what happened at the women's bathhouse that day, Hinata knew all about it, having almost let it slip. Seeing the two girls chatting and laughing while completely ignoring him, Shenye leaned over to Minato. Before the teacher arrives, let me take you somewhere special. But we still have school today to learn new jutsu techniques. Forget it. I'll teach you something far more powerful, definitely better than today's teacher. Minato's eyes darted back and forth. Shenye's words were incredibly tempting, yet he had never skipped class before and did not know how to decide in the moment. Shenye could immediately see Minato's dilemma. Someone who had never experienced the thrill of skipping class. This is a one-time opportunity. I wonder if you're interested in hearing about the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's go right now. If we wait any longer, the teacher will show up. Shenye nodded and led Minato straight out of the classroom, racing non-stop all the way to the village training grounds. Since all the students were at the Ninja Academy today, the training ground was completely deserted. Minato could barely contain his excitement. When do we start? The Flying Thunder God technique sounds incredibly impressive. Of this technique lies in shuriken usage. You already have a solid base, so I'll directly teach you how chakra manipulation works. Minato watched Shenye intently, afraid of missing even a single detail. Flying Thunder God technique. Shenye threw a shuriken toward a distant tree trunk, and with a sharp clang it embedded itself deep into the wood. At the same time, Shenye drew another shuriken from his weapon pouch and held both hands together in front of him. In a flash, Shenye's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already standing atop that tree trunk. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such an ability, neither in his own experience nor in any of the village's records. Watching Minato's stunned expression, Shenye couldn't help but smile. He never could have guessed that the power he was teaching originated from Minato himself. It was simply that he hadn't reached that age yet. Reincarnated into this era, Shenye saw this as an opportunity, both to teach and to learn for himself. It's actually quite simple. With a little practice, you'll be able to master it completely. But it really does seem difficult. When I say it's possible, it is. And there's something you need to remember. Once you master this jutsu, never teach it to anyone else. Understand? Shenye's expression suddenly turned stern as he looked at Minato with cold intensity. Minato recognized the gravity of the situation and repeatedly nodded, assuring Shenye he would keep it secret. Pulling the shuriken from the tree trunk, Shenye leaped down and landed beside Minato. It seemed that not much time had passed, but upon closer inspection the sun in the sky was already at noon. Shenye found it strange that two people were missing from the classroom. Did the teacher not notice at all? Perhaps to the teachers of the Ninja Academy, whether these students were studying in the classroom was not important. After all, their task was merely to impart knowledge. The morning is over. Let's go back to the classroom, or we might anger the teacher. But we have a guest here who has been hiding for a long time. Shui Min frowned. For the sake of this training, he had been keeping his nerves taut, yet he still hadn't discovered the person Shenye was talking about. I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. Then I won't hide myself anymore. A sound came from the woods where they were training. Shui Min found it somewhat familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out who this person was. Shenye's gaze fixed on the darkness among the trees. A petite figure slowly emerged with jet black hair, tied together and falling behind her head. Niliang Lujio, why are you sneaking after us? What's your purpose? I just saw you two suddenly leave the classroom and got curious, so I followed. So are you satisfied with the result? It was a bit far, so I couldn't see exactly what you two were doing, but your strength amazed me. While both Shui Min and Lu Jiu were still caught off guard, Shenye exerted force with his feet and instantly dashed right in front of Lu Jiu. A sinister smile appeared on Shenye's face. His palm gathered a large amount of chakra and landed on Lu Jiu's body. By the time Lu Jiu reacted, the attack was already over. However, Lu Jiu felt his body up and down, but found nothing unusual, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Don't be surprised. I never intended to do anything to you. In fact, the moment he touched Nai Liang, Lu Jiu Shenye silently invoked the system to steal a skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Nai Liang Lu Jiu's skill through skill theft shadow imitation technique. Skill cooldown time 3 hours. Patting Nai Liang Lu Jiu on the shoulder, Shenye's face regained its smile. After all, this guy might be his future teammate, so it was better not to scare him. Before Lu Jiu could recover from his shock, Shui Min stepped forward and put his arm around Lu Jiu's shoulder. Shenye is actually a very good person. We'll all be good brothers in the future. It seemed that Shui Min and Lu Jiu usually talked quite a bit. Facing Shui Min, Lu Jiu was not uneasy. Since the three of us left the classroom together, why not go and taste some delicious Yao ramen? Agreed. Agreed. Without any hesitation, the three of them walked together toward Yao's place. People of all kinds on the street occasionally cast glances at the three of them, as if they were looking at delinquent youths. After all, at this age, a boy who was not in the ninja academy was either a worthless piece of trash, without any cultivation ability, or a little parasite of the village. However, the three of them didn't care about such glances at all, focusing only on eating the steaming hot ramen. Three young masters, I have a business opportunity here. Would you like to give it a try? It's more than enough for you three to eat, drink, and have fun every day. Suddenly, a strange ninja appeared in the middle of the road. Although the forehead protector he wore was from my village, it did not inspire any liking. Lu Jiu looked at this guy warily and instinctively shielded Shenye and Shui Min behind him. Such a small gesture did not escape Shenye's eyes, and a warm current inevitably flowed through his heart. However, even the combined strength of the three of them might not be a match for this guy, so they needed to be careful. Let's hear it. As it happens, the three of us don't have money for ramen. There is a scroll in the Hokage's office. If you can bring it to me, not only today's ramen, but every day from now on will be covered. Shenye curled his lips. This guy really thought they were naive children. Before Shenye could react, Shui Min had already stepped forward and launched an attack. You traitor of this village. You want me to help you steal the Hokage's secrets? You'd better surrender yourself. What an impulsive young man. The strange ninja shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier around them, and the crowd on the street could no longer be seen. Shenye thought to himself, not good. At this moment, the skill theft was still on cooldown, and relying on the abilities he had already mastered, it would be difficult to defeat this guy. This guy is the one impersonating Lord Zilai Yi. Be careful. Shadow binding technique. Nai Liang Lu Jiu completely ignored this guy, intending to use his ninjutsu to instantly control the strange ninja, making it easier for Shui Min and Shenye to act next. However, this guy was not as simple as Lu Jiu had imagined. A mere trick, and you want to control me. Look, where is there any shadow? Without knowing what ninjutsu this guy used, a large patch of dark clouds appeared in the barrier, blocking all the light. Lu Jiu's ninjutsu was rendered useless. Shenye's mind raced for a countermeasure. He finally decided to use a combination of Sage Mode and Strange Power to break a gap in the barrier. You two follow my steps. Don't fall behind. Shui Min and Lu Jiu nodded in succession, focusing all their attention on Shenye and completely ignoring that guy. The strange ninja frowned. Although he wanted to completely eliminate these three little brats within the barrier, he had to restrain himself because it was within my village's territory. Strange Power. Circulating the chakra flow of his usual Sage Mode training, Shenye gathered chakra onto his fist. Suddenly the power became somewhat uncontrollable, scattering aimlessly in all directions. Oh no, I forgot that this small body can't yet control such immense power. I hope it makes some difference. A rumbling sound echoed in the ears of everyone in the barrier. Streams of sunlight began to pour in from all sides. A smile appeared on Shenye's face. It seemed that this plan had succeeded, but it was a pity that they hadn't been able to capture that guy. We need to report this to Lord Third Generation immediately. We saw the guy impersonating Lord Zilai Yi. I hope we saw his true face, but I always feel he is deliberately hiding something. Minato and Shikaku harbored the same concern. As a member of the Nara clan, Shikaku perfectly upheld the family's legacy, possessing a remarkably forward-thinking mindset. Even so, they still had to report this to the third Hokage. That man was growing increasingly audacious within the village. The three exchanged glances, abandoning their unfinished Ichiraku ramen and dashing toward the Hokage's office. At the doorway, Shinai collided head-on with Tsunade as she stepped out, his entire body plunging into hers. Shikaku and Minato both swallowed hard. Had it been any other male shinobi colliding at such close range, they would undoubtedly face Tsunade's merciless, monstrous strength. Yet when Tsunade recognized it was Shenye, she crouched down with a tender expression. Did I hurt you, little Shenye? This is no time for that. We have urgent matters to report to the third Hokage. Sister Tsunade, you should hear this too. Tsunade nodded, reading the gravity of the situation from the expressions of Shinai and the other two. She pushed open the office door again, but the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was nowhere to be seen. Tsunade frowned in puzzlement. He had left only a minute after she stepped out. Was the third Hokage still in the room before you left? Yes, but he vanished in such a short time, and we never saw how he left. So this is the level of a Kage. I still have much to understand. Tsunade chuckled, then gently tapped Shenye's nose. What are you brooding over, little one? One day you'll become an even greater shinobi. By the way, what's the matter that made you three so flustered? We encountered the imposter posing as Jiraiya, but he escaped. Tsunade's smile instantly vanished. This matter was not only crucial for the third Hokage, but for the entire village as well. After days of patrol, they still hadn't located this individual. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Until he was found, the village could never truly be at peace. The calm surface they saw now was merely a facade. Beneath it lay turbulent currents, dangers, and crises. Be careful, all three of you. Since that man approached you, he won't easily let things go. Shinai nodded. He understood this logic, but with his current strength, he couldn't be certain of capturing the culprit. However, with the aid of the many shinobi of Konoha, the outcome would be different. Lady Tsunade will take our leave. Please report this to the third Hokage. Minato tugged at the sleeves of Shikaku and Shenye, exchanging a meaningful glance, and the latter immediately understood his intent. They waved goodbye to Tsunade and headed toward the ninja academy, walking in complete silence. When three intelligent people are together, a single glance suffices to convey their thoughts. Although they had only shared a brief battle, an unspoken mutual understanding had already formed. Returning to the classroom, they found the school teacher just standing at the front, not yet starting the afternoon lesson. It seems he didn't realize we were absent this morning. I wish that man would come here. Let's see how our teacher handles a sudden battle. Shikaku patted Shinai and Minato on the shoulders, his gaze directed toward the window where a familiar figure sat silently. Following Shikaku's line of sight, they saw the uninvited guest of the village. Even with a changed appearance, his identity was unmistakable. Minato was about to stand up and expose him, hoping to teach him a lesson in front of everyone. But Shinai pressed down on his shoulder and shook his head gently. Raising an alarm now would cause panic. Indeed, he's extremely dangerous. Our classmates can't withstand his onslaught. The entire afternoon was spent in restless vigilance. Both Shikaku and Minato kept their eyes fixed on that man, fearing he might suddenly strike. Yet until school ended, he made no move. In fact, he listened more attentively than the other students. In the blink of an eye, the man vanished from his seat. Shinai looked at Shikaku and Minato in confusion, only to find them equally bewildered. We were watching him the whole time, yet we didn't see how he left. I suspect we fell victim to his genjutsu. But we don't need to worry, the village must have intensified the search. Shenye, what are you discussing? School's over. Want to go home together? Yueshing appeared with Kushina in front of the three. Her fiery red hair and pure white eyes made her stand out among the many girls. Shikaku cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness, then headed toward the door alone. Shinai nodded and walked home with Yueshing. To reach the Hyuga clan compound, they had to pass by Tsunade's house, so it seemed quite convenient. Standing at Tsunade's doorstep, Shinai watched Yueshing's silhouette gradually disappear around the corner. I only stole one skill today. That's a bit of a waste of the system's divine prowess. Shinai rubbed his chin, pondering where to find the next target to enhance his ninjutsu. Just as he was at a loss, a figure with a forehead protector passed by. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He quickly followed behind the figure, and when the chance came, tapped her shoulder. Steal skill. He silently activated the system's ability, while putting on a cheerful expression. Sister Kurenai, where are you off to? Oh, it's Shinai. Why are you alone here? Isn't Tsunade at home? I was about to go inside when I saw you passing by, so I came to say hello. I missed you. Yuhi Kurenai rolled her eyes at Shinai. Her fair face paired with his sweet talk. No wonder Tsunade was so fond of him. Even Kurenai herself couldn't resist the urge to pull Shinai into her arms, but his height no longer allowed such a gesture. Seeing the anticipation in Shenye's eyes, Kurenai ultimately gave in. She bent down slightly and patted his little head. I miss you too, but I have an important mission. I can't play with you this time. Next time for sure. Shenye wore a reluctant expression on his face, yet inwardly he was eager to part, so he could examine what skill he had stolen this time. As they parted, Yuhi Kushina gently pressed a kiss to Shenye's forehead, then turned and continued down the street ahead. System, what skill of Yuhi did I steal this time? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully stealing Yuhi's skill chakra perception. Skill cooldown 3 hours. Unbelievable. Shenye had not expected yet another support-type ninja art, one that offered absolutely no boost to his current combat strength. However, possessing this technique meant at least he could sense that person's presence from a distance. Reflecting carefully, Shenye realized this had been the most fulfilling day since he arrived in this world. Although he had missed out on some visual pleasures compared to his first day, he had gained a far more direct, and tangible sense of this world's charm. Regardless, I should cultivate. Support-type ninja arts often prove decisive. Shenye returned directly to his room, and drawing upon the knowledge now stored in his mind, began his training. Before he realized that the sky outside had gradually darkened, yet Shenye felt nothing. His entire being was consumed by his cultivation. A creaking sound broke through the silence. Startled from his meditation, Shenye turned with a wary gaze toward the doorway. If Tsunade had returned home, she would never have made such a sound, as someone was definitely creeping in stealthily. As the room's door slowly pushed open, a beam of light spilled inside. In an instant, Shenye discerned that the figure at the entrance was not Tsunade. It was a male ninja, his silhouette oddly familiar. Jiraiya Nizan, what are you sneaking around for? Tsunade is still away on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Worried you'd go hungry, she asked me to bring you something to eat. Then what are we waiting for? Ichiraku ramen. He had originally planned to go with Shikaku and Minato, but that incident had delayed things. Now the opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, Shenye followed Jiraiya out of the house, and within moments they were seated before Ichiraku's ramen stall. Ichiraku-sama, 2 bowls of ramen, the usual order. Shenye, what's your assessment of that person in the village? His strength is roughly comparable to yours, and he appears to be a veteran spy, highly experienced. Jiraiya nodded, glancing at Shenye with evident admiration. To perceive so clearly at such a young age, he was certain this boy would become an outstanding ninja in the future. Soon after, Ichiraku served 2 steaming bowls of ramen, placing them before the 2 of them. The fragrant steam rising from the bowls made Shenye's senses tingle. Unable to resist any longer, he grabbed his chopsticks and began devouring the noodles with great enthusiasm. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, and likewise shoveled his ramen into his mouth with impressive speed. To the other patrons, the 2 of them appeared as if they had not eaten in days, consuming the food like starving ghosts. Ichiraku himself was stunned by the spectacle and hurriedly prepared additional bowls, setting them near Shenye and Jiraiya. We have plenty more. If you 2 could slow down a bit. Delicious. We can do this. Ichiraku's lips twitched into a grin. The 2 of them had their mouths stuffed so full they could hardly form a complete sentence. Within mere breath, Shenye's bowl was already empty, and Jiraiya, who had fallen slightly behind, quickly caught up and finished his as well. Satisfied, the 2 men patted their full stomachs. A single bowl of ramen had already quenched their hunger for the day. Let me introduce you to a new friend. I think you 2 will get along well. Oh, Shenye's interest was immediately piqued. At present, he could not immediately think of who among the villagers might hold any particular interest for him. Placing several coins on the counter, Jiraiya turned and walked off in another direction. Eager to discover the truth, Shenye quickly followed in his wake, though he noticed they were heading toward the village outskirts. Shenye furrowed his brows. Was this Jiraiya before him truly the real one, or an imposter planning to eliminate him while they were isolated? Chakra perception. Unnoticed by all, Shenye maximized his sensory range, boldly probing around Jiraiya without the slightest concealment. Even if he were discovered, it would not matter. If this were truly a fake Jiraiya, he would sooner or later reveal himself. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya detected Shenye's subtle movement almost instantly, yet he made no show of it. He was merely curious, wondering precisely when Shenye had learned Yuhi's ninja art. After a thorough round of probing, Shenye was convinced this was the genuine Jiraiya, and even spotted the latest issue of Ika Paradise tucked at his waist. Shenye, however, had zero interest in such a book. With beautiful women at home, why waste his imagination on fiction? In the darkness, it was clear that continuing forward would lead them through the gate and out of the village, yet Jiraiya showed no sign of stopping. Jiraiya Nizan, where exactly are you taking me? This secrecy is unnerving. The person we're meeting guards the gate. We can only see him outside the village. Shenye's eyes darted thoughtfully. He already suspected the answer. None of the gatekeepers in Konoha were weak. Each possessed formidable strength. The only person who could command Jiraiya's attention so seriously was the one known as the Little Uchiha, Yamajiri Aoba. He possessed the Uchiha clan's fire-release great fireball technique and could also control crows for attack. Caw, caw. Suddenly a flock of crows appeared in the night sky, circling above Shenye and Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused and gazed upward, arms folded across his chest, waiting silently, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Is this really how you greet old friends and newcomers? Showing up this late? I'd say you're up to no good. Yamajiri Aoba's figure emerged from among the crows, his feet resting on a swirl of dark shadows as he slowly descended to the ground. At first glance, such an entrance was certainly intimidating. Why bring this kid here? Things are growing turbulent within the village, and there are many unfavorable rumors circulating about Shenye. About me, Shenye pointed disbelief at his own nose. Was the peeping incident still pointing at him even now? Yamajiri Aoba nodded and produced a scroll from behind his back, handing it to Shenye before leaping to Jiraiya's side to exchange greetings. With a blank expression, Shenye unrolled the scroll. It stated that during this period, Shenye was not permitted to leave the village by even a single step until that person was captured. Shenye hadn't finished reading all the contents when he hurled the scroll to the ground. Although it was himself being spied upon above the women's bathhouse, associating him with that person was outrageous. More importantly, despite having reported that person's appearance alongside Radu and Minato, Hiruzen still refused to believe him. It seems Tsunade was unaware of this matter, or she would have caused a scene in her office. You used such force. What if you damaged my scroll? Yamaguchi Aoba carefully picked up the scroll, wiped off the dust, and placed it in his pocket. Feeling Jiraiya's gaze, Shenye suddenly understood something. That Jiraiya had not brought him here for purely innocent reasons. This was a test taking advantage of Tsunade's absence and the empty surroundings to thoroughly probe his background. If he were a spy, he would be eliminated on the spot. If not, he could at least claim credit for providing information. Brother Jiraiya, from the look on your face, you don't trust me, do you? It's only for the village's safety. Tsunade trusts you completely, but I need some proof. Damn it, do I really need to prove to you whether I'm a good person? If I had the strength of a spy, I would have taken care of both of you long ago. A faint smile played on Jiraiya's lips as he watched Shenye silently. Yamaguchi Aoba on the side mirrored this, though he appeared even more tense than Jiraiya. Now it was Shenye's turn to be troubled. No matter what, he couldn't afford to clash with either of them at this moment. If he were truly treated as a spy, all the lies he had woven would crumble. Brother Aoba, come over here, and I'll prove it to you. Yamaguchi Aoba glanced at Jiraiya, who gave a nod indicating nothing unexpected would happen. Slowly, Aoba walked towards Shenye, his expression still filled with wariness. Shenye lightly patted him twice, silently activating his skill to steal within his mind. Ding, congratulations, host successfully stole Yamaguchi Aoba's skill. 3000 Crows Jutsu. Steal skill cooldown 3 hours. Shenye nodded with satisfaction, then ran frantically in one direction. Yamaguchi Aoba paused, then moved to give chase, but Jiraiya stopped him. As a ninja guarding the village entrance, he could not abandon his post without permission. Leave chasing him to me. You stay here and keep watch. Jiraiya twisted his neck, then pushed off hard, sprinting toward where Shenye had fled. In just a few breaths, he closed the distance and caught up behind him. Brother Jiraiya, you're fast. I thought I could gain some distance by striking first. I believe you're not a spy, but following your trail might help us find him now. Shenye shook his head in frustration, while continuing to run forward, his mind focused on a single destination, a small house somewhere within the village. When he had released his sensory ability to test Jiraiya's Shen, he had already pinpointed where that person was hiding. Hey brother Jiraiya, when did you start tracking me? You're surprisingly well hidden. That's a secret, but I've always trusted you. I was simply forced to use this method to locate him. Shenye understood this logic as well. The spy wandering through the village was perceived by everyone as someone impersonating Jiraiya. Yet only Shenye and Yu Xing knew the truth. That person had never actually done anything like this. As a child who had suddenly appeared in the village, it was understandable that the spy would target him. This identity served as perfect cover. However, another question arose in Shenye's mind. If the spy truly wanted to frame him, why would it reveal itself in front of Radu and Minato and engage in combat? There was no time to ponder further. Jiraiya was now running alongside Shenye, occasionally turning his head with a smile to glance at him. After traveling for some time, both came to a halt before an unremarkable room. Observing the thick dust accumulated at the entrance, it appeared no one had entered this house for quite some time. Jiraiya couldn't help but question whether Shenye had truly located the right place. Let's enter quietly. Shenye had already extended his sensory abilities, but discovered a barrier surrounding the room that completely blocked his perception of the interior. With Jiraiya present, even if they truly encountered that person, there was little to fear. Combined with Shenye's attacks, victory was entirely achievable. They slowly pushed open the door, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Under the faint moonlight, the room appeared completely empty. Wiping away the dust from the floor, Shenye concluded that this place truly had not been visited for a long time. It did not appear to be a deception. It seems we have been looking in the wrong direction. This is not where that person is hiding. A clever opponent deliberately leaving a strong scent here to lead us astray. Perhaps he is watching from somewhere nearby and will be even more vigilant from now on. Jiraiya nodded, waved away the dust floating before him, and walked toward the exit. Shenye lingered for a moment before following. The two stood beneath the moonlight in silence. Eventually Jiraiya broke the quiet and extended his hand toward Shenye. I'm truly sorry for today's events. Not only did I fail to trust you, but I also intended to use you. I know everything you have done is for the village. We still need to work together to capture that person. Shenye reached out and clasped Jiraiya's hand firmly, and the tension that had weighed on Jiraiya's heart dissolved in that instant. Yet inside Shenye felt nothing but contempt. If the ninja world were not so dangerous, and Konoha were the only safe place, he would have torn faces with Jiraiya right then and there. Damn it, this is the first time I've been treated like this since I was a child. Just wait until I have stolen a few more skills, then I will show you. Naturally, Jiraiya had no idea about any of this. In fact, he firmly believed there was not a single crack between him and Shenye. Even after all this, Shenye only wanted to teach Jiraiya a lesson. He had not developed any true hatred toward him. It is getting late. Sister Tsunade has probably returned by now. I should head home. Shenye turned and walked toward his house, leaving Jiraiya with a carefree silhouette. Only afterward did Jiraiya realize something was off, and he quickly rushed after Shenye. Throughout the entire ninja world, there was perhaps only one person who could inspire genuine fear in Jiraiya's heart. Only Gangsho could make Zilai truly submit in his heart. Even if he were beaten black and blue, without reason, he would harbor no thoughts of resistance. Shenye, you must never tell Gangsho about this. Shinai couldn't help but laugh heartily, finally witnessing Zilai's vulnerable side. However, after all, Zilai did it for the village, and also to help himself quickly clear his suspicion, although his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Don't worry, Zilai, big bro. I'll keep this matter buried in my heart. Zilai nodded. Hearing these words from Shenye, he had no doubt at all. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Shinai fumbled his way home, noticing from afar that the light in his room was still on. Pushing open the door, he saw Gangsho leaning sleepily on the sofa, as if she would close her eyes and fall into deep slumber at any moment. You brat, you're finally back. I wonder what that Zilai is dragging you off to. It's late, Sister Gangsho. You should go to sleep, you've been tired all day. Shinai pushed Gangsho's weary body into her room, then returned to his own room, and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Shinai used the system's thieving skill to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, becoming an existence that everyone yearned for. When he opened his eyes again, Shinai realized it was already noon. He had inadvertently missed the morning classes. If Shenye's memory served him right, today the third Hokage himself would come to the Ninja Academy to teach. It's all that Zilai's fault, wasting so much of my time. Shinai let out a deep sigh, quickly tidied his clothes, and ran toward the Ninja Academy. In his haste, Shinai didn't notice a little girl standing at the academy gate. Inevitably, the two collided. Ouch! A pained cry rang in Shenye's ears. He quickly stepped forward and helped the girl up. When he saw her face clearly, Shinai was slightly stunned. Her fair complexion, bright and spirited eyes, and perfectly shaped lips accentuated her beauty. Shinai was a bit surprised. In his memory, this girl had never appeared in the ninja world. You are so beautiful. The word slipped out, and even he himself didn't know why he said that. Hello, my name is Zhongtian Meishang. I am here for my first day at the Ninja Academy. Please take care of me. Meishang not only did not get angry at Shenye's rough collision, but instead politely bowed slightly, showing her full humility. In an instant, a warm breeze seemed to blow through Shenye's heart. Let me take you to the classroom. Shinai involuntarily took Meishang's hand. The latter's face flushed slightly, but she did not refuse. The two walked into the classroom one after another, instantly attracting the attention of many. Among them, Yueshing and Meichin's eyes were fixed tightly on Shinai. Shuemin nudged Lujio with a suggestive look. That kid Shinai managed to get to know a new girl in such a short time. He really lives up to his fair complexion. That girl seems to be our new classmate, Zhongtian Meishang. I heard her background is similar to Shenye's. Shuemin stroked his chin. This seemingly beautiful girl actually had such a tragic fate. Holding Meishang's hand, Shinai walked all the way to bluffing Shuemin's side. Shuemin quickly made 2 seats for him. Yueshing let out a coquettish snort, stood up from her seat, and walked over toward Shinai. Shuemin wore an expression of someone ready to watch a good show. However, Shenye's face showed no emotion. He didn't take any of this seriously. Shenye, who is this beautiful sister? She's our new classmate. You two should take this opportunity to get to know each other. I haven't really gotten to know Meishang well either. Classmates, please be quiet. Next, the third Hokage will teach today's lesson. The classroom suddenly fell into a solemn silence. Although some of these children were usually unruly and arrogant, they instantly became docile upon hearing the words, third Hokage. The third Hokage, wearing a bamboo hat, walked step by step to the front of the classroom, his gaze lightly sweeping over each person. Some faces already showed yearning. The position of Hokage was a goal for many, and Shuemin was no exception. Only Shinai wore a calm expression, wanting to figure out what the purpose of this old man's sudden appearance was. Sensing the fragrance emanating from Meishang beside him, Shinai seemed to understand a bit. You are the future of the village. I am already old and cannot continue to protect you for much longer. So growing up quickly is what you must do now. Regarding the teaching of ninjutsu, there will be specialized instructors. The reason I have come today is to tell you 2 things. Shinai crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the third Hokage with interest. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 things would involve the one who impersonated Zilai. Sure enough, the third Hokage's gaze finally fell on Shinai. He lightly waved his hand, releasing a surge of chakra. Shinai felt a warm sensation at his back, and his body involuntarily stood up. At this, all eyes were fixed on Shinai. The third Hokage slowly began to speak. Previously, you all misunderstood Shenye, claiming he was the peeping Tom at the women's bathhouse that day. I have thoroughly investigated the situation, and I can now confirm that Shinai had nothing to do with it. Shenye's eyes widened as he looked at Yuenfei Risen. He hadn't expected the third Hokage to speak up for him. In a daze, a hint of doubt arose in Meichin's mind. Since Lord Third Hokage had said so, it could prove that it wasn't Shinai that day. However, to completely dispel Meichin's doubts about Shenye, absolute evidence would need to be presented. At the same time, Yueshing was even more puzzled, not understanding why the Hokage-sama would help Shinai lie when she was certain that it was Shinai peeping that day. I've already said it has nothing to do with me. Now you should believe me, right? And there is another important matter. Recently, dangerous individuals have appeared in the village. If you happen to encounter them, you must choose to flee immediately. With that, the third Hokage turned and prepared to leave the classroom. Everyone's gaze shifted from Shinai to the third Hokage, and Shinai took the opportunity to sit back down. Shuemin was the first to react, quickly leaning in to ask Shinai. So it really wasn't you that day? Then the hostility the other boys in the class had toward you before was all unwarranted. That goes without saying, but I, being magnanimous, don't bother with such people. As the third's figure disappeared, the classroom returned to its usual noisy chatter. Some of the younger ones couldn't help but approach Shenye to express their apologies, claiming they shouldn't have harbored ill will over that matter. Shenye casually waved his hand and turned to look at Meishang. You're not a ninja from Konohagakure, are you? Could you tell me your story? From the third's glance, just now Shenye could be certain that he and the girl before him must share some kind of connection, one that cannot be casually revealed. I indeed am not a ninja from Konohagakure, but rather from an extremely small country. Due to the war, my family has been destroyed, and I am the only one left. Meishang, do you have accommodations now? Why not come stay with us at the Hyuga residence? Yuxing's attitude had completely changed from before, enthusiastically inviting Meishang, though nothing seemed amiss about it. Even Shenye harbored a thought of inviting her to stay at Tsunade's place, but ultimately needed to seek Tsunade's opinion first. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have accommodations. Lord Third has taken care of everything for me. Shenye nodded, confirming his suspicions were correct. Meishang had indeed passed the third's test. Perhaps the two had already known each other before. The afternoon passed quite swiftly, and before Shenye could fully process it, the joyful announcement of school's dismissal arrived. The group agreed to visit a burger shop in the village for dinner together, so they filed out of the classroom in a procession. But a portly figure was blocking the doorway, taking up space meant for 3 people. You're obstructing the way. How are others supposed to get through? The obese man turned around, and Shenye immediately recognized him as a member of the Akimichi clan. I want to pass too, but I ate quite a bit this afternoon, so I need some time first. Shenye slapped his forehead, puzzled by what made this clan so peculiar. Every member possessed an overweight physique and extraordinary sensitivity to food. In just a single afternoon, eating could cause their bodies to expand several sizes. Let me help you. I can demonstrate the jutsu I just learned. Minato retrieved a marked shuriken from his weapon pouch and tossed it outside, while placing a gentle hand on Akimichi Choza's back. Taking a deep breath, Minato began channeling his chakra. It was his first genuine attempt at the Flying Thunder God technique since beginning his training, and nervousness lingered beneath the surface. Flying Thunder God technique. Chakra erupted from Minato's body in violent surges, exceeding what someone his age should be capable of containing. With a swift sound, both Minato and Akimichi Choza vanished from sight. When they reappeared, Minato was already standing beside the shuriken. However, Akimichi Choza became stuck in the doorway, his corpulent frame compressed into 2 deep indentations. I'm sorry, Akimichi, I didn't expect this to happen. Shenye shook his head helplessly. For Minato Namikaze at this age, to have successfully performed the Flying Thunder God technique was already his limit, let alone attempting it, while carrying Akimichi, whose weight far exceeded his own. Monster strength. Shenye unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch directly to Akimichi Choza's body, the tremendous force concentrated through his fist, striking him squarely. With a loud crash, Choza was launched sideways from the doorway and slammed heavily onto the ground. Both Yuxing and Meishang tightly closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the grim spectacle that followed. Yet the sounds reaching their ears painted vivid images in their minds, and expressions of discomfort contorted their faces. However, Akimichi Choza rose as if nothing had happened, brushing off the dust from his clothes before approaching Shenye with a broad smile. Brother Shenye, you've been a great help to me today. I'm treating everyone. Eat freely. Shenye's eyes lit up. He was about to head toward the food when Akimichi Choza appeared uninvited. Naturally, one who truly appreciated fine dining wouldn't turn down such an offer. Without any hesitation, Shenye threw an arm around Akimichi Choza's shoulder and led him outside, while Minato and the others exchanged glances that clearly conveyed their shared sense of resignation. The group entered the shop together, and the owner hurried out personally to welcome them. During his entire time running the establishment, he had never seen so many people dine together at once. He recognized the ringleader, Akimichi Choza. Both he and the other clan members were regulars who regularly spent large sums here. Ordinary food simply couldn't satisfy their appetites. Each time the Akimichi clan's ninja departed, the owner would hide behind the counter and quietly count his earnings. Boss, the usual deal. Every dish on the menu, charge it to the Akimichi family account. The owner nodded and retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meals. The group found a spacious seat and settled in. Shenye's gaze drifted toward the window. System, what skill did I just steal from Akimichi Choza? Ding, congratulations, host. You've successfully stolen a Kimichi Chosa's partial expansion jutsu. Skill cooldown 3 hours. Shenye felt a quiet satisfaction. Though the technique's power wasn't particularly formidable, it could effectively serve as his offensive jutsu at this moment. Combining the partial expansion jutsu with the monster strength he'd stolen from Tsunade could yield extraordinary results. Shenye, what are you snickering about over here? Yu Xing patted Shenye on the shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. Meeting everyone's puzzled stares, he instantly feigned embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. I'm genuinely thrilled to have become good friends with all of you, so I couldn't help but laugh. Shenye found himself grateful to his teachers from his previous world, for without their guidance he never would have developed such effortless skill at fabricating nonsense. In his past life, whenever he made mistakes and faced his teacher's inquiries, Shenye would conjure all sorts of excuses to cover his tracks. Before long, the owner pushed a food cart slowly towards Shenye's table. There's so much food here. Can you usually consume all of this by yourself, Akimichi? It might be a bit exaggerated, but with effort I could finish all this delicious food. The group couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was their first time encountering someone with such an appetite. Chosa could consume in a single sitting what would normally feed others for an entire week. Akimichi Chosa pressed his palms together devoutly, gazing at the feast before him, then commenced his voracious onslaught. Within mere breaths the delicacies upon the table dwindled at a discernible pace. Witnessing this, Shenye hesitated, no longer snatching the chicken leg nearest to him and devouring it, terrified of losing even a moment's advantage. Shikaku and Minato were no different. Only the two young girls, Tsukihoshi and Meishong, leisurely selected morsels, chewing with delicate deliberation. A ninja bearing the forehead protector of the Cloud Village appeared before their eyes. Shenye raised his gaze, and a flood of memories surfaced within his mind. He was a ninja of the Cloud Village. His presence in Shenye's memory stemmed from the original timeline. This very group had been the ones who abducted Uzumaki Kushina. These individuals appearing here now could never harbor purely innocent intentions. Shenye retorted coolly, "We are strangers. What fate could possibly connect us? Our elder wishes to escort this young lady Meishong elsewhere. You would be wise not to obstruct us." Minato Namake's brow furrowed as he rose, positioning himself firmly between Meishong and the Cloud Ninja. "Do you still not understand that this is Konoha's territory, yet you dare speak with such arrogance?" The Cloud Ninja sneered dismissively. "What trivial chatter from mere children grates upon my patience." Without hesitation, the Cloud Ninja extended a massive hand, attempting to shove Minato aside, while his other hand reached toward Meishong. Shenye emitted a cold snort. His body instantaneously materialized before the Cloud Ninja, condensing his chakra into a single clenched fist. Partial multi-size technique combined with monster strength. With a series of thunderous cracks, Shenye's arm swelled to the thickness of a tree trunk, brimming with devastating power that crashed squarely into the Cloud Ninja's abdomen. The force propelling the intruder through the house wall echoed loudly. He tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. The tremendous commotion immediately attracted Konoha ninja patrolling the vicinity. 3 or 5 surrounded the fallen opponent, while a solitary ninja appeared beside Shenye. "Did you strike that man?" the patrol ninja inquired. "What other possibility exists?" Shenye replied sharply. "You witnessed it with your own eyes and still question me." The ninja scrutinized Shenye from head to toe. Had he not witnessed it personally, he would never have believed such a petite frame could unleash such monumental power. Even Akimichi Chosa, a chicken leg dangling from his lips, was equally astonished. He had clearly recognized the partial multi-size technique, the signature jutsu exclusive to their clan. Before he could pose his inquiries, the patrol ninja escorted the entire group toward the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sat composed behind his desk, carefully evaluating the young faces before him. He found it difficult to fathom that these children were responsible for such chaos. "Hokage Dano, must you not provide a thorough explanation regarding Meishong's situation?" Shenye demanded. That man arrived and immediately sought to take her away. Showing no particular deference to the third Hokage, Shenye planted both hands upon the desk, meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze directly. His imposing presence did not falter in the slightest. Meishong originates from the Cloud Village. However, remaining there would subject her to inhumane suffering, which is precisely why we brought her back for protection. Shenye pondered deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried profound implications beneath their surface. On one hand, it signaled their intent to safeguard Meishong. On the other, it subtly revealed that she possessed significant research value, not merely to the Cloud Village alone. The ultimate decision of Konoha would hinge upon Meishong's future development. Shenye glanced sideways at Meishong, yet could discern no lurking beast or threat concealed beneath her gentle countenance. "I trust the village's protection is genuine and not merely confinement within a laboratory," treating her as a test subject. Faced with Shenye's direct challenge, the third's expression remained entirely unchanged. Beside him, Minato grew visibly distressed, repeatedly attempting to intervene. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the reigning third Hokage. Such blatant disrespect toward the Hokage was entirely unacceptable throughout the village. I am quite curious about how you executed that jutsu today. Is it an innate monster strength combined with the Akimichi clan's secret technique? Shenye inwardly cursed. His distinctive combat methodology had already drawn suspicion. Rather than protecting Meishong, he risked becoming the laboratory specimen himself. His eyes darted rapidly as Shenye executed a quick backward leap landing beside Akimichi Choza. The monster strength originates from the chakra control techniques Sister Tsunade taught me. As for the partial multi-size technique, Choza-san instructed me directly. As he spoke, Shenye flashed a subtle wink toward Choza. Though often oblivious, the older man comprehended the unspoken message instantly. Indeed, Choza interposed smoothly. I imparted the hand seal incantations to Shenye during our academy days. I never anticipated he could master them so swiftly. The third Hokage offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor exposing their fabrication. Today's events were greatly assisted by you young ones. Tell me, what manner of reward would you desire? Contributing to the village is our duty, Shenye replied promptly. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Minato quickly seized Shenye and the others hastening toward the doorway without a moment's delay and departed the Hokage office entirely. Rising from his seat, the third Hokage approached the window, his piercing gaze fixed upon the small figures sprinting across the grounds below, locked unwaveringly upon Shenye. Only when every figure had vanished from his sight did he return to his chair. Their unceasing pace left Akimichi Choza gasping for air. Even when halted by Minato, he leaned against a nearby tree trunk, chest heaving with ragged breaths. Why refuse the reward? We just missed a prime cultivation opportunity, Choza panted. Such opportunities will arise again, Shenye responded quietly. Something about the atmosphere in that office felt distinctly wrong today. I felt it as well, Minato acknowledged. Everyone should exercise caution in the coming days. Offering this cautionary word, Shenye turned and began walking homeward. Tsukihoshi observed the group, then quickened her steps to fall into pace alongside him. Shikaku and Minato exchanged resigned glances and shrugged. They discussed escorting Meishong home before dispersing, but Meishong firmly declined their offer. You two need not concern yourself with me. Choza-san requires your assistance more than I. I can manage on my own. With that, the group parted ways. Shenye pushed open his front door, collapsed onto his bed, and slowly closed his eyes. Within his mind, he replayed Sarutobi Hiruzen's every action and word from the office. His intuition screamed that a conspiracy lay in wait for him. It was only now that Shenye fully comprehended this world was far more intricate and treacherous than he had ever imagined. In the early morning before Shenye could even open his eyes, shouts echoed from outside. Shenye, the sun has already burned your backside. Why are you still asleep? Yes, Shenye, we've all been waiting for you alone. Get up quickly. Shenye rubbed his eyes blearily. Having his sweet dreams rudely interrupted was rather frustrating, yet he knew he could not take out his irritation on his good friends outside. After a brief grooming, Shenye dressed and stepped outside. What brings all of you here so early? The Ninja Academy has a day off today, so we wanted to ask you to train with us at the training ground. Shenye gave these two a helpless glance. I really can't understand you two. If you're determined to get crushed here, then fine. I'll indulge you. Shenye stretched lazily and walked toward the training ground, while Rokuro and Minato exchanged glances, shrugged, and followed behind him. Even before encountering Shenye, the two had already agreed. No matter what punishment awaited them today, they would learn everything they could from him. As close friends, Minato did not conceal from Rokuro that he had been learning the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, the two had already plotted in secret. This was the perfect chance to thoroughly extract knowledge from Shenye and make substantial progress. Within moments, the trio entered the training ground only to find it packed with people. Finding even a small space adequate for practice proved quite difficult. Shenye, over here. Akimichi Choza waved from a distance, and around him lay a vast open space bordered by a forest. So the three of you had planned this all along. Opportunities like this are rare. Of course, we need to cherish them. Minato scratched his head sheepishly, but having already tasted the fruits of his ninja arts progression, he treasured this opportunity even more. The three approached Akimichi Choza, then, without warning, struck his stout belly with their fists. Before he could even react, the force had already permeated his body. Though Choza remained motionless, he found himself entirely unable to exert any strength, as if every meridian in his body had been sealed. Just what happened? Such tremendous power was unleashed without any visible sound or movement whatsoever. I finally understand why Shenye can effortlessly defeat Jinin. Rokuro and Minato both gazed with yearning in their eyes, secretly wondering when they themselves could reach such a level. After several breaths passed, Akimichi Choza suddenly discovered his body had regained mobility. In astonishment, he quickly moved his arms, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such precise control over chakra. Even members of the Hyuga clan could not accomplish this. It was enough to reveal just how terrifying Shenye's strength truly was. Since you trust me so completely, I will share some ninja techniques with you. Shenye twisted his neck and walked over to Rokuro's side, leaning close to whisper 2 words in his ear. Rokuro's expression shifted from shock to pure joy. Without acknowledging the others, he immediately sprinted into the forest to begin his day of cultivation. Noticing the envy on Akimichi Choza and Namikaze Minato's faces, Shenye smiled and approached Choza. I don't know much about your clan's techniques, so all I can do is help you refine your control over your jutsu with greater precision. That is already sufficient. The Akimichi clan's various techniques all stem from exquisite control of chakra. Shenye placed his hand on Choza's shoulder, channeling subtle streams of chakra into him. Gradually, Choza sensed changes in his body, then sat cross-legged to continue his personal meditation. Brother Shenye, is it my turn next? I can hardly wait. You're better off skipping that for now. Focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique first. Minato showed a hint of disappointment, but obediently entered the forest to begin his day of cultivation. Compared to the Ninja Academy, this place was far more suited for training. It offered a truer experience of actual combat, and a faster adaptation to the battlefield where life and death hung in the balance. Watching these people moving about aimlessly around him, Shenye felt a wave of boredom. At that moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared before him, and a cunning plan instantly formed in Shenye's mind. Senior brother Jiraiya, shall we play a game? A game? What kind of game? It's just a simple chase game. If you can catch me, I'll give you all the money I have so you can go enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Jiraiya, who had initially intended to refuse, was instantly intrigued by the promise of feasting and drinking and eagerly nodded in agreement. Shenye chuckled and pushed off, turning on his heel to flee, leaving a stunned Jiraiya standing in place. He hadn't expected the fellow to react so swiftly. When he glanced back at Shenye, the latter's figure had already vanished from the training ground. This guy sure runs fast. Jiraiya stretched his limbs lazily and set off at a leisurely pace. A chase was an endurance test, and he felt no rush to hurry. Gradually, the scenery around Jiraiya transformed completely. The surrounding houses grew sparse, replaced by dense forests stretching in every direction. Shenye stood atop a towering tree trunk and glanced back, but could not spot Jiraiya anywhere. Why is this guy so slow? He doesn't seem to be taking this chase seriously at all. Shenye, what are you hesitating for? I'm already before you. Shenye frowned. Jiraiya's voice had appeared from behind him, yet he had not seen the man catching up at all along the way. Let's say you've won this round. However, I don't carry a single coin with me, so the wager is settled regardless. Shenye shrugged indifferently. From the moment he had seen Jiraiya, he had already prepared every possible contingency. Even losing the race meant nothing to him. Jiraiya curled his lips in a wry grin, cursing Shenye's shamelessness inwardly. Suddenly the wind rose with an ominous howl. The two exchanged glances and instinctively drew closer. Such commotion suggests a formidable opponent. It might well be the very person you've been searching for. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Children shouldn't hold others back. With those words, Jiraiya sprang from the tree trunk, in an instant his body vanishing into the dense jungle, leaving Shenye standing alone in his wake. Shenye quietly released his perception of chakra, yet he still couldn't locate the trace of that fellow Jiraiya. Keeping me here as bait. What a clever scheme. Although he sneered at such conduct, Shenye remained motionless on the tree trunk. The surrounding sounds grew louder, gradually drawing closer to Yishian. Suddenly 2 shuriken flew out from between the leaves, hurtling straight toward Shenye's face. With a cold snort, he twisted his body lightly, and the shuriken sliced through the air, grazing his features with a gust of wind. That really stings. How much force did that guy use? Rubbing his slightly burning face, Shenye locked his gaze on a direction in the forest. He could hear that the fellow was hiding behind there. Come out, you sneak, who only pulls dirty tricks. Already found me. What a pity the other one escaped. Otherwise, cutting down 2 Konoha ninja in a row would have been enough to report back. A burly figure slowly revealed himself, his forehead bearing the headband of Kumogakure. Shenye frowned. Lately, members of Kumogakure had been appearing one after another. Could war be brewing between these 2 villages? But from his knowledge of the original story, this was the time when all ninja villages were biding their strength. No one wanted to break the rule first. The other one is here. Letting you escape would be the real pity. Jiraiya leaped down and landed behind the fellow, and the 2 of them surrounded the Kumogakure ninja from front and back. We just need to hold him off for a while. I've already spread the word. Our reinforcements from the village will arrive soon. Shenye nodded, knowing full well that Jiraiya's words were meant only for the Kumogakure ninja. In this wilderness, with Jiraiya's current abilities, he couldn't possibly send a message over such a distance. The Kumogakure ninja curled his lip coldly, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He naturally knew Jiraiya's identity, one of the Sannin possessing formidable power. Yet he was equally confident in himself. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could escape unscathed. As for Shenye, the ninja didn't even consider him a threat. Out of the greatest respect for a ninja, I wish to know your name. Me? I stand by my name, Bulyoya Chunin of Kumogakure. Shenye looked at the man with a strange expression. The name Bulyoya rang no bell in his mind. It had never been mentioned in the original story. Just an ordinary chunin, yet his demeanor was more arrogant than a kage. Water release water bullet technique. Bulyoya swiftly moved sideways while forming hand seals, gathering chakra in his body and concentrating it bit by bit in his mouth. Before he could complete the hand seals, Shenye leaped ahead and drove his fist into Bulyoya's stomach. The moving body and the hand seals left Bulyoya momentarily unable to dodge, taking the full force of Shenye's punch. He had thought Shenye's punch would be weak, but an unexpected monstrous strength surged. A mouthful of bile churned in Bulyoya's throat, and his body was sent flying backward. Well done, Shenye. Next attack, finish him off. How I underestimated you too. Even kids from Konoha are this ferocious. Bulyoya wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, grabbed the tree trunk beside him, and slowly stood up, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Shenye frowned. The punch just now had unleashed all the power he could muster in his body, yet it hadn't seriously injured him. Rest for a moment, Shenye. I'll handle this. Jiraiya landed directly on the trunk, two shuriken appearing in his hands aimed straight at Bulyoya's head. Bulyoya slammed a palm against the ground and straightened his body in an extremely awkward posture. With such little skill, you want to ambush me? Go train in the village for a few more years. Water release water bullet technique. The incomplete jutsu materialized from Bulyoya's mouth. A water column shot straight into the sky, and Jiraiya happened to be in its path. His reaction is that fast. In shock, Jiraiya quickly adjusted his body, but the water column grazed his shoulder, tearing through his clothes. Shenye, who had been observing the battle, flashed behind Jiraiya. Monstrous strength. His palm landed on Jiraiya's back, propelling him even faster toward Bulyoya. With a clang, shuriken collided. Bulyoya had somehow drawn a long blade, sparks flying. Shenye shook his head helplessly. It seemed they couldn't take this guy down immediately, they needed a little extra help. Jiraiya, I'll help you. Shenye dodged Bulyoya's line of sight, gently placed his palm on the man, and silently chanted in his mind, steel skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully stolen Bulyoya's skill water release water bullet technique. Skill cooldown 3 hours. Finally, a proper offensive ninjutsu. Now let's see how you defend against your own technique. The moment he learned the water release technique, Shenye had already mastered its highest form, even his hand seal speed increased dramatically. With a simple clasp of his hands, a water dragon emerged behind Shenye, roaring furiously toward Bulyoya. Bulyoya stood frozen in place. He had trained in water release for over a decade, yet he was far inferior to this child. In all his years in the ninja world, he had never seen a technique of this caliber. How is that possible? You're just a kid. How can you use such a jutsu? There are many things you've never seen. From now on you can ponder them slowly in Konoha's prison. Taking advantage of Bulyoya's shock, Shenye and Jiraiya charged at him, simultaneously flinging 2 ropes that tightly bound him. Realizing what was happening too late, Bulyoya tried to move his chakra, but found it completely useless. The ropes binding him seemed to possess some mysterious ability, sealing the connections between his chakra points, preventing any chakra formation. Shenye clapped his hands and nodded to Jiraiya. Hand this matter over to you alone. Make sure to tell that old man Sandame that all the credit belongs solely to you. Though deeply puzzled as to why, Jiraiya still nodded and agreed. Tying up Bulyoya tightly, Jiraiya lightly bit his thumb, then formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. A small toad materialized on the ground and swallowed Bulyoya whole with its mouth. There is no time to waste. I shall go deliver this fellow to Sandame now and take the opportunity to confirm whether the one impersonating me is truly him. Shenye nodded, glanced at the sky, which was already growing late, and set off in the direction opposite to Jiraiya. Even if he could not let this matter spread widely, he still needed to inform Tsunade so as to facilitate his subsequent plans. Without any delay, Shenye weaved through the rooftops and arrived directly outside his own home. A suspicious figure lingered back and forth at the doorway. At first, Shenye paid it no mind, for there were always many people passing through the streets. Shenye, you have finally returned. Hearing that familiar voice, it was Mizuki Uchiha, the last person Shenye wished to face. What do you need from me? There are some matters upon which I seek your answers, so I have been waiting here for quite some time. Shenye raised his hands in a helpless gesture. Though Mizuki was quite beautiful, since she still suspected him of being a pervert, he had no desire to engage with her at present. Once that misunderstanding is resolved, the situation will be entirely different. Tell me your questions quickly, or else others will gossip that you are associating with a pervert. Shenye deliberately teased Mizuki, expecting her to argue heatedly, but to his surprise, she fell suddenly silent. I want to know whether Minato and Shikaku's sudden improvement in ninjutsu has anything to do with you. And what if it does? And what if it does not? The Uchiha clan will hold a tournament soon, and I wish to achieve a good standing in it, so I would like you to train me for a while. Shenye glanced at the time. Only about 10 minutes had passed since he had used his theft skill, so he could not yet cast it again. Come find me here early tomorrow morning. Leaving those words, Shenye pushed open the door and stepped inside. Tsunade happened to be organizing documents within. Seeing her adopted brother return, Tsunade set down what she held and turned to greet him, opening her arms in preparation for a warm embrace. Yet Shenye coldly pushed her away, a gesture that left Tsunade thoroughly bewildered. In days past, Shenye could hardly stay off her, yet this was the first time she had ever been rebuffed. Has something happened, Shenye? Today Jiraiya and I encountered a cloud ninja within the village, and the two of us captured him. Tsunade nodded, patting Shenye's head with deep satisfaction. Given her knowledge of Jiraiya, if he had faced that ninja alone, there was a great chance he would have let him escape. It must have been Shenye by his side, offering thoughtful insights that allowed them to capture the enemy ninja so easily. This is a good thing for you, experiencing actual combat before officially becoming a ninja. However, I cannot confirm whether that fellow is truly the one impersonating Jiraiya. Could it be that the enemies of Konoha are multiplying once more? Tsunade paused, interpreting Shenye's concern as a genuine worry for the village's safety. She immediately bent down and pulled him into a warm embrace. Fear not. No matter how many enemies Konoha faces, I will protect you well. Shenye nodded, leaning listlessly against Tsunade's shoulder as he felt the warmth of her hands. The following morning, Mizuki's voice echoed outside his room, startling Shenye awake from his slumber. It had been a pleasant dream, nearly turned into a nightmare by her appearance. That girl is indeed punctual. It would be impolite to keep a lady waiting. Though Shenye often carried himself with a roguish air, his heart remained fundamentally gentlemanly. Our destination today is the training ground. If you can reach it before me, I shall teach you a very powerful ninjutsu. Is that true? As soon as Mizuki's surprise surfaced, she found Shenye already dashing forward at full speed. For her own cultivation and for success in the upcoming tournament, Mizuki refused to fall behind and chased after him toward the training grounds. Yet as time passed, the distance between the two only grew wider. This fellow really holds a grudge, but he does not seem very familiar with the village's layout. Mizuki suddenly stopped, turned sharply, and ran toward a side path weaving through the crowded streets until she arrived at the center of the training ground in no time. Shenye stood at the entrance of the training ground, regarding Mizuki with astonishment, unable to fathom how she had managed to catch up. You have lost this wager, so you know what you must do. Shenye approached Mizuki with a resigned expression and gently patted her shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen the Uchiha Mizuki's skill fire release, great fireball technique. Skill cooldown 3 hours. He was quite satisfied with this result. The great fireball technique held not only renown within the Uchiha clan, but across the entire shinobi world. Today I shall teach you the hand seal sequence of the great fireball technique, but whether you can ultimately execute it successfully depends entirely on your own efforts. Mizuki nodded eagerly. She knew deeply that awakening the Sharingan before the tournament was impossible, and thus the great fireball technique was her only path to victory. Shenye led Mizuki to the riverbank within the training ground and demonstrated every hand seal movement step by step. Mizuki watched his hand motions intently, nearly taking notes. These are all the hand seals required for the great fireball technique. I trust you have already mastered them, though the true challenge lies in the manipulation of chakra. Mizuki nodded repeatedly. Previously, when she had attempted the hand seals, her chakra control had faltered, causing the technique to fail. If she could resolve this chakra issue, she would be able to master not only the great fireball technique, but any ninjutsu with ease. That was precisely the difference between genius and the dregs. Some shinobi could grasp techniques effortlessly after minimal study. Time soon arrived for the Uchiha clan's competition. Along the way, Meichin charged into the finals with her great fireball technique. Shenye, who had nothing better to do, happened to pass by the Uchiha clan. Looking inside through the entrance, he saw the battle between Meichin and Fuyue. At that moment, only the two of them remained to contend for the ultimate victor. Fuyue clearly did not wish to fight. Meichin's movements hinted at his intention to forfeit the match, but the Uchiha clan head's glare stifled that notion in its cradle. Meichin, I'm sorry, but I cannot let you win this match. For too long, the Uchiha clan has been a man's world. Today I will show everyone the power of a kunoichi. Well said. One should be this arrogant in life. Shenye clapped his hands as he walked toward the competition area, finally stopping at the edge of the arena to watch quietly. Fuyue's lips twitched and a surge of anger rose within him, but this was a crucial match, and he could not act recklessly. Go on, I just want to be a quiet spectator. I'd also like to see how the genius ninja Fuyue of the Uchiha clan loses to Meichin. The Uchiha clan had frowned, but said nothing. After all, he was a man of status. Arguing with a child would be disgraceful if word got out. Shenye's appearance did not disrupt Meichin's focus, but Fuyue was not as fortunate. Every time he channeled his chakra, Shenye's figure would flash in his mind, and his voice would echo in his ears. Damn it, this guy's presence has thrown off my rhythm. Fuyue, don't lose focus in battle. Fire release, great fireball technique. Meichin seized the opening in Fuyue's movements. Her hands swiftly formed seals, gathering most of her chakra into her mouth. If this strike succeeded, it would end the match immediately. But if Fuyue evaded it, Meichin's remaining chakra would not be enough to continue the fight. Standing below, Shenye's lips curled into a faint smile. The outcome had already appeared in his mind. On a normal day, Meichin would never be a match for Fuyue. After all, the headband on Fuyue's forehead marked him as a genin. A kid still in the ninja academy could hardly be a match for a genin. But what happened next stunned everyone except Shenye. A small flame struck Fuyue at an impossibly odd angle. Even the clan head had not expected such an outcome. It seems the match has already reached its conclusion. There's no point in watching further. Shenye shrugged and turned to walk away. The reason he had chosen this moment to come and watch was twofold: first, to put psychological pressure on Fuyue, and second, to see the expressions on everyone's faces when they saw the result. Shock and disbelief were written on every face. Feeling the harsh sunlight outside, Shenye instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Shenye, so you were also observing the Uchiha clan's match. It's already over, Shuemin. You're too late. I tried my best to hurry, but I still missed it. What was the result? Mei-chin won, of course. Don't forget she went through my hellish training before this. A gratified expression appeared on Shuemin's face. The battle between Mei-chin and Fuyue reflected the gap between the current academy students and genin. Moreover, Fuyue was not just any Uchiha. He was a renowned genius ninja throughout the entire village. To celebrate this outcome, let's go eat some Ichiraku ramen. Skip the ramen. I have other things to do. I haven't finished today's task yet. Task? What task? Shuemin sidled up to Shenye with a mischievous grin, thinking the village had assigned him some important mission. Shenye, of course, would not tell him that it was about stealing ninja techniques. He made up a random excuse and turned away. Watching Shenye's receding figure, Shuemin shook his head helplessly. He knew Shenye harbored some secret, but as a good friend he respected that and would not pry. After parting with Shuemin, Shenye wandered aimlessly through the village streets, searching for today's target. But among the bustling crowd, he could not find anyone worth stealing from. Today it seemed the ninja had vanished from the village. Only ordinary people and children could be seen, and even if he used his theft skill, it would be useless. After thinking it over, Shenye settled on a target in his mind. Even if the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen left the village, that man would never leave. He would stay firmly in his position, coveting the Hokage's seat. Following the direction of the Hokage's office, Shenye walked straight into the Umbu headquarters without pause. Tuanzang was napping lazily, wearing an indifferent expression as if nothing concerned him. The entire Umbu now had only him left. Tuanzang, you're quite leisurely here all alone. Opening his bleary eyes, Tuanzang scrutinized the figure standing before him. Shenye, you've grown this tall already. It's only been a day since I last saw you. Tuanzang was utterly astonished. In just a few days, Shenye had reached the height of several years' growth. What kind of monster was he? And his chakra had become incomparably denser. But the shock quickly passed, and Tuanzang regained his composure. Why have you suddenly come here? Even the third Hokage doesn't just walk in casually. Tuanzang's expression grew increasingly sinister. In his mind, he was already plotting to strike Shenye down if he misspoke. If Shenye died here, no one would know. The Umbu was the most secretive organization in the village. Neither Tsunade nor the third Hokage had any authority over its actions. Shenye sensed the killing intent, but still approached Tuanzang without any change in expression. I just wanted to see my old pal Tuanzang, so I came by. As he spoke, Shenye placed his hand on Tuanzang's shoulder. Tuanzang could detect nothing unusual. Unable to find a suitable excuse, Tuanzang could not lash out, and instead forced a smile. Those words sound insincere coming from your little brat. Just tell me what you really want. Actually, there is something I need your help with. In the whole village, only you are suitable. Tuanzang shot Shenye a glare. He knew this kid was never simple. I'm sure you've also heard that someone in the village has been impersonating Jiraiya, and his presence has deeply disrupted my life. He harassed you. Nonsense. Only by catching him can I clear my name and prove I'm not some pervert, so I'm asking you to help me, brother. Jiraiya has been searching for this fellow all along, and there's nothing more I can do to assist you. Danzo shrugged helplessly, his expression one of manufactured reluctance. In truth, he had no intention of helping Kamaya. If the impostor remained at large, that suspicion would linger upon Kamaya forever, and that suited Danzo perfectly, dealing with Kamaya without ever laying a finger. Kamaya let out a long theatrical sigh, playing the part of a regrettable fool, shaking his head as he shuffled toward the door, doing his utmost to convey exhaustion. What he failed to anticipate was an entirely unexpected move. Danzo leaned back in his bed, quietly watching Kamaya leave until he disappeared from sight. Then his face shifted into something far more sinister. An unrefined scheme took root in his mind. The Umbu was full of members. Anyone sufficiently trustworthy could be instructed to frame Kamaya with a single false accusation, and his reputation in the village would be utterly destroyed. At that point, Danzo wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Ruining someone's reputation was far more effective than merely killing them. Kamaya stepped back into the light and cast a sardonic glance over his shoulder toward Danzo. If you're looking for trouble, I'll show you some mercy for now. Next time I won't hesitate to kill you. He clenched his fist and felt the strength surging within, as though his blood circulation itself had grown more powerful. Immediately, Kamaya inquired with the system about what skills he had stolen from Danzo. If his guess was correct, only the first Hokages would release technique possessed such overwhelming vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen Danzo's skill would release, tree root burial explosion. Skill cooldown 3 hours. Kamaya nodded to himself. This time he had not only acquired an offensive ninja technique, but also strengthened his own body. Given that Danzo had implanted cells from the first Hokage into his own body, Kamaya was deeply curious about the power of the jutsu he had stolen. Glancing around, Kamaya gave his legs a slight push and leapt onto the rooftop, then sprinted toward the distant forest, unable to wait a moment longer to test the technique's might. However, Kamaya had somewhat forgotten one detail: his system's ability allowed him to unleash stolen jutsu at their absolute peak. No extensive training required. Ensuring no one was around, Kamaya took a deep breath. Would release, tree root burial explosion. Feeling the chakra flow, he thrust his right arm forward with all his strength, and his pale arm instantly transformed into a thick, gnarled tree trunk. Countless plants before him were crushed and strangled by the trunk. As it slowly fell to the ground, Kamaya's arm returned to normal, even smoother and flawless compared to before. But with his current reserve of chakra, he could only use this technique once. The residual energy would not recover within a short time. Absorbing chakra through Sage mode also requires several hours to replenish. I need to be far more careful when using this. Little one, you can actually use the first Hokage's would release. Danzo-sensei was right. You'll become a calamity sooner or later. A masked figure appeared before Kamaya, arms crossed, leaning against a massive tree. Kamaya studied the intruder carefully. It was the same man who had kidnapped Gecko that day. Danzo's schemes were even more twisted than he had imagined. As a leaf ninja, do you still intend to serve Danzo? Danzo-sensei only ordered me to observe you for now, but it seems you can no longer be left alive. Since I'm already a dead man walking, may I at least know your true face? The masked man nodded slowly and removed his mask, revealing his identity. Kamaya quickly ran through everything he knew about the man, searching for a weakness, unwilling to waste a single moment. He had already used wood release, tree root burial explosion, and though he had recovered somewhat, he was far from peak condition. Aside from Danzo-sensei, you are the second person to see my true face. You can die in peace. Badun, do you really think I know nothing about the Umbu? Kamaya chuckled, his expression gradually relaxing, forcing Badun to grow tense instead. Throughout the entire village, he only had an Umbu codename. Badun had been sealed away the moment he entered the Umbu, never spoken of again. Who exactly are you? How could you know such classified information? Go ask those ninja who have already died. Perhaps they'll tell you the answer. Kamaya stepped back with his right foot, gathering power into his left fist, and hurled it straight toward Badun. Partially expanded giant fist technique. The enormous fist hung in midair, generating fierce winds that raced toward Badun. Badun's hair whipped violently backward as he narrowed his eyes. Having suffered from this once already, do you really think the same trick will frighten me a second time? Water release, waterfall wall. Badun formed a seal and slammed both palms against the ground, raising a towering wall of water that blocked the oncoming gale. Kamaya nodded. Last time he had only succeeded by catching Badun off guard. In truth, the man had been watching him for quite some time. But within a few breaths, a massive crack appeared on the water wall. The secondary impact of the giant fist was taking clear effect. Badun, unable to react in time, was struck and sent flying backward a considerable distance. In such a short time, your strength has surged so dramatically. I will not let you leave this forest alive today. And neither shall you. My secret is already exposed, so it's better for you to die quietly. Not giving Badun a moment to recover, Kamaya drew a shuriken and charged forward, the metallic clang echoing through the air. Though Kamaya had not yet graduated from the academy, he wielded the shuriken with such skill that he held his own against the Chunin Badun. Any other ninja witnessing this would find it impossible to believe. Every strike forced Badun to fight at full capacity. Badun suddenly increased his grip strength and used the shuriken to shove Kamaya forcefully away, then dropped it to the ground as his hands began forming seals at blinding speed, so fast that Kamaya could barely track the movements. Kamaya shifted backward, unable to mount any counterattack, and rooted his chakra to his feet to stabilize himself. Wind release, gale palm. Two visible spirals of wind erupted from Badun's palms, growing enormous as they hurtled straight toward Kamaya. This guy can actually use two different natures. No wonder he's in the Umbu. Kamaya frowned. He had severely underestimated this opponent and no longer felt confident he could win. But there was no turning back now. If he let Badun escape, the fact that he possessed would release would explode into the open. That old man, third Hokage, was always scheming behind closed doors. If he learned of this, Kamaya would be labeled a lab rat without hesitation. Chakra perception. Expanding his sensory range to its limit, Kamaya clearly saw the image of the tornado in his mind and tracked its trajectory. The tornado separating from Badun's palms still existed in chakra form, so, within Kamaya's perception, he could predict the direction he needed to evade. But merely dodging would not suffice. He needed to take the offensive. Fire release, great fireball technique. He moved laterally in a series of quick bursts, narrowly slipping past the tornado, then opened his mouth and aimed straight at Ba Dun. An enormous torrent of flames erupted in an instant, filling Ba Dun's vision until nothing existed but endless fire. He can even use Uchiha clan jutsu so effortlessly. Is he a monster or deliberately hiding his true strength? Ba Dun retreated frantically, but the flames consumed him almost immediately. The surrounding trees erupted into flames, yet maintained a safe perimeter encircling Ba Dun completely. Water release, waterfall jutsu. Suddenly a massive curtain of water descended from the sky, and where fire met water, thick, white mist billowed forth. The fog completely obscured Kamaya's vision, making him feel as though he had entered an ethereal realm. Partially expanded giant fist. With a loud boom, Kamaya's arm swelled to monstrous size. 2 sweeps through the air drove the white mist apart. Ba Dun reappeared before him, his clothes speckled with burn marks. He had not fully escaped the flames and taken a heavy blow to the body. With chakra perception active, Kamaya could clearly read Ba Dun's condition. His internal chakra had already been depleted by half. Meanwhile, thanks to the continuous absorption from Sage Mode, the chakra expended by wood release was steadily replenishing. Even so, Ba Dun still possessed significantly more chakra, for there remained a wide gap between a chunin and an ungraduated academy student. Dragging this out is not an option. This fellow has more tricks than I anticipated. If he unleashes a jutsu I cannot handle, I'm finished. Kamaya's eyes darted as he considered how to end the battle in a single strike. Ba Dun's expression shifted from casual indifference to careful focus. This opponent was worth taking seriously. In a flash, Ba Dun vanished from sight and reappeared behind Kamaya. The gleam of a shuriken reflecting light struck the tree trunk before Kamaya's eyes, and he twisted his neck lightly to dodge the lethal strike. He immediately brought his leg down in a devastating kick, channeling his full strength into it, only for the strike to miss entirely, the recoil nearly toppling him to the ground. Turning, Kamaya saw Ba Dun perched atop a tree trunk, watching him with amusement. Little brother, I'm a ninja who has stared death in the face. You're just a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. How could you possibly be my match? My experiences are probably ones you will never encounter in this lifetime. Stop trying to intimidate me with your ignorance. Kamaya launched himself directly at Ba Dun, his movements crude and unrefined, throwing himself into close-quarters combat. Against absolute power, all combat technique was useless. Ba Dun could barely evade. If a single punch connected, it would cost him half his life at minimum. At that moment, he finally understood why everyone in the village feared Tsunade. No one could withstand such monstrous strength. Of course, Jiraiya was the exception. Even at Kamaya's age, he had endured Tsunade's beatings, and his body had long since adapted. With relentless punches, countless tree trunks shattered, yet not one landed on Ba Dun. Is a chunin going to only dodge? Like a rat? Those words ignited Ba Dun's fighting spirit, and he stopped moving altogether, waiting for Kamaya's punch to land. As the wind-laden fist bore down toward his abdomen, Ba Dun crossed his shuriken in front of him to block. With a thunderous impact, Ba Dun was sent flying, crashing through tree after tree before coming to a halt, his shuriken bent out of shape. Cough cough, your punch is truly terrifying. Thank goodness I blocked it with chakra circulation. You blocked one punch. Do you think you'll have the chance to block the second? I wonder how much chakra you have left. Maintaining such precise control for so long would exhaust even Tsunade. Kamaya nodded to himself. This fellow had been calculating his chakra all along. In truth, Ba Dun had misjudged entirely. Kamaya's giant fist was at peak power the moment it landed, and his chakra control was so refined that there was virtually zero waste. Ba Dun's words had inadvertently given Kamaya an opening. He would pretend to be exhausted, lure his opponent into attacking, and finish him. You saw right through that. But do you really believe that having no chakra means you can defeat me, let alone kill me? A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Kamaya's forehead, playing the part of a weakening fighter. In reality, his chakra control was extraordinarily precise, with almost no depletion whatsoever. Ba Dun's taunt became the very opportunity Kamaya needed, feigning exhaustion to draw the attack, then ending the fight in one strike. I'm curious what happened. Did you really think running out of chakra would be enough to beat me, or even kill me? A thin layer of sweat appeared on Kamaya's forehead as he played the part of exhaustion. In truth, his chakra control was exceptionally precise, with almost no depletion at all. Ba Dun's provocation became precisely the opportunity Kamaya had been waiting for. He would pretend to be drained of energy, bait his opponent into making a mistake, and then deliver a single decisive blow. You figured that out, huh? But do you really think having no chakra left will save you? Kill me. A light bead of sweat traced Kamaya's brow as he played the part of a weakening fighter. In truth, his chakra control was so finely tuned that virtually nothing was wasted. Ba Dun's words had handed Kamaya the perfect opening. To feign exhaustion, lure the enemy into a reckless attack, and then end everything in one strike. You really think running out of chakra will save you? Even kill me? A thin trace of sweat appeared on Kamaya's forehead as he played the part of a weakening fighter. In truth, his chakra control was so finely tuned that virtually nothing was wasted. Ba Dun's taunt had handed Kamaya the perfect opening to feign exhaustion, lure the enemy into a reckless attack, and then end everything in one decisive strike. Feeling the exhaustion of Shenye, Ba Dun turned around and ran toward the village, completely abandoning the bottom line and dignity of a shinobi. For a moment, Shenye couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. Just as Ba Dun's figure was about to vanish, Shenye finally snapped out of it. A full-fledged chunin just runs away like that. Doesn't he have any shame at all? Shenye immediately gave chase, knowing that if he let this guy escape, his own secrets would be impossible to conceal. Watching the direction Ba Dun fled, Shenye hurled 2 marked shurikens in quick succession, the whistling sound echoing in Ba Dun's ears. This guy's shuriken skills are truly as clumsy as rumored. No wonder he became the laughingstock of his classmates. Finlation technique. Shenye clasped his hands together before his chest, channeled his chakra, and instantly teleported to the location of the marked shurikens. Before Ba Dun could react to any of this, Shenye was already standing before him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Weren't you planning to run away? How did you end up running right in front of me? Before Ba Dun could speak, Shenye's palm enlarged, seized him, and flung him toward a thorny tree trunk in the distance. A gruesome scene unfolded before Shenye's eyes. He took a deep breath, turned around, and left the forest. Along the way, the image of Ba Dun's death lingered in his mind. Although he had braced himself for life and death battles since crossing over to this world, actually killing a ninja with his own hands for the first time still left Shenye feeling somewhat unsettled. He returned home in a daze, exchanged a brief greeting with Tsunade, then went to his room and closed the door tightly. Tsunade looked towards Shenye's direction with a puzzled expression and shook her head helplessly. What has that brat been through outside? Why is he suddenly so down? Oh well, I'll leave him alone. A few days passed in a flash. Shenye had recovered from that feeling, and in the Ninja Academy classroom, he acted as if nothing had happened. Sunlight streamed into the classroom. Shenye leaned lazily by the window, feeling drowsy. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside. He shook his head and looked toward the door. There stood a familiar figure. Shenye, get out here. Don't think I don't know what was you're doing. Danzo shouted as he rushed into the classroom, but the teacher at the front stopped him. Although Danzo was immensely powerful, everyone had their own duties. The leader of the Umbu couldn't extend his reach into the Ninja Academy. Shenye scratched his head. The matter of Ba Dun's death had been exposed, and Danzo immediately pointed the finger at him as the culprit. After all, Ba Dun's mission was to secretly observe Shenye, so his death was inevitably tied to Shenye. Teacher, I'll go out. In broad daylight, can he really kill me? If anything happens, run back to the classroom anytime. I can protect you. Shenye nodded and walked out of the classroom with a nonchalant air. The others in the room stared at his retreating figure in disbelief. What could make the leader of the village's Umbu so furious? Had Shenye caused some major trouble recently? Shikaku and Minato exchanged a glance and nodded, ready to rush out at a moment's notice. Shenye, you've grown quite bold, daring to kill an Umbu member. I'll arrest you right now. Save it, old man Danzo. What does the death of an Umbu member have to do with me? You. Danzo was momentarily speechless. He couldn't very well reveal that he had sent Ba Dun to observe Shenye in secret. Without that connection, Ba Dun's death had no link to Shenye, so there was no way to take him into custody. Just you wait. Leaving behind a threatening remark, Danzo departed from the Ninja Academy. Judging by the direction he was heading, it seemed he was going to the Hokage's office to demand an explanation. Shenye wasn't worried at all. The third Hokage was an old fox with plenty of cunning thoughts. Even if he suspected Shenye, he wouldn't take any action. After Danzo left, Shenye chose not to return to the classroom. He had planned to take a good nap in the pleasant sunshine, but that guy Danzo had interrupted him. Teacher, my mind has been a bit shaken. May I go home and rest properly? Shikaku and Minato, you two accompany Shenye. I'm worried about danger on the way. This teacher knew well that Danzo was a vengeful man, so he asked Shikaku and Minato to escort Shenye safely home. Once they left the academy, Shikaku and Minato couldn't contain their curiosity and eagerly asked what had happened. Shenye told them about the death of the Umbu member, skipping over all the details of his own involvement with that guy, carefully distancing himself from any connection. It seems that guy is making his move. Why can't those stubborn old men in the village understand? It's something that could be solved so simply. Yet the enemy we encountered still hasn't been caught. Now even an Umbu member has been killed. But this is good too. Danzo will join the search for him, which should save a lot of time. Shenye nodded perfunctorily, but his mind was on something else. Who exactly was that guy he encountered the other day? In his memory, he had encountered that guy more than once. Apart from one real clash, the person had been very quiet, but his eyes were always fixed on Shenye. Could it be that the system in his mind had been discovered by that guy? Such a person couldn't exist in this world, could they? You two be careful too. That person hasn't been caught yet. I'll head back now. Shenye stopped at his doorstep, watching Shikaku and Minato disappear around the street corner. Instead of pushing the door open, he turned and walked toward that forest. Ba Dun's death had been exposed. The third Hokage would surely send ninja to search for clues there. Shenye needed to go and give them a subtle nudge. Sure enough, the edge of the forest was surrounded by several ninja, all wearing masks. They looked like Umbu members. Watching from a distance, Shenye didn't approach recklessly. Under Danzo's leadership, these guys had already regarded Shenye as their primary enemy. Even if they couldn't attack him openly in the village, they wouldn't treat him kindly. Looks like I need to think of another way to guide them. I wonder what that old man, the third Hokage, is doing. After leaving the forest, Shenye headed straight toward the office, ready to sound out the third Hokage. Pushing open the door, he found the third standing quietly by the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought and unaware of Shenye's arrival. Lord Third, what are you pondering? Oh, it's Shenye. The third turned around with a gentle smile, his eyes revealing nothing, as if no ninja in the village had been murdered at all. Shenye stepped forward and took a seat at the desk. Danzo suddenly appeared at the academy today, claiming his ANBU members were killed and pointing all the evidence at me. Is that so? It seems I'll need to have a word with that man myself. Don't you already know about this, Lord Third? I've already dispatched teams to surround the area and search for evidence. Have you found anything yet? The old man hesitated, then gently shook his head. Shenye felt a surge of satisfaction deep within. Even if evidence were found, it would never point to him, for the only visible jutsu trace would be the wood release. And throughout the entire ninja world, almost all those capable of wielding wood release belonged to ANBU. The conclusion would inevitably be that some problem had arisen within ANBU's own ranks. That man is becoming increasingly brazen, not only appearing in public, but also assassinating ninja within the village. The third nodded. At this point, all they could do was attribute the ANBU member's death to that unidentified individual. Shenye's objective had been achieved. Aside from Danzo, no one suspected him. After all, to everyone, Shenye was merely a child. Even though he had once defeated Uchiha Fugaku, who was a Chunin during training, that alone could not prove he could kill a Chunin out of turn. In all of history, no one had ever defeated opponents 2 ranks above themselves. Jiraiya has intensified his search. I am confident that we will apprehend that person soon. I hope so. Let us pray that no more villagers suffer harm. With that, Shenye rose to leave the office. Having achieved his purpose, there was no need to linger. As he was just leaving the office, a suspicious figure darted past before Shenye's eyes, appearing extremely familiar. This guy is bold enough to come here and eavesdrop himself. Are the village's defenses nothing but decoration? He initially considered giving chase, but after careful thought, Shenye abandoned the idea. Acting hastily would only further convince Danzo that he was indeed the one who killed by dawn. Only by remaining composed could he maintain the illusion. Shaking his head, Shenye strolled leisurely toward home. By a sheer coincidence, he encountered Choza on the roadside. Shenye, Danzo hasn't done anything to you, has he? You've heard about this too? Has it already spread throughout the village? Indeed. ANBU members have already come to our clan for investigation and discovered traces of jutsu in the forest. Shenye waved his hand dismissively. He had not expected Danzo to care so deeply about these casualties, indicating his firm intention to cause him harm. However, if Danzo did not harbor a personal grudge against him, he would never have cast suspicion on a mere child like Shenye. A full-fledged Chunin nonetheless. If I had killed him, I would not have bothered concealing it. Choza stroked his chin, fully agreeing with Shenye's reasoning. The fact that he could defeat a Chunin during his academy days marked him as a genius among geniuses. The village would never treat a prodigy ninja harshly over the loss of a single ANBU member. That was simply the ruthless rule of the ninja world. The two walked side by side, each harboring the same unspoken desire, Ichiraku ramen. Concerned that Shenye might bear psychological burdens, Choza voluntarily offered to treat him, convinced that nothing could not be resolved with a good meal. Coincidentally, Shenye was indeed feeling a bit hungry, so he silently accepted Choza's offer. Watching the steaming bowl of ramen before him, Shenye intended to challenge Choza to an eating contest, but turned his head to find Choza already patting his satisfied belly. Noticing Shenye's astonished gaze, Choza awkwardly scratched his head and immediately ordered another bowl from Tucci, setting it down. Don't be surprised by my speed. This is just how I always eat. I'll savor this bowl slowly to keep you company. It's fine. Eat quickly if you wish. I'm fast too. Shenye took a deep breath and in 3 swift motions shoveled all the ramen into his mouth, chewing thoroughly. Choza's eyes lit up, giving Shenye a proud thumbs up. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could eat at nearly the same pace as himself, and his admiration for Shenye grew even deeper. The scene of the two devouring ramen was utterly bizarre, resembling bandits rather than polite customers. If not for Tucci's vast experience, he might have mistaken them for peculiar eccentricities disrupting his business. Choza, have you kept up with your training? Chakra control must not be neglected for even a single day. Rest assured, Shenye, I am training hard every day as you taught me. The Nara clan will flourish under my leadership. Shenye nodded in approval. In the original timeline, the Nara clan's jutsu lacked significant destructive power. However, upon truly grasping and understanding them, he discovered that they had long underestimated their own techniques. The body expansion jutsu, when deployed at the precise moment, could yield astonishing results. And so Shenye planned to gradually pass on these refined techniques to Naruto, thereby strengthening both the clan and the village while also gaining a reliable ally by his side. Young ones, have we crossed paths somewhere before? A man bearing no ninja insignia approached Shenye and Choza, initiating conversation. Choza glanced sideways at Shenye. He had never seen this individual before, which meant the stranger was speaking to Shenye. Shenye frowned. Though the face before him was completely unfamiliar, he knew precisely who this person was. Disguised with a new face, yet the entire village is actively hunting you. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely passing through, and thought you two looked familiar. Oh, is that so? But we have never met. Shenye shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the man, eager to see how long he could maintain his disguise. At this moment, ninjas were scattered throughout the village, ordinary ninjas, and some ANBU members. On one hand, they were deployed to capture the enemy who had appeared in the village. On the other hand, they were sent by Tuanzong to observe Shenye. The guy standing in front of Shenye seemed unaware of what was happening in the village, looking eager to stir up trouble. Dingzwa, if we start a fight right now, do you think we'll be caught by the surrounding ninjas? Dingzwa scratched his head, not understanding why Shenye had suddenly asked such a question, but he nodded subconsciously. Kid, bringing this up all of a sudden. Are you trying to warn me? Uncle thanks you for your kindness. The guy patted Shenye on the head, straightened up, and walked toward a sparsely populated area, intending to assume another identity and continue observing the village. Shenye's expression shifted as he cursed inwardly. If that guy were caught now, he would never be able to clear his name, as the pat on the head was far too intimate. Dingzwa curiously asked what had happened, but Shenye shook his head, unwilling to share these matters with the innocent Dingzwa. Nevertheless, Dingzwa unconditionally trusted Shenye, knowing in his heart that Shenye would never harm him, so he didn't press further. After giving Dingzwa some instructions, Shenye, seeing the sky gradually darken, prepared to return home, believing that Gang Shou had already learned of the ANBU member's death. Sure enough, as he pushed open the door, Gang Shou was sitting upright at the table, flipping through scroll after scroll. Sister Gang Shou, Tuanzong almost caught me today. What? Are you hurt? Gang Shou quickly stood up, walked over to Shenye, and examined his body from head to toe. I'm fine, but an ANBU member was killed in the village. Are we going to have a war? As he spoke, Shenye's body trembled slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant. Gang Shou pulled Shenye into her embrace, knowing what war meant to him, and now only wanted to comfort him properly. I'm fine, Sister Gang Shou. I've become very strong now. I believe you. Our Shenye is the strongest person in the world, and I will protect you. Without discussing the village matters further, Gang Shou carried Shenye back to his room and gently kissed his forehead. Bathed in the faint moonlight streaming into the room, Shenye soon began to snore softly. The day's experiences were enough for him to slowly digest. Several days later, that guy finally revealed himself. The third Hokage dispatched many ninjas to capture him. Shenye immediately joined the pursuit team. If he could catch that guy, it would completely dispel the village's misunderstanding of him. Shenye, the Ninja Academy has informed us that we don't need to go these days. Perhaps they're worried we'll be a burden. For us, this is a great opportunity to prove ourselves. Shui Min looked at Shenye with surprise, noticing his eager fighting spirit, as if he understood something. Shenye led Shui Min directly to the Hokage's office, where many ninjas had already gathered, including several familiar faces. Zilai Yi and Gang Shou were also among them. That guy is in the forest not far from the village. I now order you to form a temporary ninja coalition and bring him back. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone responded in succession and leaped out of the office in a few bounds, leaving only Shenye and Shui Min standing there, exchanging puzzled glances. The third Hokage turned to face the two. Do you two have something to discuss? In such a special period, it would be better to obediently return home. How could a battle be without us? We request your permission to join Lord Hokage. It's too dangerous. We don't know what kind of power that guy really has. Being able to hide in the village for so long means he's definitely not something you two can handle. Shenye spread his hands, knowing this would be the result. Everything was within his expectations. The purpose of bringing Shui Min here was merely to make everyone aware of his involvement. It would be even better if he could personally capture that guy. Patting Shui Min on the shoulder, Shenye turned and walked outside. Following the traces left by those guys, Shenye pulled Shui Min and chased out of the village, but unexpectedly Shenye blocked them at the gate. It's dangerous outside. Don't leave recklessly. Brother Shenye, others may not know, but are you still going to stop me? Shenye frowned. Before this, he and Zilai Yi had jointly tested Shenye, and Zilai Yi had already told him the outcome. Be careful. After pondering for a moment, Shenye slowly stepped aside, allowing Shui Min and Shenye to pass. Without any hesitation, the two dashed straight into the depths of the forest, intending to find that guy's figure as soon as possible. Shenye believed that he would encounter that guy before Zilai Yi and the others, for he had sensed something. That guy always appeared before him. The silent forest harbored deadly traps. Shui Min and Shenye walked forward side by side, staying close together, fully focused on their surroundings. With a whoosh, a shuriken flew from the side, heading straight for Shenye's head. Shui Min snorted, leaped into the air, and kicked the shuriken aside. The two forces clashed, and the shuriken embedded itself deep into a tree trunk. So soon, Shenye stopped and quietly stared in the direction from which the shuriken had come. A figure stepped out slowly with a calm gait, but his face was masked, making it impossible to see his features. Such attire undoubtedly made Shui Min pause. The forehead protector indicated he was a ninja from Konoha, and Bu from the village. Or someone impersonating that guy. We can't worry about that now. Stay alert, or we might never see each other again. Shui Min nodded. While the opponent was still leisurely, he dashed forward and threw several shurikens in quick succession. Don't embarrass yourself with such petty tricks. The guy made no move, and the shurikens halted in midair, unable to advance an inch. Shenye frowned, quickly reached out and pulled Shui Min back. If they had continued forward, they might have been severely injured. What is happening? How could this be? An incredibly powerful chakra field has appeared around that person, and at this moment, he completely controls the space surrounding his body. In that case, do we have no chance to get close to him at all? Shenye did not answer Minato's question. Instead, he walked forward several steps and stood 1 centimeter from the magnetic field, arms crossed over his chest, quietly observing the figure before him. At this moment, he only wanted to confirm the identity of this person. If this was an Umbu member, Shenye would immediately pull Minato away from here and report the matter to the third Hokage. If it was that person who had been secretly hiding within the village all along, the two of them would need to prepare themselves for a fight to the death. You seem to have been observing me the entire time. You appeared as soon as I entered the forest. Of course, to complete the mission given to me by Danzo, my gaze never once left you. Shenye frowned. Such words still could not convince him. His discord with Danzo was already no secret within the village. Don't you know that your teammate was killed by someone hidden within the village? What kind of excuse is it to blame everything on me? I was merely carrying out Lord Danzo's orders. What does the deaths of others have to do with me? Shenye's mouth curved upward slightly. He nodded at the figure, then turned and charged in another direction. Minato, though he did not know what had happened, followed closely without missing a single step. The Umbu member stood frozen in place, unable to understand why Shenye had suddenly chosen to flee. For the entire journey, there was no conversation between them. Only when Konoha ninjas appeared within their line of sight did their speed gradually slow down. Shenye, what happened? He serves Danzo. Fighting him would benefit neither of us. It seems I will need the third to uphold justice for me. Shenye and Minato quickened their pace and arrived at Tsunade and Jiraiya's position. How did the two of you end up here? The third Hokage explicitly told you not to get involved in this battle. Sister Tsunade, this battle is not merely for the village. It is also to clear my name and senior brother Jiraiya's name. So no matter what, I must participate. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. She knew Shenye was extremely stubborn, and asking him to return to the village now would accomplish nothing. On the contrary, being separated from Konoha's main force would make the two of them even more vulnerable. Don't fall behind. The atmosphere during wartime was tense. After giving a few instructions, Tsunade followed the group forward to continue searching. According to intelligence, that person was currently not far ahead. Time passed slowly, and everyone kept their nerves taut, ready to enter combat at any moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area. Tsunade raised her hand to signal the group to stop advancing. The formation scattered, surrounding Minato and Shenye in the center. It appears to be a barrier. That person has clearly made ample preparations for us. Leave the barrier to me. As long as we locate its focal point, it can be easily dismantled. A ninja of ordinary appearance emerged from the crowd. Shenye had no impression of him, but the enormous bundle strapped to his back caught Shenye's attention. With a few leaps, he appeared at the edge of the barrier and neatly arranged several small devices taken from his backpack. Ninja art barrier destruction jutsu. A silent battle erupted. Ripples spread through the surrounding air, and within Shenye's perception, the barrier was gradually dissipating. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were intently observing the situation around them. Even as the barrier was on the verge of disappearing completely, not the slightest change showed on their faces. Is this the composure that a true ninja must possess? Unshaken in the face of crisis. It seems we have much to learn. This is not merely an opportunity for the two of us to claim credit. Learning is what matters most. Minato nodded. Initially, he had simply believed that Shenye desired to prove his innocence so fervently. Now he realized his thoughts had been far too naive. Without warning, his regard for Shenye deepened considerably. The ninja with the backpack returned to the group. The surrounding barrier had completely vanished. Tsunade organized the formation and ordered them to advance once more. According to Shenye's understanding of the area, continuing forward would soon lead them out of the forest and into territory controlled by other factions. If the target truly escaped into another faction's domain, the capture operation would undoubtedly become far more difficult. At the edge of the forest, a solitary figure stood quietly on the treetops with arms crossed, waiting. His gaze fixed intently upon the Konoha ninjas. Having concealed myself for so long, I have finally waited until you discovered me. There seems to be no conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure. Do you intend to provoke a war? I have already abandoned that worthless village. Remember my name, Wu Tian. Tsunade frowned. A ninja who had defected in such a manner would not face Konoha's judgment. In both law and custom, final sentencing belonged to Iwagakure. Wu Tian. I have never heard of this ninja before, nor has Iwagakure ever announced his defection. I understand. This person is undoubtedly an unremarkable ninja, so there is no need for us to worry excessively. Jiraiya nodded, fully agreeing with Shenye's assessment. One should never underestimate an opponent, yet one should not overestimate them either. Everything must be judged according to the most recent and authentic circumstances. However, in Shenye's view, Wu Tian stood no chance at all. Facing a team composed of numerous skilled ninjas, let alone an unnamed rogue ninja, even the Tsuchikage himself would struggle to gain the upper hand. Earth release, earth flow, great river. Without giving them time to think, Wu Tian rapidly formed hand seals, and beneath Shenye's feet a vast expanse of mud and swamp erupted. Shenye instantly felt a sensation of weightlessness and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Minato reacted swiftly, grabbing Shenye's arm. The two of them staggered twice before regaining their footing. Tsunade and Jiraiya leaped onto a tree trunk, looking down at the position they had just occupied. His attack was decisive and ruthless. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent this time. We have been partners for so long. What kind of opponent have we not faced? What is there to worry about? Tsunade shot Jiraiya an annoyed glance, then exerted force beneath her feet and charged toward Wu Tian's position. Shenye stroked his chin. For the ninjas of Yan'an village, this forest was far from an ideal battleground. Yet Wu Tian had chosen this location. There must have been a reason of his own. We'll only be in your way if we linger here. Charge. Minato nodded and pulled back from Shenye, dashing toward Wu Tian's position through the trees. Flanking him from both sides, Tsunade and Minato tightly encircled Wu Tian, leaving only the front and rear as escape routes. Shenye crouched upon a tree trunk, observing Wu Tian's movements in silence, ready to strike at any moment. Wu Tian shrugged and crashed onto the ground, channeling chakra through his meridians without any hesitation or pause. A rolling rumble echoed within Wu Tian's body as his chakra flow surged to its absolute peak. Shenye was somewhat suspicious. This fellow must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, otherwise he would never possess such immense reserves of chakra. Minato and Tsunade closed in on Wu Tian almost simultaneously, their fists driving straight down toward his skull. A smirk twisted Wu Tian's lips. Suddenly he raised his head and locked eyes with Shenye, his mouth moving silently before his entire body vanished from sight. He told me he'd handle everything himself. What on earth does that mean? Shenye read Wu Tian's lips, but at that very moment Minato and Tsunade's fists were about to collide. Sister Tsunade, dial it back, or Minato will be sent flying. Got it. At the last possible instant, Tsunade contracted the muscles in her fist, sealing the chakra within her arm. The two fists collided without the slightest sound. Minato exhaled deeply, looking as though he had barely escaped death. If Tsunade's full power strike had connected, Minato would likely have been sent soaring into the sky, his body shattered to pieces. You pesky kid. Lady Tsunade, now is hardly the time for idle chatter. The priority right now is taking that fellow down. Shenye, and I will support you properly. Just don't get in our way. We don't have the time to protect you two youngsters. An untimely voice rang out from the crowd. Shenye turned to look at the speaker, a member of the ANBU. He shook his head in resignation. It seemed Bai Dun's death had permanently bound his name to the ANBU. Even if it were confirmed that Wu Tian had killed Bai Dun, relations could not be mended. As long as Danzo remained, Shenye's reputation throughout the ANBU would forever be tarnished. Then go bring that guy in yourself instead of yelling over here. Tsunade shot the man a disdainful glare, then turned and plunged headfirst into the forest. Though ANBU members could disregard certain village regulations, the principle that one must not provoke Tsunade applied just as firmly within their ranks. He dared not say another word. Shenye pursed his lips and followed Tsunade deeper into the forest. Picking his way through dense trunks, Shenye caught sight of Wu Tian once more. This time his entire body was wreathed in a pale blue glow, looking utterly sinister. Could he have employed some formidable technique? Why has he suddenly turned like this, as though he might explode any second? His chakra is in utter disarray inside him. He must be using a forbidden jutsu to temporarily boost his capabilities. Shenye nodded and assumed a combat stance, watching Wu Tian silently. Minato, standing nearby, immediately launched two marked kunai, but Wu Tian dodged them effortlessly, driving them into the tree trunks behind. Supernatural strength. Shenye drove hard against the ground and charged toward Wu Tian. Tsunade tried to stop him, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Shenye appeared before Wu Tian. He swung his fist straight at Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian snorted coldly and made no move, allowing the blow to land upon him. Yet even Tsunade's devastating force could not stir the faintest ripple within that pale blue radiance. A sucking force emerged from Shenye's fist. He struggled to withdraw his arm, but found he could exert no strength at all. Seeing this, Tsunade leaped toward Wu Tian and struck him in the same manner, attempting to divert his attention. Seizing the opportunity, Minato rushed behind Shenye and with all his might yanked him free from the predicament. Shenye dropped to one knee, recovering his composure. In just that brief instant, much of his chakra had been absorbed, leaving his body noticeably weakened. Fortunately, Sage Mode continuously drew in the natural energy from the air to replenish his chakra. Watching Tsunade and Wu Tian clash, Shenye finally understood just how terrifying a formidable ninja truly was. If he faced Wu Tian alone, and that fellow set his mind to kill Shun, he had absolutely no means of escape. It seems I must wait for the right opportunity to strike. Otherwise I may truly lose my life under his hand. Right now there are only the three of us here. Konoha reinforcements haven't arrived yet, so we're at a disadvantage. Who says we're absent? From here on, leave this to us. Jiraiya stood atop a treetop, a massive scroll strapped to his back, arms folded across his chest, as he quietly observed Wu Tian and Tsunade locked in combat. Shenye rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Since he had already appeared, why not join the fight, instead of merely striking poses? Say Jiraiya's and sister Tsunade can't hold out much longer. Jiraiya scratched his head, then dived straight down from the treetop. In an instant he landed between Wu Tian and Tsunade. Observing the fierce pale blue flames surrounding Wu Tian, Jiraiya knew this would be a grueling battle, one that would not be settled anytime soon. One by one more Konoha ninjas joined the fray until a dozen surrounded Wu Tian. Shenye and Minato exchanged glances, then leaned back against a nearby wooden post to rest. They watched the dazzling battle unfold while quietly committing the combat techniques to memory. Suddenly Wu Tian broke through the encirclement formed by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others, charging straight towards Shenye and Minato at blinding speed. Shenye, watch out. He's heading straight for you too. Let him come. Do you really think the two of us are so easily caught? Flying Thunder God technique. Gripping Minato's shoulder with one hand, Shenye activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a sharp whoosh, both their bodies vanished from sight. It wasn't only Wu Tian who froze in surprise. Even Tsunade stood rooted to the spot for a moment. Shenye had never before been seen employing such a ninja technique, one that in Tsunade's memory only the second Hokage had ever mastered. Those in later generations who consulted ancient texts learned something of the Flying Thunder God technique's cultivation methods, yet not a single person truly succeeded in mastering it. What manner of jutsu is this? It bypasses space entirely. Am I seeing things? A succession of questions rippled through the Konoha ninja ranks before Wu Tian's thunderous roar silenced them all. You two useless cowards who only know how to flee. I understand now that I cannot escape this day unscathed, so I'll take at least two of you down with me to make it worthwhile. Wu Tian extended his right foot, lightly tapping the ground as his body pivoted midair, then continued his pursuit toward where Shenye had appeared. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya now had ample time to react, and they would not let him approach Shenye or Minato by even an inch. Surrounded once more by Konoha's ninjas, Wu Tian was clearly struggling to keep up. The prolonged expenditure of chakra was beginning to take its toll. Earth release, rock burial, collapse. Wu Tian's hands moved swiftly through hand signs as the ground around him began to tremble and massive boulders erupted from the earth, raining down upon each Konoha ninja. Sage Art Thousand Hair Sanbon. Jiraiya's white hair behind him surged to enormous proportions, shielding all the Konoha ninja beneath it. Minato and Shenye were similarly protected. The boulders shattered against hair as hard as iron plates, crumbling into gravel that rained down to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Tian turned and charged towards Shenye, his urge to eliminate the two youths never waning. Shenye, who had long been seething with suppressed anger, saw Wu Tian approaching and erupted in fury. You really think I'm someone you can bully? Let me show you what the wrath of a king feels like. Minato sensed Shenye's emotions, and his own battle lust ignited instantly. He drew several kunai from his weapon pouch and threw them at Wu Tian to buy some time. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shenye gathered all his chakra in his mouth, took a deep breath, and expelled a massive flame that detonated just as it was about to reach Wu Tian. The sky was briefly illuminated as the flames raged fiercely, and Wu Tian pushed forward through the inferno, bit by bit sustained by his blue chakra barrier. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly exhaled toward the flames, and the fierce wind combined with the fire to completely engulf Wu Tian. Earth release, earth style, earth prison. Fragmented rocks fell from the sky into the flames, converging to form a protective shell that completely enclosed Wu Tian. Shenye frowned. He was surprised that Wu Tian, after expending chakra, could still perform techniques far surpassing his own, and resolved to find an opportunity to steal them for himself. Time seemed to stand still as everyone's gaze fixed on the flames until they slowly dissipated. Wu Tian leapt through his protective shell and dove straight towards Shenye. Partial expansion technique. Shenye's fist expanded to colossal proportions, in an instant striking downward at Wu Tian midair. The raw power behind the attack tore through the air with thunderous cracks. Tsunade stared at Shenye in stunned silence, unable to believe the brother she had always wanted to protect had grown to such extraordinary heights. The partial expansion technique required even a Kimchi clan ninja's years of rigorous training to truly master, yet Shenye wielded it with remarkable proficiency. Wu Tian, suspended in midair, had no way to dodge the colossal fist and took the full force of the blow. It worked. I hope this cripples Wu Tian badly, preferably ending this threat once and for all. You're far too naive. If I were defeated so easily, what purpose would my long infiltration of the village have served? Wu Tian's words stirred deep suspicion in Shenye's mind. If he had already defected from the Iwagakure to become a missing nin, what was his true purpose in embedding himself within Konoha? Unless his mission was to relay information back to his village, there was no reason for him to endure such humiliation and hardship. Jiraiya and Tsunade both recognized the significance of this question, and without exchange of words they paused their attacks and calmly studied Wu Tian before them. You've already become a missing nin, so what is it you seek within Konoha? What here could possibly warrant such prolonged covert operation? This is a secret that belongs to me alone. If I reveal it to you, I fear every one of you would abandon Konoha to chase after that truth. Truth? What truth? Seek it on your own, haha. Wu Tian remained resolute, showing no willingness to disclose even a fraction of his intentions. Once we capture him, Ibiki has numerous methods to break his silence, and we'll uncover everything about him. Bring it on. Shenye, Minato, you two stay ready to deliver the killing blow. Understood? Yes. Tsunade and Jiraiya lunged at Wu Tian simultaneously, while the other Konoha ninjas took their positions preparing to close in. After such prolonged engagement, Wu Tian's body was on the verge of collapse, sustaining himself through sheer willpower alone. Shenye expanded his chakra perception, visualizing everyone around him as their movements slowed dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly anticipate their next actions. Tsunade initiated the assault, engaging Wu Tian in close-quarters combat and gradually forcing him toward the ground. Jiraiya coordinated with her, maneuvering Wu Tian into the pre-positioned trap. Though Wu Tian resisted fiercely, he realized he had lost control of the battlefield. Shenye now. Partial expansion technique. Shenye's arm surged to enormous size, intercepting Wu Tian mid-fall and capturing him in his grasp. Wu Tian's blue chakra barrier was nearly depleted, offering no resistance against Shenye's massive hand as he struggled uselessly. Well done, we can finally take this fellow back. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya broke into relieved smiles. Minato took a deep breath, preparing to return home and rest for several days to process everything he had witnessed in this battle. Jiraiya unrolled the massive scroll on the ground and pressed his finger against it after drawing blood. Sealing jutsu. A powerful suction drew Wu Tian's contorted form into the scroll as he screamed, and Jiraiya sealed it shut before securing it to his back. We can now report back to the third Hokage. You two little ones are the main contributors. Shinai nodded. This matter concerned his reputation, and he was determined not to relinquish the title of main contributor. The group retraced their steps along the route they had taken and returned directly to the Hokage's office, where they handed the scroll to the third Hokage. The hidden threat in the village has finally been resolved. You have played an indispensable role in this. Feel free to ask for any reward you desire. Including Jiraiya and Tsunade, several Jonin all shook their heads and turned to leave, leaving Minato, Shenye, and the third Hokage alone. Minato tugged at Shenye's sleeve, wanting to leave as well. It was best to forget about the reward. However, Shinai had already decided what kind of reward he wanted, and it would certainly not be too much to ask of the third Hokage. Then I'll be straightforward. I hope the third Hokage can grant me a private opportunity to meet Wu Tian. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Shinai would want such a reward. To anyone else, it would hardly count as a reward at all. All sorts of conjectures arose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, yet he did not let them show on his face. That can be arranged. Minato, what reward do you want? Let me answer for Minato. It's time for him to appreciate those forbidden techniques sealed away by the first Hokage. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment. He knew well Minato's aptitude for training, perhaps those seemingly dangerous techniques could indeed be inherited by him. I agree to both of your requests, but it will have to wait until after the village has dealt with certain matters. Shinai had hoped to see Wu Tian alone before the village's trial began, but it seemed the third Hokage would never allow such an opportunity and might even arouse suspicion. Leaving the Hokage's office, Minato parted ways with Shinai and returned to his own home, leaving Shinai wandering aimlessly through the streets. The Ninja Academy had suspended classes due to the incidents in the village over the past few days, and no one knew when they would resume. After Wu Tian's capture, Shenye's reputation as a peeping Tom was finally cleared. The female ninja in the women's bathhouse that day now felt deep remorse toward him. When he reached his doorstep, Shinai found countless piles of food and small gifts stacked by the window, each with a note attached expressing apology. Having nothing better to do, he read through all the notes and discovered that none of them were from Uchiha Mikoto. What's up with her? I taught her ninjutsu for free, she won first place in the clan competition, and yet she's forgotten about me. Shenye pouted, but didn't take it to heart. After all, the imposter who had impersonated Jiraiya had been caught, and the false had become true. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter the house, he noticed a familiar figure standing not far away, arms crossed, leaning against a street lamp. Uchiha Makoto, what are you standing there daydreaming about? Shenye, you're finally back. I've been waiting here for a long time. Is something the matter? I was wrong about what happened that day. I mistook you for someone else and shouldn't have kept suspecting you were the one who peeped on us. That matter is already long in the past. Let's not bring it up again. Besides, I never blamed you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taught you how to train. Makoto nodded vigorously. The stone in her heart finally lifted. She looked at Shenye with innocent, guileless eyes. If there's nothing else, go home. The village hasn't fully calmed down yet. Makoto waved at Shenye, then skipped off toward the Uchiha clan compound. Watching her joyful retreating figure, Shenye shook his head helplessly as his reputation was finally and completely restored. Back home, Shenye slumped comfortably onto the sofa, his mind turning over various thoughts about Wu Tian. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Shenye learned from Tsunade that Wu Tian had confessed to everything. Not only had he admitted to the peeping incident while impersonating Jiraiya, but he had also taken the blame for the murder of the Umbu members. Shenye couldn't understand why he would confess to things he hadn't done. Oh, by the way, Shenye, the third Hokage wants you to find time to see him. He might want to ask you some questions about Wu Tian. I'll go now. Shenye leaped up from the bed, opened the window, and vaulted down to the street, strolling leisurely toward the Hokage's office. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. As Shenye drew closer to the office, the third Hokage's face revealed no expression. His body flickered and vanished from the room. Shenye, over here. The third Hokage's voice came from above. Shenye looked around and saw him standing on top of the Hokage rock right on the nose of his own statue. Shenye sighed lightly, then bounded up to the third Hokage's side in a few leaps. Following the nose of the Hokage statue, Sarutobi Hiruzen led Shenye toward the eye. At that moment, Shenye realized that the Hokage rock held hidden secrets. Each statue's eye was a separate chamber, and perhaps other chambers also held important enemies. Passing through a dim corridor, Shenye saw Wu Tian under the faint light, his hands bound by iron chains, able to move only his body with difficulty. Judging by the injuries on his body, he had clearly undergone brutal torture. The third Hokage gave Shenye a meaningful glance, then turned and left, guarding the entrance to prevent Wu Tian from escaping. What a pity, I didn't get to kill you, little brat. I gave you the chance to humiliate me here. There are a few questions I'm very curious about. I hope you can provide some answers. Heh. A mocking laugh escaped Wu Tian's lips. Shenye showed no reaction. Why would you confess to things you didn't do? The methods of Konoha force me to submit. I never imagined such torture existed before. It's not for your sake. Shenye frowned. This man definitely knew that Shenye was the real culprit behind those incidents, yet he had gritted his teeth and confessed under the torture. If it were only the third Hokage, Wu Tian might not have been so severely injured. It must have been Danzo who wanted to extract information from him, using his authority in the Umbu to carry out the brutal interrogation. In Shenye's knowledge, Danzo had a subordinate who was highly skilled in such methods, capable of breaking a captured ninja's mind completely. Regardless, I must thank you for clearing my name. Should the opportunity arise, I will find a way to rescue you. Shenye stepped forward a few paces, gently placing his hand on Wu Tian's shoulder as he silently activated the system's theft ability within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen Wu Tian's skill chakra turmoil. Cooldown period 3 hours. Hearing the system's notification, a smile curled at the corners of Shenye's lips. Wu Tian's chakra turmoil had an inherent flaw. It accelerated physical exhaustion, allowing only brief usage. However, once stolen by the system, all side effects vanished, enabling nearly zero chakra consumption when executing the technique. Combined with Sage Mode, Shenye was confident that encountering by done again would allow him to eliminate him in an extremely short time, leaving no trace behind. Having obtained what he desired, Shenye turned to leave the cave. The dim, enclosed environment was suffocating him. Watching Shenye's silhouette gradually dissolve into the light, Wu Tian moved his lips. Tomorrow I'll be sent back to Awagakure. Forget about rescuing me. If you have a conscience, burn some of my little secrets for me. Shenye waved his hand dismissively. Since he had promised to rescue him, he would fulfill his word no matter where Wu Tian was. Moreover, Shenye's ambitions were not confined to Konoha village. This place was merely a stepping stone for him to rise higher. One day he would gallop across the entire ninja world. Observing Shenye's triumphant demeanor, the third Hokage knew he had gained substantial benefits here. But his identity as Hokage, the supreme leader of the village, prevented him from asking a child what he had obtained, as it would undermine his status and image. Once out of the third Hokage's sight, Shenye could hardly wait to test the power of chakra turmoil. Unlike Wu Tian, Shenye's body showed no external change, yet he felt a tremendous transformation within. The flow of chakra accelerated, stimulating every meridian in his body. Indeed, a remarkable technique. The monstrous strength I can now gather probably surpasses even Tsunade's. He clenched his fist, sensing the vast energy within it, but the streets around offered no outlet for release. Having secured the benefits he sought, Shenye wondered how Shui Min was faring. He retracted all his techniques and dashed toward Shui Min's house, but a series of knocks yielded no response. Could that guy be so obsessed with the forbidden technique that he's lost his mind? Worried for Shui Min's safety, Shenye kicked the door open only to find Shui Min intently studying a scroll. Even when splinters of wood flew onto his face, he showed no reaction. Shenye shook his head helplessly. Shui Min, do you have to be so absorbed? There's plenty of time to study later. It's you, Shenye. I was so engrossed I didn't notice your arrival. The scroll is in your hands now, there's no rush to study it. Let's go get a steaming bowl of ramen to relieve the pressure. Shenye could clearly sense the aura emanating from Shui Min and the exhaustion reflected in his eyes. Perhaps he had been in this state since last night, and remained so even now. Stretching lazily, Shui Min hid the scroll in a corner of his home and prepared to leave with Shenye. But after only a few steps he ran back to retrieve the scroll. Standing in the room, his eyes were filled with anxiety. He feared someone might covet the scroll, and even carrying it on his person did not ease his mind. Shenye sighed and snatched the scroll from Shui Min's hands. You can trust me with the scroll, can't you? How can you become Hokage if you're so suspicious? You're right. In that case, let's just leave it openly on the table. Shenye's lips twitched. Was this guy's brain working normally? Leaving it conspicuously on the table. It would be strange if it were still there after they returned from ramen. The forbidden technique created by the second Hokage was the envy of countless ninjas, yet many desired it in vain. After much deliberation in the room, they finally decided that Shenye would carry the scroll and Shui Min would seek him out when he was ready to train. Ichiraku ramen isn't enough to celebrate today's achievements. Let's invite Dingswa too. Great idea. Let's gather everyone along the way. It's been a while since we all met. How about we split up? The two agreed instantly. Shenye would go fetch the two girls and bring them to the small bridge. Meanwhile, Shui Min would gather Lu Jiao and Dingswa. The group eventually decided to indulge themselves and relax. Following a familiar path, Shenye vaulted over the wall into the Hyuga compound, finding Yuxing practicing in the open area. Yuxing, let's go out and have some fun. Mei Xiang is here with me. Let's go together. Shenye nodded, saving him some effort. The three of them left the Hyuga estate and headed straight for the small bridge. There they found the other two, already waiting. You guys are a bit slow. We've been waiting here for a long time. I can tell from the snack wrappers scattered on the ground. Dingswa scratched his head sheepishly. In just a few minutes he had devoured all the snacks he had brought. The group strolled slowly along the village streets, their eyes scanning the shops on both sides. Takayaki, how about we go there? Seeing the promotional poster in the window, Mei Xiang's eyes began to sparkle, and saliva unconsciously dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Shenye chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected Mei Xiang, who seemed so demure on the surface, to be a complete foodie at heart. Before he could answer, Yuxing was already jumping up and waving her hand. For a moment, Shenye even suspected the two had conspired beforehand. The group marched into the shop, and looking at the owner and his wife, Shenye felt a strange sense of familiarity. Little Dingswa is here. The usual. Clearly Dingswa was a regular customer and well acquainted with the owner. Double the portion today. I'm very hungry. The owner led them into a cozy little room that could just accommodate everyone. Only Shenye and his companions remained in the room with the door firmly closed. Dingswa, it seems you know this place quite well. Naturally. Not only here, but I have left my mark on every delightful eatery in the village. Shenye instinctively gave Dingswa a thumbs up. As expected, the members of the Chodao clan possessed a remarkable passion for food. The innkeeper here looks somewhat familiar. Do you know anything about them? Familiar is the right word. Those two belong to the Uchiha clan, though they lack the ability to cultivate ninjutsu, so they opened this octopus ball shop instead. Shenye finally understood why he had sensed an extraordinary aura about the two of them. Even without the ability to practice ninjutsu, one could still distinguish members of the Uchiha clan from ordinary people at a glance. Minato appeared distracted, his mind continually returning to the forbidden jutsu recorded on the scroll. The village's immediate crisis has passed. We now face the upcoming graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Everyone must work diligently. Don't worry, Shenye. With your help we are certain to pass. As they chatted animatedly, the innkeeper gently pushed open the door and entered, pushing a cart laden with delicious food. Mei Xiang and Yuexing's eyes were glued to the small octopus balls on the cart. Before the food could even be placed on the table, both had already scooped some into their bowls. Dingswa's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Anything that could be eaten held great importance to him. The simple gathering continued into the night, with everyone contentedly patting their full bellies. The streets had grown quieter, with only a few hurrying shinobi making their way home. Shenye's imposing group was undeniably a target on the deserted streets. It's them, a hushed voice whispered from a dark corner, completely unnoticed by Shenye and the others. What should we do? Should we strike now? The scroll on Minato carries immeasurable value. Have you lost your mind? There are members of the Hyuga and Shodao clans among them, and Shenye is no pushover. We may not even have a chance against Namikaze's Minato alone. Better to abandon this. After much deliberation, the three figures ultimately melted back into the darkness, resolving to seek another opportunity to seize the forbidden scroll from Minato. Minato was still unaware that he had been targeted. Nevertheless, the scroll remained in Shenye's hands whenever it was not being used for cultivation practice, leaving little cause for concern. The moon gradually replaced the sun in the sky. Shenye escorted the two girls back to their respective homes. Suddenly, three hooded figures emerged and blocked his path, each gripping a shuriken in hand. Hand over the forbidden jutsu scroll if you wish to leave or face the consequences. Oh, how bad exactly? If it doesn't attract the attention of every girl in the village, I won't agree. Shenye's reply left the three momentarily speechless. In truth, he had seen through their identities at a glance. They were his younger classmates from the same classroom. However clouded by obsession with the forbidden scroll they might have become, Shenye had no intention of harming them. A simple lesson would suffice. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, blazing crimson flames erupted brilliantly across the night sky. The three masked figures had never witnessed such a spectacle and froze on the spot. The flames vanished mere centimeters from their bodies, yet the scorching heat had already drenched them in sweat. From now on, focus on your training. Forbidden jutsu is not something to be recklessly touched. With those words, Shenye sprang into the air and vanished into the night, leaping deftly between rooftops until he returned home. Forbidden jutsu scrolls were rare treasures difficult to come by. With the advantage of his system, Shenye unhesitatingly unfurled the scroll and laid it flat upon the ground. It was as though he had opened the door to an entirely new world. Countless jutsu created by the second Hokage were meticulously recorded within, and Shenye committed each one to memory. Time slipped away unknowingly until the first light of dawn tinged the sky. Shenye stretched lazily, snapping out of his trance, and was amazed to find not a trace of fatigue. The Sage mode has activated automatically. The continuous flow of natural energy is relieving my body's exhaustion. Truly a remarkable jutsu. What are you muttering to yourself about? Have you forgotten what day it is? Today? Dread it. Shenye hastily tucked the scroll into his pocket, threw on some clothes at random, and vaulted out the window, sprinting toward the Ninja Academy. The comfortable and warm vacation had come to an end. What lay ahead was once again the monotonous routine of academy life. Without a single pause along the way, Shenye ran straight to the academy gates, arriving precisely 1 second before the bell rang. Shenye, you're late too. Uchiha Meichin appeared beside him at a leisurely pace, as though tardiness concerned her not at all. How can you be so calm? Aren't you worried today's instructor might add new punishment for latecomers? I've already inquired. Today's instructor is also a habitual tardy, so there is truly no cause for concern. Shenye twitched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, students from prominent clans at the Ninja Academy seemed to receive information a step ahead of everyone else. He was quite curious, however, about who today's instructor could be, someone known as the King of Tardiness. The two walked side by side into the classroom, where a killing glance instantly fell upon Shenye. From afar, Uchiha Fugaku had spotted the two of them approaching together, and resentment swelled within his heart. Minato raised his hand and beckoned Shenye over. Shenye, over here. Coming. Waving goodbye to Uchiha Meichin, Shenye made his way toward Shikamaru and Minato. Both were equally curious about today's instructor. I heard today's teacher is rather unusual, and is also a ninja we are quite familiar with. Looks like the title of Tardy King is well deserved. It's already this late, and he still hasn't shown up. Shenye shrugged and slumped directly onto the desk. Although the Sage mode was continuously alleviating his fatigue, he could still not resist the urge to sleep. In a daze, Shenye drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his arm vigorously and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Minato's face was etched with astonishment as he stared forward, his grip only intensifying. Stop shaking me, I'm already awake. Shenye, take a look. It truly is one of our familiar ninjas. I never expected it to be him. Shenye looked up at the podium unexpectedly, finding Jiraiya of all people. Why is this guy here? Is he going to teach us how to peep on girls bathing today? Regardless, Lord Jiraiya is undoubtedly one of the top ninjas in the village. He will surely teach us incredibly powerful jutsu. Shenye turned to Shui Min with a puzzled expression, recalling their battle together. Shui Min seemed to have begun admiring Jiraiya, harboring a faint desire to become his disciple. In the original story, Shui Min had become Jiraiya's disciple after graduating from the Ninja Academy. It seemed his appearance would not change anything. Within just a few minutes, Shenye had fully composed himself. Since it's brother Jiraiya, I suppose I'll listen carefully to what he plans to teach us. Shui Min nodded repeatedly, then focused his gaze forward, waiting for Jiraiya to speak. Jiraiya stood smiling at the podium, his eyes scanning the classroom before settling on Shenye. Good morning, students. The third Hokage has tasked me with teaching you today, though I will need one student's cooperation. Shenye inwardly groaned. Jiraiya's eyes had already betrayed his intentions. Without a doubt, he was the unlucky one chosen. Unfortunately, Shenye had no desire to cooperate with Jiraiya. However, surrounded by countless eager classmates, he could only accept his fate. Shui Min shot Shenye an envious glance, thinking, how I wish it were me standing there with Lord Jiraiya. But Shenye is no ordinary student either. As if reading his mind, Jiraiya quickly approached Shenye. I see this student possesses extraordinary physique, a natural talent for cultivation. Shenye forced an awkward smile and followed Jiraiya toward the podium, waving to the others in the classroom. Their eyes exchanged a brief glance, and Shenye knew things would not go smoothly from here on. Brother Jiraiya, I advise you to be kind. If Sister Gangso finds out you've been bullying me, you know exactly what will happen. Don't worry, today will certainly be a tremendously rewarding experience for you. I certainly hope so. Jiraiya gave a slight nod and casually tossed several small, unidentifiable objects from his pocket around the classroom. Barrier activate. As Jiraiya completed his hand movements, each small object emitted a purple glow. When all the lights connected, the classroom was enveloped in a barrier. From the outside, the classroom appeared as nothing but a mass of purple mist. Absolutely nothing could be seen through it. Simultaneously, a pale blue barrier formed around both Jiraiya and Shenye within the classroom. Lord Jiraiya, why have you erected so many barriers here all of a sudden? Yueshing, worried about Shenye's safety, mustered her courage and stood up to ask what was happening. Jiraiya raised a finger in front of him, gesturing for everyone not to burden themselves with anxiety. Today's lesson is exclusively for you, so any ninja outside the barrier will not be able to witness what occurs within. Consider it protection for your gain. Then the barrier around the two of us was unnecessary, right? Are you planning to resort to force to prevent accidental injury to others? Congratulations, Shenye, absolutely correct. Shenye's lips twitched. The fact that Jiraiya could speak so casually about harming him proved he was indeed a shameless fellow. The book Ika Paradise was written by Jiraiya himself, and Shenye finally understood why. Even if the two of them did not lower their voices thanks to Jiraiya's control, those outside could not make out a single word of their conversation. The only thing visible was their lips moving slightly. Cough, cough. As a ninja, the most crucial element is chakra control. Pay close attention from here on. Jiraiya's voice echoed from all directions, as though he were whispering directly into each person's ear. Shenye crossed his arms and watched silently, wanting to see what tricks Jiraiya would pull. Whether Jiraiya genuinely intended to impart knowledge or was using this as an opportunity to take revenge, Shenye had already decided how he would deal with him afterward. His natural charm was no joke. A bit of coquettish behavior in front of Gangso could easily undermine Jiraiya's reputation. All eyes focused on Jiraiya, anticipating his next move. Rasengan. Suddenly, a spiraling sphere of blue chakra appeared in Jiraiya's hand. Shenye's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiraiya was actually using such a devastating jutsu against him. After all, he was still just a child. This was going too far. What the hell, brother Jiraiya, aren't you overdoing this? If that Rasengan lands on me, I'll lose half my life. Hehe, I will surely keep it under control. Sensing the sinister grin on Jiraiya's face, Shenye swallowed hard and immediately assumed a combat stance. His chakra perception permeated the entire barrier, yet he detected absolutely no chakra fluctuation from the blue sphere. It was merely a deceptive shell. Come on, brother, let me cooperate with you properly. Shenye opened his arms and slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the Rasengan. Jiraiya pushed the Rasengan forward with an expressionless face, driving it directly into Shenye's chest. Yueshing cried out in alarm and shut her eyes. Everyone held their breath, worried that something terrible might happen. However, no sound emerged. The Rasengan gradually dissipated against Shenye's chest. Everyone, do not panic. I will not harm you. That demonstration was simply to illustrate the importance of chakra control. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya's hands-on teaching has revealed much to me. Regardless of any jutsu, precise control of chakra is essential. Jiraiya secretly gave Shenye a thumbs up. He had been worried all along that Shenye would not cooperate properly, even imagining every possible negative outcome and preparing accordingly. Jiraiya crossed his hands over his chest and murmured softly, retract. The barriers at the edges of the classroom and around the two of them gradually faded away. He then turned and nodded at Shenye. Thank you very much to this student for his cooperation. Our lessons for these few days have come to an end. I look forward to the day you all graduate from the Ninja Academy. What? Is that really the end of it? Yeah, I didn't even get a clear view of what happened. Right now, only Shenye seems to have the clearest understanding. We should have a proper conversation with him. I think we'd better let it go. Lord Jiraiya's real target seems to always be Shenye. We're just supporting roles. The murmurs and discussions around him all drifted into Shenye's mind, and he shook his head in resignation. Jiraiya truly had a talent for courting trouble. The respectable image he had just begun to repair crumbled in an instant. This didn't just spark hostility among the male ninjas toward Shenye. Even some of the female ninjas had lost confidence in him. Only those closest to Shenye understood that what Jiraiya had taught today fell far short of the instruction Shenye himself had once provided. Amidst the continuous chatter and bickering, the day slipped by quickly. Shenye, would you like to grab a meal with us after school? No, I have other matters to attend to. Rather than waiting for the dismissal bell, Shenye bounded through the window and landed steadily on the ground below. He glanced up, waved to Namikaze and the others, then strolled off with nonchalance. The classroom erupted into renewed commotion, and Shenye's name was thrust back into the spotlight once more. That guy must have picked up something valuable. Probably doesn't want to share it, so he's making a run for it. Several students began stirring restlessly, tempted to follow him, but glares from the nearby teachers quickly quelled their ambitions. Once outside the academy, Shenye set off at a swift pace in a chosen direction. Based on his knowledge of Jiraiya, he knew exactly where to find him at this hour, needing only to press him about the Rasengan. In the original narrative, the Rasengan was a jutsu Minato Namikaze spent 3 years developing, yet Jiraiya grasped it in merely days. But at this point, Minato had not yet achieved even the rank of Genin and barely interacted with Jiraiya. Following a well-worn path, Shenye arrived near the bathhouse where he had originally materialized in this world. Circling the establishment, he spotted Jiraiya pressed against a wall, peering over with an indecent grin flashing across his face at intervals. I figured you'd be here. Shenye materialized behind Jiraiya without a sound. So engrossed was Jiraiya in his peeping that he failed to sense Shenye's approach whatsoever. Concentrated strength. Shenye channeled chakra into his right foot and delivered a swift kick directly to Jiraiya's posterior. Ow! Who kicked me? Jiraiya leapt up, clutching his rear, while bathhouse patrons, startled by the commotion outside, hurriedly pulled on their clothes. There's a pervert spying on us, sisters, chase him out. The stout proprietress burst forth wielding a broom. Jiraiya barely had time to process the situation before bolting. Shenye stifled a laugh behind his hand. After the man's attempted humiliation at the ninja academy, this was a fitting little rebuke. Hey kid, did you catch a glimpse of who was peeping? He fled that way. Doesn't look like a Konoha shinobi. The group sprinted after the figure Shenye had indicated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya slumped against a tree trunk, gasping out a breath of relief at having escaped unscathed. Once the coast was clear, Jiraiya dropped from the tree and landed beside Shenye. Thank you, young Shenye. Without your intervention, I wouldn't have made it out whole. Factually, I need to ask you something important. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. Jiraiya nodded, recognizing the gravity in Shenye's expression. Whatever this was about, he'd need to give it his full attention. Silence stretched between them until they reached a secluded corner. How did you come to learn the Rasengan jutsu? Oh, you mean that blue sphere? I've been able to perform it for quite some time now. Jiraiya shrugged, surprised that Shenye was taking such interest in this particular technique. During a mission far in the past, inspiration had struck him unexpectedly, and he had refined the Rasengan with remarkable speed. Shenye furrowed his brow, puzzled. Had his arrival here altered the fundamental flow of events in this world? The answer eluded him. Retracing his steps through the creation of the jutsu, Jiraiya discovered faint traces connecting it to Shenye's presence. Strange coincidence. It was the very day you appeared in the village that this idea struck me. Could you perhaps be my lucky charm? Shenye shot him a flat look, his interest in further discussion completely gone. Yet Jiraiya's words validated Shenye's suspicions. His arrival had indeed shifted certain events within this ninja world. Waving off the man, Shenye rose to depart. Jiraiya scratched his head in bewilderment. Even now he couldn't parse why Shenye had suddenly become interested in these matters. Was he looking to learn the technique? After leaving Jiraiya behind, Shenye made his way home at a leisurely pace. Shenye, what are you deep in thought about? You look completely absent-minded. It just so happened that the Ninja Academy had just dismissed for the day. Yu Xing and Mei Shang were walking home together when they spotted Shenye. Shenye snapped back to reality and looked up to see a lamppost mere centimeters from his face. Had Yu Xing not called out to him, he would have walked straight into it. Has class already ended? Yes. You nearly collided with that lamppost. Lucky I roused you in time. Are you still preoccupied with Lord Jiraiya's teachings? Shenye smiled and shook his head, though his thoughts had actually been consumed by everything concerning Minato Namikaze. By the way, how are the others doing? They've been clamoring to find you, desperate to hear what Lord Jiraiya taught today. Shenye sighed heavily and smacked his own forehead. He had been so consumed with the Rasengan that he'd entirely forgotten Jiraiya had dragged him into trouble. Under different circumstances, he would never have helped the man escape that women's bathhouse. Having crossed paths with the two girls, Shenye demonstrated his courtesy by escorting each one safely home. As dusk settled across the sky, an unsettling feeling gripped Shenye, prompting him to hurry home with urgency. The room was brightly lit. Shenye furrowed his brow, silently pushed open the door, and tiptoed inside. There was no trace of gang show in the areas illuminated by the light, nor was there anything unusual. Yet Shenye still felt something was amiss. If Gang Shou had returned home early, she would never enter his room. Approaching his room slowly, Shenye could clearly hear someone rummaging inside. Damn it, where did that bastard hide it? Could he have been carrying it on him all along? Maybe there's something to gain from both Feng Shui men. No, I've been observing for days. Since the separation at the Ninja Academy, the scroll has always been with Shenye. Shenye stroked his chin. So it was those three who had cornered him not long ago, trying to steal the forbidden technique scroll. 3 foolish thieves, not even leaving one to stand guard. Shenye had already identified the 3. They were just kids from the same classroom. A simple lesson would suffice. He coughed deliberately. The room instantly erupted in chaos as the 3 rushed to open the window and climb out. But in their haste they failed to land steadily on the ground, and 3 sharp cries of pain abruptly ceased. Shenye smiled helplessly. The fall must have been excruciating, yet they dared not make a sound, fearing he would discover them. Pushing open the door, he found his room in utter disarray, clothes and rumpled bedding carelessly tossed in the corner of the cabinet half open. Everywhere bore the signs of a ransacking, yet Shenye felt no anger. If they stop here, I might consider letting them off. Otherwise, my temper is not something the 3 of them can handle. While tidying up, he set a rule for himself: no more than 3 provocations. Suddenly, a brief flash of light emanated from a corner of the room, fleeting, but caught by Shenye's eyes. Frowning, he walked over. Beneath a pile of clothes, a scroll lay revealed. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands, but could not discern its purpose. He wanted to open it, but with his current abilities, he could not break the seal on it. So he temporarily placed it in his ninja tool pouch, planning to investigate later. A scroll suddenly appearing in the room. Maybe those 3 dropped it. They're habitual thieves. I wonder which clan they belong to. Shenye shook his head helplessly and continued tidying the mess. Soon the sound of the door opening came from outside, and Gangsho slowly stepped into the room. Did we have a thief? It's such a mess. Sister Gangsho, this is your home. What fool would dare steal from you? What do you mean, brat? Are you calling me violent? Gangsho raised her fist and shook at her, expression tightening. As if the next moment would bring a storm of punches upon Shenye, he swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. No joke. Even if Gangsho roughhoused him in the name of love, it was more than Shenye could bear. Not enough to injure, but certainly enough to cause pain. In chakra control, no one in the village could match Gangsho, and Shenye dared not try. All right, leave the cleaning to me. You boys are all thumbs. Gangsho took over his task. Shenye wrapped his arms around her neck and gently kissed her on the forehead. Sister Gangsho is the best to me. Is Shenye home? Shenye, are you there? Suddenly, urgent knocking came from outside. Shenye frowned and quickened his pace to the door. Opening the door, he found Lu Jiao standing outside, breathing heavily, indicating he had come in a great hurry and was out of breath. He tried to pull Lu Jiao inside, but Lu Jiao refused. The 3rd Hokage has assigned us a mission on an emergency basis. Shui Min is already waiting at the village gate. Shenye nodded, called out to Gangsho, and followed Lu Jiao toward the village gate. He silently spread his chakra perception, clearly sensing the chakra in Lu Jiao's body was extremely disordered, likely from the long run. As a ninja, getting winded after just a short run will put you at a serious disadvantage in combat. It's because the 3rd Hokage's notice was too sudden. I had just exhausted all my chakra training at home. Soon the 3 gathered at the village gate. Shui Min looked anxiously at Lu Jiao and Shenye. However, Shenye did not hold much enthusiasm for this mission. After all, to the 3rd Hokage, they were just kids who hadn't even graduated. So he didn't think the mission would be very difficult, just urgent. You 2 finally made it. Let's go quickly. What's the rush? Lu Jiao needs to recover his condition first, otherwise he'll be at a disadvantage if we fight. But time is running out. The 3rd Hokage is very anxious. What exactly is the mission? Just reconnaissance. In a desolate area not far from the village, Leaf Ninja had spotted some human activity, confirming there were no ninja there. So the 3rd Hokage wanted Shenye and the others to conduct a thorough check, bringing those people back to the village before dawn to await disposition. After hearing the full details, Shenye turned to look at Lu Jiao. Such a mission didn't require full physical recovery. Then this mission will be under my complete command. We don't know if there will be unexpected situations. Shui Min and Lu Jiao had no objection. They had long regarded Shenye as their leader and the goal they strived to catch up to. After making full preparations, the 3 set off toward their destination, leaping continuously through the trees. To save time, Shui Min did not hesitate to expend chakra to use the Flying Thunder God technique, and the 3 gradually distanced themselves from the village. Little did they know great changes awaited them in that unknown place, and only through battle could they truly grow. Sensing the changes in Shui Min's chakra, Shenye quickly stopped him from continuing the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next leg of the journey, try to recover your chakra. Just bring those people back to the village. We only need to conserve enough chakra for the journey. The matter is far more complicated than we imagined. Your only task now is to follow my commands. Have you forgotten the promises you made when we left the village? A solemn expression crossed Shenye's face, resembling an authoritative ruler in that moment, allowing no room for Minato and Shikaku to argue. Both understood this was for their own good, so they readily agreed. The trio gradually slowed their pace as Shenye activated Sage Mode, drawing the natural energy from the surrounding air, not only into his own body, but also flowing into Shikaku and Minato. After hours of travel, the 3 finally reached their destination. With Shenye's help, Shikaku and Minato had recovered most of their chakra, enough to handle any sudden disturbances. Amidst a vast forest, a small wooden cabin stood surrounded by dense tree trunks. Shenye concealed himself among the trees and observed for some time, but detected no chakra emanating from the cabin. Move out. At his command, Shikaku and Minato leaped from the trees, simultaneously landing beside the cabin, while Shenye dropped directly onto its roof. The three exchanged a brief glance before acting in near unison. Minato pushed through the window and dropped into the room. Shikaku entered through the door, and Shenye unleashed his monstrous strength to smash through the roof, landing inside. The small cabin was completely empty. The three searched around for any sign of life. There's no sign of anyone here. Looking at the dust on the table, no one has entered this place for years. Could the intelligence from the village ninja have been false? The third Hokage wouldn't lie to us, would he? No, we've all been deceived by whoever is here. Shenye slowly crouched down and noticed an incongruous stone in the center of the ground, a type of stone that didn't exist anywhere in the entire forest. Shikaku and Minato exchanged glances and shook their heads, not understanding why Shenye was so certain. At that moment, Shenye finally understood why he couldn't sense even a trace of chakra flow and why the dust here was so thick, as if no one had appeared for years. The key to everything lay in this small stone. Shenye was certain it contained sealing power. Take this stone with you and hand it to the third when we return to the village. Perhaps all of this will be resolved. Does the absence of people here mean our mission has failed? This is our first mission, Minato said. Shenye shook his head. In fact, the mission had only just begun. Leaving the wooden house, Shenye dashed toward a direction in the forest. Though Shikaku and Minato were confused about what was happening, they followed behind him nonetheless. As Shenye had anticipated, there were other houses nearby, and people could be seen in the distance. This is where we're supposed to be. That place was just a diversion. They don't look like easy targets. The people coming in and out of the house were typical burly men, none of them appearing weak. Even without the ability to perform ninjutsu or use chakra, the raw power they possessed seemed formidable, far beyond what Shenye and the others could handle. Shikaku, it's your turn next. Shikaku nodded. Through their brief time together, they had already developed some rapport. Shadow binding technique. Shikaku navigated between several tree trunks, stopping at a close range, and extended his shadow to directly control the two outermost men. Minato and Shenye exchanged glances before landing simultaneously beside the house. With light footsteps, they burst into the building. Before the burly men inside could react, Shenye unleashed his extraordinary strength, tangling the group together. Minato retrieved ropes from his pocket and bound them all up. The three formed a perimeter around the captives. How many of you are there? You've captured everyone here. Who are you? What do you want? Shouldn't we be asking you? You suddenly appeared within the Land of Fire's territory. What's your purpose? Upon hearing the words, Land of Fire, the leading burly man's eyes shifted noticeably before returning to normal. We don't know where this place is. We were being hunted and took refuge here. Save your questions for when we return to the village. We're just kids. Shenye's lips curved slightly upward. By deliberately emphasizing their youth, he aimed to lower the men's guard. On the other hand, these men would definitely look for an opportunity to escape. Despite their careful disguise, Shenye could immediately see the ambition in their eyes. However, a new problem arose. The five burly men showed no signs of cooperation, making it impossible to bring them back to the village. Minato marked them with the flying thunder god seals. The two of us will take turns teleporting while Shikaku keeps watch. Minato nodded, hung a kunai on the rope, and threw another kunai hard toward the direction of the Leaf Village. Flying Thunder God technique. The group vanished from the house, reappearing moments later in a forest several miles away, where the kunai Minato had thrown was embedded in a tree trunk. Without lingering, Shenye and Minato continuously used the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing the group closer to the village with each jump. Suddenly, the lead brute let out a roar, explosive power surging through his body as he shattered the ropes. All five men scattered in different directions. Minato and Shikaku tried to give chase, but Shenye stopped them. Let's head back. They're five, and we're three. We can't catch them all at once. But the village ninja will handle it. We're just academy students who haven't graduated yet. No one will blame us for not being full genin. Minato hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Shenye's instructions. He knew Shenye would never deceive or harm him. By the way, did you bring back that small stone from the cabin? It's been in my pocket this whole time. Then let's go deliver it to the third now. We should get results before dawn. We'll just wait at the office. Without the five burly men to slow them down, Shenye and the others moved quickly, reaching the village in just a few minutes. The village was shrouded in darkness, with not a soul to be seen on the streets. Three people rushed straight into the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage was looking out the window with an anxious expression. Pushing open the door, the third Hokage looked expectantly at Shenye and the others, only to find that the three young ones had empty hands. Haven't you brought those people back? They escaped those burly men, but we have other gains. Oh. The third Hokage showed a surprised expression. Just some ordinary people not recorded in the registry, yet there might be unexpected gains. It seems that the information previously sent back by the frontline ninja was not very accurate, and many situations were not understood. Shenye nodded at Lu Jiu, who took out a small stone from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the table. The third Hokage's gaze was instantly drawn to the small stone, occasionally frowning, as if pondering something. There is a powerful sealing force on this stone, definitely not something those ordinary people could accomplish. It was precisely because I noticed these anomalies that I brought it back to you. You should go back and rest first. This mission seems to require chunin from the village to complete. There will be some difficulties. Originally planning to wait here for the final result, Shenye suddenly changed his mind, turned around, and walked outside. Shuemin and Lu Jiu listened to the third Hokage's words, realizing that this matter was already beyond their involvement, so they simply followed Shenye and left. At least a few of them did not end up with a failed mission label. Oh, everything still needed to be carefully planned. The three of them went in different directions home, so they parted at the foot of the Hokage rock. Several hours passed, and the next morning arrived as expected. Shenye stretched his lazy arms. Shenye, you're awake. Someone is looking for you outside. Gangzhou appeared in front of Shenye with a sly smile, her expression very ambiguous. Shenye scratched his head in confusion. Someone looking for him made Gangzhou wear such an expression. Who could it be? After tidying his clothes, Shenye walked out of his room in a few steps. In the living room, a familiar pretty figure was sitting on the sofa waiting. Mei-chin, it's you. Is there something you want to talk about so early? Can we go outside and talk? Mei-chin pointed cautiously towards the door, her eyes full of anticipation. This made Shenye even more puzzled. The usually arrogant and domineering Uchiha Mei-chin seemed like a different person, so timid. Shenye nodded, took Mei-chin's hand, and walked out of the room. They stopped only when they reached a secluded corner. Mei-chin slightly lowered her head, staring at her toes, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, as she twisted her body, slowly, looking very shy. You can say it now, there's no one else around. I'm sorry, Shenye. I've been wrong about you all along. Haven't you already apologized? And I never blamed you. But, Mei-chin's face suddenly flushed, and she buried her head even deeper, not daring to look up and meet Shenye's eyes. Shenye shook his head helplessly, not understanding what was going on. Stop saying, but, and just say it directly, or I'll go back. Please don't tell anyone about the mark on but it's been my secret all along. Shenye twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking it was something important. Even if Mei-chin hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have spread such a thing around. Gentlemanly conduct was a principle Shenye had always adhered to, and besides, Uchiha Mei-chin was considered a good friend of his in this world. Betraying a friend was something Shenye would never do. I promise you. Thank you, Shenye. How about I treat you to Yao ramen tonight? Shenye nodded, knowing that Mei-chin still had important training, so he didn't detain her. Watching Mei-chin's bouncing back, he knew she had completely untied a knot in her heart. Neither of them noticed a short, small figure hiding at the edge of the corner who had overheard their entire conversation. Choosing the opposite direction from Mei-chin, Shenye walked toward the Hokage's office. Although the third Hokage had ordered higher-level ninja to carry out the mission, Shenye was very curious about that small stone. Stopping below, he looked up at the office window, just meeting the third Hokage's gaze. The third Hokage smiled, raised his hand to gently push open the window, then stepped aside and walked toward the table. Shenye slightly crouched, gathering chakra at his feet, and after a few consecutive leaps landed by the office window. At that moment, only the third Hokage was in the office, and the small stone was still lying on the table. Any discoveries in the small stone? The third Hokage shook his head. The stone indeed had a strong sealing force, but after unsealing it, it was still just an ordinary stone. Perhaps even this seal is just a decoy, we've been deceived too much. What exactly is going on? Further observation is needed to draw a conclusion. I've already sent ninja to track down those guys. Shenye nodded, picked up the stone, and examined it carefully in his palm. Indeed, he couldn't see anything special. I thought a small stone might contain a world, but it's nothing special. Even the first Hokage wouldn't claim to be able to do that easily. Meanwhile, the eavesdropper who had overheard Shenye and Mei-chin's conversation quickly ran to the Uchiha clan, pacing anxiously back and forth at the gate. After a short, while Fuyue, dressed in light cloth garments, slowly walked out of the door. Lord Fuyue, you've finally come out. I just overheard that despicable Shenye talking with Mei-chin, and he actually knows about the mark on Miss Mei-chin's butt. Fuyue frowned. He himself didn't know about such a thing. If this guy hadn't mentioned it now, Fuyue would never have known that Mei-chin had a natural mark on her butt. Fuyue, who already had no good impression of Shenye, immediately changed his expression, clenching his fists tightly. The tattletale trembled, not daring to say another word, fearing that Fuyue might attack him in anger. Struggling to calm his emotions, Fuyue took a deep breath. It's thanks to you after all. Take this as a reward. Fuyue took out a small gray pill from his pocket and handed it to the guy, whose eyes instantly lit up. Returning to his home, Fuyue's anger only grew. The girl he had long harbored feelings for was seen in such a compromising state by Shinra. A humiliation he could never accept. However, the children at the Ninja Academy were under strict protection from Konoha. Acting now would undoubtedly provoke the village's wrath. In Fuyue's eyes, even with Shinra's participation in the mission, the young ninja remained nothing but worthless scum. You may act arrogant for now, but when you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I will make an example of you. A simple oversight could easily cost you your life. Uchiha Fuyu's expression grew increasingly grotesque, as if he could already envision Shinra collapsed on the ground, utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, Shinra remained entirely unaware, having no clue that he had become someone's target. Several days slipped by, yet no news emerged of the 5 burly men being apprehended. Shinra gradually allowed the mission to fade from his thoughts. One day, a completely new face appeared at the Ninja Academy, distinguished by a striking head of silver-white hair. This newcomer doesn't look like someone to mess with, and I've never heard of him before. Shinra stood with his arms crossed, quietly listening to the whispers around him. In truth, he already knew exactly who this person was. Though still young, his sharp facial features made his identity unmistakable. Kakashi Hitaki, destined to be revered as the Konoha White Fang, would ultimately live a life of regret after sacrificing his mission to save his comrades. Minato, this guy may seem cold and aloof, but deep down he's exactly the same kind of person as you. It's impossible to imagine him ever showing warmth or affection. Shinra gently shook his head without offering any explanation. He rose and walked several steps toward Kakashi, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Shinra. Hello, I'm Kakashi Hitaki, a man destined to become Hokage. What? You dare try to steal my position as Hokage? I won't permit that. Minato instantly leaped forward, waving his fist in the air as he glared provocatively at Kakashi. To Minato, anyone who aspired to be Hokage was an opponent. Fortunately, neither Shinra nor Shikamaru shared such ambitions. Shinra welcomed Kakashi into their group, and Kakashi took a seat not far from the window. The teacher's arrival silenced the classroom chatter. After a brief introduction of Kakashi, the lesson for the new day commenced. Yet neither Shinra nor Minato could focus on the lesson. Their eyes kept drifting to the nearby window, already plotting their next move. Are you two planning to skip class? Want to join us? Since you've already seen through our intentions. Kakashi stroked his chin, feigning deep thought for a moment before giving a solemn nod. Shinra's respect for Kakashi deepened. On the very first day at the Ninja Academy, the boy had already proven himself no ordinary student. Minato and Shikamaru simultaneously gave Kakashi a thumbs up. As Shinra had predicted, he was no model student. Seizing the moment when the teacher turned away, the 4 of them vaulted over the windowsill and dropped onto the playground below. Kakashi, however, moved with noticeably less grace than the others, stumbling and nearly falling several times. Looks like you need more practice. This kind of maneuver is performed almost daily. I'm curious, without formal academy training, how have you honed your ninja techniques? Shikamaru and Minato turned to look at Shinra, exchanging knowing glances. Kakashi simply shook his head in confusion, yet showed no concern about the knowledge he might be missing by skipping class. You'll understand soon enough. We have an important mission today. Do you still remember those 5 burly men who escaped? Of course I remember. I've been wanting to bring them in. It's been so long with no activity. The village seems to have moved on, so we'll take the initiative now. The group quickly agreed and sprinted down the road leading out of the village. Kakashi followed behind, puzzled by their urgency. Though he didn't understand what drove these 3, he trailed behind without hesitation. From the moment he first encountered Shinra, an inexplicable sense of familiarity had surged within him. Had Shinra not taken the initiative, Kakashi likely would have walked over and sat beside him on his very first day. Before long, the 4 reached the forest beyond the village outskirts. Too much time has passed. Tracking them is impossible now. We need to return to the original location and investigate. Minato nodded and took point, following the route mapped in his memory as he bounded swiftly through the trees. Observing the surrounding forest, Shinra noticed something unsettling. At that time, it had been pitch black, preventing thorough observation. Yet along their path, trees bore damage, varied and scattered, yet following a clear trajectory. The destruction traced a direct line to their intended destination. Shinra felt a strange compulsion, as though some invisible signal was guiding them forward. We should slow down. The path ahead looks treacherous. Minato nodded, pausing on a tree trunk to scan left and right before cautiously continuing onward. Following the damaged trail, the group finally reached a house nestled deep within the forest. However, it was completely empty. Those 5 burly men had never returned here. This place is abandoned. Now that we've found it, those men will surely stay away. Search carefully. There may be unexpected findings. I'll leave this to you, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, landing softly on the ground as he began methodically scanning for traces. Mission work like this was something Kakashi had heard about even before entering the Ninja Academy, though he had never taken it seriously. To his surprise, within a single day, he found himself directly involved. His curiosity toward Shinra only deepened. Although they were all students of the same academy, Shinra's mental maturity clearly transcended what one would expect from someone his age. As all eyes were drawn to the house, a mysterious figure lurked in the distance, silently observing the youngsters. The insolent ones have come here again, disrupted my plans, and nearly taken my sacrifice. The words seemed to be ground out between gritted teeth, carrying a palpable sense of deep-seated hatred. Unaware of this, Shenye and his group expanded their search, deciding to scout the surroundings. Shenye, I found something new. Shuemin leaped onto a treetop and waved in all directions. The others, hearing his call, turned and hurried over, regrouping in no time. Looking at the altar surrounded by countless bushes, Shenye frowned. Had it not been for their indiscriminate search, they would never have discovered this altar, a testament to its concealment. If it's hidden here, then the one who made it doesn't want to be found. Perhaps those 5 were merely pawns. I have some knowledge of altars, let me examine it closely. Chimu Shumao slowly crouched down, gathering chakra in his palm and gently placing it on the altar. The altar emitted a faint glow and a suction force appeared at its center. Shuemin and Lujio staggered, nearly being pulled in. Yet Shenye felt nothing, only a gentle breeze brushing past his ears. Chimu Shumao quickly stopped his actions and turned to look at Shenye. Seeing the expression on his face, Shenye knew trouble was brewing. The altar had far exceeded their understanding. Requiring 5 sacrifices to increase one's power, such an altar is forbidden in Konoha, condemned throughout the entire ninja world. We should return to the village and report this to the 3rd Hokage. Our current abilities are insufficient to handle this. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave. Since you've discovered this secret, you might as well stay as sacrifices. I can make do with for little ones. The figure lurking in the shadows, unable to contain himself as his altar was exposed, stepped out of the darkness and appeared before the group. Shenye shook his head helplessly. A battle was inevitable after all. This mission was never so simple. Detaining us depends on your strength. You're alone while we are 4 little brats, not even Jinin, and you dare to fight me. Have I heard the greatest joke? Shenye crossed his arms, his thoughts unreadable. Shuemin stepped forward to confront the man, but Shenye pulled him back. Shenye walked to the front, raised his head, and moved his lips. Who are you? Who am I? I am an enemy of Konoha, the god of death, who will end your lives today, little ones. I'm asking your name so I can leave a grave for you after you die. Zalabi. Shenye scratched his head. The name meant nothing to him. Whether in the original story or since he had crossed over, the name Zalabi was unfamiliar in his memory. Facing an unknown enemy, Shenye chose not to attack directly. He needed to test the man's strength cautiously. But Zalabi was impatient. His feet pressed into the ground, and he charged at Shenye. Shenye, watch out. Shuemin rushed over, but was too slow. Zalabi had already stopped before Shenye. His hand shot out like a claw toward Shenye's neck, aiming for a one-hit kill, but Shenye simply tilted his head, dodging effortlessly. Zalabi was surprised. A mere child with such reaction speed. By then Shuemin had reached Shenye's side and swung his fists repeatedly at Zalabi. Forced to retreat, Zalabi evaded Shuemin's attacks. The punches hit air. Shenye patted Shuemin's shoulder and exchanged glances with Lujio and Chimu. Though he had only recently joined the team, Chimu Shumao understood Shenye's intent. He and Lujio spread out to encircle Zalabi. The 4 surrounded Zalabi, which only pleased him more. If they had stayed together, capturing them all would have been difficult, but now they were scattered, easy to pick off one by one. Earth release, earth crumbling, jutsu. Zalabi stood still, forming hand seals. The ground began to tremble, and a massive fissure opened up. The ground beneath Shenye and the others slowly rose, drawing them together. Monstrous strength. Shenye punched the earth beneath him. The immense force radiated from the point of impact. With a rumbling sound, the rock shattered into countless pebbles. Shenye flipped and landed safely on the ground. The other 3, lacking Shenye's precise control over strength, also leaped to escape the rock's range. Oomph. Zalabi snorted, quickening his hand seals. The rocks collided, but instead of a loud crash, they merged into an even larger boulder, hurtling toward Shenye. From his covert observation, Zalabi had identified Shenye as the group's leader. To capture the chieftain, first capture his men. Shenye smirked. So the man's target had been him all along. Everything before was just a setup. Such a massive boulder could not be neutralized, even with monstrous strength or partial expansion jutsu. The only option was to evade. Shuemin. Understood. Shuemin responded, tossing a marked kunai in a random direction. Flying Thunder God technique. Before the kunai could land, Shenye vanished from his spot and reappeared midair, catching the thrown kunai and landing on the ground. The enormous boulder crashed into the ground, shaking the entire area. I didn't expect you, little brat, to be so quick at running away. But you won't be so lucky next time. You're the ones who stole my sacrifice, aren't you? That's right, it's just the rest of us. So what? Shenye stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Zalabi. Though this fellow currently appeared immensely powerful, there was still a possibility of defeating him. It seems we need to change our approach. Minato nodded. Relying on ordinary combat methods truly could not accomplish anything against this opponent. Monster strength partial expansion technique. Shenye leapt into the air, and his entire right arm instantly became colossal, descending straight towards Zalabi. Pathetic trick. Zalabi completely underestimated Shenye's strength and did not dodge at all, choosing to charge directly into the strike. When the small fist met the immeasurably large one, Zalabi was instantly blasted by the overwhelming force, flying backward like a bullet and crashing into the ground. With a thunderous rumble, a massive trench appeared on the ground, and Zijalabi lay motionless within it. Surely it won't end so easily. That would be far too boring. Shenye stood at the edge of the trench, gazing into the depths as Zijalabi stirred his body and slowly rose to his feet. His eyes were filled with fury. He could not believe such a tiny frame could unleash such devastating power, making him suffer such humiliation. Anger mingled with disbelief. It seems I need to get serious against the rest of you. To think you could unleash such tremendous power. 1,000-year death. Hatake Tsukumo seized the opportunity and silently appeared behind Zijalabi, clasping his hands together with only 2 fingers extended outward. In an instant Zijalabi's expression tightened. From Shenye's perspective, Zijalabi at that moment looked as though he were standing in boiling oil, his face crimson, about to explode at any moment. Oh! A scream erupted from his mouth as Zijalabi launched skyward before crashing back down. The trench now held only a smug-faced Hatake Tsukumo, still maintaining his 1,000-year death stance. Zijalabi clutched his buttocks, pacing back and forth, feeling excruciating pain in his rear, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. You're done for. You dared to humiliate me like this. Having experienced the ultimate secret of taijutsu is your honor. This was my first time using it in actual combat, and the effect was quite impressive. Though their common enemy was Zijalabi, Shenye and the others still felt a chill, subconsciously hiding their own behinds behind Hatake Tsukumo. Shenye curled his lips into a grin, having never expected Hatake Tsukumo to use 1,000-year death at such a moment. Hatake, well done. Small matter. I simply couldn't bear to defeat him outright. Making him suffer seems far more satisfying. Minato and Shikamaru couldn't help but give Hatake Tsukumo 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, their hearts already overflowing with admiration. At the same time, these two warned themselves deep down, no matter the circumstances, never provoke Hatake Tsukumo, for one's rear is far too fragile. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zijalabi finally recovered his composure, rubbed his buttocks, raised his finger, and pointed at Hatake Tsukumo. Kid, you've successfully caught my attention. He had originally intended to strike at their leader, but Hatake Tsukumo's humiliation forced him to shift his target. Water release, water stream bullet technique. Zijalabi formed hand seals, gathering the chakra within his body and directing it toward his mouth. Observing him now, Zijalabi's seal-making movements seemed strangely awkward. His legs pressed tightly together, making him appear more like a woman. Suddenly, a column of water erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Hatake Tsukumo in the trench. The speed was terrifying. Hatake Tsukumo had no time to dodge, his eyes filled only with the rushing torrent. Earth release, earth wall. Hatake Tsukumo crouched low, pressing his palms against the ground. The earth before him began to shift and rise, forming a wall several centimeters thick. The water column slammed into the earthen wall, the enormous impact nearly breaking through, but ultimately it was contained. Not bad, but you won't be so lucky next. Those are words we were about to say to you. Shenye and Minato exchanged a glance and nodded, charging towards Zijalabi from 2 different directions, reaching him in only a few breaths. Almost simultaneously, both delivered powerful punches to Zijalabi's head. Zijalabi sneered, his body swiftly retreating to evade the attack, while simultaneously using the momentum to open his palms and grab at both their arms. Feeling the crushing force on his arm, Shenye knew that if he couldn't break free quickly, he would very likely be crushed by this fellow. The 3 formed a triangle, locked in place with only the power exerted by their hands, proving the battle still raged on. Kid, if you don't wish to die, obediently become my sacrifice. Being alive yields far better results than being dead. Naive. Shenye kept one foot firmly planted on the ground, while his other leg swept through the air, kicking towards Zijalabi's abdomen. Eventually, 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. After several exchanges, Zijalabi realized continuing the fight would only disadvantage himself, so he decided to create distance. Seizing the opportunity of his punch, Zijalabi bounded backward, unaware that a trap was already waiting for him. Shadow strangle technique. Shikamaru had been waiting on the sidelines for precisely this moment to deploy his jutsu. He only had one chance to succeed. Otherwise, once this fellow became alert, it would be far more difficult to control him again. His shadow stretched along the ground towards Zijalabi's feet, the dark silhouette wrapping around his hands and ascending his body. Damn it! You little brats actually outsmarted me. I refuse to accept this. So what if you don't accept it? Do you think you can break free and keep fighting us? Give it up. Under our seamless coordination, you can only suffer. Shenye tapped Zijalabi's head, his face brimming with mockery. After all, this fellow appeared to possess at least Chunin-level strength, yet he was easily captured by 4 kids who had not even graduated from the ninja academy. Zijalabi's eyes darted around, and suddenly, he changed his attitude. I see now that the rest of you are quite formidable. Such talent at such a young age means you have a bright future ahead. Clever fellow, are you trying to deceive us into letting you go and teaching us how to use the altar? How did you know? A look of sudden delight spread across Zijalabi's face, as if he saw hope of regaining his freedom. At that moment, all he needed to do was simply reveal information about the altar, and he could quietly turn them into sacrifices, once more ultimately benefiting himself. However, what awaited Zijalabi was a sharp flick from Shenye, the sound echoing throughout the entire forest. Are you dreaming? You think such depraved methods can seduce us? Depraved methods? Do you realize how much power one can gain by absorbing the energy from the altar? I could instantly ascend to Jonin understand. Shenye curled his lips. A ninja who needed an altar's power to become a Jonin was utterly worthless. Zalabi's strength would remain stagnant for the rest of his life. The altar would never grant him another chance. The escape of those 5 burly men might have been a blessing, or else they would have long become souls beneath the altar. All right, take him back to the village and let the 3rd Hokage decide his fate. Such actions have already crossed the bottom line of a ninja, enough to execute him 10,000 times. Shenye deliberately frightened Zalabi, though he himself wasn't sure how the 3rd Hokage would deal with this fellow. Perhaps after extracting the desired information from him, Zalabi would become utterly useless, left to rot in the Konoha prison for the rest of his life. But how do we bring him back? None of us can use sealing techniques to suppress his chakra. Yet we can't keep using the shadow binding technique on him forever. We need some other method. Shenye stroked his chin, realizing he hadn't considered this issue before. He needed to devise a foolproof plan. After much deliberation, Shenye decided to employ the most primitive and brutal method to curb Zalabi's urge to escape. Seeing Shenye approaching with a sinister grin, Zalabi swallowed, nervously sensing that something terrible was about to happen. As expected, Shenye raised his fist high, precisely controlling the chakra on his knuckles to amplify the force, and brought it down directly on Zalabi's head. With a dull thud, Zalabi's body twisted and slowly slumped against the shadow that bound him. You can release the technique now. Trust me, this guy won't wake up until we reach the Hokage's office. Monstrous strength is indeed a wonderful jutsu. Shenye shook his fist, admiring it with satisfaction. Minato was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, both Shenye and Shimu Shomao seemed terrifyingly formidable, not to be trifled with. Luckily, he was teammates with these 2 fearsome individuals. If they were enemies, he would surely die a miserable death. Let's move out. Before we leave, there's something we need to do. We can't leave that altar behind. Minato nodded, leaped over to the altar in a few bounds, and stared at its faintly glowing surface, lost in thought, unsure how to proceed. Shimu Shomao, I'll leave the destruction to you. I have no experience in this. Shimu Shomao shot Minato a glance, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it directly into the altar. The stone landed precisely in the center. A rumbling sound erupted, and the altar's light abruptly ceased. Visible cracks spread outward from the center point. Dusting off his hands, Shimu Shomao turned and followed Shenye back toward the village. Minato shrugged and trailed behind. After they had walked a considerable distance, a massive explosion suddenly echoed from the direction of the altar. Shimu Shomao's lips curled slightly upward. A real man never looks back at explosions. You must be totally in awe of me now. Shenye's lips twitched, confirming that his initial impression of Shimu Shomao was correct. Once he became familiar, he would turn just like Minato. But the atmosphere had indeed lightened. The mission that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts was now completely over, and they had ended it themselves. Glancing at Zalabi slumped over Lujio's shoulder, Shenye felt a strange sensation rising within him. He had truly integrated into this world. After a period of travel, the group finally returned to the village. Shenye stood at the village entrance, eyeing the unexpected appearance of the young ninjas with surprise, especially since Minato carried a stranger on his shoulder. You kids aren't at the ninja academy. What were you doing outside the village? Brother Shenye, don't you understand? By looking at the guy Minato is carrying, we completed a very important mission for the village. Shenye nodded, scrutinizing Zalabi. He noticed a distinct bruise on his head and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Without wasting more time, Shenye and the others dashed straight to the Hokage's office, ready to hand Zalabi over to the 3rd Hokage. Inside the office, several village ninjas had gathered, seemingly summoned by the 3rd for a meeting. As the door opened, all eyes fixed on Shenye. He scratched his head awkwardly and stepped aside. The spotlight isn't on me today. You should focus on this guy. Minato set the unconscious Zalabi on the floor and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Carrying that fellow all the way back had drained a lot of his stamina. What is this? Who is this guy? The 5 burly men who ran off earlier were because of him. They were his sacrifices. Sacrifices? The 3rd Hokage frowned, not expecting the matter to be so grave. Involving living human sacrifices was something the ninja world could not tolerate. Shenye nodded and recounted the entire ordeal. Everyone in the room gave thumbs up, looking at the young ones with approval. They were the future of Konoha. At such a young age, they had worked together seamlessly to subdue an enemy several times their strength. Their future was limitless. But the 3rd Hokage's face showed no expression, in fact his eyes held a hint of reproach. Do you realize how dangerous this was? If you had encountered an even stronger enemy, you might not have made it back to the village, understand? Don't worry, 3rd Hokage. We knew our limits. It's our honor to contribute to the village. We'll handle this, guy. Though your actions were extremely reckless, you completed the mission perfectly, so you deserve a reward. Minato's eyes lit up. Having tasted the sweetness of rewards before, he was no longer shy and had already decided what he wanted. However, the third Hokage simply retrieved 4 scrolls from a corner of the room and handed them to Shenye. These are 4 ninjutsu tailored for you as a reward for this mission. From now on, don't take such risks without the village's permission, understand? We understand, third generation. From now on, we will faithfully follow the village's orders. After the youngsters left, the room echoed with bursts of laughter. The expression on the third generation's face relaxed in an instant. Those boys truly did not disappoint me. Your wisdom, third generation, is evident. It seems you had long planned to assign Hatake Sakomo to the Ninja Academy. The third generation nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted his gaze to Zalabi, his eyes filled with contempt. At that moment, Shinai remained unaware that this operation was already unfolding under the watchful eyes of many. Had any unexpected incident occurred during the battle with Zalabi, the Konoha shinobi would have immediately intervened to rescue him. At the street corner, the 4 parted ways in different directions, each taking a distinct route. Returning home, Tsunade had already prepared a sumptuous feast waiting for him. Welcome back, Shinai. Any gains today? Shinai suddenly slapped his forehead. The scrolls entrusted to him by the third generation were still in his pocket. He had forgotten to distribute them when they parted. But since everyone had already returned home, he decided to hand them over at their next meeting. There were some gains, but I'm not sure what kind of ninjutsu the third generation tailored for us in the scrolls. Rest assured, he must have crafted them specifically for you, suited to each person's training. Shinai nodded. After a day of hard work, his stomach was already growling with hunger, so he quickly began to eat with gusto. Watching Shinai devour his food ravenously, Tsunade found herself momentarily lost in thought, her mind involuntarily drifting to her younger brother. As she pondered, traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Even Tsunade herself did not notice her emotions slipping out of control. Shinai slowly looked up, caught her unease, and quickly stepped forward to wipe away the teardrops from her eyes. Big sister Tsunade, have you thought of something unpleasant? Don't be sad. I'm here. No, it's nothing. I just feel happy seeing you like this. Time flew by, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Shinai pushed open the door, walked straight to his bed, and lay down, closing his eyes. Before long, soft snoring echoed from the room. Early the next morning, Hatake Sakomo crouched outside Shenye's window and gently tapped on the glass. Shenye, time for school. Opening his groggy eyes, Shenye's spirit instantly sharpened at the silhouette by the window. When he realized it was Hatake Sakomo, he shook his head helplessly. This was the first time he had encountered such an odd way of being woken up. Only Hatake Sakomo, it seemed, would choose this method. Pondering Hatake Sakomo's agile movements, a sudden idea flashed through Shenye's mind, one that perfectly aligned with the original story. Hatake Sakomo, a prodigy shinobi of the village, had become a jonin at a young age and risen to the rank of squad leader in the Umbu, undertaking countless missions. Yet now he had been assigned to the Ninja Academy by the third generation, limiting his growth and potential. Walking along the path to the Ninja Academy, Shinai decided to probe Hatake Sakomo's thoughts. If he was determined to follow him, even graduating from the academy would not change that. What are your plans for the future? To follow the path step by step and become Hokage. Becoming Hokage is my dream, but I know it won't be me. Compared to me, Minato is more suited for that position. Shinai nodded. It was clear that Hatake Sakomo fully understood he was not cut out for the role and had no intention of competing with Minato for the Hokage seat. With your abilities, leaving the Ninja Academy could lead to greater development. Aren't you curious about the mysterious organization within the village? Oh, you mean the Umbu? Shinai nodded. In truth, he had his own selfish motives. Having Hatake Sakomo join the Umbu could curb Danzo's actions against him, though he was not afraid of them. Hatake Sakomo suddenly stopped and looked toward the Hokage's office. Beyond that building lay not only the Hokage, but also the Umbu's headquarters. My fate is not mine to decide. Even coming to the Ninja Academy was the third generation's arrangement. The third generation. Shinai frowned. This was the first time he had heard Hatake Sakomo mention this. That's right. Everyone already knew about Zalabi's existence long ago. That's why I was sent to the Ninja Academy, to stay close to you and carry out missions together. Shinai grew even more puzzled. The old third generation had clearly stated that this mission was beyond his ability and required higher-level shinobi. Yet he was pulling these strings behind the scenes. Upon reflection, however, all these maneuvers ultimately benefited their group. Shinai found himself unable to read the third generation anymore. So everyone already knew. And you as well. Hatake Sakomo nodded without any concealment. He had initially thought this was just a mission assigned by the third generation. But through their interactions over this period, Hatake Sakomo had come to regard these people as his closest friends. The reason he had appeared at Shenye's window early in the morning was to walk with him alone to the Ninja Academy. Even if Shinai had not asked about his future plans, Hatake Sakomo would still have revealed everything. He wished to keep no secrets from Shenye. I've truly enjoyed working with you all during this time. Perhaps this will be our last operation together. Shenye couldn't help but roll his eyes at the guy. Deep down he too had come to regard him as a friend in this world, who otherwise he would never have agreed to carry out the mission with him. What are you saying? Don't talk like that if we're real friends. You should also personally tell Minato and Shikaku about this news. Shenye threw an arm around Hatake Tsukumo's shoulder and playfully punched him a few times. Hatake Tsukumo felt a warmth in his heart. Finally, he had found a sense of being valued. As they entered the academy gates, they spotted Minato and Shikaku waving from afar. The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace toward them. Once they gathered, Shenye took out the scrolls gifted by the third generation and spread them flat on the ground. I haven't looked at these scrolls yet. Everyone pick the one that suits you best. You choose first. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Minato flipped through a few and selected one, placing it into his ninja tool pouch. Shikaku and Hatake Tsukumo also chose the scrolls they deemed most suitable and tucked them away. Tsukumo Hatake recounted to Minato and Reidu his impending departure from the academy. The latter expressed deep reluctance, yet acknowledged that one person's destiny should not be disrupted for another's sake. He had intended to spend their final day together in peace and joy, but unexpectedly discovered another peculiar figure in the classroom. The moment Tsukumo Hatake laid eyes on him, his gaze never wavered. Shinyoru could clearly sense the surging restless chakra roiling within him. An outburst could ignite at any moment, and Shinyoru was deeply curious about what manner of individual could provoke such a profound reaction in Tsukumo Hatake. Glancing in that direction, he spotted a figure clad in green garments, standing at the classroom entrance with vacant, lifeless eyes, a trace of uncertainty lingering in his gaze as he peered inside. Is that Might Dai? Shinyoru knows him too. We are extremely close friends, you know. Shinyoru's lips twitched. Tsukumo Hatake's grimaced teeth, bared in frustration, gave no indication whatsoever that these two were particularly close. Shinyoru would have believed they were lifelong rivals, yet he understood their history well. The source material had made it abundantly clear. Before Shinyoru could react, Tsukumo Hatake charged forward and immediately engaged Might Dai in a furious scuffle. Shinyoru watched quietly as the two traded blows. It was then that he truly grasped the depth of Tsukumo Hatake's strength. He was evenly matched with Might Dai, who specialized exclusively in taijutsu. Just as the fight reached its peak, a masked ninja leapt between them and forcibly separated the two. Enough fooling around. Lord Danzo has ordered me to take you back. Your mission at the Ninja Academy is complete. Tsukumo Hatake cast one last lingering glance at Shinyoru before following the ANBU operative out of the academy. Might Dai stood frozen, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired or why he had been suddenly taken away. Shinyoru gently shook his head and stepped over to Might Dai's side. You two are good friends, which means from now on you are our friend as well. Inability to practice ninjutsu is not the end of the world. You know me. Might Dai pointed at his own nose in shock, having never encountered this person before. Of course. In the future you will become an exceptionally outstanding ninja. Actually, I'm nothing but a dead last. Unable to practice ninjutsu, I was forced to leave the academy and only returned to secure my graduation. But your strength already far surpasses many of us still enrolled in the academy. Have confidence in yourself. Might Dai nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the chasm between himself and others. Since he could not pursue ninjutsu training, he would pour all his effort into taijutsu and prove that pure physical combat prowess could also forge an outstanding ninja. Minato and Reidu had just entered the classroom, unaware that a new member had already joined their group. Shinyoru patted Might Dai on the shoulder and exchanged a glance before the two made their way into the classroom. At that moment, Shinyoru silently activated the system's steal skill in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen Might Dai's skill 8 gates. Skill cooldown period 3 hours. Still an agonizing 3 hours. Shinyoru couldn't help but ask the system whether this duration could be shortened, yet received no response. The question vanished into nothingness. The monotonous classroom routine began. Only Might Dai listened attentively to the instructor's lecture, occasionally jotting something down on paper. The other three fixated their gaze on the scenery outside the window, itching to bolt out and explore. However, just then 3 pieces of chalk flew toward them with pinpoint accuracy, landing squarely on each of their foreheads and leaving pale white marks. Behave yourselves, all 3 of you. Don't think I don't see through your schemes. Leaving my classroom is impossible. Rest assured, Sensei, we won't leave. Shinyoru raised his hand and promised, yet his gaze remained fixed outside the window as he wondered when he could finally graduate and escape. Once he became a true genin, countless missions would await him. That would be absolute freedom. Shinyoru, I think we should pay closer attention today. Perhaps from now on we'll be free to leave the academy whenever we please. Oh, why are you so certain? Minato wore a mysterious smile. Previously, he had already discovered that today's lesson covered the clone jutsu. If they could master the clone jutsu with ease, they could send a clone to attend class, while the real body roamed freely outside. What a splendid arrangement. Shinyoru slapped his own forehead, berating himself for not thinking of this technique sooner. However, since he had just used the system's steal skill, he would need to wait before using it again. There would be an opportunity to steal the clone jutsu in due time. Graduation is fast approaching, and the sole assessment requirement is the ability to execute the complete clone jutsu. Today I will teach you this technique. The instructor stood before the podium and delivered a comprehensive explanation of everything related to the clone jutsu. Might Guy swallowed hard, feeling deeply overwhelmed. He possessed absolutely no aptitude for performing ninjutsu, and the clone jutsu seemed like an insurmountable obstacle, truly impossible for him. The clone jutsu. Am I destined to never become a genin in this lifetime? How unjust is heaven? I will help you solve this problem. Such a technique is far too inadequate to serve as a standard for measuring one's strength. Shinyoru rose with a grave expression and walked toward the podium. Normally, Might Guy endured countless scornful glances and ridicule for his inability to perform ninjutsu, and Shinyoru refused to let such treatment continue. Therefore, he chose to approach the teacher and speak in a low voice, hoping to avoid provoking the merciless mockery of others. Student Shinyoru, if you have any questions, simply raise them from your seat. There is no need to come to my side. This matter must be whispered directly into your ear, otherwise I fear I may lose control of my temper. Though a faint smile lingered on his lips, everyone could sense the unyielding tone in Shinyoru's words. The teacher sighed softly and said nothing further, waiting for Shinyoru to approach, equally curious about what he intended to convey. Teacher, do you know Might Guy? Shenye whispered in a barely audible voice, speaking softly by his teacher's ear. The classroom was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The others could only watch Shenye's lips move, having no idea what he had said. The teacher's gaze shifted slightly, his eyes instinctively drifting toward the figure clad in the green combat suit. The shadow clone jutsu will not be the sole evidence. There will ultimately be numerous ways to verify it, so there is truly nothing you need to worry about. Shenye nodded with relief. With that settled, he no longer needed to worry about Might Guy's graduation. After all, his strength would easily secure him a place as a genin. The day passed quickly, and Shenye shook his head, suddenly feeling somewhat fatigued. Dingling. The dismissal bell rang, and Minato and Shikamaru bolted out of the classroom like wild horses unchained. They waited on the playground for some time, yet Shenye still failed to appear. Curiosity began to stir within them. Usually Shenye was the first to dash out. What's wrong with that guy Shenye today? He's acting like a completely different person. Let's go back and check. Perhaps he's waiting for Might Guy. That guy hasn't come out either. Retracing their exit route, the two threaded their way back through the throngs of students and into the village, only to find Shenye with his eyes closed, leaning back in his chair. Beside him, Might Guy had his head bowed, scrutinizing something with an expression of utmost seriousness. Taking a few steps closer, Minato finally detected the faint sound of snoring emanating from Shenye's mouth. Who would have thought he had fallen asleep within such a short span of time? Might Guy, what are you looking at over there? There are still many parts of today's lesson I do not understand, and I wish to ask Shenye for clarification, but he has already fallen asleep. Tell me what you don't understand, and I'll explain it to you. Though I wasn't entirely focused during the lecture, I grasped the general content of today's lesson. Might Guy nodded and handed over his notes to Minato, having circled and marked every point of confusion. Minato glanced at the content and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had assumed it would be merely a handful of profound questions, only to discover that Might Guy had drawn one enormous circle encompassing the entirety of the material. He simply could not fathom why Might Guy remained so utterly ignorant of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, as a close friend, Minato patiently proceeded to explain each point to him one by one without the slightest hint of impatience. As the sky gradually darkened, all three of their stomachs simultaneously issued a rumbling protest. Might Guy gently rubbed his own belly. I'm a bit hungry. Should we wake Shenye up and get some food? This guy is something else. He actually managed to sleep for so long in just that one position. Minato shook his head helplessly and gave Shenye a few nudges. Blinking open his eyes, Shenye looked at the group before him with an expression of astonishment, utterly surprised to find that he had fallen asleep right there. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? We were tying up some academic questions for Might Guy. We only woke you once we finished, since everyone had gotten hungry. Stretching lazily as he rose, the group set off toward Ichiraku Ramen. No sooner had they exited the academy when Might Guy leaped onto a rooftop, executed a series of flips, and then held a two-fingered handstand on the tiles. I cannot afford to waste a single moment of training. See you all at Ichiraku Ramen. I still have 5,000 handstands left to complete my quota for today. Knowing Might Guy's tireless dedication, Shenye offered no remark and simply broke into a brisk walk. It was Minato and Shikamaru who watched him with openly admiring expressions. Both secretly asked themselves whether they could ever reach such a level of discipline. The answer was unequivocally no. They lacked Might Guy's rigor, and even their efforts would never yield such results. Amidst laughter and chatter, their figures gradually faded into the darkened streets. Early the next morning, Shenye was awakened by a series of urgent knocks. flung open the door to find Tsukumo Hatake standing there gasping heavily. What could be so urgent? Have you been bullied within ANBU? Shenye rolled up his sleeves, his intention perfectly clear as he prepared to seek retribution on Tsukumo's behalf. It's not as you imagine. There is merely an extremely urgent mission that requires your assistance. As an ANBU member, I am restricted from mobilizing without Danzo's order. Shenye nodded, grasping Tsukumo's meaning. After obtaining the specific details of the mission, he departed from his home. In truth, this was neither an ANBU operation nor a commission dispatched by the third Hokage, but rather something Tsukumo Hatake had happened upon by chance. As for the mission reward, it involved a ninja technique completely unfamiliar to him, at least one he had never encountered within his own understanding. Shenye promptly gathered Minato and Shikamaru, and the three of them appeared together at Might Guy's residence only to find the room utterly empty. The sun had barely risen in the sky. Had it not been for Shenye's insistence on searching, Minato and Shikamaru would still have been lost in slumber. Has Might Guy already gone out to train? With such perseverance, he will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. We should hurry and find him. If someone else claims the mission first, we will forfeit the reward. The three exchanged nods and parted on the spot, fanning out in three different directions to search for Might Guy's silhouette. Compared to monotonous training, actual combat accelerated growth far more rapidly. This was precisely why Shenye had insisted on bringing Might Guy along. After searching for quite some time, without spotting Might Guy, the trio regrouped. We have checked both the rooftops and the training grounds, yet still have not caught a glimpse of him. I wonder where that guy has gone. Suddenly, a dark green figure swaying slightly materialized slowly in the trio's field of vision from the distance. Just when you've worn out your shoes searching in vain, he shows up out of nowhere without a trace. Minato was equally astonished. He had already scouted that direction and had indeed found no sign of him. Minato, have you checked the Ninja Academy? Why do I get the impression this guy just walked out of there? His gait clearly suggests he's been jostled through a crowd. Minato shook his head. During the search, the academy had naturally slipped his mind. Oh, no one would think to visit such a place so early in the morning. The three couldn't help but marvel at how eccentric Might Guy was, their curiosity toward him deepening all the while. Oh, it's you, Shenye. What incredible coincidence to run into you all here. A faint smile curved at the corners of Shenye's mouth as he gently tapped his fists together and slowly approached Might Dai. Unaware of what was happening, Might Dai quickened his pace to greet Shenye, only to be met with a sudden sharp rap on the head. With a dull thud, Shuemin and Lugio instinctively raised their hands to cover their heads as they watched Might Dai get hit. You actually went to the Ninja Academy first thing this morning. I don't know whether to praise your diligence or call you foolish. Might Dai scratched his head, puzzled why he had been struck. They had only just met today, and he hadn't done anything to provoke these fellows. Seeing his bewildered expression, Shuemin couldn't help but step forward to explain. Really, the chance to burn with youthful passion is right before me, yet I went off alone to the classroom to study like a fool. How lamentable. Accompanied by Might Dai's exaggerated gestures, Shenye burst into laughter, not mocking but genuine amusement. All right then, let's set off now. We can still reach our destination before dark. Everyone grab hold of me. I've already left a flying thunder god mark outside the village, so we can teleport a great distance at once. Shenye gave Shuemin a thumbs up. With such foresight, it was no surprise that he would one day become the fourth Hokage. Moreover, both in status and character, Buffing Shuemin was perfectly suited. Flying thunder god technique. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the village, and when his body materialized again, he was already in the forest outside. However, this place felt somewhat unfamiliar to Yixian. It was his first time in these woods since he had crossed over into this world. You're more familiar with the terrain of the ninja world than I am. You lead the way. Shuemin nodded, pulled a map from his backpack, spread it flat on the ground, and carefully studied it to confirm their current location. Then, marking their destination on the map, he began to move in a certain direction. After a full day of travel, the four of them finally arrived at a completely unfamiliar place, one that Shenye had never seen even in the original story. A massive stone gate bore the inscription, Small Mountain Village, the characters crooked and weathered by years of wind and rain. Entering the village, the bustling crowds brought a touch of liveliness, lifting the spirits of Shenye and his companions. After all, they had been traveling all day without seeing another soul, and even among themselves there had been little conversation. They were all conserving energy for the journey. Instead of rushing to find the client who had issued the request, they wandered around the village looking for a place to satisfy their hunger. Let's find a spot with fewer people. This isn't our turf, so it's better to keep a low profile. Lugio nodded in full agreement with Shuemin's idea. Who knew if this unremarkable little village harbored hidden dragons and tigers, some arrogant and unreasonable toughs? A crowded place is better. We're capable of defending ourselves now, and what's most important is to gather information about this place. Shenye had already spotted a location and, displaying strong leadership, strode over there. Shuemin had no choice but to follow. After thinking it over, he realized Shenye had a point. being a bit conspicuous might be wiser. Their attire didn't differ much from the locals, and they wore no forehead protectors from Konoha, so they drew no stares. Bring us one serving of your signature dishes. We're 4 people. Despite the crowded and the owner served the food remarkably quickly. Having gone hungry all day, the 4 of them dug in ravenously, finishing everything in a few minutes like a whirlwind sweeping through. Have you heard? Strange things have been happening in small mountain village lately. Yeah, they say that at night weird noises come from the house of Shijiao at the edge of the village, but no one can find the source after several checks. Better not talk about it. If those strange things show up at your place, I wonder if you'd still be laughing. If they go anywhere, it'll be to your house. What does it have to do with me? Shenye and Shuaimin exchanged a glance. Shijiao was the one who had submitted the request to Konoha. It seemed this strange affair was what they had been hired to handle. Let's go. It's getting dark. This is a good chance to look into things. After dropping a few coins, the 4 left the inn and followed the village path deeper in. Shenye planned to visit Shijiao the next morning. For now, they would keep watch at the village edge overnight to scout the situation. The sky clear moments ago suddenly darkened, and the people on the streets hurried along as if something big was about to happen. I feel like we're being played. Maybe we should just go find Shijiao directly. Don't worry, I've got a sense of this place. Tonight will be uneventful. Shuaimin and Lujio unconditionally trusted Shenye's words, while Maitai Dai had no objections. He just wanted to burn with youthful passion. Suddenly raindrops began to fall from the sky. Shenye and his companions quickened their pace toward the edge of the village. Luckily, they found a spot at the village border that offered shelter from the rain. Without hesitation, the 4 rushed under it and watched as the village gradually fell silent. With the downpour approaching, the village was completely deserted except for them. This village feels very strange. It's just an ordinary rain, yet it drives everyone indoors. Shenye shook his head, unsure of what to make of it. Perhaps after tonight all questions would be answered. Suddenly the rain intensified and a pounding sound reached their ears. Young lads, you're not from this village, are you? A window nearby slid open and a man with a full beard poked his head out to ask. Thanks to a protruding rock above the window, not a single raindrop fell on him. Uncle, how did you know we aren't from this village? Look, when it rains there's not a soul on the streets. Only those unfamiliar with this place would choose to wait out the rain outside. Something very serious is about to happen. Uncle, may we take shelter from the rain in your room? This is our first time here, and we have no idea what's going on. The bearded uncle nodded and gently opened the door. Shenye and the others exchanged nods, rushed into the room, and shook off the remaining water droplets from their heads. How did you young lads suddenly appear here? In the entire ninja world, this is an extremely inconspicuous little village. Even passers-by wouldn't stop here. To be honest, we accepted a mission and came here to carry it out. It seems from your appearance that you're not a villager either. The bearded uncle burst into hearty laughter, but his expression suddenly turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Shenye. How did you figure out that I'm not a native here? By your aura. No matter how a person tries to conceal it, they can't hide their innate aura. So I concluded that you're not from here. The bearded uncle patted Shenye on the shoulder, his expression inscrutable, neither approval nor disgust. But in the end, he chose not to lay a hand on these children. On one hand, children who could receive a mission were no ordinary folk. Even if he attacked, it wouldn't necessarily end well for him. On the other hand, the bearded uncle had been living in seclusion here for many years and didn't want to expose himself for this, especially since Shenye and his group weren't after him. The rain thundered outside the room. Shenye peered through the dim window and realized that this little village might not be as simple as he had imagined. Since you've already discovered this, I'll tell you my story. Shenye nodded, pricking up his ears to listen quietly, as did Shuaimin and Lujio. Just then an untimely sound emerged. Maidadai's stomach growled. Maidadai scratched his head sheepishly and looked apologetically at the bearded uncle. The uncle shook his head, helplessly got up, rummaged for some food, and handed it to Maidadai. More than a decade ago, when I was about your age, I came to this place and have been living here ever since. But I'm very curious. What is so strange about this village that made you choose to stay here? I was being hunted. Those people didn't want to enter the village either, so I stayed here to hide. Shenye stroked his chin, suddenly becoming even more curious about the village and eager to know what would happen next. The sound of rain outside gradually diminished. After the downpour, the village fell into silence. The rain outside has stopped, but I still advise you to take shelter here. The night in this village is not easy to endure. To complete the mission, we still have to leave. Shenye stood up, clasped his fists toward the bearded uncle, and turned to walk out of the room. Treading through the drizzling rain, the 4 of them hurried in the direction the bearded uncle had indicated, to Shijiao Grandma's house. Crouching at the corner of the wall, the 4 hid in the dark corner, quietly waiting for the strange sound to appear. One night has fallen. Have my furry children already fallen asleep? A tall figure gradually appeared in the sight of Shenye and the others, swaying as it approached Shijiao Grandma's house. Shenye and Shuaimin exchanged a glance, then vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were behind that figure. Seemingly unaware of Shenye and Shuaimin's presence, the tall figure continued swaying forward. It seems we can't wait until tomorrow morning, we need to act now. Shui Min nodded, then lunged forward abruptly, pulling a shuriken from the ninja pouch on his back and gripping it in his hand. Without any obstruction, the shuriken plunged into the figure's back, yet no blood seeped out. Shenye, this guy is not right. I've already noticed. It's just a puppet. Let's take it down first, then go to Shijiao Grandma's house to find out the situation. Shui Min nodded, leaped directly from the figure's back to its front, and stared at the puppet. This thing is truly ugly. Don't overthink it. Just take it down. Shui Min nodded, swung his shuriken again, and plunged it straight into the figure's head. A rumbling sound came from within the figure's body. The massive frame instantly disintegrated and collapsed onto the wet ground, leaving only a talisman floating in the air. The talisman rippled with a faint blue glow identical to the color of chakra. Should we keep this thing? Let it go? There must be someone controlling its actions behind the scenes. We don't want to alert the enemy. The four watched the talisman slowly drift away from the small village. Following the path along the street, they went straight to knock on Shijiao Grandma's door without any hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. In the room, Shijiao Grandma opened, her bleary eyes got up and pulled the door open. When she saw four unfamiliar faces, she instantly became much more alert. You four little ones, why are you still wandering outside the village so late? Come in quickly and take shelter. Shenye exchanged glances with the others, then walked straight into the room, looking around at the decorations inside. It seemed that Shijiao Grandma lived alone here. The simple and plain room held nothing novel. Shijiao Grandma, we are ninjas from my village. We received your mission and rushed here overnight. Oh, it's you. After such a long journey, you must be very tired. There's no unexpected incident tonight, so you can have a good rest. Shenye nodded and didn't refuse further, since they might be spending the next few days here at the old lady's place. Shijiao slowly stood up. Only then did Shenye notice that her back was slightly hunched, the marks of age vividly displayed on her. After making the bed, Shenye lay down and closed his eyes, soon beginning to snore. Let's each get some sleep. We don't know what awaits us tomorrow, we need to rest up. My daily training isn't done yet. Don't worry about me. Maidai twisted his arms and waist, then walked straight out of the room. He found a deserted street corner and began his daily devilish training. 1, 2, 3, 4. 171. Time passed swiftly through the night. When Shenye opened his eyes, the sky was already dazzling bright. Observing the position of the sun, it seemed to be around noon. The other three were nowhere to be found in the room. Shenye rubbed his sleepy eyes and stepped outside, discovering that Minato and Shikaku were helping Granny Ishikato clear the weeds in the courtyard, while Might Dai was nowhere in sight. Shenye, you're awake. Why didn't you wake me? I was sound asleep all by myself in the room. These are trivial matters we can handle ourselves. What would we need you for? Shenye helplessly shook his head and joined Minato and Shikaku, quietly helping Granny Ishikato clear the weeds in the courtyard. Soon Might Dai walked into the courtyard, carrying 2 buckets brimming with water, heading straight for the enormous water vat. The heavy rain last night has contaminated the water in the vat, so I'm helping Granny Ishikato replace it with fresh, clean water. This is also a good opportunity to cultivate. Observing the busy figures in the courtyard and Granny Ishikato resting peacefully in her rocking chair under the sunshine, Shenye was momentarily lost in thought. Such a wonderful life was precisely what he had longed for before transmigrating. Who would have imagined experiencing it here and now? However, such beautiful moments would not last long. The ninja world was, after all, a world built on violence and combat, where fights and clashes could be seen everywhere. Shortly after, Granny Ishikato rose from her chair with her cane and walked into the house. Within mere minutes, a mouth-watering fragrance drifted through the window into the courtyard, and Shenye couldn't help but take a deep breath. Children, dinner is ready. I'll take you all around the village this afternoon. Roger that. Shenye dropped his tools and was the first to dash into the room, with Minato and Shikaku close behind. Poor Might Dai was still making his way back with the water buckets. Just as he was about to dive into the feast, a sharp smack echoed as Granny Ishikato struck his hand with her cane. Shenye looked at Granny Ishikato with a wronged expression. Her face showed no emotion, but her gaze carried an undeniable authority. There's still one child who hasn't returned. You must wait for him before you begin eating. Shenye shrugged. Indeed, the delicious aroma had tempted him into leaving Might Dai behind. He rested his chin on his hands and waited quietly at the table. Why hasn't Might Dai returned yet? If he's any later, we'll miss the fragrance entirely. It's already starting to fade. Indeed, I can hardly wait to taste Grandma's cooking. Look at how restless you little ones are. In just 3 counts your friend will appear. Shenye slowly closed his eyes and silently counted 1, 2, 3 in his heart. As expected, Might Dai's voice soon echoed from the courtyard. What smells so delicious? His once steady pace accelerated dramatically. He quickly dumped the water from his buckets into the large vat, pushed off hard, and charged into the room. Within a few breaths, Might Dai had seated himself across from Shenye. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks and grab the food, he noticed everyone staring at him with strange expressions. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that? Ignore it. Everyone dig in. Granny Ishikato slowly withdrew her cane from Shenye's hand, and the four of them finally began to savor the feast spread before them. They didn't waste much time at all. To Granny Ishikato's astonishment, it felt as though she had merely blinked a few times before the table stood completely bare. I'm absolutely stuffed. You simply cannot find food this delicious anywhere in Konoha. Minato patted his slightly swollen belly and slumped lazily into his chair, eyes gently closed in contentment. Shikaku and Might Dai were in the same state. Only Shenye sat with clear alert eyes fixed on something ahead, remaining utterly silent, as if awaiting something. After a long silence, rhythmic snoring filled the room. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shenye's mouth as he turned to look at Granny Ishikato. Now shall we discuss what exactly is going on? The three of them have already fallen to your sleeping drug. Little one, why are you unaffected? I've been on guard against you all along. I simply do not trust you even though you entrusted us with this mission. Granny Ishikato shook her head helplessly. Her painstakingly laid plans had been exposed by Shenye at this critical moment, leaving her with a lingering sense of frustration. In truth, prior to this encounter, Granny Ishikato had already witnessed the puppeteer controlling that enormous creature, and she had been utterly terrified. However, that puppeteer had offered her an incredibly tempting condition: deliver several children from the village into his hands, and in return, he would leave the small mountain village undisturbed henceforth. Every child in this village was regarded by Granny Ishikato as her own dear grandchildren. The thought of handing them over filled her with unbearable reluctance. She sent the commission to Konoha village hoping to rely on legitimate ninja forces to defeat the puppeteer and restore peace and tranquility to their mountain village. But the arrival of Shenye and the other children shattered all of Granny Ishikato's original plans. She decided to sacrifice these children themselves in exchange for the village's safety. Even if he made a move, he would not be able to capture Shenye in his hands, and this old body might even suffer some harm. Returning to the depths of the room, Grandma Shijiao handed the antidote to Shenye, then leaned against the bench and slowly closed her eyes, preparing to leave everything to Shenye to handle. With 3 or 2 steps back to the table, Shenye dissolved the antidote in water and administered it to each of the 3 people one by one. Cough, cough. The 3 of them gradually opened their eyes, their throats feeling extremely uncomfortable. What happened? How did we suddenly fall asleep? Nothing happened, you were just too tired and fell asleep unintentionally. Grandma Shijiao still plans to take us around the village for a tour. Shenye kept the truth from them, fearing that once they knew, they would develop strange thoughts and harbor grievances against Grandma Shijiao. Stretching lazily, Mighty Dai rose and walked outside. Today's training hasn't been completed, yet you go on the stroll. Shenye shook his head helplessly, turned and entered the room to wake Grandma Shijiao, and set off together only to find her already asleep on the bench. Watergate tugged at Shenye's sleeve, gesturing toward the window. Let's go walk around and gather some information ourselves. Don't disturb Grandma Shijiao's rest. The 3 of them left Grandma Shijiao's courtyard and headed toward the center of the village, passing right by the home of the bearded uncle. The bearded uncle was now swaying gently at his doorway, eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight, looking utterly content. Shenye didn't bother greeting him, knowing the bearded uncle wouldn't yield any useful information. Having settled here to flee from something, he maintained wariness toward anyone outside the village natives. By day, the mountain village appeared serene, showing no signs of the monstrous presence that emerged at night. Such a stormy night yesterday should have brought strange occurrences and eerie sounds, yet nothing happened. That's peculiar. Indeed, rainy nights are when that creature is most active, but pedestrians strolled along the streets in leisurely conversation, puzzled by the unusual quietness of the night. After a brief walk, Shenye had gathered considerable information. Many villagers had witnessed the puppet Watergate destroyed the previous night, though no one had fallen victim to its attacks. After wandering through the village, Shenye decided to return to Grandma Shijiao's home and wait quietly for darkness, using the talisman to track down whoever controlled it. As time slipped away, the sky gradually darkened, and clear blue turned to looming clouds once more. Grandma Shijiao, does it rain here every night? The clouds always gather at this hour. I'm not sure why it's rained so heavily these past 2 days. There hadn't been any rain for several months before that. Shenye stroked his chin, wondering if his group's arrival was somehow triggering the frequent rainfall, suggesting this mountain village harbored certain mystical qualities. Thunder rumbled as rain began to fall steadily. We can set out now? Mighty Dai stay behind to protect Grandma Shijiao. Mighty Dai nodded, stepped closer to Grandma Shijiao, and began some physical exercises to pass the time. As soon as they exited the courtyard, Shenye and the others spotted the familiar figure, the massive beast lumbering toward them with its bulky frame swaying. Yet Shenye stood squarely in its line of sight, but the creature showed no awareness of him, continuing its path obliviously. This thing appears to be nothing more than a mindless puppet under someone's control. No consciousness, no awareness. Let's take it down first. Watergate and Shikaku nodded, launching shuriken as they charged forward. With experience from their previous encounter, Watergate wasted no time, driving his shuriken straight into the colossal torso. Shikaku somersaulted onto its back and embedded his own weapon deep into the flesh. As the rain faded, the massive form crumbled to the ground, leaving a pale blue talisman floating in the air. Following it should lead us to whoever's controlling this, and we can complete the commission properly. The trio moved silently behind the talisman toward the village outskirts, its faint glow persisting despite the lingering rain. We're almost out of the village. Keep some distance from the talisman, or it'll easily detect our presence. They unconsciously slowed their pace, the talisman drifting at the periphery of their vision. Gradually Shenye noticed something amiss. They had traveled far beyond the village, yet the talisman showed no sign of ceasing its movement. The rain had ceased, and the night grew unusually still. The talisman's floating motion carried an eerie quality to it. Where exactly is this thing hiding? It hasn't stopped even now. I think we're close. I can sense its presence in the cave ahead. Shenye had been maintaining his chakra perception at maximum range since the start, monitoring the surroundings carefully, and finally detected anomalies near the cave in front of them. Watergate and Shikaku immediately snapped to attention, quickening their steps. Within moments, the three had overtaken the talisman and positioned themselves at the cave's edge, waiting silently. The moment the talisman drifted into the cave, Shenye and the others would rush in to subdue the culprit directly, avoiding unnecessary complications. To think it would return so swiftly. When did this mountain village produce someone capable of destroying Dezhuang? I suppose I should have a word with that old man. Following the talisman, Shenye surged into the cave, first only to be left speechless by what lay before him. He had expected a dark, damp space, but instead discovered something remarkable. The view opened up before his eyes with a sense of revelation. Watergate and Shikaku shared identical expressions of astonishment upon entering. The cave walls were completely transformed, bearing no resemblance to a natural cavern. Watergate, this place surpasses the conditions back home. Indeed, I've never seen such opulent furnishings even in Konohagakure. I almost hate to disturb it. Let's lure him out first before engaging. He likely feels the same. We're the ones who'd rather avoid the damage. The three reached an understanding in an instant and continued walking deeper into the cave. Who goes there? How dare you find this cave? Those come to take your life. We have accepted the commission to protect Granny Shijiao, so better surrender peacefully. That old man still doesn't trust me after all, but you little ones can stay and keep me company. Suddenly, a tremendous sucking force erupted from within the cave. Shenye and the other two found their bodies drawn inexorably inward, drifting like pale blue talismans caught in an unseen current. Shenye nodded to Shuemin and instantly adopted a combat stance, preparing for whatever lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the cave, he finally came face to face with the one who had been threatening Granny Shijiao all along. His long mid-blue hair framed a fair complexion, his age appearing roughly that of Zilai. Never would one guess that such a grotesque behemoth sprang from his hands. Since I have no children from the village to keep me company, you shall stay and play with me instead. The puppeteer's face bore a pleasant smile, yet his words carried an unyielding finality, as though he had already sealed Shenye and the others' fates. Shenye shook his head in resignation. How could he make this fellow understand? He was living in fantasy. Attack! At Shenye's command, Shuemin and Lujuan simultaneously hurled their shuriken straight toward the puppeteer's face. The latter frowned, taken aback by the suddenness of the assault. He hadn't anticipated such speed, and his body couldn't react in time. Suddenly, a figure burst in from the side, throwing itself before the shuriken and crashing heavily to the ground. Afei, don't frighten me like that, Afei. The puppeteer cradled the fallen figure in his arms with an expression of utter grief, his gaze never leaving it. Shenye barely concealed a smirk. This young fellow was strangely peculiar, losing his composure over nothing more than a broken puppet. He could restore the puppet's movement in the very next instant, yet he made such a tremendous fuss over nothing. As expected, the puppeteer's voice cut off instantly. He resumed his falsified smile and turned to face Shenye. You've broken my toy, so you'll stay and keep me company forever. In your dreams. Shenye snorted coldly and advanced several steps with determined strides. He concentrated all his strength into his fist and unleashed a devastating blow toward the air. His monstrous power sent rippling waves through the air, bearing down upon the puppeteer. The puppeteer straightened, instantly stomping his feet hard against the ground as he summoned a puppet to stand before him as a shield. With a thunderous crash, the puppet shattered from the air waves' impact, scattering to the ground. Only a small talisman remained floating in the air. Shenye began to ponder how many talismans the puppeteer possessed. The puppets were merely vessels. The true complication lay in those talismans. Shuemin grasped the same principle and flung his marked shuriken at the puppeteer. After two puppets fell in succession, the puppeteer chose to evade, sidestepping to avoid the incoming strike. With a sharp clang, the shuriken struck the wall behind the puppeteer and bounced off immediately. Shuemin hadn't anticipated this result. A wall impervious even to shuriken, especially in an unremarkable little cave like this. This place has undoubtedly undergone extensive reinforcement by him. Ordinary strength could hardly leave a trace. But this is more than enough. Shenye's lips curved slightly upward. Shuemin's purpose in throwing the shuriken was to leave behind a transmission seal. Now it's your turn. Shuemin and Lu Juan nodded, and both sprinted toward the puppeteer simultaneously. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Lu Juan's elongated shadow stretched sinuously across the ground toward the puppeteer. The puppeteer, unfamiliar with Lu Juan's ninjutsu, paid no mind to the shadow, closing in on him a mocking glance, even crossing his eyes. You think shadows alone can control me? You're living in fantasy. The puppeteer stepped directly onto the shadow, utterly disregarding any trouble it might bring. Prepare to face judgment. You have no way to escape now. Lu Juan's shadow climbed upward along the puppeteer's body, swiftly wrapping around him completely and rendering him utterly immobile. Shuemin seized the opportunity, charging to the puppeteer's side and delivering a fierce punch to his face. Dazhuang. The puppeteer suddenly bellowed. The shattered fragments of the puppet reassembled in midair, flying over and encircling the puppeteer tightly. Shenye could sense massive fluctuations of chakra oscillating between the puppet and its controller, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. Be careful. I don't know what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve. Retreat. The puppeteer's ethereal voice echoed around them. Shenye looked on in shock to find that Dazhuang and the puppeteer had already swapped positions. It was the colossal puppet Dazhuang now bound by Lu Juan's shadow, while the puppeteer had slipped free as though nothing had happened. No jutsu in the entire ninja world can confine me. Stop your futile struggles and stay to keep me company instead. Shenye carefully analyzed the puppeteer's words. Throughout their encounter, the puppeteer had only repeated those same phrases about keeping them to play with him. Those puppets showed no signs of aggression toward people. They appeared crafted solely for companionship. Besides, Dazhuang had resided in this small mountain village for quite some time without harming a single soul. Monster Strength Partial Expansion Technique. Shenye enlarged his right fist, channeling his monstrous power relentlessly into it before launching a devastating blow toward the puppeteer. A blue talisman materialized instantly before the puppeteer. Xiaobai reappeared once more to intercept Shenye's attack, barely managing to hold the strike. This fellow differs from those we've encountered before. His goal isn't to eliminate his enemies. I feel the same. It seems what he craves most is companionship. A scheme surfaced in Shenye's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The puppeteer's every behavior indicated he sought childlike playmates. Granny Shijiao was elderly and far too frail to withstand the puppeteer's games. Otherwise, he would never have threatened her into stealing the village children and delivering them to him, simply to have someone to play with. I have a proposal that could spare us from the battle ahead. I know what you're thinking, but the small village seems unable to accept outsiders. Though I wonder how that bearded uncle managed to enter the village back then. Shenye stroked his chin deep in thought. Sending the puppet master into the small village was not a reliable solution, as the villagers had already developed a deep psychological shadow regarding this fellow. If they discovered that the strange occurrences at night were caused by this person, he might not survive even the first night. Seeing Shenye and the others halt their movements, the puppet master also calmed down, quietly observing the three before him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He appeared like a child who had just stepped into the world. What's your name? My name is Ziyi. Are you longing to find companions to play with? Ziyi nodded repeatedly. He had lived in this cave for an unknown length of time, always accompanied by two puppets. But those puppets never harmed anyone on their own, nor would they execute any aggressive movements, even under Ziyi's command. Recently, Ziyi discovered the nearby small village where many children of similar age lived. He wanted them to come here and play with him. Yet everyone who saw him would scream in fear and flee into the distance, except for Granny Shijiao, who would comfort him. The idea of using puppets to create panic and force Granny Shijiao to hand over some children gradually took root in Ziyi's mind. But not only did he fail, he also incurred Granny Shijiao's dislike and never saw her again. If you listen to me obediently, I'll make sure you have plenty of companions. I'll listen to you. Shuemin exchanged a glance with Lu Jiao, and the three of them slowly retreated toward the cave entrance, following Shenye's movements, with Ziyi trailing behind. Once outside the cave, Ziyi instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, as if he had not been exposed to the outside world for a long time. Shenye couldn't help but wonder how Ziyi had survived and spent each day over such a long period. When he saw the two talismans floating behind Ziyi, Shenye suddenly understood everything. Perhaps this was the only warmth his parents had left him. Stay here with Ziyi. I'll go fetch Maidai, and then we'll head back to the village. Following the route they had taken, he soon returned to Granny Shijiao's house. Granny Shijiao, the crisis in the village has been completely resolved. From today on, there will be no more strange occurrences at night. We'll take our leave now. Granny Shijiao quickly stood up, rummaged through a corner cabinet, and handed Shenye an old scroll. I obtained this by chance, but no one in our small village can understand what's on it. Consider it a reward for your mission. Shenye did not stand on ceremony with Granny Shijiao. He placed the scroll into his pocket, turned around, and exchanged a glance with Maidai. After bidding farewell to Granny Shijiao, the two set off to find Shuemin and Lujiao. You resolved that fellow so quickly. I didn't even get to make a move. Strictly speaking, it's not resolved. There's still a problem troubling us. You'll understand when you see Shuemin and Lujiao. Maidai scratched his head, utterly baffled by Shenye's words. But such brain work was never his concern. Both Shuemin and Lujiao were sharp-minded individuals. Following these three was always the right choice. Seeing the team of four now include an additional member, Maidai was stunned for a moment until he realized the connection between this fellow and the puppet he had encountered that night. Back to the village. Z, you must keep up with us, or you'll fall behind. Understood. Shuemin led the way while Lujiao and Maidai flanked Z on either side to prevent him from straying off the path. After all, in their eyes away from the cave, Z was nothing more than a child newly introduced to the world, and Shenye was deeply concerned about him. After another day of travel, Z finally arrived at the entrance of Konoha village under the guidance of Shenye and the others. Gazing at the massive village gate, Z was momentarily dazed. It was the first time he had seen such a large village and so many people. Moreover, in his perception, every person in sight possessed considerable strength, rendering his little tricks utterly useless here. Shenye appeared before Shenye, as usual, his gaze fixed on Z, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It's rare to see academy students undertaking missions outside the village. Brother Shenye, why are you staring at me instead of keeping watch at the gate? Haha, I always greet everyone who enters or leaves the village. Shenye scratched his head, awkwardly laughed it off, and returned to his post, no longer blocking Shenye and the others from entering the village. At the same time, however, he had already relayed the situation to the Hokage's office, as a new face had appeared, one that seemed quite timid. Seeing so many people bustling along the street for the first time, Z clung tightly to Shuemin's leg, his expression filled with panic as he looked around. Without lingering on the road, Shenye directly led the group to push open the door of the Hokage's office. Inside, the third Hokage sat upright, his hands resting on the desk. Any gains from this mission? Grandpa Third, you knew we were on a secret mission. I thought we had fooled everyone. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly. Without his approval, how could the mission scroll have ended up in Shenye's hands? Did he really think Chimu Shimao had stumbled upon a treasure? Judging by your spirited looks, the mission went well. The village's crisis has been resolved, and there were some unexpected gains. But I'm not sure how you'll handle it, Grandpa Third. You're referring to this young friend beside you, I suppose. Shenye nodded and recounted the events in the small village without any concealment. In fact, the small village was a settlement of the Fire Country, and the third Hokage was well aware of it. A single lie would not have slipped past him. I want the village to take in Z. He is a pitiful child, and deep down he is kind-hearted. The third Hokage stroked his chin, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. The village already has you and Misato. That Dancho guy is already growing suspicious. If Z were to appear as well, Dancho might lose control. Shinai could see the third's predicament. It was impossible to make everyone in the village accept Z. If others saw his puppet, strange thoughts would arise in their minds, and some might even look at Z with peculiar glances. I know what to do. Since the village cannot accept Z, I will have to find another way. Shinai shrugged, pretending to turn and leave, but the moment his back was to the third, a calculating smile spread across his face. The third shook his head repeatedly, raising his hand to release chakra and firmly shut the door. There is still room for negotiation. Do not rush to leave. Z has nowhere else to go. Then I expect a satisfactory answer. Shinai turned around, shrugged, and walked a few steps to sit on a nearby chair, crossing his arms over his chest as he quietly awaited the third's response. Z must remain in the village from now on, but he will be placed in the Yumbu. Otherwise, it would certainly cause dissatisfaction among the villagers. Shinai nodded. Although he wished to handle this matter more flawlessly, his capabilities at this time were still limited. Z, from now on you must obey this old man. Perhaps we will not see each other for some time. Z nodded obediently. He had already regarded Shinai as the closest person to him in his heart, deeply embedding every word into his mind. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shinai bid farewell to several people and returned to his home. Sakomo Hitaki had known from early on that the reward for this mission was quite valuable, though at that time, he had not realized it would be a scroll. For a ninja, possessing a jutsu scroll meant they had successfully cultivated that technique, with the exception of a few extremely rare jutsu that were difficult to learn through scrolls. Alone in his room, Shinai slowly laid the scroll flat on his bed, silently reading the words written upon it character by character. As Shinai moved his lips, the chakra within his body slowly circulated, unknowingly forming a pale blue chakra code over his body surface. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity to upgrade the system. A voice suddenly echoed in Shenye's mind, breaking his concentration. He paused, puzzled about what was happening. System, what just happened? Repeat it for me. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the system upgrade opportunity. Is it merely one opportunity? Correct. A small test must be conducted before the system can truly advance. Can't you be more explicit? Must I keep asking? What kind of broken system is this? Shenye pursed his lips, feeling deeply worried about having encountered such an artificial fool, afraid he might one day be reduced to tears by its stupidity. Host, compete against Mado Dai in a match of youthful passion. Victory will grant you the opportunity for system upgrade. What kind of ridiculous competition is this? Shenye slapped his own forehead, completely unable to believe that this guy would make him undertake such a foolish competition. The phrase youthful passion would never naturally flow from anyone's mouth except Mado Dai, yet it slipped effortlessly from the system. Although he greatly disliked this competition, the system upgrade remained highly tempting to Shenye. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Shenye did not rush to seek out Mado Dai for a match of youthful passion, as there were still new jutsu techniques to study. Having not seen Shenye for several consecutive days at the Ninja Academy, Tsukahoshi and Misato were quietly worried. Minato, we haven't seen Shenye for days. How is he doing? I haven't seen him either. Why don't we check on what he's up to after school? Tsukahoshi and Misato nodded eagerly, their minds already drifting to Shenye's home, completely distracted throughout the entire afternoon. As time slowly dragged on, the afternoon finally came to an end. Tsukahoshi and Misato immediately sought out Minato, ready to head straight to Shenye's house to check on the situation. Pushing open the door, the group discovered Shenye sound asleep on his bed, completely unaware that the room was already crowded with visitors. Tsukahoshi turned her head and looked helplessly at Minato, unsure of what to do next. Minato sighed deeply and gave the sleeping Shenye a gentle nudge. After a few attempts, Shenye still showed no response, which made Minato somewhat panicked. Could something really have happened to him? When did you little ones arrive? Tsunade's voice came from behind the group. Lady Tsunade, we haven't seen Shenye for several days, so we were a bit worried and came to check on him. He just fell asleep not long ago. Even a massive explosion outside probably wouldn't wake him up. Tsunade giggled, and Minato nodded before stepping out of the room. In that case, we won't disturb his rest. As long as nothing unexpected has occurred, that is all that matters. Tsunade escorted the children out of the room, then turned around and helplessly shook her head at the sleeping Shenye. Only Tsunade understood what Shenye had endured during these past few days, studying the contents of the scroll relentlessly, without rest, striving to master the jutsu more completely. Night passed quickly, and the next morning Shenye woke up early, gazing out the window. As the sun was just rising above the horizon, Shenye stretched his neck, rose from his bed, and left the room, heading toward the Ninja Academy. It has been several days since I last saw those kids. I wonder if they miss me. This would be a good opportunity to test the power of jutsu cultivated without relying on the system. Over the past few days, Shenye had thoroughly studied the scroll. Shikakanara had given him experimenting countless times in his mind with the chakra circulation methods. However, without actually releasing the jutsu, Shenye could not guarantee 100% success. But if he failed by accident, he still had the system as a last resort, capable of easily copying the jutsu from the scroll. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, only one figure could be seen bustling back and forth. Mado Dai, who relied on diligence to compensate for his innate lack of jutsu aptitude, laying the foundation to become the strongest in taijutsu in the ninja world through sheer hard work and sweat. Mado Dai, you're still as diligent as ever, arriving here early in the morning to train so earnestly. As the saying goes, the slow need to start early. So I must make good use of every single minute and second to train, or else I'll be left behind by you all. Shenye shook his head. In terms of physical arts, no one dared to claim they possessed more talent than Mado Dai. Since everyone hasn't shown up, yet let me test your current strength. Then you have to go easy on me. Though Mado Dai spoke timidly, his body had already assumed a combat stance, ready to fight at any moment. Shenye lightly shook his head. This was no place for a battle. To truly test his new ninjutsu, he needed to go to the training ground. If you can catch up to me, you've already won half the battle. Shenye turned and ran toward the training ground. Mado Dai stood there stunned for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality. Thus a surge of powerful chakra erupted from within his body, propelling Mado Dai to chase after Shenye. The distance between them gradually shrank. Shenye frowned, realizing that Mado Dai was indeed extraordinary. It seemed he needed to get serious. Monster strength. Channeling the chakra circulating within his body to his feet, Shenye's speed instantly increased by an order of magnitude. Like a gust of fierce wind, all the weeds in his path bent in the direction of his sprint. Within a few minutes, Shenye landed precisely in the center of the training ground, while Mado Dai was still some distance away. With his arms crossed over his chest, Shenye waited quietly for Mado Dai to appear. Shenye, you never seem to train normally, yet your strength is so formidable. How can you defeat me so effortlessly? A person's strength doesn't depend on the length of training, but on the precise control of chakra. Mado Dai nodded repeatedly, humbly absorbing every word Shenye spoke. At that moment, he knew that fighting Shenye wasn't just about combat. It was an opportunity to learn techniques for improving his own training. Just as Mado Dai was pondering how to manipulate his chakra, Shenye suddenly swung his fist, aiming directly at Mado Dai's face. Caught off guard, Mado Dai was struck by Shenye's attack and fell backward onto the ground. This is your first lesson today. As a ninja, never let your guard down no matter the situation. Mato Dai took a deep breath, performed a kip up to regain his footing, and retreated several steps to create some distance from Shenye. A gentle breeze stirred around them, rustling Shenye's robes. Mato Dai focused intently on the changes in the surrounding air, slowly closing his eyes. Watch out. In the blink of an eye, Shenye rushed before Mato Dai, and while still midair, he kicked straight toward Mato Dai's shoulder. Mato Dai slightly moved his ears, discerning the flow of air. He sidestepped lightly, and Shenye's foot grazed past his body, striking the ground with such force that it left a deep impression. Seizing the opportunity, Mato Dai leaped up and punched towards Shenye's abdomen. Since Shenye was directly above him, the fist would strike his stomach without obstruction in the next second. A ninja specializing in physical arts could not be underestimated in terms of strength. If hit, one would lose most of their combat ability instantly, and Shenye was no exception. Wind release levitation technique. Shenye rapidly formed hand seals, accelerating the chakra circulation within his body to its peak sustainable limit. The fist was a mere 0.1 centimeter from Shenye's abdomen. Suddenly, everything in his field of vision slowed to a crawl. At an extremely bizarre angle, Shenye evaded Mato Dai's punch. Deprived of its target, the fist struck the air, producing a series of sonic booms that echoed across the training ground. Mato Dai really doesn't hold back, does he? That punch was aimed to kill me. Shenye wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, his recent training hadn't been in vain. He had finally managed to use the ninjutsu from the scroll. I lose, Shenye. Shenye, who had intended to continue fighting, was taken aback, looking at Mato Dai with some surprise. The battle had just begun, yet Mato Dai had declared his defeat simply because his punch was neutralized by Shenye's jutsu. Shenye couldn't understand why. Sensing his confusion, Mato Dai shook his head helplessly. That attack used up all my chakra, and I didn't hold anything back. So I can't continue fighting. I see. Then this youthful, passionate match is my victory. Youth? Passion? A series of questions echoed in Mato Dai's mind, as if he were bewitched. The air around them trembled slightly. Sensing something amiss, Shenye immediately released his chakra perception. He saw that the chakra Mato Dai had depleted was now boiling like magma, surging wildly and replenishing itself at an explosive rate. Shenye swallowed hard. He finally understood the best way to motivate Mato Dai. Igniting the passion of youth would sustain him through his entire ninja career. Let me douse you with cold water to cool that boiling blood. Partial expansion technique. Shenye's hands suddenly grew enormous, grabbing Mato Dai and hurling him toward a nearby pond. With 2 splashes, Mato Dai plunged into the pond. The arrogance that had filled him moments ago vanished, instantly replaced by quiet stillness. Standing in the pond like a drowned rat, he stared at Shenye, fully aware that he had lost the match long ago. Everything else was just futile struggle. Shenye is indeed Shenye. Even unleashing my inner universe wasn't enough. Change your clothes, and let's head back. They should be in the classroom by now. Mato Dai nodded, leaped out of the pond, and strode into the secluded depths of the forest to change into a fresh green combat suit. Meanwhile, Shenye closed his eyes, conversing with the system in the depths of his mind. System, I've won this youthful, passionate match. Now tell me what the upgraded system looks like. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully earned the opportunity to upgrade the system. However, the functions after the upgrade must be explored by the host themselves. By then, the classroom had already gathered quite a crowd. Shenye's eyes immediately fell upon a few familiar figures leaning by the windowsill. Not only Minato and Redu were there, as somewhat unexpectedly, a striking classmate of theirs, Mikoto, had joined them as well. Shenye found it somewhat perplexing. Mikoto, who had always kept to herself, had somehow fallen in with his group, and appeared to be getting along remarkably well with Tsukahoshi and Misho. Shenye, come over here. There's some major news today. Major news? That's right. Word has it that among us today, one lucky person will be chosen to graduate directly and officially become a Konoha Genin. Shenye rubbed his chin. It was indeed significant news, though it held no personal appeal for him whatsoever. Before the actual graduation, Shenye still wanted to make the most of this time and have a bit of fun, taking advantage of the fact that he was still a child. I'm curious to see who will ultimately be chosen. Shenye had intended to sleep soundly in the classroom after testing his new jutsu, but a spark of curiosity kept him awake, wondering which person in this very room would be granted such an opportunity. As the minutes ticked by, the third Hokage's figure quietly appeared before the class. The formerly chattering classroom fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes fixed upon the third, an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation shining in them. If only I were the lucky one. Then I'd be one step closer to becoming Hokage. Shenye rolled his eyes at Minato and lightly flicked his forehead. If you want to become a ninja, you need to walk the path steadily. If you try to cut corners, I'll be the first to oppose your graduation. Minato nodded meekly and quickly abandoned the thought. His eager expression gradually faded into nonchalance. Still deep down, Minato had already made up his mind. Should he be chosen as the lucky one, he would unhesitatingly decline and ask the third to pick someone else. Redu harbored the same sentiment. His clan's influence had taught him to place little value on titles. As long as he could contribute to the village, that was all that mattered. The third's gaze slowly swept across every face in the classroom and ultimately settled upon Shenye. No way. Is this old man targeting me again? Student Shenye, who do you think is best suited for this position? Undoubtedly Mado Dai. Mado Dai looked at Shenye in utter astonishment. He never would have imagined Shenye would nominate him as the fortunate one, someone to finally escape the ninja academy and become a true genin. Shenye, it's merely a recommendation. The final decision rests with the third. The third gazed meaningfully at Mado Dai, then stroked his chin. Rather than revealing his position or making an immediate decision, he chose to settle matters through a contest. Since student Shenye has put forward a candidate, anyone who desires this slot may challenge directly. Shenye snorted, rose from his seat, and strode confidently to the front of the classroom. His small frame stood beside the third Hokage Sarutobi, Hiruzen, his expression grave as he faced forward. Come at me. Whoever defeats me earns promotion on the spot. What arrogance! I'll challenge you. A burly young man rose to his feet, clearly one who had long chafed at Shenye's attitude. Today's challenge was simply the spark that lit his fuse. Shenye shrugged indifferently and glanced up at the third. Lord Third, what are your thoughts on this? Proceed to the training ground at once. The entire classroom erupted into excitement. Those eager to fight Shenye themselves were buzzing with anticipation, while the onlookers relishing the spectacle were even more enthusiastic, as if the battle belonged to them. The massive procession drew attention from the surrounding area, with whispers rippling through the crowd about whether some monumental event had unfolded in Konoha. Within mere minutes the classroom stood utterly empty. One at a time would be a waste. Why not have whoever wishes to challenge me come at me all at once? Shenye, don't think you can strut around just because you've achieved a few things. Today Kuma Ryota will teach you what a true ninja is. Shenye shrugged again, utterly unconcerned. To deal with you one hand will suffice. Kuma Ryota was it? Kuma Ryota's lips twitched. Incensed by Shenye's provocation, he could barely contain himself as his chakra began surging restlessly within. Powerful crash. With a thunderous stomp, Kuma Ryota surged forward, his mountain-steady frame bristling with tremendous force held tightly in reserve. The third's eyes lit up. He had never witnessed these children fight before, and what he saw now filled him with genuine delight. Kuma Ryota's strength alone was more than sufficient to qualify him as a genin, and he simply needed to wait for the academy's graduation day. Shenye let out a lazy yawn watching the tense Kuma Ryota with detached ease, and slowly raised one hand into the air. Overwhelming force. An even greater force descended. Kuma Ryota felt as though an entire mountain had pressed upon him. His body trembled visibly, and his forehead drenched in sweat. They had not yet even collided, yet Kuma Ryota was already on the back foot. This kid hasn't changed, still as arrogant as ever, leaving nothing hidden. The spar hasn't even begun, and he's already pressuring his opponent this severely. Though he held Shenye in high regard, the third knew full well he would never accept early graduation from the academy, so he refrained from immediately declaring him finished. In truth, the third understood remarkably little about the children in the academy, which was precisely why he had allowed Shenye to nominate someone suitable as his representative. Kuma Ryota drew a deep breath, forcibly shattering the oppressive weight pressing upon him as he charged toward Shenye. But his tension had left him riddled with openings. Shenye merely shifted his fist slightly and sent Kuma Ryota crashing to the ground. I told you, it would have been better if you all came at me together. One by one, there's no way you could ever defeat me. Shenye's swagger blazed even higher, and the gathered onlookers stirred restlessly, itching to teach the arrogant boy a lesson themselves. Yet after Kuma Ryota's swift defeat, no one dared step forward to receive another beating. Everyone in the room had seen his strength firsthand. He could sense the restless energy among the crowd around him, yet none dared to step forward and confront him directly. Shenye couldn't help but turn around to look at Hiruzen. Did this outcome already signify his victory, paving the way for Mado Dai to embark on his path as a genin? He's only one person, and he himself proposed that we all go after him together. What are we still waiting for? Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged in the crowd. Shenye looked over, and it was none other than Minato. That troublemaking fellow, eager to fan the flames, actively stirred up the surrounding commotion, a clear manifestation of his blind confidence in Shenye. In Minato's mind, even if all of them joined forces, none of them would stand a chance against Shenye. Not even if he and Shikamaru themselves were to intervene. All right, let's do it. Let's see just how formidable he truly is. More and more people began echoing Minato's words, gradually closing in toward the center of the arena. Minato and Shikamaru exchanged glances, then both grabbed Yuxing and Shang Mei, hastily retreating step by step to avoid being caught in Shenye's attack. Mikoto stood at a distance, observing the unfolding scene. Her eyes darted thoughtfully as she deliberately distanced herself from the crowd. So it finally begins. Monster strength. Shenye raised his fist and slammed it fiercely into the ground. A thunderous rumble erupted outward from the point of impact. Suddenly the ground collapsed violently. All the children who had been running toward Shenye fell into the crater, rendered unable to continue the fight. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Such precise chakra control far exceeded what someone of his age should possess. Indeed, a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Yet prodigies were always driven by their own convictions. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no means to sway Shenye's decisions. I've already won. Mado Dai can be promoted directly to Genin, correct? Granted. However, the training ground has been reduced to this state by your hand. You ought to offer some compensation. Shenye's eye twitched. The third Hokage of Konoha himself had the audacity to demand compensation for the destruction. Wasn't the true culprit behind all of this the old man himself? Feeling the third Hokage's thoroughly shameless grin, Shenye had a fleeting moment of conviction that he had been outmaneuvered by the old fox. Everyone in the classroom without exception had earned the qualification to become a Genin. In the end, this was merely an excuse to fund the renovation of the training ground facilities. Third Hokage-sama, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I entrust the training ground's restoration to your hands. Saluting Hiruzen with a fist to his palm, Shenye broke into a run, leaving no opportunity for the Hokage to utter another word. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for him. Shenye marched forward without a glance backward, leaving the training ground and heading toward Ichiraku Ramen as a faint hunger began to stir within him. From a distance, Shenye already spotted the peculiar fellow in the green battlesuit seated at Ichiraku Ramen. Shenye stroked his chin, suddenly recalling that he hadn't seen this guy in the classroom or the training ground earlier. He must have slipped away to sneak a meal here. Mado Dai, why wasn't I able to spot you in the classroom? I've finally come to realize that the classroom isn't suited for me. Only through relentless daily training can I incrementally refine my taijutsu. That's why I've been training outdoors this entire time. There's some good news I wanted to tell you. You missed it by being absent from the classroom. Shenye, have you lost your mind? When the third Hokage asked you to make your choice, I was sitting right beside you. This only deepened Shenye's confusion. He could not for the life of him figure out when Mado Dai had slipped away from the group to train alone outdoors. Was it during their journey to the training ground? With a helpless shake of his head, Shenye decided not to dwell on the matter. After all, Mado Dai had now become a bona fide Genin. Report to the third Hokage's office tomorrow. You are officially a Genin now. I knew it. Victory was always going to be yours. Your blind arrogance then. You didn't even bother watching my match, did you? Both you and Minato are asking for a beating. Shenye cracked his knuckles and approached Mado Dai with a wicked grin. A continuous stream of wails erupted from Mado Dai's mouth, echoing endlessly. Having vented his frustration, Shenye was in high spirits, though poor Mado Dai suffered with his swollen head. At that moment, Mado Dai bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya, the sight utterly comical. Shenye, you're becoming more and more like Lady Tsunade in both demeanor and the precision of your strikes. Mado Dai tremblingly raised his thumb to acknowledge Shenye's prowess, then hoisted chopsticks to his mouth despite the lumps swelled across his head. Just then a sudden clamor erupted from all around. Shenye frowned and turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. This was a quiet zone sanctioned by the village. No one would normally cause a disturbance near Ichiraku Ramen. Several individuals wearing Cloud Village headbands leaned against one another, howling with laughter. Since only he and Mado Dai were present, there was no doubt these fellows were mocking Mado Dai's swollen head. Hey, keep it down over there. What are you blabbering about, kid? Even ninja from your village wouldn't dare address us with such an attitude. Do you understand me? Shenye curled his lip, deciding not to dignify these ignorant fools with a response. After all, they were on Konoha territory, and he owed basic courtesy to visiting ninja from other villages. However, perceiving Shenye's silence as fear, the Cloud Ninja took it as an invitation to push their luck further. Move it, you two brats. We've heard all about how delicious Ichiraku Ramen is. Today we finally get to taste it. A Rain Village ninja shoved at Shenye, only to find him utterly immovable, anchored to the spot like bedrock. Realizing Shenye was an iron plate impossible to budge, the ringleader turned his attention to Mado Dai. The fellow whose head was a map of bruises and swellings was clearly an easy target. Otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Yet before the man's hand could even graze Mado Dai's shoulder, Mado Dai's figure blurred through a series of rapid movements, instantly reappearing behind the entire group. Leaf Hurricane. Planting his feet firmly, he launched himself into the air and brought down a sweeping kick that sent every Cloud Ninja sprawling to the ground. Do you think you can lay a finger on the burning passion of youth, running wild in the Leaf Village? How exactly do you wish to meet your end? Just as Mado Dai prepared to press his advantage, the figure of Yamagawa Oba appeared in Shenye's line of sight, waving frantically. Have mercy, show mercy. These are envoys from the hidden Cloud Village. Do not harm them. Yamaguchi Aoba leaned heavily against a large tree, his chest heaving. The full-speed dash from the village entrance had pushed his body to its limit, and he gasped for breath repeatedly. Shenye waved his hand to stop Might Dai's next move, watching Yamaguchi Aoba with keen interest. These blind fools are actually guests of the hidden Leaf Village. Truly unexpected. Precisely. The third Hokage personally extended the invitation due to diplomatic ties between our villages, so understood. Take them away from here quickly, or I can't guarantee Might Dai will restrain himself. Yamaguchi Aoba wiped the sweat from his brow. If anything were to happen to these men, he would surely face punishment from the Hidden Leaf Village. What buzzkills? I'm leaving. Shenye rose and departed, making his way through the village streets toward Minato's residence. The faces of those Cloud Village ninja remained vividly etched in his memory. Though officially framed as a gesture of goodwill between villages, the Cloud Ninja harbored ulterior motives. They had been targeting Uzumaki Kushina, the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan, since before their arrival. Making a scene of this would not earn the Third's approval, it would only alert their prey and expose the Cloud Ninja's true intentions. Knocks rattled at the door, and Minato hurried over to open it. Shenye, is that you? Come quickly. I'm giving you a chance to play the hero. Minato scratched his head, puzzled by the remark, but followed Shenye regardless. Unaware, the two found themselves beneath the Hokage's office. Shenye pulled Minato into an empty corner, and they watched the surroundings in silence. What's going on? Cloud Village ninja have appeared in the village. Their intentions are far from pure. We need to keep watch. Minato nodded, understanding that he was working to protect the village and eliminate the threat. Shenye withheld the details about Uzumaki Kushina. He wanted Minato to uncover the truth himself with the sharp perception befitting a future Hokage. As dusk deepened, the ninja remained inside the office. They've been there this long. Could they really just be discussing inter-village friendship? Shenye harbored his own doubts, yet in his memory, these were clearly the men who would one day kidnap Kushina. Only in the dead of night did those Cloud Village ninja finally leave the office, heading toward the outskirts of the village. Minato and Shenye trailed at a distance, careful not to reveal their positions while keeping the ninja within sight. But soon they disappeared beyond the village gates, and Shenye paused at the entrance, his brows furrowing. Yamaguchi Aoba stood at the village entrance, watching the Cloud envoys depart. If they followed now, he would surely intercept them. You're overthinking this, Shenye. They're already leaving. I hope so, but we must stay vigilant. Minato nodded, and they agreed to regroup immediately if anything arose before parting ways in opposite directions. Walking along, Shenye grew increasingly uneasy, so he changed direction and headed toward Kushina's residence. Scouting for a suitable position, Shenye spotted a familiar silhouette leaning against a dark wall corner and couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. This fellow claims nothing is wrong, yet he couldn't stay away. Approaching silently, Shenye tapped Minato on the shoulder. Startled by the sudden touch, Minato spun around into a defensive stance, then exhaled in relief upon recognizing Shenye. You didn't return. You came here too. I couldn't stop worrying those men might harm Kushina. Keeping watch through the night feels safer. I can handle this alone. Go get some rest. You couldn't take them by yourself? Besides, I have nothing else to do tonight. Minato nodded and stopped arguing, knowing he had no way to sway Shenye's resolve, so he simply went along with it. As minutes slipped by, the village streets emptied until no one remained. Only Shenye and Minato leaned against the darkness, watching silently. Suddenly, movement stirred in the shadows, and several figures dropped silently at Kushina's doorstep. Shenye frowned as he looked over. It was indeed the Cloud Ninja from earlier, now dressed in black combat gear with their headbands removed. With such thorough disguise, no one could identify them as hidden Cloud Ninja. They could act with impunity. They've shown themselves, but hold your position. Engaging here would draw out the village ninja, and then we wouldn't be able to eliminate them. A cruel smile slowly spread across Shenye's lips, and Minato watched him with visible surprise. Somewhere along the way, Shenye's attitude toward enemies had undergone a profound shift. He now cared only for killing them, not merely defeating them. Bathed in the dead of night, the men silently opened Kushina's door. Using some unseen method, Kushina was rendered completely defenseless, and one burly man hoisted her over his shoulder and began walking toward the village outskirts. Minato grew anxious, but Shenye restrained him. Don't rush. Keep your distance and follow them. Once they're outside the village, we strike. Only when the Cloud Ninja were on the verge of disappearing from sight did Shenye and Minato give chase, maintaining the greatest possible distance. But barely having left the village, Shenye realized he could no longer detect them in the least. They had vanished without a trace. This is bad. It seems they made thorough preparations before acting, which is why they disappeared so effortlessly. Shenye, look at this. Minato leaped down to the ground where a strand of crimson hair clung to a low bush. Picking it up and examining it closely, he recognized it as the distinctive red hair unique to the Uzumaki clan. This is a sign Kushina left for us. Follow the red hair, and we'll find her. Minato nodded, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead, as if foreseeing the battle that had already begun. Instead of leaping onto tree trunks to hurry along their journey, the two followed the red hair left behind on the bushes, tracking the trail of the fleeing group. The sky in the distance was beginning to pale with dawn, yet they still had not caught up with those men. If we continue forward, we will leave the territory of Konoha village. If a battle breaks out there, it would be highly disadvantageous for us. We need to speed up. But searching for hair while traveling is extremely time-consuming. If only there were a way to shorten the journey time. Shenye's eyes darted around when something suddenly flashed through his mind. He then retrieved a marked shuriken from his ninjutsu pouch and carefully wrapped the hair around it. Minato stroked his chin, already aware that Shenye was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to travel. But could relying on red hair truly increase their speed? Feel whether the shuriken has anything different. Minato took the shuriken and slowly closed his eyes, sensing several red hair markers nearby. However, they were only within a certain range and could not detect all of them. Even so, this could significantly shorten the time needed to catch up. Flying Thunder God technique. Choosing the furthest hair marked, their bodies directly teleported to the edge of the bush. Indeed, there was a strand of Kushina's hair left behind near their feet. Meanwhile, images once again appeared in Minato's mind. Still red hair marks, but the area was much smaller compared to before. Perhaps we are about to catch up to them. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato grabbed Shenye's arm, and both of them vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they had landed in front of a group of Cloud Village ninja. Watching the two figures suddenly appear, the Cloud Village ninja paused in their tracks, their faces filled with wariness as they eyed Minato and Shenye. At this moment, Kushina had already awakened. She looked at Shenye and Minato with excitement, finally seeing the markers she had left behind being discovered to rescue her. You have been acting suspiciously. I knew from the start you would not come here, just to exchange friendly greetings. It seems I did not teach you enough back then. You even dare to interfere in our affairs. Shenye narrowed his eyes. These 5 Cloud Village ninja who had been overwhelmed by Mato Dai without daring to fight back were now shouting so brazenly. The 5 exchanged glances, each having formed a plan in their minds. For would stay to face Shenye and Minato while one carried Kushina and continued toward the village. As long as they could delay them for a short while, it would be sufficient. However, Shenye saw through such a plan at a glance. He shifted his body 2 steps to the side, blocking all possible escape routes. I will look for an opportunity to rescue Kushina. Leave these 5 to me. Shenye twisted his neck. It had been a long time since he properly exercised his body, and now he could finally let loose and fight. Moreover, they were far from the village, so there was no need to worry about anyone interfering with this battle. Although he had not yet fully gauged the strength of these 5 individuals, it was possible that during the Konoha village incident, they had been deliberately playing weak to conceal their true abilities. Minato nodded in agreement and threw several shuriken at the surrounding tree trunks, each marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol. This way he could move his body at any time and rescue Kushina from any direction. You think 2 of you can stop us? Isn't that a bit too naive? Shenye shrugged nonchalantly. He never intended to merely hold them back. He wanted to leave all of their lives in this forest. Strange strength. Shenye made no pause, channeling tremendous force through his legs to launch himself into the crowd, aiming to eliminate one before they could react. Yet these guys had been on alert, reacting the instant Shenye moved. Formation. The 5 scattered in order, forming a pentagram shape to withstand Shenye's assault. The punch, loaded with tremendous force, landed on the leader's abdomen, but it felt as though striking a sponge, completely ineffective. Shenye frowned. Though these 5 appeared mediocre individually, when combined they could merge their chakra. Shenye, be careful. These guys' strength has suddenly increased significantly. Shenye nodded. This must be the legendary chakra fusion. While an individual's power was not formidable, combining their ninja techniques generated tremendous energy. Yet even so, Shenye did not take them seriously. Defeating them was only a matter of time. Once these 5 were united, Minato would have ample time to rescue Kushina, and their mission would be accomplished. You are alone, but the 5 of us combined can surpass you completely. Even through chakra depletion, you will not be our match. Then you 5 have found your match. Let us see whose chakra reserves are greater. Shenye casually shook his wrist, his expression dripping with disdain. To these nameless Cloud Village ninja, this was nothing short of immense humiliation. They smirked as if already envisioning Shenye falling. Explosive power partial multiplication technique. Since these 5 could only function effectively when united, Shenye decided to separate them and eliminate each one individually. A massive hand descended without warning upon one of the men, and with a casual squeeze easily grasped him within its palm. The sight left everyone frozen in shock. How could someone not even wearing a forehead protector possess such overwhelming strength? The man clutched in the palm, strained with all his might, but could not break free, his hope beginning to fade. Boss, save me. I cannot move at all, and I am struggling to breathe. Be quiet. If you are killed by him, none of us will escape either. The leader was acutely aware of his group's fatal flaw. While they could operate effectively as a team, they fell apart the moment one member was missing. Individually, their combat power was no different from that of ordinary genin, worse than even average ninjas with decent natural talent. They had formed this 5-man squad precisely because they shared a common fear that in the future ninja world they would have no place to stand. Still want to rescue him? You should be more concerned about your own safety. Minato had already brought Kushina to safety and returned to assist Shenye, but was met with this very scene. With a sigh, Minato's target instantly locked onto the leader. Moving swiftly through the crowd, he landed behind the man, pressing a kunai firmly against his neck. "Make another sound, and I will take your life." The man swallowed hard, daring not utter a single word, terrified that the slightest movement of Minato's kunai would end him. "Your leader is under my control. I hope you have enough sense to spare yourselves." Shenye shook his head helplessly. It seemed his amusement had come to an end. He released his grip and let the man drop to the ground. "Speak. What was your purpose in taking Kushina? Give me a satisfactory answer or die. We will talk. We targeted the Uzumaki bloodline from the start, so we took Kushina to study her chakra so that we might possess it as well." Minato sneered and slid his kunai across the man's throat. The sharp blade carved deep and blood flowed steadily down his body. Shenye sighed lightly. As expected, when someone dear to one's heart is in danger, no one remains composed. One of the 5 had already fallen. The remaining 4 combined stood no match for Minato. They were ruthlessly slaughtered without question. Staring at his blood-stained hands, Minato's mind grew foggy. He could hardly believe that he was the one who had done this. Shenye walked over and patted Minato's shoulder. He understood exactly how the young ninja felt. He had experienced the same disbelief during his first true kill against that ANBU agent. "It is over. Let us take Kushina and return home." Minato nodded blankly and followed Shenye, his mind scattered. But Shenye did not immediately lead him to Kushina. Following a route from his memory, Shenye brought Minato to a small stream to wash the blood from his body before searching for Kushina. Minato took a deep breath and plunged into the stream, holding it underwater for several minutes before resurfacing. "That should be enough. Let us return. Is this truly the ninja world? Can a world without slaughter ever be considered complete?" Shenye did not respond to Minato's lament. Instead, he handed the young man a clean set of clothes and turned toward where Kushina was hiding. Before darkness fell, the 3 returned to the village. Kushina stood at her doorstep, gazing at Shenye and Minato with deep gratitude. "Thank you both. Without you, I might be dead right now." "Actually, this is all Minato's doing. He was the one who carefully noticed the hair you left behind. You should thank him properly." Shenye winked at Kushina and Minato, then turned and walked away. Minato scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. He could not understand why Shenye would suddenly claim all the credit for himself. As he walked, Shenye mused to himself, "Minato, you must seize this opportunity well, or the time I spent creating it for you will have been wasted." As night deepened, Shenye did not head straight home. Instead, he walked toward the Hokage's office. He did not believe the 3rd Hokage was unaware of this matter. Without the 3rd's tacit approval, 5 ordinary people infiltrating the village would have been nearly impossible. Pushing open the door gently, he found the 3rd already expecting his arrival, sitting quietly at his desk. "Lord 3rd, did you foresee my coming? Why are you still up so late?" "Naturally. I witnessed everything you and Minato did. I am very satisfied." Shenye frowned. Had he been played by the old man again? Everything had unfolded right under his very eyes. "So their kidnapping of Kushina was also your doing, allowing outsiders to run wild within the village. Does that make you worthy of the title 3rd Hokage? Is the final result not favorable? What harm is there in making small sacrifices for the village? Shenye, I have great expectations for you. I do not need your approval." Dropping those words, Shenye turned and left. Though he had anticipated this, the 3rd's calm and unashamed admission still unsettled Shenye. He felt like yet another pawn being used. But he was still a child and lacked the standing to argue with the 3rd. In the future, he would ensure fairness across the entire ninja world. No one would ever be treated this way again. "Shenye, where are you going so late?" "Obviously home to sleep. Who wanders around at midnight?" Shenye did not even look up at the person greeting him. He merely waved dismissively and prepared to continue walking. But the figure stepped directly in front of Shenye, blocking his path entirely. Reluctantly, Shenye had no choice but to stop and see who dared to block his path. Looking up slowly, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. It was Uchiha Mikoto, standing with her hands on her hips. Yet Shenye's expression remained completely unchanged, his appearance terrifying. Uchiha Mikoto seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to stare at him. "Shenye, why the grim expression? Has someone provoked you again? I'll go teach that person a lesson right now." As she spoke, Uchiha Mikoto clenched her fists, appearing quite serious. Shenye sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else daring to tease him in such a mood, they would have already faced his fists. But Mikoto was a girl after all. Shenye decided to maintain his gentlemanly composure and show some patience. "Why are you still wandering the streets this late, instead of heading home? Given the direction, are you headed for the Hokage's office? I saw you heading this way earlier, so I took a chance and hoped to run into you again." "And what if you did run into me, eh? I wanted you to walk me home." Shenye's lips twitched. He never expected it to be something like this. Helplessly shaking his head, Shenye took Mikoto by the shoulder and headed toward the Uchiha district, intending to see her home. The street was mostly empty, with only Shenye and Mikoto walking together. Yet unseen eyes continued to watch their every move. In the darkness, someone sneaked behind Shenye. Shenye had spotted this person long ago, but kept silent about it. Through his chakra perception, Shenye confirmed the follower was one of Uchiha Fugaka's lackeys, the same type who had been secretly monitoring him at the Ninja Academy. There was little conversation along the way, and soon they parted at Makoto's doorstep. Days passed quickly. Might Dai had been busy preparing for his Jinin promotion, and Shenye hadn't seen him for several days. One day Shenye arrived at the Ninja Academy early as usual, claiming his preferred seat and reserving the surrounding spots. Might Dai appeared before him wearing green battle fatigues, proudly pointing to the headband on his forehead. Shenye, I'm now an official Jinin. From today on I can accept missions on my own. So today can we leave this boring classroom and help you complete your mission? Caught off guard by Shenye's words, Might Dai scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, he had just received a commission that required Shenye's assistance. Shenye, who hadn't left the classroom in recent days, was eager to step outside the village and stretch his legs. This time let's call Minato and set out together. He's already waiting at the village entrance. I ran into him last night and explained everything. Shenye nodded and walked toward the village entrance, where Minato was leaning against a stone pillar, yawning and swaying as if ready to fall asleep at any moment. Let's get to work. Shake off that sleepiness. You two are quick. Then let's head out immediately. I've been itching to throw some punches for a while now. Shenye shook his head helplessly. It seemed that after their last encounter, Minato had developed the same habit, constantly craving a fight. With real combat experience under his belt, the theoretical knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy now seemed naive and trivial. Might Dai led the way ahead while Minato and Shenye followed in silence behind. What exactly is this mission? Where are we headed this time? It's the Rain Hidden Village. A massive water monster has appeared there and no one has been able to handle it. They've sent a request to Konohagakure for assistance. Shenye stroked his chin. Amigakure was hardly a village lacking in ninja. In fact, their ninja were exceptionally skilled, with almost everyone specializing in assassination techniques. If their own ninja couldn't deal with the water monster, how could they expect Konoha's operatives to succeed? Besides, Might Dai was merely a newly promoted Jinin. Even for a simple assistance mission, one would need strength comparable to Jiraiya's. A string of questions swirled through Shenye's mind, but since they had already left the village, he decided to see for himself just how formidable this water monster truly was. After traveling for some time, the group finally arrived outside Amigakure. The sky outside looks clear, but inside the village, it's a completely different situation. This place is truly remarkable. They say it's caused by a certain ninja technique, which is why such a peculiar phenomenon exists. Enough. Let's just go inside and stop wasting time here. Exchanging glances, the three entered the village. The damp environment made Shenye feel quite uneasy. The relentless drizzly weather was hardly pleasing. Shenye couldn't help but wonder why he had transmigrated to this particular village. Upon seeing the three from Konoha arrive, an elderly man shuffled toward them, stopping in front of Might Dai. Listening to the legendary tales of the Rain Hidden Village, Shenye couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Only in a village led by Samuju Hanzo would one stubbornly cling to such absurd myths. The ninja of the Rain Hidden Village were no different from those of other clans, yet they were forbidden from freely entering that body of water like everyone else. You only need to tell us the approximate location of the waters. We won't trouble you to go there personally. The old man glanced gratefully at Shenye. In truth, he had already steeled himself for death on this mission, never expecting a young ninja from the Hidden Leaf to show such understanding. From behind his back, the old man retrieved a scroll and handed it to Shenye, offering a slight nod before turning and departing. Are these folks really handing over the entire mission to us like this? Aren't they afraid we might get lost? Shenye gently shook his head as he unrolled the scroll on the ground, studying the red markers indicating several strategic locations. It seems this was planned long ago, Shenye observed. These marks weren't applied on the same day. This scroll may well be older than both of us. Minato nodded in agreement, glancing around to confirm their position before making several marks on the map with his shuriken. This is it, we're heading out now. Shenye rolled up the scroll and walked deeper into the village. Reaching the waters meant crossing the entire settlement. Minato felt some reluctance about this. Not only did they have to endure the ceaseless rain from the sky, but the unwavering gazes of villagers lining the streets made him deeply uncomfortable. Though the journey was brief, it felt like centuries to Minato. Braving the mounting pressure, he finally reached the legendary waters under Shenye's leadership. However, gazing upon the lake's perfectly still surface, there was no indication of any water monster. This place looks nothing like a habitat for a water beast. It's not like that. Shenye, look over there. Might Dai pointed toward the distant lake's surface, where an indistinct object floated above the water, locked in a silent stare across the vast expanse. Shenye narrowed his eyes, yet still couldn't discern what the object was. A thick white mist gradually rose from the water's surface. Curse technique, overlooked giant flame. No, 8 gates formation. With a cold snort, Shenye enlarged his hand and swept it across the lake's surface with tremendous force, quickly dispelling the mist. The scene gradually became clear. Standing in the exact center of the lake was a statue, a dragon so vividly carved it seemed ready to break free. Yet its eyes held an unnatural liveliness as though it might shatter its chains and soar into the sky at any moment, turning heaven and earth upside down. What a colossal creature. Could this be the water monster the village has been warning us about? If that's the case, this mission will be far too easy. We could return to the village and collect our reward right now. Shenye shrugged, turning to face Mado Dai with curiosity about what the mission reward might be. It hardly seemed like ordinary coins. Sensing Shenye's gaze, Mado Dai scratched his head sheepishly and retrieved a scroll from his pocket, presenting it to Shenye. The prominent fire emblem on the scroll made it clear this came from Kanahagakure. From its distinctive shape, Shenye understood this scroll contained the full mission specifics and rewards. All the details were inscribed within. Mission Reward 1 High-Tier Taijutsu Scroll. Shenye nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Mado Dai had been so eager. He wanted to sharpen his combat skills even further. Since we're here, I'll teach you an entirely new technique. You'll fall in love with it immediately, but use it sparingly, understand? Mado Dai nodded repeatedly. He hadn't seen Shenye so serious in a long while and understood the weight of what was being offered. Don't worry, Shenye. I'll listen carefully to everything you say. Focus on the flow of your chakra and watch mine closely. Mado Dai followed Shenye's instructions precisely, his eyes never leaving his companion's form, afraid to miss the slightest movement. 8 gates release formation, open. Shenye used the flow of chakra to stimulate each acupoint throughout his body, working through them one by one. As the acupoints activated, a faint aura of chakra began coating Shenye's body. Even an ordinary person standing nearby could feel his power steadily escalating. Mado Dai naturally perceived these changes more keenly, and his eyes shimmered with brilliant light. Minato observed the chakra dynamics and immediately understood this technique wasn't suited for him. Without a sufficiently fortified physique, attempting the 8 gates would risk shattering his own body. Having demonstrated the complete opening and closing of the 8 gates, Shenye released his stance. At his current physical condition, he could only manage this much. Continuing any further would inflict severe damage on his body. A poor trade indeed. Had I known about such an extraordinary technique, I wouldn't have dragged you both on this mission, Shenye remarked. But completing missions is also a form of cultivation. This place won't be as simple as it appears. At least this calm surface is just an illusion. Minato nodded in agreement, sharing the same intuition. The water monster might be synonymous with the rain-hidden village, but the true danger had yet to emerge. Yet having come this far, returning empty-handed would feel hollow, completely unrewarding. Neither Shenye nor Minato felt fully satisfied. The restless energy coiling within them still demanded release. I'll search around here. Perhaps I'll discover something. Shenye nodded. He and Minato proceeded along the shoreline in opposite directions, while Mado Dai remained behind, rapidly rehearsing the techniques Shenye had shown him. Time slipped away and subtle changes rippled through the surrounding environment, changes no one noticed. The sky gradually darkened, and Shenye's stomach began growling. By his count, he hadn't eaten in a full day. Grilled fish. I agree. Mado Dai, your moment has come. Go catch some fish from the water. Mado Dai deposited everything he carried onto the shore, stretched his muscles, and dove directly into the water. The fish, which had been swimming lazily, immediately stirred into chaos upon Mado Dai's entry, frantically darting to evade his approach. The water was not Mado Dai's domain. Several fish toyed with him relentlessly, and after a considerable amount of time, he had yet to catch a single one. What did I just teach you? Why aren't you applying it? Might Dai surfaced, took a deep breath, and submerged again, his thoughts dwelling on everything Shenye had just said. In an instant, Might Dai's movements in the water became remarkably light and agile, darting about as swiftly as small fish, and with a casual sweep of his hand, a large fish found itself trapped in his grasp. He flung it toward the shore, and Shenye nodded in satisfaction. Minato had already gathered some firewood by the water's edge, stacking it neatly, and constructing a makeshift grill rack. However, since he could not employ the fire release jutsu, he resorted to the most primitive method of friction fire-making, rubbing 2 wooden sticks together. Shenye helplessly shook his head and pushed the other aside. Fire release, great fireball technique. With precise control over his chakra, he exhaled a small flame from his mouth to ignite the woodpile, and the flames slowly began to rise. Before long, the savory aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. After catching several more fish in succession, Might Dai returned to shore, ready to dig in. Yet at that moment, an unfamiliar voice cut through the air. It has been far too long since I last smelled such a delightful fragrance. I wonder if you might spare some of these grilled fish. Shenye turned his head toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man whose face was etched with unmistakable displeasure. No one paid him any mind, yet he casually slid into Shenye's company, as though they were old acquaintances, helpingly sprinkling seasoning from his pocket onto the fish. Fish naturally tastes far better with proper seasoning. It has been many years since anyone managed to catch so much as a single fish here. Uncle, you certainly don't hold back. Aren't you the least bit concerned my fish might be poisoned? You should be the one worrying about my seasonings. I'm curious how a bunch of youngsters like you ended up in this place. You don't happen to be from the rain-hidden village, do you? Shenye nodded without denial. Given the ancient legends surrounding this forsaken location, none from the rain-hidden village would dare set foot here. The man's eyes shifted thoughtfully as though piecing together why these youths had come, likely drawn by the recent strange occurrences and dispatched on some errand. There is no river beast here. I'm afraid your journey has been in vain. You seem to know this place well for someone who isn't from the rain-hidden village. The man paused momentarily, taken aback. It had been countless years since anyone had asked him such a question, so long in fact that he could barely recall his own answer. Seeing he wouldn't respond, Shenye shook his head in resignation and offered the man a freshly grilled fish. The moment that voice had sounded, Shenye had already expanded his chakra perception to its fullest extent, confirming the man harbored no ill intent. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, he gave off no trace of aggression, only a gentle, measured demeanor. The man accepted the fish without hesitation and devoured it ravenously, his manners crude and desperate, as though he hadn't tasted food in centuries. As time slipped away, both Shenye and the strange man patted their bellies in contented satisfaction. Since you fed me, I'll share some stories of this place. Perhaps they'll prove useful to you. Shenye looked up at the man. Compared to rumors from the rain-hidden village, his words carried far more weight. After all, he had lived here all along. Minato and Might Dai listened intently, leaving nothing to chance. A long time ago, this was merely an ordinary pond where villagers from the rain-hidden village came to fish. But after that man was born, everything changed. That man. Indeed. Sama no Hanzo, that was his name. His arrival shattered the rain-hidden village as it once was. Shenye stroked his chin. The man had never expanded beyond the village's borders, yet he had emerged victorious from countless battles, great and small alike. Minato struggled to see the connection between Hanzo's rise and this place becoming a forbidden zone. On the surface, the two seemed entirely unrelated. Hanzo's body exudes an extraordinarily lethal poison, making it impossible to approach this area. He ordered the entire village to stay away. What domineering behavior! However, that is merely background. The recent appearance of the water beast is intimately tied to Hanzo. It is his summoned creature causing the disturbance. As they spoke, the tranquil lake suddenly churned with violent turbulence. The man sighed softly, propping himself up with one hand before turning and walking away in the direction from which he had come, as though choosing to remain apart from what was to unfold. Shenye made no attempt to keep him, instead nodding to Minato and Might Dai before leaping into action. Despite the tempest on the water's surface, the source of the commotion remained invisible. Hanzo's summoned creature would have no reason to appear in these waters. I suspect the old man was lying. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, we'll take it down. Minato assumed a battle stance, his gaze locked onto the lake, while Might Dai stood equally vigilant. Keep your center of gravity low. We may be fighting upon the water's surface. If we lose our footing even slightly, we'll fall in. These are basic fundamentals from the Ninja Academy. There is no need to worry about us. The three leaped onto the water simultaneously, their bodies swaying with each undulating ripple as they fought to maintain their balance. Soon the water stilled once more, and Shenye's brows furrowed in thought. Charge in, Shenye commanded, and the three of them leaped simultaneously, surrounding the small hut by sealing off all windows and doors. Almost at the same moment, the three moved, bursting into the room through the windows and door. The old man was leisurely leaning back in his chair. A smile lingered on his face, as if oblivious to Shenye and his companion's arrival, as he continued to indulge in his own enjoyment. Seeing this, Shenye raised his hand, then grabbed a nearby chair and sat down opposite the old man, meeting his gaze. Shuemin and Mighty Dai shrugged helplessly. The sudden shift from solemn seriousness to relaxation left them somewhat unprepared. Old man, why deceive me? I wanted to make you back off. I have no desire to harm you children. Did you think Hanzo of the Salamander could intimidate me, eh? That's a bit too insulting to the spirit of us Konoha shinobi. In that case, let me show you what true terror is, so you'll abandon any thought of staying here. Shenye shrugged, indifferently turned and walked out of the room. No matter what, a battle could not take place indoors. Within a few breaths, all four were standing in a clearing in the forest. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Without any hesitation, Shenye launched the first attack, condensing chakra in his mouth and spewing a massive fireball toward the old man. Even the fireball jutsu used by the prodigy Uchiha Fugaku paled in comparison to the 10th of Shenye's current display, revealing the immense power of this strike. Yet the old man remained unmoved, standing with arms crossed, even as the flames engulfed him. Time passed, and the fire gradually dissipated. It was unclear what technique the old man had used, but he appeared completely unscathed, not even a single mark left on him. Now you understand the gap between us. It's an insurmountable chasm. Shenye pursed his lips. His chakra sensing had been active all along, and he could clearly perceive the old man's chakra surging rapidly within. Though his expression seemed calm and composed, his body bore immense strain. The faint beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed him. It's not as simple as it looks, is it? Shenye chuckled, stepping back 2 paces. The old man frowned, sensing he had been subtly outmaneuvered, yet unable to pinpoint the flaw. In the blink of an eye, Shui Min and Mighty Dai appeared simultaneously on either side of the old man, slamming enormous fists toward his face. This time the old man could no longer maintain his composure. He hastily retreated to avoid the blows. After narrowly dodging the attack, he finally realized that these 3 youngsters were not to be trifled with. One misstep, and he would be trapped here forever. Water-style water bullet jutsu. The old man's hands moved rapidly through seals, gathering chakra in his mouth, and spitting a stream of water toward Shenye. He knew that Shenye was the leader of this group. If he could eliminate Shenye in one strike, the rest of the battle would be much easier. But Shenye's strength was not just talk. Even in a one-on-one fight, he might have been able to take down the old man, let alone with Shui Min and Mighty Dai coordinating beside him. The water jet arrived before Shenye in an instant. He curled the corner of his mouth upward. He was not like the old man who would endure an attack head-on, just to put up a front. Partial expansion jutsu. Shenye enlarged his arm to shield his body. The powerful impact struck his arm, pushing him back a considerable distance. After steadying himself, Shenye shook his arm. Though no visible damage remained, the pain was undeniably real. Seizing the moment when the old man was focused on attacking Shenye, Mighty Dai dashed to his side in a few strides, engaging him in taijutsu combat. The old man was no match for Mighty Dai, though he soon found himself on the defensive. If this continued, Mighty Dai would easily subdue him. Water-style water prison jutsu. He kicked out fiercely at Mighty Dai, while his hands quickly formed seals, generating a pale blue light in his palm that he thrust toward the young man. Unfamiliar with ninjutsu, Mighty Dai simply raised his palm and pressed it against the light. The pale blue light expanded instantly, forming a massive water sphere that imprisoned Mighty Dai, rendering him immobile despite his every effort to break free. Shui Min frowned. Such an advanced technique was beyond the capability of a mere genin. It was at least of jonin level. Shenye, this is troublesome. His strength far surpasses ours. Find an opportunity to rescue Mighty Dai. Shui Min nodded, creating distance from the old man, and preparing to appear beside the water prison at a moment's notice, while Shenye drew the old man's attention from the front. Monstrous strength. A tremendous force erupted beneath Shenye's feet, launching him forward like a bullet, arriving before the old man in an instant. He swung his fist toward the old man's abdomen. If this blow landed, the old man would likely be incapacitated for some time. The old man narrowed his eyes, sensing the immense power contained in that fist. Water-style water barrier. He clapped his hands together and then spread them apart, conjuring a curtain of water before him. Shenye's fist slammed into the water curtain, sending up a massive splash. But the old man had used this opportunity to evade the impact of monstrous strength, rolling his neck in preparation for a counterattack. Hey, you old bastard, bullying a few kids like this. Don't you feel ashamed at your age? A familiar voice sounded behind Shenye. Without turning around, he knew it was that cheeky fellow Jiraiya, though he had no idea how he had ended up here. The old man tilted his head, looking past Shenye toward the source of the voice. He saw a man with a massive scroll on his back standing on a tree branch and looking down. From the forehead protector, he couldn't tell which village this shinobi belonged to. Only a large character for oil was visible. Say, Jiraiya, why did you show up now? The village misjudged this mission. Fortunately, you're not in danger. Otherwise, the third Hokage would have been guilt-ridden for life. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I would have already dealt with this fellow. Shinai cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. Fortunately, he had been present during this mission. Otherwise, based on the strength of ordinary genin in the village, they wouldn't have been enough to fill that old man's teeth. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. As soon as he had received the news, he had rushed over at full speed, fearing that any delay might result in trouble. However, it now appeared that everything was still within reach. Aside from Might Dai looking somewhat disheveled, no one had been injured. Brother Jiraiya, I'll leave this to you. I'm taking these 2 back to the village to claim the reward. Do well. Jiraiya nodded. Before leaving the village, the third Hokage had already instructed him to have Might Dai and the others return directly to the village upon meeting them. Regardless of how the mission turned out, the reward for this mission would ultimately end up in Might Dai's hands. Leaving the pond and Amigakure, the group returned to the village in just half a day. The third Hokage stood at the village entrance, waiting with visible anxiety. When he clearly saw Shinai and the others, the expression on the third's face instantly relaxed. Shenye, over here. Let's go. The third is already waiting for us. Lord Third, you're actually waiting for us here. I was worried about your safety. Fortunately, I discovered the problem in time. Otherwise, Konohagakure would have suffered tremendous losses. The corruption of 3 genius ninja. Shinai couldn't help but roll his eyes at the third. What made him think Shinai would fall under that old man's influence? He didn't believe in Shinya's strength. Moreover, from the third's tone, it seemed he wasn't truly concerned about Shinai and his comrades' deaths. His mind was solely focused on the village's interests. Death was merely a loss to the village. The goodwill that had just begun to form vanished in an instant. Shinai gave a slight wave of his hand and departed. The third shook his head helplessly and handed the scroll to Might Dai. He then strolled toward his office, leaving Minato and Might Dai standing there in a daze. You've obtained a more advanced ninja technique. Train diligently. Next time we meet, I'll test whether your strength has truly improved. Then let's see about that. With that, the two parted ways. Upon returning home, Shenye had a simple meal and then lay on his bed, his mind occupied with thoughts of that old man in Amigakure. Someone with that level of strength would be a formidable presence even within the village, yet he had been living in a cabin in the woods for what appeared to be a very long time, seemingly never having left. Lost in thought, Shenye drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, he looked out the window and realized it was deep into the night. However, during this quiet midnight hour, faint whispering sounds came from outside the door. Curious, Shenye got up and approached the doorway to listen carefully. This matter must not be done by Shenye. Why does the village specifically target Shenye among so many ninja? Only his identity qualifies him for this mission. Although it will take a long time, he will also gain growth and experience. Why are you so resistant? He is my younger brother. Don't you know I have already lost one younger brother? As she spoke, Tsunade's tears flowed freely. Outside the door, an immediate silence fell with only the sound of Tsunade's weeping audible. Shenye frowned and pushed the door open, stepping out directly. Tsunade and the person she had been talking to looked at Shenye in surprise, thinking he was still out on a mission. The person arguing with Tsunade was a member of ANBU wearing a flower-patterned mask. Tell me exactly what's going on, or don't even think about leaving so easily. Shenye took a commanding seat to the side, his gaze filled with a deathly aura fixed tightly on the ANBU member. For some reason, upon meeting Shenye's gaze, this guy felt an inexplicable chill and almost involuntarily wanted to retreat. It's like this. Lord Danzo issued an order for you to go to a hostile village and serve as a spy. No one will know you're a ninja from Konohagakure. Perhaps I should recommend someone else instead. They would be more suitable than me, and you can also go back and report your success. The flower-masked man nodded repeatedly. He had never expected that Shenye would not only not be angry, but also help him find a more suitable candidate, so he could report back without being reprimanded by Danzo. Tsunade wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Since Shenye now knew about this matter, there was no need for her to worry about what came next. If Shenye truly wanted to leave Konohagakure, Tsunade could never stop him. And if he didn't want to leave, there was even less need for her to be involved. At the same time, Tsunade was quite curious about whom this guy Shenye would recommend for the ANBU's plan. You could pick anyone from your ANBU to play the role of this spy. Moreover, they've already been successfully brainwashed by your Lord Danzo, and would never do anything to betray the village. For a moment, the flower-masked man was speechless, unable to find a single word of rebuttal. Assigning Shenye to serve as this spy indeed carried significant risk. After witnessing the beauty of other villages, he might very well choose to betray Konohagakure. After all, Shenye was not originally from Konohagakure. He was brought to the village by the first Hokage. I'll return to report. The flower-masked man nodded, turned around, and left without further exchange with Shenye. Sister Tsunade, if these guys bother you again in the future, I'll definitely beat them away. Today serves as a lesson for them. Tsunade smiled and embraced Shenye into her arms, saying nothing, simply holding him quietly. Shenye patted Tsunade's back without the slightest resistance, gradually feeling the softness of her body. Time passed bit by bit. The two embraced throughout the entire night, and Shenye didn't notice when Tsunade had fallen asleep. However, fearing to wake Tsunade, Shenye made no movement at all. Early the next morning, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Discovering that she had fallen asleep in such a manner, her cheeks flushed slightly. You're finally awake, Sister Tsunade. This night really wore me out. Releasing Tsunade's shoulders, Shenye quickly twisted his body a few times. Like a rusty machine, clicking sounds emanated from within his body, yet simultaneously brought Shenye a comfortable feeling. Shenye, don't you have nothing to do today? Why don't the two of us go out and enjoy ourselves? We haven't had a chance to relax in a long time. Shenye twitched the corner of his mouth, unwilling to expose the fact that Tsunade had proposed this plan simply because her gambling itch was unbearable. Accompanying this perpetually unlucky gambler on an outing, Shenye feared he might be pawned off and left behind in some unknown place. Nevertheless, he agreed in order to keep Tsunade happy. To prepare for their trip, Tsunade rummaged through every corner of the room, packing everything she could carry into her luggage, though all of it would become Shenye's burden. After leaving the village, Tsunade led Shenye from one civilian casino to another. Within half a day, she had already lost all the gold coins she had brought, leaving only a few coins in Shenye's pocket. Enough for food, nothing more. However, seeing Tsunade's unsatisfied expression, Shenye felt a growing concern. Senior Sister Tsunade, we've lost all the gold coins we brought. We can't keep gambling anymore. Tsunade helplessly shrugged, indicating her excitement had only just begun. Since she had no coins left, she decided to borrow some elsewhere. Shenye couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tsunade. This hardly resembled a recreational outing. Passing through a small village, Tsunade paused in her steps. The owner of the casino here is someone I'm very familiar with. I'll definitely be able to borrow some money here. Tsunade strode confidently toward the village's only casino. Even before anyone saw her, they could feel her imposing aura approaching. That big fat sheep has finally arrived. It's been ages since she last came to warm our casino with her visits. The casino owner immediately dropped everything and appeared at the entrance, grandly welcoming Tsunade. Boss, you're too kind to personally come out and welcome me. Not at all, Tsunade. You're our VIP customer. How could we not greet you properly? Shenye could read the look in everyone's eyes. Tsunade was already regarded as a fat sheep, and no matter how much money she had on her, it would all be left behind. Fortunately, they had already lost all their coins before arriving here. As long as the casino owner didn't lend her any more, they would be safe. My luck has been terrible today. I lost all the coins on the way here, so boss, lend me some money so I can win it back. The owner swallowed hard, his hands rubbing together eagerly, already imagining pockets overflowing with gold coins. Shenye couldn't resist stepping forward to warn the owner a few words. She's here to borrow money. If she loses. The reputation of Lord Tsunade is well known throughout the ninja world. She would never let this casino lose a single coin. I'm quite confident about that. Shenye twitched the corners of his mouth again. There was truly no reasoning with a born gambler like this. Trying to stop her was futile. He could only pray she'd get lucky. Shenye had absolutely no interest in their gambling. Senior sister Tsunade, I'll just take a stroll around the village while you enjoy yourself here. Consumed entirely by her gambling urge, Tsunade didn't even properly hear Shenye's words. She lazily waved her hand, as if agreeing. Then she followed the owner into the casino, embarking on what she fondly called the happiest chapter of her life. Shenye left his belongings inside the casino and wandered through the village alone, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery. Though the village didn't appear large, truly taking in everything would take quite some time. If I can't return to my own world someday, settling down in a place as beautiful as this wouldn't be a bad choice. My own world. Does every handsome kid have their own world? A person wearing a black cloth robe, holding a small pot-belly pig, walked up to Shenye. They looked about Tsunade's age. But unlike Tsunade, the girl standing beside Shenye was notably lacking in certain endearing curves. Looking at the girl's face, Shenye felt a sense of familiarity, so he quickly stepped forward, turned around, and studied her carefully. Shizen, you know me? Shizen pointed to her own nose in surprise. She had never met this boy before. She had only come over to tease him because of his fair complexion. Shenye stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. It wasn't surprising that Shizen didn't know him. He just wondered whether she knew Tsunade. I'll take you to meet someone, and you'll know. Without hesitation, Shenye grabbed Shizen's hand and headed toward the casino. Seeing which direction they were heading, Shizen began to suspect something. Only when they stopped at the casino's entrance, hearing the noisy sounds from within, could Shizen finally confirm it was her. Shenye frowned and rushed into the casino, worried that Tsunade might be taken advantage of by these people. However, Shenye had overthought it. The commotion was merely the sound of intense gambling. Tsunade had rolled up her sleeves and was fiercely competing with others. Looking at the coins piled in front of her, Shenye knew that during his absence Tsunade hadn't won a single round. Lord Tsunade, didn't you promise me you wouldn't come to this casino again? Shizen looked at Tsunade in utter disbelief, her eyes filled with disappointment. Shenye immediately adopted an amused expression. It seemed Shizen and Tsunade not only knew each other beforehand, but also had an agreement between them. Yet Tsunade had broken her promise, and now she would have to face the consequences of her gambling addiction. However, Tsunade was so absorbed in her gambling that she completely ignored both Shizen and Shenye, continuing to play as if nothing were happening. Quiet down, all of you. Shenye's small frame suddenly leaped onto the table, shouting twice. The room instantly fell silent, every pair of eyes fixed upon him. Tsunade's expression was deeply annoyed. She raised her head, preparing to fly into a rage, only to realize it was Shenye standing above her. You brat, stop making a scene. I'm almost done here. Better check who's standing at the doorway. Compared to me, I imagine you'd rather not see her. Shenye pointed toward the entrance. Tsunade followed his gesture and froze on the spot. She had never expected to run into Shizen here. In that instant, Tsunade wished she could simply dig a hole and crawl into it, completely avoiding facing Shizen. Long time no see, Lord Tsunade. Shizen wore a smile as she greeted her, though anyone could tell the conspiracy lurking behind that grin. Long time no see, Shizen. I never expected to find you here. After our last parting, I was worried you might return to gamble here, so I stayed. I didn't expect to actually get the chance to meet again. Tsunade repeatedly waved her hand at the people in the casino, dragging Kamiyo and Shizen toward the exit, without even bothering to pick up the gold coins left on the table. Following Shizen, Kamiyo and Tsunade arrived at her residence here. The little house, surrounded by flowers and greenery, looked elegant no matter how you viewed it, perfectly matching Shizen's temperament. By the way, Sister Shizen, since Sister Tsunade has promised you won't gamble here anymore, did something happen before? Tsunade hurriedly shook her head, flashing Shizen urgent, pleading glances, unwilling for her to recount the past incident. However, since Tsunade had already broken their mutual promise, Shizen naturally had no intention of keeping this secret any longer. After all, this was the true covenant between the two of them. Shizun kept Tsunade's secret on the condition that Tsunade would never again set foot in this village to gamble. A few years ago when I was traveling through the ninja world with Lord Tsunade, she was already a well-known gambler. I just never expected her to be cheated here. So in her rage, Sister Tsunade lost control and attacked ordinary people. Besides, no one else knows about it, and those beaten wouldn't dare to speak out. Shizun looked at Kamiyo in surprise, unable to believe he had already guessed everything without needing a complete explanation of what had happened. Tsunade kept her head down, afraid to say another word. Attacking ordinary people was strictly forbidden in any village. In the days that followed, Tsunade felt deeply guilty toward those people. She prepared numerous gold coins and ordered Shizun to deliver them, while also asking Shizun to travel elsewhere for a time. Sister Shizun, from today onward, please continue staying by Sister Tsunade's side. Otherwise, she will only gamble endlessly. Shizun lifted her head to look at Tsunade. In truth, she wanted to remain by Tsunade's side since her medical ninjutsu skills were still unrefined and required further study. On the other hand, Tsunade was the only family she had left in this world. Only by Tsunade's side could she feel even a measure of warmth. More than half the day had already passed. What was supposed to be an outing together had turned into Tsunade's solo gambling trip. Kamiyo now deeply regretted being deceived by Tsunade's appearance that morning. Otherwise, he might already be sitting happily at Ichiraku's waiting for his ramen. Come back. Your heart has been tempered sufficiently. From now on, stay by my side and properly learn medical ninjutsu. Shizun nodded repeatedly. She had finally longed for the day of her return, though she never imagined it would come under such circumstances. It's getting late. We should head back, Sister Tsunade. Kamiyo looked at Tsunade and gave a helpless smile. He had been treated as a day laborer, nearly losing all the gold coins from his own pockets in the process. Tsunade stroked her chin, looking at Shizun with an embarrassed expression. Shizun shook her head resignedly, as she had seen this look years ago and instantly understood what was happening. After rummaging through the room for a while, Shizun pulled out a bag of gold coins. Kamiyo's eyes widened as he stared at the coins in the bag. Even if Tsunade had searched every corner of the room for all the gold coins she could carry, none of it would equal this single bag. She had never imagined that the delicate-looking Shizun was actually quite wealthy. If he had known earlier, Kamiyo would have convinced himself to keep some gold coins first and leave the rest for Tsunade to settle her debts. Shizun shook her head helplessly at Kamiyo's expression. Since they were leaving anyway, the gold coins left behind would be useless, so she produced another bag. Here, this bag is for you. No need for that envious look. Kamiyo quickly took it into his hands. Who could turn down free money? After packing everything, the three set off on their journey back to the village. It wasn't until they finally entered Konoha that Kamiyo truly understood something. Tsunade hadn't just lost the gold coin she brought with her. She was in debt at every casino. At each casino along the way, Tsunade would hand over gold coins to settle her debts. By the end, even Kamiyo's pockets were emptied and they returned to the village with nothing. As ninja who cultivate our abilities, we must understand something. Only personal strength truly matters. Gold coins are merely external possessions. Do not concern yourself excessively with them. Kamiyo curled his lips into a wry smile. It was the first time he'd seen such a face from Tsunade, so shamelessly bold, capable of spouting so much nonsense without any basis. With an unfamiliar face suddenly appearing beside him, a face unknown to Konoha, Tsunade immediately headed to the Hokage's office to verify Shizun's identity. However, Kamiyo had long grown weary of being with Tsunade. He waved his hand and departed alone, making his way to Ichiraku's ramen shop. Kamiyo, I haven't seen you in 2 days. Were you off on another mission? Yamagata Aoba leaned against the stone pillar beside the gate, watching Kamiyo with a stalk of grass in his mouth. No mission. I wish I could be as carefree as you Yamagata team. Yamagata Aoba shook his head. Nearly everyone expressed envy before him over such a relaxed assignment, yet no one knew what he truly thought. Although guarding the gate allowed him to contribute his worth, he couldn't say when war would actually come. Only when the village was attacked would there be any real action. Hurry and eat your ramen. Look how haggard you are. Kamiyo scratched his head. After being dragged around by Tsunade all day, of course, he looked worn out. But then Kamiyo suddenly changed his mind. He decided to go straight home and take a nap instead. His stomach wasn't actually hungry. Following the familiar path, Kamiyo soon reached his doorstep, only to find it surrounded by a crowd of villagers. Everyone, what's going on? Why are you all gathered at my doorstep? Kamiyo, you're finally here. No idea what you and Tsunade were up to, but something major has happened at your place. The crowd made way for Kamiyo, but from the outside, nothing appeared amiss. He had no idea what these people were talking about. What exactly is going on? I can't tell what's happening inside. Just open the door and see for yourself. Kamiyo furrowed his brows and gently pushed the door open. The interior was in disarray, as if robbed, with debris scattered across the floor. Someone actually dared to break into Sister Tsunade's house and steal. More and more people gathered around, unable to believe that Tsunade's residence had been burglarized. Not a single person in all of Konohagakure would dare to provoke Tsunade, let alone sneak into her home to cause destruction. Shenye frowned at the mess that filled the room, carefully pondering in his mind what kind of person could have done such a thing. However, no matter how he thought, he could not come to a conclusion. Everyone please disperse. Do not gather here. Shenye waved his hand to disperse the crowd, his gaze sweeping over every person as he tried to find the culprit through their expressions. However, he found that everyone looked perfectly innocent. At this moment, Tsunade was just entering the office with Shizen, unaware of what had happened at home. Otherwise, she would surely have flown into a rage. Third, Shizen has been training outside for so long. Now she can continue to accompany me by my side. The third nodded in agreement, though his eyes were filled with a touch of helplessness. Yet he did not know what to say to Tsunade. After leaving the office, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen, was about to return home when she discovered Shenye lingering at the doorstep, wondering why he was not in his room. What's wrong, Shenye? Why aren't you in your room? Sister Tsunade, you might not believe it, but something major has happened at home. It would be better if you took a look yourself. Confused, Tsunade pushed open the door and upon seeing the state of the room, stood frozen for 2 seconds. Then came a roar that could be heard throughout the entire village. Who did this? Shenye swallowed hard, and he could faintly imagine flames rising from Tsunade's head. It seemed she was at the peak of her anger. However, the passers-by seemed already accustomed to Tsunade's outbursts. They merely turned their heads slightly to glance before returning to their own business. Lady Tsunade, I think I know who did this. Shizen spoke in a soft voice, equally concerned that if they said the wrong thing, she would not be able to bear Tsunade's second burst of rage. Who? Judging by the traces left in the room, I believe it is Orochimaru. This is his welcome gift to you. Orochimaru, that detestable creature. Tsunade stormed off toward the office in anger. Shenye innocently blinked and chose to follow behind her, fearing he might do something reckless out of wrath. Shizen shook her head in exasperation and entered the room to begin tidying up in an orderly manner. Not wasting any time on the way, Tsunade and Shenye quickly entered the office one after the other. Just then they found Orochimaru standing before the third, his face pale. Orochimaru, you bastard. Tsunade condensed a large amount of chakra into her fist and swung it fiercely at Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru was well acquainted with Tsunade's attacks. He dodged by shifting his body several times, while countless small snakes flew out from his sleeves to coil around Tsunade's arm. In the blink of an eye, the fight between the two had ended, ultimately concluding without a winner or loser. A smile played on the third's lips. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru had been his former disciples, and Orochimaru was particularly favored by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that Orochimaru had returned, how could the third not be happy? Lord Third, considering that Orochimaru has been training outside for so long, he is practically penniless. Therefore the losses at home should be borne by you. Shenye wore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Seizing this opportunity to make a hefty demand, he knew the third would never refuse and might even boast about it. After a few breaths of silence, the third slowly moved his lips, just as Shenye had anticipated. If there is anything you need, simply request it from the village. We will fulfill all your demands. Shenye shrugged, having achieved his goal. There was no reason for him to continue participating in this matter, so he decided to return home and help Shizen tidy up the room. However, as he was about to leave, Shenye suddenly remembered a system ability he had not used in a long time, which he could just test on Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, this is the first time I have seen you since I arrived in this village. The legendary Sannin are indeed as remarkable as described. As he spoke, Shenye walked toward Orochimaru. To Orochimaru, Shenye was merely a child, one who relied on the prestige of the Sannin. He was accustomed to this. Countless children in the village admired him, Tsunade and Jiraiya, regarding the Sannin as their goal to strive for. So this little child is the younger brother you took in, Tsunade. He seems well suited for cultivation. Would you like to train under me, brother Orochimaru? Never mind. Sister Tsunade would not hand me over to you. In the midst of conversation, Shenye had already arrived in front of Orochimaru. Then he raised his hand and patted Orochimaru on the body, silently activating the system's stealing ability. Orochimaru looked at Shenye in surprise. Was this merely a child's curiosity? How could he make such a gesture? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Orochimaru's skill snake form shallow hand. Skill cooldown time 1 hour. Shenye was quite satisfied with this result. Snake form shallow hand could both attack and provide formidable control, making it perfect for his current needs. After the system upgrade, Shenye used the skill to steal a ninja technique for the first time. The cooldown time reduced to only 1 hour was quite unexpected. Sister Tsunade, I'm going back to help Sister Shizen tidy up the room. Shenye waved goodbye and left the office. Soon after, he returned home. Shizen's speed in tidying up the room was remarkably fast. By now the entire room had been transformed, showing no trace of the earlier raid. Sister Shizen, it seems I cannot help you much. Who says? Here is a bag of trash. I'll leave it to you. Shenye nodded, picked up the trash from the entrance, and walked outside. However, he had to walk a considerable distance. The sun hung high in the sky. Shenye, how are things at home? I've heard that someone broke in. What break-in? It was Sister Tsa's good friend Orochimaru who appeared and played a prank. Minato scratched his head. He had long heard that Orochimaru had defected from the village and become a missing nin. His sudden reappearance suggested that the earlier information was inaccurate. By the way, for the time being, we should not go out. Why would you say that all of a sudden? Accurate information has come in. We're about to graduate soon, so it's better to stay obediently in the village. Shenye nodded. Finally, he would leave this boring ninja academy and truly step into the world of ninjas where battles and life or death struggles awaited. Within a few days, the village held a grand graduation ceremony. Many ninjas gathered at the Ninja Academy to participate in the event. Shenye and his group as the graduates of honor naturally attended. Countless classmates waited in the center of the training ground for the third Hokage's proclamation. Wasn't it said that we had to pass the Shadow Clone Jutsu exam to graduate? But now it seems it's completely unnecessary. The necessary candidates have all gathered here. Those who were not allowed to graduate can only watch enviously from the audience. Shuemin looked around. Indeed, many familiar figures stood among the ninjas, their faces filled with envy. Although these fellows had attended the same classes as him, they were forced to postpone their graduation by a year, which was quite painful for them. Under the third Hokage's leadership, the graduation ceremony proceeded smoothly. However, among the crowd, a pair of eyes kept staring intently at Shenye. Uchiha Fuyue had long held a grudge against Shenye, and he had been harboring his anger waiting for the day of his graduation. Once Shenye became a genuine Genin, Uchiha Fuyue would have ample reason to fight him and seize the opportunity to eliminate him by accident. From today onward, you are Genin of Konohagakure. A more arduous and challenging journey awaits you, filled with danger and opportunity. Shenye didn't want to listen to the third Hokage's rambling any longer. He just wanted it to end quickly so he could receive his headband and become a true Genin. Yet the ceremony dragged on for a long time. Before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened, approaching nightfall. Children, come up to receive your headbands. Once you put on your headband, you are no longer a child. Shenye rushed to the third Hokage's side, grabbed his headband, and promptly left the training ground, intending to go home and get a good night's sleep. On the way home, a familiar figure appeared and blocked Shenye's path. Rushing home so hastily. Have you really forgotten me already? Looking up, he saw Uchiha Fuyue standing before him. Shenye couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. This guy had been haunting him like a persistent ghost, and it was truly annoying. Even back in the Ninja Academy, this guy had caused trouble for him. Now that they were both Genin on equal footing, he had become even more aggressive. Previously, he had only sent his subordinates to pick fights in the academy. Now Uchiha Fuyue could finally step up himself. Even if he took the initiative to challenge Shenye, no one could accuse him of bullying. He would defeat him fair and square, making Uchiha Mikoto realize who the man she should be close to really was. Shenye shook his head, finding it all rather tedious. When it came to fighting, Fuyue was no match for him. He was only humiliating himself. So what do you want from me? I'm very busy. I, Uchiha Fuyue, hereby challenge you to a duel. 5 days from now in the training ground. Life or death as fate dictates. Shenye curled his lips. Though Fuyue usually seemed somewhat annoying, he never expected him to be so chinibu, even uttering phrases like life or death as fate dictates. Even if he agreed to such a duel, he believed that once the village learned of it, they would not let the two of them actually fight to the death. To the village, the loss of either Shenye or Fuyue would be a great blow, depriving it of a combat power that could influence the future. I accept your challenge. But as for life or death, that's your own fate. It has nothing to do with me. Mercilessly mocked by Shenye, Uchiha Fuyue's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and white. Yet he could not vent his anger at that moment. All the grievances in his heart had to be buried inside, only to be unleashed during the duel, letting Shenye know his true power. After parting with Shenye, Uchiha Fuyue headed straight to the third Hokage's office, even though no one was in it at the time. But he would leave the battle plan on the desk, and the third Hokage would see it. This guy is really boring. Still, with my current strength, defeating him is easy. I just don't know how much psychological pressure he can endure. Shenye was still worried that this guy, after being defeated in front of everyone, might suffer immense psychological pressure and ultimately atone with his death. However, that would save Shenye the trouble. From then on, no one would bother him for no reason. Perhaps Uchiha Fuyue was born to be a masochist. Only through a real lesson would he recognize the difference between himself and his opponent. Having been indoctrinated with the title of Genius Ninja, Uchiha Fuyue looked down on his peers, and even those older than him, let alone Shenye, who was still a child. Time passed quickly, and the day of their duel drew increasingly near. Uchiha Fuyue trained in the training ground almost every day until late. Though he sneered at Shenye in his heart, he still prepared himself to face the battle in peak condition. In contrast, Shenye was much more relaxed. Having just become a Genin, the village had not assigned any missions, and he no longer needed to attend the Ninja Academy, leaving him with nothing to do all day. One day, Shuemin heard about the impending duel between Shenye and Uchiha Fuyue, so he rushed to Shenye's home to inquire about the situation. Shenye, how are your preparations? That guy is incredibly strong. Even back in the Ninja Academy, he was already a renowned genius ninja in the village. Not prepared at all. but I'm confident he's no match for me. Don't you have faith in my abilities? Shuimin quickly shook his head. He had absolute confidence in Shenye, but in the past few days whenever he saw Uchiha Fuyue the latter acted as if victory was already assured. Except for a few who knew Shinai well, no one believed that Shinai could be a match for Uchiha Fuyue. Even among Shenye's former classmates, some secretly rejoiced that Uchiha Fuyue would teach Shinai a good lesson and deflate his arrogance. It said that guy trains until late every night, already pushing himself to the limit to improve his strength. Shenye shrugged indifferently, refusing to believe that Uchiha Fugaku could have elevated his strength from Jinin to Jonin in such a brief span of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed and numerous people were already making their way toward the training grounds. Among them were elite ninjas from the village, while Chunin and Jinin numbered in the countless multitudes. After all, Uchiha Fugaku's name was known to virtually everyone in the village. A challenge issued by him personally to a mere newly minted Jinin was an extraordinary matter. Everyone was fiercely curious about who Shenye truly was and what kind of strength he possessed. Only a handful truly understood that Uchiha Fugaku issued the challenge out of personal motive, simply wanting to teach this presumptuous a lesson. Shenye, it's time to wake up. Didn't you agree to the duel with that young man from the Uchiha family today? Tsunade shook Shenye's sleeping form, growing anxious on his behalf. So many in the village would be watching. If he were late, it would create a terrible impression. But Shenye pretended not to hear, turning over to continue his deep slumber. You brat, how dare you ignore me? Tsunade grinned and grabbed Shenye's ear, twisting it hard. The moment pain struck, Shenye's eyes snapped open, and he sprang upright on the bed, gazing at Tsunade with an innocent expression. Sis Tsunade, that really hurts. Tsunade sighed, helplessly unable to stay angry at his innocent face, so she pulled him into a comforting embrace. The village is placing great importance on this duel. You must do your best and show them what my brother is capable of. Don't worry, Fugaku isn't worth my full attention. Now awake, Shenye quickly tidied himself and headed toward the training grounds, where the crowds had become so thick that passage was nearly blocked. Shenye scratched his head, surprised by the massive turnout. Larger even than the ceremony on the day he became a Jinin. Shenye is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the restless mass fell silent at once. The crowd began to part slowly, revealing a path ahead for Shenye as all eyes fixed upon him. Though he had long mastered the art of shamelessness and could roam anywhere with his harmless appearance, the weight of so many gazes still made him uneasy. Yet being stared at by so many people at once, Shenye awkwardly scratched his head. Fortunately, Minato appeared just in time to rescue him, and together with Mado Gai and Shikaku, they formed a protective barrier around Shenye as they slowly made their way toward the center of the training grounds. Uchiha Fugaku was already waiting at the center, his eyes burning with battle lust and a hint of mockery. Shenye scanned the surroundings, finding mostly familiar faces, former classmates and members of the Uchiha clan positioned at the innermost circle. Both combatants have reached the center of the arena. This is where you will fight freely. Approach this match with seriousness. A stranger appeared between Shenye and Uchiha Fugaku, explaining the rules and outcomes of the duel, but Shenye paid no attention. Shenye, with so many watching, I trust you've already considered what lies ahead. Enjoy it. Indeed, don't let losing weigh you down. After all, you're an Uchiha. Your family's pride and your own are both on the line. Cut the nonsense. I can't wait to trample you underfoot. Shenye scoffed, ignoring Fugaku, and turned to nod at Tsunade, reassuring her not to worry. Seeing Shenye's signal, Tsunade's tension eased somewhat, though a thread of concern remained. At that moment, a barrier of light surrounded the two duelists, likely some form of protective seal preventing outsiders from entering while shielding others from stray combat forces. The battle begins now and will continue until one party falls or yields. Life and death consequences apply. The third Hokage stood at the highest point of the training ground, announcing the rules loudly, though everyone understood that should the fight truly reach a life or death point, he would intervene immediately. Shenye die. Fugaku's gaze turned razor-sharp as he sprinted toward Shenye, drawing a shuriken from his pouch. Shenye maintained a careless smile, arms crossed, quietly waiting for Fugaku to reach him. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken was inches from Shenye's neck, and the spectators gasped in terror, fearing the duel might end right then. Yet a flash of light erupted around Shenye, and he vanished from sight. No one could discern what had transpired. Even the third Hokage, who had been watching intently, shook his head in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a jutsu. It resembled an advanced space-time technique. Is that all you've got? Shenye's voice echoed from behind Fugaku, his expression serene and unfazed by what had just occurred. What kind of forbidden jutsu is that? It's not from Konoha. How could you wield it so flawlessly? There are countless things in this world you've never encountered. Must everyone seek your permission to invent new jutsu? What? An original jutsu? The moment those words left Shenye's lips, the crowd collectively gasped. Such a powerful space-time technique, created at his age, was nothing short of extraordinary. Now they finally grasped why Fugaku had chosen Shenye for this challenge. It was a clash between two geniuses driven by an unwillingness to accept inferiority. Fugaku frowned, sensing that those few words had already shifted the momentum against him. Though recognized as a genius by the village, Fugaku, who was about to become a chunin, had yet to create a single jutsu of his own. Realizing he couldn't outwit Shenye verbally, Fugaku resolved to demonstrate the consequences of angering him through action. 2 whistles sounded as Fugaku launched his shuriken towards Shenye. During his instruction sessions, Fugaku had come to understand that Shenye was practically a novice when it came to wielding shuriken. With those 2 shuriken launched, Fugaku had assumed Shenye could only cower. Any counterattack would inevitably rely on chakra-intensive ninjutsu. However, contrary to his expectations, Shenye merely offered a faint smile and drew a shuriken with speed exceeding Fugaku's, tossing it skyward. With 2 metallic clangs, the shuriken collided precisely, deflecting off course before landing upon the barrier and sliding slowly to the ground. Fugaku paused in astonishment. Reacting so swiftly and striking the exact center of the incoming shuriken with such precision was remarkable. Such shuriken technique at this level was something Fugaku could only achieve by activating his Sharingan. Shenye is extraordinarily powerful. Even as a newly minted genin, he holds his own against Fugaku. It seems none of us could stand against him. Indeed, to graduate with such strength, there will be no stopping his growth in the years to come. Tsunade listened to the surrounding praise with quiet satisfaction. Shenye was her younger brother, and being lauded brought visible pride to her face. Did you truly believe my shuriken skills remain stagnant? If you sought to challenge me, why not take the time to learn about me properly? Fugaku's brows furrowed. All intelligence on Shenye had come through reports from his subordinate at the Ninja Academy. He had never personally observed him. Recalling this, Fugaku turned his gaze toward the subordinate watching from outside. The man's eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Fugaku's. He was now trapped on the horn of a dilemma. Regardless of the outcome, he had to fight Shenye to the last moment, despite the fact that Shenye's fundamentals were already remarkably solid. As a freshly promoted genin, Shenye could only store a limited amount of chakra within his body. Fugaku was confident he could overwhelm him with superior jutsu. Our warm-up is nearly complete. Now begins the main event. Do savor it. Shenye said nothing further, merely curling a finger toward Fugaku in a gesture that dared him to come at full force. Fire release fireball jutsu. Fugaku's expression grew grave as his hands blurred through rapid hand signs, channeling chakra from within his body toward his mouth. Seeing his hand signs, Shenye immediately recognized what manner of jutsu was about to appear before him, and knew precisely how to respond. The 5 elemental natures are mutually generative and restrictive. A water release would give him a distinct advantage. However, Shenye had never acquired any water-style jutsu from others, leaving him to seek another solution. While Fugaku was forming hand signs, Shenye retrieved 2 marked shuriken from his pocket. One hurled directly at Fugaku, the other thrown in an entirely different direction. Fugaku sniffed dismissively, assuming Shenye intended to interrupt his hand signs, and shifted his body sideward a few times to evade them. A massive sphere of flame erupted from Fugaku's mouth, rolling toward Shenye like a tidal wave, its scorching heat pressing against his face. So this is what it feels like to be struck by the fireball jutsu. Truly painful, Shenye murmured, shaking his head as he softly chanted under his breath, his hands remaining perfectly still as he awaited the flame's arrival. In the blink of an eye, the fire closed the distance to mere centimeters from Shenye. To every onlooker, there appeared to be no possibility of escape. Flying Thunder God technique. Shenye's figure vanished from sight. However, surrounded by the raging inferno, only the third could discern his movement. Fugaku, meanwhile, began to grow smug with confidence. You do not seriously believe the battle would end the moment it began, do you? You thought such a jutsu could harm me? Shenye's voice echoed behind Fugaku, who turned in sheer terror, abandoning his fire release and facing the source of the sound, only to find Shenye standing mere feet away. That was precisely the location where he had dodged the shuriken moments before. Upon closer inspection, the shuriken on the ground bore distinctions from ordinary throwing stars. I have even created my own space-time ninjutsu. A simple teleportation should hardly astonish you. Stay vigilant. Shenye raised his fist and swung it toward Fugaku's face without warning, the sheer velocity stirring roaring gusts in the surrounding air. Fugaku, no matter how one viewed it, was a genius of the Uchiha clan. His reflexes remained exceptionally sharp. In the instant Shenye's fist descended, he reacted accordingly. His body shifted a fraction to the side, while one arm rose to guard his face, and his other hand struck outward toward Shenye's abdomen. A faint smile touched Shenye's lips as he suddenly accelerated his punch, raising his free hand to intercept Fugaku's strike above. 2 heavy impacts rang out. Neither had gained the upper hand, both absorbing solid blows to their arms. Yet comparatively, Uchiha Fugaku suffered far greater discomfort. Beneath Shenye's precise chakra control, the force seeped imperceptibly into Fugaku's meridians, a sensation the Uchiha had not yet registered. Such power at your tender age. Challenging you proved to be the wisest decision. How pretentious. You have created such a tremendous spectacle merely to gratify your own selfish ambitions, yet appear magnanimous in the eyes of others. Shenye pursed his lips, fully aware of the true nature of events. He had already resolved to thoroughly teach this man a lesson, vowing never to grant him the chance to rise again. Even a genius requires the harsh hammer of reality to truly understand himself. Fugaku may be petty, but Shenye would not stoop to his level. Yet after this battle concluded, it would not hurt to rub salt in the wound. He already had a complete plan formulated. Spare me your self-important fantasies. Take this. The distance between them was exceedingly close. Fugaku swung his fist once more and charged at Shenye, and within moments the two were locked in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The spectators outside watched intently, fearing they might miss even the slightest brilliant moment. Time ticked by steadily. Neither Shenye nor Fugaku showed any sign of relaxation. They fought on equal footing with taijutsu, offering no decisive advantage to either side. It seems Shenye is far more formidable than we imagined, to sustain a prolonged battle against Fugaku without the slightest hint of fatigue. Of course. Have you not considered whose brother he is? With my guidance, how could he possibly grow weak? Jiraiya, standing beside Tsunade, rolled his eyes. In truth, Tsunade had never taught him a single thing regarding cultivation. Could it be that Shenye is even matched with Fugaku in taijutsu? The crowd was stunned that the duel could last so long. Most expected Fugaku to defeat Shenye in a flash. Some had come merely to catch a glimpse of the Sharingan, while hardly anyone had confidence in this child who had graduated from the academy only 5 days prior. Yet reality delivered a stinging rebuke to their assumptions. The battle remained evenly matched. A grim expression on Fugaku's face revealed his struggle, while Shenye, by contrast, seemed utterly at ease. Only a few days since he graduated from the Ninja Academy, and this is beyond absurd. His opponent is an Uchiha. Look, Fugaku has already awakened his Sharingan. Prompted by the crowd's commentary, those who had not yet noticed quickly turned to examine Fugaku's eyes. Indeed, there shimmered the legendary Sharingan renowned throughout the entire village, though at present Fugaku's Sharingan bore only a single tomo. Even a single tomo Sharingan could prove decisive in close-quarters taijutsu. Yet Fugaku clearly was not managing the encounter with ease. Big brother, I'm stronger than you despite skipping breakfast. Tell me, did you not even have supper yesterday? While the spectators remained stunned, Shenye upon the battlefield exuded a completely different atmosphere. He seemed as relaxed as someone merely amusing himself with a child's game. Cease your bravado, knave. Kneel before Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku clearly recognized the disadvantage in their hand-to-hand combat. Following a rising uppercut, he swiftly widened the gap between them, his hands already weaving intricate hand seals to unleash the jutsu he had trained relentlessly for days. A retreat to create distance, only to resort to fire release once more. I shan't be caught unawares as I was previously. One could not deny that Fugaku, carrying the weight of the Uchiha name, possessed formidable combat intellect. Within moments he had dissected Shenye's fighting style and zeroed in on his vulnerabilities. Alas, it was Shenye he had chosen to oppose. Witnessing Fugaku's retreat in preparation for fire release, Shenye made no move to withdraw. Rather, he pressed his advantage, charging forward with relentless aggression. Though fire release jutsu possessed tremendous destructive power, their control was far from straightforward. The necessity for distance stemmed from the very real danger of collateral damage, and it was precisely this weakness that Shenye sought to exploit, closing the distance toward Fugaku with bold confidence. He was taking a gamble, a wager that Fugaku would not dare engage in mutually assured destruction. At such proximity, unleashing fire release would inflict a Pyrrhic victory at best. Yet Shenye's gamble had proven ill-founded. Even as Fugaku observed the rapid approach, his hands continued their intricate dance of seals, accelerating the ritual rather than halting it. Damn it! Is this kid crazy? Shenye's heart skipped a beat. He had no intention of leaving this place as a cripple. Retreat was no longer an option. Shenye's hands darted to the kunai holster at his waist, launching 4 projectiles in opposite directions. Simultaneously, Fugaku's hand seals reached completion. Observing this development, Shenye's brow furrowed in alarm. Sensing the spiritual energy, he discerned that Fugaku's chakra had surged to fully double its previous output. Yet hesitation was impossible. His body reacted, instinctively retreating with desperate speed. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A blazing sphere exceeding Shenye's stature and size hurtled toward him with terrifying velocity, radiating an infernal heat. Truly reckless. Seeming to spare himself from harm, Fugaku had angled the fireball slightly downward rather than directly at Shenye. This marginal adjustment proved sufficient for Shenye to slip through unscathed. The colossal fireball barely missed Shenye's hem before impacting the ground before him. Its monstrous power sent plumes of dust erupting across the confrontation arena. Even the bedrock beneath, remarkably resilient, bore the scars of splintered fissures. Sufficient power, albeit lacking precision. Shenye executed a rolling maneuver to quell the flames upon his attire, addressing Fugaku with a sour tone. Oh, indeed. Yet Shenye received no expression of remorse. Instead, a voice carrying subtle mockery reached his ears. Catastrophe. The very dispersion of dust provided the perfect concealment for executing a jutsu. The preceding great fireball had been nothing but a feint. As though confirming his suspicions, several crimson light materialized within the chaotic dust cloud. Moments later, they moved with apparent sentience, hurtling toward Shenye. Fire release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Explosive sparks rained upon Shenye from every conceivable direction. Given the comprehensive nature of this assault, even Shenye's formidable prowess rendered escape an impossibility. Impressive tactics. Confronted by the encircling sparks, Shenye initially registered his appreciation for Fugaku's combat acumen. Subsequently, however, a chilling smirk graced his lips. Meanwhile, the crowd beyond the arena remained oblivious to Shenye's countenance. Their vision was limited to the apparent impending doom of Shenye, surrounded by the floral explosion. With a sweeping gesture of both hands, the distinctive straw hat of the Hokage descended to the earth. Tsunade, you must come at once. Upon hearing her name, Tsunade herself staggered in surprise. She had scarcely anticipated such an extreme response from the third. In her assessment, Fugaku intended only to chastise Shenye, not to employ genuinely lethal measures. It was only when she perceived the expanding maw of the phoenix flower flames that her comprehension shifted. Regrettably, the moment had already passed. That Uchiha youth ceased this immediately. Regrettably, once released, the jutsu could not be withdrawn. The third, who had just erected the protective barrier, had not yet found occasion to deploy water release. 4 or 5 blossoms of explosive fire had already impacted the location where Shenye stood. Water release water torrent gate. A towering wall of water materialized precisely where the conflagration had converged. Within a mere second, it suffocated the roaring inferno. Yet upon the arrival of both the third and Tsunade, Shenye's presence had vanished entirely. No. Tsunade proved the first to falter under the emotional strain. Having already endured the loss of a younger brother, her attachment to Shenye remained entirely pure, transcending mere expectation to encompass profound nostalgia for the sibling she had mourned. Now, witnessing another treasured individual depart, Tsunade's anguish became so crushing that it threatened to suffocate her very breath. You wretched cur, atone for Shenye's destruction with your very existence. Holdenate. The third's exclamation met no response. In that state, Tsunade's auditory capacity had vanished entirely. Chakra violently erupted from her being, and she swung her fist with murderous intent toward Fugaku. Yet upon reaching Fugaku's immediate vicinity, an overwhelming astonishment rendered her speechless. The distinctive vapor generated by the collision of water and fire obscured the spectator's vision. This atmospheric phenomenon, combined with her diminished rationality, focused Tsunade's entire consciousness upon the presumed ashes of Shenye and her burning desire for vengeance. But Shenye stood wholly intact before the assembled crowd. They observed Fugaku with his hands gently raised, his countenance etched with utter dejection. A kunai blade rested perilously against his throat. The wielder was none other than Shenye, the individual presumed reduced to ashes by the inferno. Yet this Shenye clearly lacked the prior arrogance. His complexion was blackened like charcoal extracted from a furnace. Following a momentary paralysis of astonishment, the assembly gradually comprehended that Shenye had emerged triumphant in this contest. Though the precise methodology of his stratagem remained opaque, they recognized that the mantle of prodigy was undoubtedly destined for a new custodian. You little rascal, you scare me to death. Tsunade, who had been holding back her anger, unleashed it all on Shenye, her fists pummeling his chest relentlessly. Of course, she wouldn't use real strength, it was merely symbolic. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Shenye. Senior sister Tsunade, could you go easy on me? You should know how strong your punches are, right? Shenye's words made Tsunade slightly embarrassed, and his next remark completely dispelled the somber atmosphere. You little rascal, how did you pull that off? Tell your sister about it. Hee, I'll tell you sometime. After saying this, Shenye released his grip on Uchiha Fugaku. Although the man's eyes clearly showed hatred toward Shenye, there was far more reverence than loathing. It was clear that Shenye had intimidated Fugaku with his strength. It wasn't just Fugaku who was intimidated. Everyone in the stands was cheering wildly, witnessing a genius's battle. Though they didn't fully understand how he won in the end, there was no doubt that Konoha now had another legendary figure. Nearby, the third Hokage watched the scene without disturbing it, allowing Shenye to fully enjoy the joy of victory. Alright, it's just a spar. Do we really need to be this excited? Everyone disperse. The atmosphere in the stands seemed to have no effect on Shenye at all. At this moment, he just wanted to go home and change clothes like a miner from a coal mine, quite untidy. Such a promising student really makes one want to keep them all to oneself. From the rear area far from the battlefield, a sinister voice echoed, and the speaker was none other than Orochimaru, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Save it. Would Tsunade really let go of such a fine talent? Although he might not be suited for medical ninjutsu. Compared to Orochimaru's greed, Jiraiya appeared much more laid back. While anyone would envy having such a disciple, Tsunade had the advantage of proximity. There was simply no way to snatch him away. From now on the disciples I take and must meet this standard. I'll stick with my research instead. Who knows, maybe one day I can help you fulfill your wish. Really? I have confidence in artificial human creation technology. Then never mind. Jiraiya gave Orochimaru an exasperated look. Though he didn't understand the technique himself, just hearing the name suggested it was a forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru was probably just talking. However, after Jiraiya carefully considered Orochimaru's words, he suddenly turned around, only to find Orochimaru long gone. He wouldn't actually go through with it, would he? Shenye was unaware of what was happening backstage. He stood there with a helpless expression as the third Hokage handled him, eagerly hoping it would end soon. The third, clearly oblivious to Shenye's thoughts, continued to raise his hand high, showing off the shining new star to the crowd below. Estimating everyone's excitement had peaked, the third finally released Shenye, but not before warning him that a mission might come up shortly. He then returned to his office. Shenye didn't get any rest either. As soon as he got home, Tsunade grabbed his ear and demanded answers. Senior sister Tsunade, stop pulling. If you keep this up, your junior brother will become a one-eared ninja. You little rascal, not even telling your own sister. You're not sleeping until you explain everything today. Seeing Tsunade's earnest expression, Shenye realized it was impossible to dodge the question. He grabbed a clean set of clothes and ran toward the training ground. Unsure of Shenye's intentions, Tsunade thought he might be fleeing and immediately gave chase. But Shenye's speed wasn't slow either. Tsunade couldn't catch him right away. By the time he stopped, he had already reached the training ground. You little rascal, why did you bring me here? Didn't you say you wanted to see how it worked? He then focused intently, ignoring Tsunade. Actually, Shenye wasn't very familiar with this technique himself. Out of 10 attempts, only 6 or 7 would succeed. It had simply been luck, just now. Even without using it, he still had other ways to win the match. Taking a deep breath, Shenye quickly drew 4 kunai from his pouch, his gaze fixed firmly on the wooden post ahead. Tsunade watched his movements intently. The next moment, Shenye moved. With a flick of both hands, the 4 kunai were launched in pairs. The first 2 shot toward the upper part of the post, while the other 2 followed at greater speed, chasing after the initial pair. The 4 kunai collided midair. 2 were knocked behind the wooden post, and the other 2 were deflected away, disappearing into the distance. This kunai can be used like this. Tsunade was completely stunned. She had seen countless shuriken techniques, but this was something she had never witnessed before. Then you just use the flying thunder god to teleport to where the kunai landed. Fearing Tsunade's further questioning, Shenye retrieved the other 2 kunai while explaining to her, wanting to ensure a good night's sleep. I see. The Uchiha boy deserved to lose, but that flower festival technique clearly aimed to kill you. Hearing this, Shenye paused for a moment, but immediately resumed his movements. But it's fine now. If he's smart, he won't provoke me again in the future. However, Shenye noted this in his heart. If Fugaku didn't behave himself in the future, Shenye wouldn't mind letting him experience death firsthand. But if that happened, he might never get to meet Itachi, who had caught Shenye's interest. Let's go, senior sister Tsunade. Even though he had everything planned out, he was still just a child. Shenye could only bury these plans deep within his heart, knowing he'd deal with them when the time came. Tsunade, following behind Shenye, was unaware of his inner calculations. She only noticed that he possessed strength beyond his years, yet maintained the mindset appropriate for his age. She didn't know how to reason with him. Living in this cruel world, even comrades couldn't be fully trusted. For a ninja, this was both reasonable and unreasonable, but such was the era, and there was no other way. In the end, Tsunade simply shook her head, telling herself that Shenye was still a child, and there would be other opportunities to talk to him later. And so the 2 returned home, each lost in their own thoughts. What they didn't know was that shortly after they left, a figure wearing a patterned cat-shaped mask and draped in a black cloak appeared where they had just been standing. After another 3 days of rest, the long-awaited mission finally arrived for Shenye. Before dawn on that day, while it was still dark, Tsunade woke him from his sweet dreams. What's the matter? So urgent without any prior notice. No, it's an emergency mission. I heard the client only arrived in Konoha not long ago and immediately issued the mission. Still groggy from sleep, Shenye's entire being boiled with excitement upon hearing it was an emergency mission. Though the procedure differed from the steps in his memory, he was no stranger to undertaking missions. 20 minutes later, led by Tsunade, Shenye arrived at the Hokage's office. Inside the modest room, 2 others were already present. Tsunade, you go back first. I'll handle the rest. Tsunade did not linger. She had full confidence in Shenye's abilities, merely reminding him not to starve on the journey before returning to prepare the necessary supplies. After Tsunade left, the 3rd Hokage addressed the group. You are all the elite of the village and should have heard of each other's reputations. This is your first joint mission. Get to know each other's capabilities during the journey to facilitate the task ahead. Only then did Shenye carefully observe the 3 people and 1 dog beside him. The leader sat in the front with his back turned, bearing no distinct markings to identify him, though that would become clear soon enough. The other 2 were easier to recognize. Hyuga Hizashi, arguably the strongest among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, and Inazuka Hana, equally formidable, accompanied by her ninja dog. As Shenye appraised the two, they were clearly sizing each other up as well. For all three, the other two were strangers. Don't worry, Sensei. I will do my utmost to complete this mission perfectly. That voice. Shenye knew that voice all too well. When the figure turned around, it was none other than Orochimaru. As a diehard fan of Naruto, Shenye knew all the plot lines. Having transmigrated into this world, he had a general grasp of the ninja world's future trajectory. Though some details might be fuzzy, one thing was absolute: Orochimaru was not a good person. But at this moment, no one knew Orochimaru's true nature. What rotten luck. Despite the bitterness in his heart, Shenye's face displayed a delighted expression, seeming thrilled to have Orochimaru as his squad leader. Though he couldn't understand why he was placed under Orochimaru, both Inuzuka Hana and Hyuga Hisashi were characters who survived to the end of Naruto. Surely this mission would pose no threat. Hopefully. The client is Mr. Mengzi Xiangtian from the Grass Country. We've reviewed the mission. It's between C rank and B rank. Since the village is busy with many matters, we've assigned you Jinin to handle it. But with Orochimaru leading the team, and you all here, it's bound to be fine. The third Hokage seemed overly confident, his expression full of encouragement for the young ones. Without giving them a chance to argue, he sent them off to prepare. Sister Tsunade, why is Orochimaru leading this mission? Shenye tried his best to keep his emotions in check, maintaining a calm and casual tone as he asked Tsunade. I heard Orochimaru is quite interested in you. When he learned about this mission with you, he abandoned his own research and came specifically for it. Tsunade didn't think much of it, though she found it odd. Orochimaru was usually so absorbed in his research that he wouldn't even budge if an enemy were at the village gates. Yet now he had come specifically for a child, completely unlike him. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing that Orochimaru was targeting him, Shenye's hands trembled violently as he took the bag from Tsunade. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but fear being abducted by Orochimaru. Being abducted by Orochimaru wasn't the worst outcome in Shenye's eyes. The worst would be being used as an experiment. Who knew if Orochimaru would throw him into some secret base to cultivate something bizarre? After all, those targeted by Orochimaru never met a good end. It's okay. Orochimaru just looks a bit scary. His pale complexion has been like that ever since I've known him. You'll get used to it after a while. On the mission, you'll find that Orochimaru can actually be relied upon. Shenye outwardly nodded as if comforted and calmed down, but inwardly, he was scheming how to deal with such a formidable figure. Though his strength had greatly increased, it was far from enough to face the most research-oriented and arguably strongest of the legendary Sannin. After much thought, Shenye could not devise a brilliant plan. But time waits for no one. While he was lost in thought, it was already time to gather at the village gate. Sister Tsunade, I'm off. Take care of things at home. Go ahead. When you return, I'll treat you to something delicious. This familial warmth filled Shenye with immense comfort and strengthened his determination to survive in this ninja world no matter what. At the village gate, Shenye was the last to arrive. The other three seemed to have been waiting for a while. I must say you're quite punctual. An old man stepped out from the guard post, standing up and not forgetting to praise Shenye. I'm not late, am I? Isn't being on time enough? Shenye pointed to his pocket watch. It was exactly the agreed time. In fact, he had arrived a few seconds early. I paid for a B-rank mission. Can this brat really handle it? The old man, hunched with hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of authoritative judgment. Don't worry, Mr. Mengzi Xiangtian. Even I alone as an elite jonin can complete a B-rank mission. Consider these kids as your company for the journey. Facing the old man's doubts, Orochimaru quickly stepped forward with a placating smile, assuring that Konoha was fully capable. It was hard to imagine that the cold and sinister Orochimaru could show such a side. This speech from Orochimaru somewhat shattered Shenye's previous impression of him, though he remained wary. Mengzi Xiangtian, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, snorted and walked ahead without looking back. Alright, let's set off. This is your first B-rank mission. Be cautious at all times. It will become invaluable experience in the future. Despite his prejudice against Orochimaru, Shenye fully agreed with those words. Our destination is the Grass Country. Once we reach the depot, Mr. Mengzi Xiangtian will brief us on the mission. Yes. The three answered in unison. Even without that old man Mengzi Xiangtian providing explanations, Shenye could already guess roughly what type of mission this would be. In the ninja world, everyone knew to keep their skills and trump cards concealed, at least not to wield them casually in peacetime. But for Shenye, who was well versed in nearly every technique of the Naruto world, everyone before him was essentially transparent. The Hyuga clan was hailed as the strongest clan in Konoha. Though partly because the Uchiha no longer existed there, the Byakugan's abilities were undoubtedly formidable. The Inuzuka clan's combat style, combining ninja and canine partners into a unified force, could achieve startlingly unexpected results in most situations. Yet both clans shared another common trait: their exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. Whether it was the Byakugan or the Inuzuka clan's acute sense of smell, both served as formidable means of detection and counter-detection. With those two added to his own displayed superhuman speed and Orochimaru's bizarre infiltration abilities, Shenye could basically confirm that this mission would be more or less a covert operation. However, Mr. Mukade seemed rather dissatisfied with these children of 11 or 12 years old. Throughout the journey, he showed little interest in explaining anything to the four of them, instead walking ahead in brooding silence. Only Orochimaru would occasionally approach to ask if they needed a rest or anything else. That old man is terribly difficult. He's been silent for so long and still hasn't mentioned what the mission is. Do not discuss the client during missions. It leaves a poor impression of Konoha on outsiders. Although Hinata verbally reprimanded Kiba, he too couldn't help but mutter to himself in his heart. After all, apart from Orochimaru, none of them knew what the mission entailed up to this point. Shenye, I heard you defeated Uchiha Fugaku in a one-on-one battle. When is there a chance for us to spar? Kiba, unable to sit idle whenever he had free time, always sought to provoke conversation, while Hinata appeared calm and seasoned as though nothing concerned him. Isn't it required to maintain constant vigilance during missions and conserve stamina for enemies who may appear at any moment? Though Shenye also found this tedious, he knew he needed to preserve his energy for the enemies he would face were not only the unknown ones ahead, but also Orochimaru, whose thoughts were as unreadable as ever. Shenye's entire journey had been fraught with anxiety. His eyes never left Orochimaru, who had strolled with the leisurely air of someone browsing a market. To date, besides those two phrases spoken upon departure, Orochimaru had not said a single word. The other two beside him assumed Shenye was simply nervous about his first B-rank mission, so they did not press him further. Only Orochimaru, leading at the front, wore a perpetually enigmatic smile that no one could fathom. Shenye's wariness only deepened Orochimaru's interest. As one of Konoha's elite ninjas, Orochimaru's combat prowess far surpassed Shenye's. Yet he had no intention of using force against him. What he truly had in mind, only he himself could know. Just as the three genin grew thoroughly bored, Mengzi Xiangtian, who had been leading the way, suddenly let out a piercing scream, followed moments later by a thunderous explosion. What's happening? Before the others could react, numerous figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding area, encircling the three. Just at this critical moment, Orochimaru, who had been walking visibly before them, all but vanished. Could it be Orochimaru's people? Strange. When confronted by these enemies, Shenye's first thought was not how to handle the situation, but what would happen if Orochimaru launched a surprise attack from some hidden corner. It was hardly surprising that Shenye kept such close guard over Orochimaru. Familiar with the history of the Naruto world, Shenye knew everything that would transpire. After surviving the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had long since abandoned his devotion to the village. Every day, he devoted himself to figuring out how to achieve immortality, imperishability, and indulged in those bizarre experiments. For the sake of his research, he frequently searched the village for ninja to serve as test subjects, nearly all of whom perished. While Shenye was lost in thought, the two companions and the dog beside him had already taken action. Byakugan, Kuramaru, let's go. The two entered combat stance respectively, while Shenye remained unmoving, simply drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch, ever ready to respond to emergencies. The surrounding enemies were not many in number, and with the formidable combat power of Hinata and Kiba working in tandem, they quickly annihilated all who lunged forward. Gazing upon the field of fallen enemies, a slight nausea rose in Shenye's stomach. In the ninja world, such scenes were ordinary fare. Yet for Shenye, who had grown up in a peaceful era, having never before been so close to death in the Naruto world, he could only barely endure, forcing himself not to vomit his breakfast. I'll go check on Mr. Xiangtian. Making some pretext or another, Shenye departed from the blood-soaked battlefield, heading toward the place where Mengzi Xiangtian had let out his scream. Yet upon arrival, he found the area completely deserted. Only severe explosive traces remained on the ground. Had he been killed in the blast? But Shenye had never heard of landmines or similar devices existing in the Naruto world. And where had Orochimaru disappeared to? Shenye kept scanning his surroundings, but before him, aside from this massive crater, there was nothing else. However, as he moved forward searching for their mission client, his footing suddenly gave way beneath him. Immediately after, a devastating force no less powerful than Fugaku's great fireball jutsu erupted from below. Cursing inwardly, Shenye had no time to think twice before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom. With another deafening explosion, Shenye's disheveled figure tumbled forward, appearing behind Kiba. What happened, Shenye? Kiba was first startled by that thunderous blast, then his heart leapt at Shenye's sudden appearance behind him. Shenye rose, dusting himself off, and said, there were explosives ahead, likely buried beneath the ground. Any step upward would trigger an explosion. If I hadn't given you two my special kunai earlier, I'd be finished now. Hinata, having tied up the survivors, walked over to Shenye's side. Then does this mean our client is? Shenye simply nodded helplessly. From the current situation, it seemed so. Yet the explosion had been at some distance from Orochimaru. Furthermore, given his prowess, even if he had been at the epicenter, escaping would hardly have been difficult. Why had he disappeared entirely? Just as the three stood in confusion, a familiar sinister voice echoed from above their heads. Mr. Xiangtian, now you can witness the capabilities of these youngsters with your own eyes. The three looked up to find Orochimaru standing atop a large tree nearby looking down at them. Beside him was none other than Mengzi Xiangtian. After hearing Orochimaru's voice, the other two clearly sighed in relief, though Shenye actually wished for Orochimaru's early demise. Although later Orochimaru wanted to contribute to the village, his current mindset was quite dangerous. They were just a bunch of kids. Besides, if I hadn't reacted in time, I would already be nothing but ashes. Yeah, but there's still me, isn't there? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, that stubborn old man finally nodded with great reluctance. After Mr. Tagawa nodded, Orochimaru lifted him up with one hand, and then jumped directly from the treetop. Inuzuka-tsum still had her quick temper, immediately asking in an accusatory tone, "So these people were sent here to test our strength?" During the earlier battle, she seemed unharmed, though Koromaru had received a cut to the corner of his mouth. Although Shenye checked and found the wound wasn't particularly deep, the continuous bleeding made it appear quite serious. Fortunately, Tsunade had specifically brought a medical kit, and Koromaru's wound had already been roughly treated by Shenye. These people weren't someone we recruited. They were indeed sent by the enemy. This brings us to your mission this time. After speaking, Orochimaru glanced at Mizawa Tagawa beside him, signaling for him to narrate the details of the mission. Cough cough. Mr. Mizawa Tagawa understood Orochimaru's intention and cleared his throat to signal everyone to shift their attention away from the captives. In the village where I reside, there's a mountain at its edge containing a rare or called Thunderstone. Thunderstone can be used for many things beyond ordinary imagination, including crafting weapons or providing convenience to our daily lives. At this point, Mizawa Tagawa paused, his expression gradually showing signs of melancholy. This brief moment of despondency lasted only a short while before he continued explaining the situation to them. However, a weapon manufacturing organization took interest in the Thunder Vein near our village. Initially, they wanted to purchase the entire mountain, but this Thunderstone represents our village's sole livelihood. Without it, we could barely survive a single season. So when you refused to sell, they came to seize it by force. Unable to bear the old man's sluggish pace, Inuzuka-tsum jumped in with her own question. Such conflicts over rare resources were hardly uncommon in contract missions. People frequently fought fiercely over them, prompting others to hire assistants to resolve the disputes. It wasn't merely about seizing control. They captured our entire village. The men were forced into labor, the women were subjected to their pleasures, and elders like myself were abandoned to fate. As he spoke, tears welled up in Mizawa Tagawa's eyes, revealing the bitter hardships he had endured. Shenye wasn't swayed by the tears. After careful analysis, he pulled out his ninja handbook and studied it intently before asking, shouldn't this be classified as an A-rank mission? Pointing to the mission classification guide on the first page, he noted that assisting other nations or villages in resolving their problems was explicitly categorized as A-rank work. The only possibility left was that the old man had deliberately misreported the mission rank to cut costs. Shenye couldn't help but shake his head internally. While such incidents were common in the ninja world, experiencing one firsthand revealed just how infuriating it truly was. The mission classification doesn't always conform strictly to the guidelines in this handbook. Mr. Tagawa did indeed apply for an A-rank mission this time, but the mission analyst downgraded it to B rank. Orochimaru's explanation struck Shenye as somewhat odd, yet since it had undergone proper analysis, the mission shouldn't prove excessively difficult. He could simply proceed with the work. So what exactly is our mission this time? Hayashi Hyuga, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer contain himself. If he didn't intervene, the old man would likely weep until tomorrow. Therefore, I hope the Konoha ninjas can rescue our villagers. Whether we recover the Thunder Vein or not is secondary. Our people's safety is what truly matters. Mizawa Tagawa finally ceased his tears, though his voice still trembled with sobs. Where did these people come from? Someone finally remembered the captives. Shenye brought forward what appeared to be their leader and said, "These are the people from that organization you mentioned, correct?" Though the ambush team numbered over a dozen, their strength was woefully inadequate. Despite attempting a surprise attack, they failed to inflict any significant damage on the three of them, even with Orochimaru absent throughout the encounter. Tagawa clearly didn't know how to handle these captives, so he turned his uncertain gaze toward Orochimaru, who responded with a sinister smile, evidently already formulating a plan. "You should continue ahead. It's unlikely anyone else will arrive for now. I'll deal with these prisoners." Though curious about what Orochimaru intended to do next, both Hinata and Tsum chose to follow his instructions and continued onward with Mr. Tagawa. Meanwhile, Shenye, claiming he needed to check for enemies in the surroundings, chose not to accompany the three and instead turned to run in another direction alone. Once Shenye confirmed no one was watching him, he circled back to his original position. He felt it necessary to keep Orochimaru under surveillance. After all, leaving someone as dangerous as Orochimaru in the village was like having a ticking time bomb, and uncovering evidence to arrest him sooner would be ideal. Through the foliage, Shenye concealed his presence, almost flawlessly revealing only one eye to monitor Orochimaru's every move. Yet what Orochimaru did next utterly astonished him. Orochimaru's jutsu had always seemed grotesque to Shenye, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience compared to seeing it on screen. Orochimaru performed an unfamiliar hand seal, transforming into a figure more than twice his original height. His massive mouth, large enough to swallow a person whole, devoured everyone in one gulp. Strange as it seemed, despite swallowing several people, Orochimaru's body showed no visible change in size, as though his stomach contained another dimension entirely. It was deeply unsettling. Yet after consuming everyone, Orochimaru showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood in place, laughing maniacally, each wave of terrifying laughter sending chills through Shenye, who briefly feared discovery. "Stop hiding. I saw you long ago." He had genuinely been discovered. The consequences of revealing himself were clear. Orochimaru might turn him into a specimen anywhere at any moment. While Shenye was still hesitating, a figure suddenly fled from the shrubbery beneath him at great speed, and midway split into three, scattering in different directions. "Wanna run? Not a chance." Since he had long since discovered that person's whereabouts, it was naturally impossible to let them escape so easily. Orochimaru's lower body undulated like a serpent as he pursued. Though his movement appeared unhurried, in an instant he was already upon them. The figure was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such formidable strength from their opponent. But after a brief lapse in concentration, they quickly threw 2 shuriken at Orochimaru. Over a dozen shuriken converged from 3 directions, a feat that would force most to retreat and let them escape. Yet Orochimaru, unlike any ordinary ninja, contorted his body like a serpent to evade every single projectile with angles impossible for normal people. Upon witnessing this, the figure was thrown into further panic. Unfortunately for them, Orochimaru was already upon them. Before they could react, Orochimaru's hands transformed into countless small snakes that seized all 3 figures. The disparity in strength was evident. "Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose in surveilling me?" Having captured all 3 figures, Orochimaru reverted from his serpent form back to human shape, though the small snakes on his hands remained unchanged. They even became more agitated during the questioning. "The Konoha ninja have their tricks, but do you truly think this will make me yield?" The central figure, having spoken, bit down hard, and immediately began foaming at the mouth, losing consciousness, likely having swallowed a poison capsule. After the central figure fainted, the remaining 2 figures burst into white smoke with 2 loud pops, revealing this was their body substitution jutsu. Orochimaru showed no expression as the person died right before his eyes, seemingly expecting this outcome. After glancing around, he ignored the corpse and ran toward Jichai and the others. Only when Orochimaru disappeared from view did Shenye jump down from the tree and walk directly to the corpse. Curious about the mission, Shenye searched the body thoroughly, but found nothing to identify who this person was. The only unusual item was a glowing stone carefully guarded in a hidden pocket, and Shenye claimed it for himself before following Orochimaru to rejoin the team. Back with the group, Kiba immediately approached and asked, "Well, did you find anything new?" Shenye secretly touched the stone in his pocket and shook his head firmly. "No more enemies. The ones we just encountered were likely all of them." What a letdown, so weak. Hearing this, Kiba seemed to find the mission utterly boring, his tone dripping with disdain. "Let's just rescue those villagers quickly and finish this. We should stay cautious. We don't know what kind of opponents we're facing. Even if they're not from another country's ninja, we can't underestimate them." Jichai maintained his calm demeanor, and this time Shenye wholeheartedly agreed with him. After witnessing Orochimaru dispatch the surveillance ninja, Shenye had a nagging feeling this mission wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Jichai is right. We must maintain high vigilance on missions, staying alert until we complete our objective. Yes, understood, Lord Orochimaru. By the way, what did you do with those people?" When asked by Kiba, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly and deftly shifted the conversation, though the transition felt somewhat forced. After 3 days of travel, the group finally arrived at Mutsumi Wakata's village. Instead of the idyllic paradise described, the devastation of war permeated every corner. Broken doors and collapsed homes lined the streets, deserted even in broad daylight. Faint traces of coagulated blood lingered in the shadows, a grim reminder of recent violence. Mutsumi Wakata's shock mirrored the others, his face twisted in disbelief as though the entire village had been transformed beyond recognition during his brief absence. But being a shinobi required more than mere acting skill. It demanded knowledge and perceptiveness. Though Shenye and the others recognized the old man's performance, they said nothing, content to observe how far he would take his deception. The old man hurried into a nearly demolished house, rummaging through debris while calling out a name. "Ryu. Where are you, Ryu?" But only silence answered him. "Mr. Wakata, please rise. Sitting on the ground isn't good for your health." Though aware of the performance, Shenye stepped forward to help the old man up and asked gently, "Who is Ryu? If you don't mind sharing, please describe her appearance. We'll help you find her. Ryu is my daughter. My wife passed away long ago, and I raised her alone. I'm just an old man now with little left to hope for. My only hope rested on Ryu. But now, his voice broke as tears welled up. The group quickly moved to comfort him, though exchanging knowing glances beneath the surface, each recognizing this situation ran deeper than appearances suggested. 10 days ago, before leaving home, I told her, and stay put no matter what. If anyone came, she wasn't to come out, for they took everyone except the elderly and children. But now that Ryu is gone, it can only mean she was captured. Kiba, who had been pacing outside the hut, entered and offered reassurance. Don't worry. Perhaps she merely stepped out. Do you have anything belonging to your daughter? I can help track her down. Upon hearing Kiba's words, Mutsumi Wakata startled, but the reaction seemed more fear than relief. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly responded, Yes, I have something. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a worn scarf and handed it to Kiba, who immediately passed it to Koromaru without hesitation. This scarf's scent has faded considerably. It'll be difficult to track. Do you have anything she's used recently? A talking dog. Finally, Mengzi Xiangtian conceded with a heavy sigh. Fine, I admitted I fabricated the story. Actually, even if you hadn't said anything, we would have discovered the truth as soon as we entered the village. Seeing the old man finally confess, Shenye stepped forward to explain. What? Don't I sound convincing? Your acting is quite convincing, but the crumbling house covered in dust and the dried bloodstains indicate this place has been in disrepair for at least several months. Then why did you let me continue acting like that? Xiangtian was thoroughly bewildered. To these ninja, he felt as powerless as a child before adults. Shenye answered, You are our employer. Regarding your requests, we can only choose to accept or decline. And concerning your words, even if we know they are false, we must still execute them. Hearing this, Mengzi Xiangtian sighed again, seemingly filled with deep regret for his earlier actions. No wonder they say the ninja of Konoha have such high caliber. It truly is the case. You flatter us, but please tell us what actually happened. Though pleased by Xiangtian's compliment, the ninja considered the mission their top priority. Actually, I didn't intend to deceive you. It's just that those bandits are too dangerous. I feared if they discovered I had escaped, my entire family would not survive. As Mengzi Xiangtian spoke, he tidied the long-neglected hut, his demeanor suggesting the place held endless memories for him. About 3 months ago, a fleeing youth arrived in our village. We didn't know his identity, but he was covered in wounds. If not treated immediately, he likely wouldn't have survived the day. The old man seemed to notice everyone standing and listening, so he pointed to the makeshift bed he had just cleared and gestured for them to sit and rest. The youth we rescued recovered quickly and was deeply grateful to us, but his pursuers soon arrived, claiming he was a fugitive ninja and demanding our cooperation in hunting him down. Mengzi Xiangtian's eyes filled with nostalgia, as if the story he recounted had happened only yesterday. After spending time together, we came to know he wasn't the villain they claimed. But they vastly outnumbered us, so we had no choice but to help him escape in secret. Hearing this, Shenye nodded. Such incidents were common in the ninja world, and given that Grass Country was a small nation sandwiched between larger powers, it was only natural that fugitive ninja would flee here. However, each village maintains specialized pursuit units tasked with hunting down former comrades. These operatives are typically ruthless, and encountering them almost guarantees a grim fate. So Mengzi Xiangtian's misfortune was hardly surprising. After letting the boy go, the pursuit unit followed and then departed. We thought we had done a good deed, never imagining that our kindness would bring about our own destruction. Soon after, the ninja we had saved returned, having gathered a large group of thugs from somewhere. All because we had once brought him to the Thunder Vein to witness the miraculous properties of the Thunder Stone. At the mention of the Thunder Stone, Shenye couldn't help but recall the faintly glowing stone carried by the person who ambushed Orochimaru. After using chakra detection, he had discovered the stone possessed only conductive properties. So why would a rogue ninja be interested in something like this? I'm sorry, Mr. Mengzi Xiangtian, but for a mission involving a ninja from another country, you should have sought out your own nation's ninja. Why did you come to Konoha? I asked about this as well. Those thugs he later recruited weren't ninja. Only the fugitive ninja was. But I didn't know which country he came from, so I had no choice but to approach the nearby great nation. Orochimaru's question struck right to the point. While Mengzi Xiangtian's answer was reasonable, his credibility might have been higher had he not deceived them earlier. After hearing Xiangtian's account, everyone gained a clearer understanding. The mission itself remained unchanged, only the old man's circumstances had shifted. But that hardly mattered. Ninja complete missions, they don't investigate backgrounds. After a brief analysis, Orochimaru rose and asked Xiangtian, Where is this Thunder Vein, and what does it look like inside? Our primary objective this time is rescue. If those bandits resist, eliminate them outright. Based on the earlier attackers, this group's combat effectiveness wasn't particularly high. If things went smoothly, they could be eliminated in one stroke. Upon hearing they were acting immediately, Mr. Xiangtian stood up excitedly and hurried the group outside, speaking movingly as he walked. Thank you for believing in me. The Thunder Vein isn't far from our village, just over a mountain. But it's frequently guarded, so entering rashly would be discovered. How many are there? Shenye suddenly realized a critical issue. While those individuals weren't particularly strong, as the saying goes, 1,000 ants can kill an elephant. If there were hundreds or thousands, even standing still and letting the 4 of them fight would take considerable time. In response, Xiangtian hesitated before delivering an astonishing answer. Around 4 or 500. Noticing their shock, he hastily added, when they first took over our village there were only 30-something. But after occupying it the number inexplicably grew. By the time I escaped a month ago there were at least 200. Now there must be over 300. Just when you fear it most it arrives. If there truly were that many people they would need to plan more carefully. Shenye, you and Hizashi go ahead to scout the nearby area. Suna, come with me. We'll observe from the surroundings and provide support. Regroup here in 1 hour. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, couldn't guarantee a clean exit against such numbers. So to play it safe they formulated a plan, though its rudimentary nature revealed Orochimaru didn't view these peasants as a serious threat. Understood. Shenye was nearly overjoyed not to be paired with Orochimaru, though he restrained himself in front of the others. Move out. With that the 4 separated at the hut's entrance and began their operation. The sky was nearing dusk, the perfect time for a stealth mission. While Shenye and Hizashi moved swiftly through the terrain, the usually taciturn Hizashi suddenly spoke. I heard you defeated a promising young member of the Hyuga clan. Huh. Shenye had long forgotten that unfortunate soul he defeated upon arriving in this world just to give Nisho Gasei a chance to rest. It took a moment of realization before the memory surfaced. I believe that's correct. That is a moderately skilled member of the Rixiang family's branch family, named Rixiang Chenhua. I agreed to his request, and want to have a match with you. Shenye's face darkened. If you want to have a match with me, just say it directly. Why drag someone else into it? Although that guy is a bit simple-minded, he never goes back on his word. He's a man of his word. So you're looking for an opportunity to have a match with me, huh? Definitely when the chance arises, but now is not the time. Richa obviously had a good impression of Shenye, and his tone was full of politeness. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the back of the mountain, and in the distance they could faintly see the cave entrance on the other side. I suppose this is the Thunder Vein. Richa, can your buy-in see what's over there? Hearing Shenye's words, Richa channeled his chakra throughout his body and shouted softly, buy-in. In an instant, veins bulged at the corners of Richa's eyes, the unique buy-in of the Rixiang clan. I can't see very clearly, but the defense at the cave entrance is not very strong. We can move closer to observe. All right, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Shenye placed his hand on Rixiang Rich's shoulder and patted it twice, showing his comfort for his hard work. It's fine. Let's move forward and scout. Saying this, Richa quietly shook Shenye's hand off his shoulder, clearly uncomfortable with such intimate behavior. However, Shenye seemed to enjoy it. System, what skill did I just draw? It should be noted that the buy-in as a terrifying eye technique with the same deterrent power as the Uchiha clan's Xiaolunyan and Huang Rinja, even the final boss, Hui Ji, possessed this monitoring ability. However, the system's reply really dampened Shenye's spirits. Successfully captured skill rotation. Skill cooldown 30 minutes. Although this rotation skill was also a divine technique, truly achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense, it was utterly insignificant compared to the most powerful buy-in. But this was still a decent result. If he had stolen something like the 8 trigrams 64 palms without having the buy-in himself, it would have been a complete waste of this opportunity. Shaking his head, Shenye stopped dwelling on it and flashed forward to catch up with Richa. There aren't many enemies ahead. I'll draw their attention from the front, and you go behind them for a fatal strike. Don't let them send a signal. I've heard that speed and strength are your strengths. Shenye nodded. Richa had obviously done his homework on Shenye's abilities to be so familiar, but that was fine. It made their cooperation less troublesome. Instantly the two split up. Shenye advanced toward the cave entrance from the other side, but he left the seals needed for the Flying Thunder God technique at some convenient spots behind him for retreat. Before long, Shenye arrived at the agreed position. He was waiting for Richa to make some noise from the front, which would be his cue to act. Nevertheless, to be safe, Shenye began to activate Sage Mode to absorb the energy of heaven and earth just in case. Shortly after, Shenye prepared sounds of fighting came from the front, followed by a commotion. Many people holding various weapons emerged from the cave entrance. What's going on? Someone's coming from the front, looks like a ninja. You guys hurry back and call for reinforcements. After saying that, the man ran directly toward the source of the noise, while the one who asked the question sprinted in another direction, presumably to find his teammates. Shenye, who had been eavesdropping behind them, did not directly take down the two. Instead, he secretly followed the one who went to call for reinforcements, hoping to find their base. Within a few minutes, the man ducked into a nearby forest. Shenye looked into the forest and saw a stockade. Astonishingly, in such a short time, the group had built it quite decently. Seeing that the burly man was about to reach his destination, Shenye stepped forward and struck him unconscious with a palm, then dragged him deep into the forest. So this is their lair. The defenses are not bad. It might be a bit difficult to get in. Let me leave a mark first. After saying that, Shenye found an inconspicuous spot nearby and left the flying thunder god mark there and even concealed it for safety. Then he looked back toward the direction they came from. The forest and the cave entrance were not far apart, but many towering trees between them blocked all sound, which was why even Shenye hadn't sensed any movement from there. Time to go back and help Richa. With those words, Shenye directly used the flying thunder god technique and instantly appeared behind Richa. Why are you so late? There weren't many enemies in front of Richa, but at least a dozen were already lying on the ground. I'll explain later. Let's deal with the ones here first. Without time to explain, Shenye used his immense strength and sent a bandit who was about to attack from the side flying. Richa, seeing Shenye jump into battle instantly, just shook his head slightly. These people were no match for him, but what angered him was that he had just started to have a good impression of Shenye, and now he had immediately violated their agreement. Obviously not what a good partner should do. However, he didn't show his frustration and simply continued facing the enemies. Within a few minutes, the two had defeated all the enemies before them, leaving only one alive whom they tied up to interrogate for information. Speak. Where are you from? The man was a tough guy. After being tied up, he remained silent the entire time. When they finished questioning, he simply said, "If you've got the guts, just kill me," and then fell silent again. The two looked at each other, clearly unskilled in interrogation. At that moment, Shenye wished Yubixi were here. Unfortunately, reality never lives up to imagination. The two had to work hard to make the man talk. Unfortunately, even resorting to tickling and other methods yielded no results. Just as they were at a loss, a signal flare shot up from behind them. Swoosh. The two turned around in alarm and saw one of the men lying on the ground, holding a signal launcher, howling at the sky. Even when he noticed them looking at him, he remained unmoved. "You little brats think you can stop us. Wait a moment, and we'll show you the power of the mountain heroes." Hearing this, Shenye burst out laughing. "Mountain heroes? They're just mountain bandits. Besides, if it weren't for your numbers, we would have charged in long ago." Unfortunately, things didn't turn out as simply as Shenye had imagined. Let's fall back first. After that signal flare was fired, I detected significant chakra movements from the forest ahead, all converging toward us at high speed. These newcomers must be quite formidable. Rich's words made Shenye stop his inner contempt. Indeed, this was hardly the time to linger. "Let's go. We'll conduct a strategic retreat." As he spoke, Shenye glanced at the stubborn man they had come to help and shook his head. Clearly, taking him along was not the best choice. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the one who had fired the signal flare. "You're as good as dead." At this moment, the man had yet to realize his perilous situation, gleefully assuming these two boys would surely flee in terror from his signal flare. Unfortunately, what awaited him was a gaze as cold as death itself. What are you going to do?" Without a word, Shenye shot Richa a glance, then approached the bound man and struck him unconscious with one palm. By the time he came to, Richa had also tacitly knocked out the other man. "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here." Having spoken, Richa prepared to bolt, but Shenye placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "No rush. I want to assess this group's strength first." As for the strength of these people, Shenye had always felt something was off. If they were merely ordinary individuals, could just 30 or so of them really subdue an entire village? If his estimation was correct, the later arrivals were merely fillers. Only the initial 30 or so represented true elite strength, or perhaps this group possessed some special weapon granting them top-tier combat power. Have you lost your mind? Stay here and get surrounded. You don't seriously think you can escape effortlessly from hundreds of enemies, do you? Have you forgotten I'm the ninja renowned for my speed? At Rich's incredulous attitude, Shenye simply smiled. The flying thunder god marks had already been left in the distant forest where they came from. With just a surge of chakra, Shenye could teleport them both away instantly, even if surrounded by thousands. Seeing Shenye's unwavering confidence, Richa chose to trust him. After all, the man who had defeated the genius Uchiha Fugaku should certainly possess considerable means. Before long, Richa, having activated his Byakugan, warned that the approaching figures had arrived. Our prepared traps should be about to trigger. Hardly had Shenye finished speaking when cries of agony echoed from the distant forest. Precisely the crude traps made from the handful of shuriken and kunai they had left. This confirmed to both of them what kind of enemies they faced. They called it a crude trap precisely because it was crude. Anyone with even basic training experience wouldn't fall for it. Unfortunately, these people were no regular forces. However, the screams only lasted a brief moment before ending, clearly indicating the group had already prepared themselves. It would be unlikely to catch them off guard again. Were it you two brats who ambushed the mine? The leader, clad in crimson armor, clearly did not favor their odds. It was only upon discovering the Konoha headbands on Shenye and Rich's foreheads that he finally reacted. These two are Konoha ninja. Battle stations. At the leader's cry, nearly 100 soldiers behind him drew their katanas simultaneously. These blades. Any new findings? Richa asked, casually, noticing Shenye's interest in the swords. Shenye said nothing, merely drawing out the stone from his coat. The faint glow amidst the interplay of light and shadow was somehow brighter than before. This Before the two could understand the principle behind it, the opposing group had already charged. Their katanas slashed through the air, creating fierce winds that sounded terrifying. Whoosh! Shenye narrowly evaded the strike. The mist blade carved a perfectly clean incision into the hard marble floor. Both men couldn't help but gasp. The guards at those entrance holes had not wielded weapons nearly so terrifying. Those earlier swords couldn't even leave a trace on the ground. The contrast in weaponry was staggering. 8 trigrams palms of transcendence. After the skirmish, Rich's stamina was not diminished. However, for some unknown reason, this palms of transcendence strike against the enemy produced none of its usual effect. It merely pushed the man back 2 steps, after which he charged at them as though nothing had happened. How is this possible? Though he did not know how it was achieved, Shenye knew that the Hyuga clan's special technique involved injecting chakra as force into the enemy's body. Even without visible wounds, it would cause significant discomfort. This was evident from the enemies they had faced before, yet these opponents appeared like living walls of iron, completely unaffected. Refusing to accept it, Shenye dodged another blade and delivered a heavy punch to an enemy. However, even with enhanced strength, the expected effect was not achieved. He merely knocked the enemy flying, after which the man struggled to his feet and stood again. Though the man no longer charged forward, he simply followed silently behind the others, clearly indicating that Shenye's blow had still caused him pain. Damn it, we can't beat them. Fall back quickly. Faced with this situation, Shenye knew this had escalated beyond what 2 of them could handle. However, before he realized it, Richa had already fought his way far behind. An uncountable number of armored soldiers now separated the two. With no other choice, Shenye had no option but to unleash that technique. Without any warning, Shenye's hands suddenly transformed into countless small snakes, their tongues flicking toward the enemies before them. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Shenye knew well the power of the snake hands. As a technique for binding enemies one-on-one, it was nearly invincible. However, against multiple opponents, it was somewhat inadequate. Yet what Shenye needed now was merely an intimidating effect. As expected, upon seeing Shenye's hands transform into small snakes, the crowd was greatly terrified. Some staggered backward repeatedly, while others fainted outright. Great opportunity. Using the hidden shadow snake hands, Shenye shot directly toward Rich's position. The armored soldiers blocking the way were utterly terrified, their souls nearly scattered. Richa grabbed that captive. Hearing Shenye's words, Richa first turned his head. Upon seeing Shenye's hands, he was initially startled, but in an instant he snapped out of it. With one hand, he retrieved the man they had previously discarded and cleared a path toward Shenye. The moment the two reunited, Shenye's one hand reverted to normal, while controlling the other hand, which wrapped around an armored soldier. Instantly, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Thud, thud, thud. A series of bodies hitting the ground echoed. When the two came to their senses, they had already returned to the forest near the small village. What is happening? Returning to the small woodland, Jicha and Shenye collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The level of combat they had just endured consumed an enormous amount of chakra, and with their current reserves they could barely hold on any longer. Hearing Jicha's question, Shenye shook his head, equally puzzled as to why these people's combat power had surged so dramatically. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the armored soldier who had been knocked unconscious, his expression filled with fascination and confusion. The weapons wielded by these armored troops were clearly crafted from lightning stones, an observation Shenye made at first glance upon seeing their glowing armor and arms. Yet could lightning stones truly be that formidable? Driven by this question, Shenye stripped the armored soldier, completely dismantling the fearsome armor piece by piece. But for some reason, Shenye felt the man's armor wasn't as radiant as it had been at the mountain pass entrance. After delivering a powerful punch to the armor, he discovered it was far from the nearly invincible gear that had previously astounded them. With Shenye's immense strength, a single strike shattered the once formidable armor into pieces, stripping away all traces of its earlier majesty. Why is this happening? It wasn't just Shenye. Jicha, typically composed and steady, also stared with wide eyes, disbelief etched across his face. After all, the soldiers they had faced moments before were nearly identical, yet this armor's power had shifted from nearly invincible to shattering at the slightest touch within mere seconds. The difference was staggering. Even a normal strike from Shenye carried considerable force, but this was enough to prove that the armor's defensive capability had plummeted instantaneously. Yet, even staring blankly in confusion wouldn't yield answers, so they set their doubts aside, waiting until they returned to the village and reunited with Orochimaru to figure things out. The time should be about right by now. Shouldn't we head back to the village? Shenye estimated that roughly an hour had passed since they set out. If Orochimaru and Tsum's side had gone smoothly, they should have already returned to the village. Jicha nodded in agreement with Shenye, and together they hoisted the two prisoners before sprinting back toward Mengzi Xiangtian's rundown village. Upon entering the village, they immediately sensed a livelier atmosphere than before. Looking closer, they saw Mengzi Xiangtian clutching a young woman weeping bitterly, surrounded by about 10 onlookers, including Orochimaru and Tsum. Baffled by the scene, they had no idea what was going on until Tsum sniffed the air, caught their presence, and hurried over. You caused quite a stir back there. If it hadn't been for you, neither Master Orochimaru nor I could have rescued these people. Tsum gestured toward a dozen gaunt figures resembling refugees nearby. Shenye finally noticed they looked severely malnourished, clearly having suffered greatly under the bandits' oppression. As Shenye carefully studied the group, Tsum couldn't resist turning her attention to the two prisoners the pair had brought back. Who are these two? Lost in observation, Shenye failed to register Tsum's question, instead fixing his gaze on the young woman weeping in Mengzi Xiangtian's arms and Orochimaru standing nearby. The scene appeared heartwarming at first glance, yet Orochimaru's presence lent it an indefinable sense of discord. These are the cave entrance guards along with one of the rescuers they brought back. So you two were beaten to a pulp by the reinforcements they summoned. As one of the future elite Jonin, Tsum had displayed keen observational skills since childhood, easily spotting the signs of battle on both of them. They had clearly been chased back. The enemy's reinforcements are exceptionally powerful, primarily due to their bizarre equipment. The armor is extraordinary and cannot be dealt with through ordinary means. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Tsum's remarks, Jicha from the prestigious Hyuga clan quickly tried to explain, though Tsum's expression clearly conveyed disbelief. As they continued to argue, Orochimaru approached leisurely from the crowd. How did your investigation go? At the mention of gathering intelligence, both Shenye and Jicha flushed with embarrassment. They had been too focused on combat to properly investigate the cave. We found that the guards at the cave entrance weren't particularly strong, but the armored soldiers in the reinforcement unit were exceptionally well equipped. While their combat ability was similar, their armor and weapons were clearly far from ordinary. Though they hadn't investigated at all, Shenye couldn't bring himself to admit his mistakes in front of Orochimaru, not sure if it was some deeper resistance driving him. One more thing. Their weapons and armor likely maintain their enhanced properties only under specific conditions. Once removed from that environment, they lose that resilience. Shenye handed Orochimaru a fragment from the shattered armor, which still retained a faint glow, though noticeably weaker than before. Orochimaru seemed deeply fascinated by the artifact. Upon receiving the fragment, he stopped questioning and stared intently at it, unable to tear his gaze away. Seeing that Orochimaru had fallen silent while the two behind him continued to debate the armored soldier's capabilities, and noticing that the people ahead had mostly finished crying, Shenye decided to approach the crowd to inquire about what had happened. But before Shenye could speak, the girl who had been clinging to Mengzi Xiangtian let out a terrified scream and recoiled behind him as if she'd seen a ghost, her eyes wide with fear. Witnessing this, Shenye didn't know how to react and halted his steps, unsure of what to do. Mengzi Xiangtian also recognized the awkward situation and offered Shenye an apologetic smile while comforting the frightened girl. Don't be afraid. They're the rescuers Grandpa found, the same ones who saved you. Hearing this, the girl cautiously peeked out from behind the old man. Her fear was still evident, but after Shenye shrugged to show he meant no harm, she finally stepped out from behind Mengzi Xiangtian and nodded to him, though her gaze remained fixed on the Konoha headband atop his head. I'm sorry. This is my granddaughter Mengzi Long, the one I told you about. She's afraid of you because of those ninja. The others had also noticed Shenye's awkward predicament, but Snake Maru seemed utterly uninterested, continuing to examine the armor fragment in his hand and occasionally breaking off small pieces to determine its composition. Returning to Joie and Rich's side, Shenye sighed softly. He had never anticipated such a situation, and for him every precious moment was of utmost importance. After all, they had just raided the enemy's stronghold and brought a group of hostages back. Anyone with a functioning mind would quickly figure out what had happened. Once those terrifying soldiers surrounded them, escape would be impossible. Unfortunately, only Shenye himself was fully aware of the impending crisis, while the others appeared relaxed and cheerful, as if they had not the slightest clue. Joie, standing nearby, seemed to finally notice Shenye's anxiety. He approached and offered comfort, saying, "It's not just this girl. The others were also highly resistant to us. If we hadn't mentioned Mengzi Xiangtian's name, they wouldn't have agreed to come with us, even to be rescued." Hei Yuan, lying off to the side, also gave a mournful nod. Clearly the rescue mission had been far from easy. But without intelligence on that strange thunderstone, we would likely struggle considerably against those people. It seems we can only wait until nightfall. Amid sighs and groans, Shenye grew even more anxious about their current situation. However, since there was no other option, he could only persevere until those people came to accept them. Shenye, come with me to set up the barrier. Joie and Richa, go erase any traces around here, so those people cannot trace us back to this location. Hearing these words sent a chill down Shenye's spine. Was Snake Maru finally making his move against him? Understood. Though his mind raced with countless doubts, Shenye still gave his assent. Everything Shenye felt stemmed from suspicion that Snake Maru harbored improper designs on him. Yet, considering Snake Maru had shown no unusual behavior throughout the journey, Shenye was genuinely at a loss to understand his intentions. Before departing, Shenye secretly left emergency flying thunder god markings at various locations throughout the village just in case. After confirming the direction, the group split up and quickly reached their designated positions. Throughout the journey, Shenye remained watchful of Snake Maru's every move, but aside from sharing some ninja insights, Snake Maru showed nothing abnormal. This allowed Shenye to finally breathe a sigh of relief and replenish the chakra he had nearly exhausted. You seem rather afraid of me, Shenye. Snake Maru pulled out the talismans needed and handed them to Shenye, casually asking the question as he did so. Yet that single sentence made Shenye feel as though he had been plunged into an ice cellar. His entire body tensed, muscles rigid as he stared intently at Snake Maru. Should Snake Maru show the slightest hint of hostile intention, he would not hesitate to use the Flying Thunder God. Actually, you need not be so tense. You are the younger brother of my closest friend, and I will not cause her pain again. I merely wish to clear up your misunderstanding of me, though it seems you are not particularly eager to discuss this. Shenye had never imagined Snake Maru could be so gentle, but as soon as he thought of it, he feared this might be yet another one of Snake Maru's schemes. His slightly relaxed vigilance immediately tightened once more. 4 Mist Concealment Formation, my latest invention. It can prevent enemies from seeing within a certain range. I have already given the other 2 talismans to Joie. Go about 1 kilometer in that direction, find a tree, and attach it. Then head directly back to the village. I will use this technique here. Snake Maru was surprisingly considerate of others' feelings, which left Shenye somewhat confused about whether this person before him was truly Snake Maru. Still, he timidly accepted the talisman from Snake Maru's hand and darted off in the direction indicated. What Shenye did not know was that after he turned and ran in that direction, the Snake Maru behind him revealed an expression of triumph. Shenye, oh Shenye, what good does your cautious vigilance do? Even if I take no action, you will sooner or later fall into my hands. Despite being meticulous in his calculations, Shenye never foresaw that his vigilance throughout the journey was entirely justified, and that leaving Flying Thunder God markings along the way was also correct. The only failure in this mission would stem from obeying Snake Maru's orders. After parting from Snake Maru, Shenye did not forget to scan his surroundings, front, back, left, and right. He even activated his chakra sensing technique to check whether anyone was pursuing them, and only gradually relaxed once he confirmed the coast was clear. While sprinting along the path, Shenye began to wonder whether he had truly misunderstood Snake Maru. Perhaps the current Snake Maru harbored no ill intent toward the village and was simply devoted to his research. But according to the established storyline, Snake Maru should be conducting some extremely horrifying experiment at this point, with over 60 young genius ninja serving as his test subjects. So why specifically spare him? Unable to fathom the answer after much deliberation, Shenye had no intention of removing Snake Maru from his list of dangerous individuals. The sheer power such a figure possessed was far beyond what the current Shenye could afford to underestimate, and maintaining vigilance was absolutely the right call. Just as Shenye was making his way through the trees pondering Snake Maru's schemes in his mind, a sound of splitting air caught his attention. Before he could turn around, Shenye immediately crouched and dropped from between the towering trees to the ground. The very instant he landed, a series of consecutive explosion sounds erupted from the perch above him. Who's there? Having just used his sensing jutsu, which was still in its cooldown phase, Shenye had no choice but to activate his Sharingan. Though the Sharingan proved invaluable in combat, its ability to observe enemies paled in comparison to the Byakugan, which could directly perceive chakra. However, at this stage the Sharingan was the only dojutsu Shenye could wield. I never expected you to possess the Sharingan as well. In that case, Lord Sama will surely be even more interested. Lord Sama? Could it be Snake Maru? There could be no doubt. As a transmigration soul who knew most of the major plot lines of the Naruto world, Shenye was well aware of the 2 most prominent figures in the Naruto world who desired the Sharingan above all else. One being Snake Maru, who had just pointed him in that direction, and the other being the darkest presence in Konoha, the leader of Root Shimura Danzo. Obviously, the one capable of dealing with such figures was Lord Snake Maru. It seemed his judgment had been correct after all. Snake Maru truly did want to capture him for experiments. But this time he would likely be disappointed. Flying Thunder God Technique. Shenye secretly circulated his chakra, attempting to activate the Flying Thunder God seal, but what happened next caught him entirely off guard. How can this be? No response. Shenye stood frozen, horrified to realize that his most mastered technique, the Flying Thunder God, had inexplicably failed at this crucial moment. System, what's happening? Master, this space has been disrupted. The enemy prepared specific countermeasures against your Flying Thunder God. It cannot be used for now. Damn it. Seeing this situation, Shenye activated his Sharingan and scanned the surroundings. However, all he could see was dense forest with not a trace of the enemy forces in sight. How you brat, your teleportation technique has failed, hasn't it? We've gathered complete intelligence on you. To counter your troublesome jutsu, we've spared no effort. Before the voice had even faded, a figure surged towards Shenye from his side at tremendous speed. But with his Sharingan activated, Shenye immediately detected the movement and swiftly drew a kunai from the scroll at his back, blocking the direction of the shadow. Clang! A metallic clash echoed between the two. The rapidly approaching figure faltered, and in that instant Shenye clearly caught sight of the attacker's face. Small eyes without eyebrows, entire face wrapped in a scarf, and upon his head rested a headband bearing the symbol of grass. This person was a native ninja of the grass country. The man was clearly startled by Shenye's interception, but within a moment, he quickly created distance from Shenye. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Even after thorough preparation, you've still surprised me. Acting on instinct, Shenye had unleashed tremendous force to clash with the grass country ninja. That single exchange made the ninja wary enough to avoid close combat. Shenye seized this brief respite to create distance from the figure, then his eyes darted around the surroundings again, afraid that he wasn't facing just one opponent. Clever kid, very alert. But no matter how alert you are, you're no match for me. The grass country ninja noticed Shenye scanning the area and gave him no opportunity, charging forward again immediately. This time, however, the ninja didn't charge head-on. Instead, he maintained a moderate distance while forming hand seals, attempting to use a ranged ninjutsu to defeat Shenye from afar. But Shenye now had his Sharingan open and could clearly read every hand seal of the grass country ninja. Just as the enemy began forming seals, Shenye mirrored the exact same gestures. What? The reputation of the Sharingan was known throughout the ninja world. However, all enemies who had witnessed it had perished beneath its power, so its full capabilities were not common knowledge. At least the grass country ninja before Shenye had no idea that the Sharingan could also copy others' ninjutsu. Since he had already begun forming seals, he could not stop. The ninja gritted his teeth, attempting to compete with Shenye in chakra control. What he didn't know was that Shenye had been secretly accumulating senjutsu energy. Though the amount was not yet substantial, if all of it were concentrated into this single jutsu, its power would be far from negligible. Wind release vacuum waved. Shenye and the grass country ninja unleashed this jutsu almost simultaneously. Two razor-sharp wind blades raged wildly between them, instantly cutting and shattering all the massive trees in their path. The violent jutsu energy, uncontrollable in its intensity, shattered the ceiling barrier around the surrounding space. In that instant, the system prompted Shenye that he could now use the Flying Thunder God. But for Shenye at this moment, escape was no longer an option. The powerful wind release jutsu would tear him apart the instant he stopped supplying chakra, something Shenye understood completely. Even if he narrowly escaped via the Flying Thunder God, the grass country ninja would report his strength to Orochimaru. If that was inevitable, then he might as well eliminate this threat in its infancy. The jutsu confrontation was decided quickly. Though the grass country ninja's proficiency with this technique far exceeded Shenye's, Shenye had infused natural energy into his wind release. The grass country ninja's defeat was inevitable. By the time he realized that escape was impossible, with a blood-curdling scream, he was decisively defeated. However, after defeating that ninja, Shenye did not stop the jutsu. He redirected it directly toward his rear. This is impossible. Only after another agonized scream did Shenye cease channeling chakra. In truth, Shenye hadn't initially noticed the ninja behind him. It was only during the wind release duel amid the flying tree debris that the Sharingan's powerful visual prowess had detected a shadowy figure. Shenye didn't turn immediately. First, during the brutal wind release exchange, even the slightest distraction would prove fatal. No armor could withstand their clash. That narrow margin gave Shenye just enough opportunity. After the first grass country ninja fell, the second rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. But Shenye anticipated his move, turned instantly, and defeated him. In what seemed like an impossible span of time, Shenye, a ninja who had graduated from the academy mere days ago, had directly defeated two enemy nation ninjas. In the eyes of others, this should have been utterly impossible, yet Shenye had achieved it. After completing a series of counterkills, Shenye sat down, gasping heavily. These powerful jutsu were formidable, but the chakra consumption was equally staggering. In merely a few seconds, his chakra reserves had been completely drained. Using the last vestige of his chakra to scout the surroundings, Shenye confirmed the area was safe before sitting down to rest. At the same time, Shenye couldn't help but calculate how to face the tasks ahead and how to explain himself to Orochimaru upon returning to the village. Truly troublesome. Pondering left and right, Shenye knew his current strength alone could not resolve this incident. His enemies were none other than the legendary Sannin. He took out a communication scroll from his backpack. As long as a carrier pigeon passed by, the letter could be sent. Shenye wrote a message to Tsunade back home. From this point on, fate would decide the rest. He affixed the talisman given by Orochimaru to the designated location. Without hesitation, Shenye used the Flying Thunder God to return to the marked position in the village. After all, if he encountered more ninjas on the way back, he might not be so fortunate to escape again. Even with the Flying Thunder God, Shenye was the last to return to the village. As he had predicted, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing Shenye return, then quickly resumed his approachable teacher demeanor. Since everyone has returned, I will now use a jutsu to seal the village within a barrier. With that, Orochimaru sat directly on the ground and began drawing strange patterns. Shenye used this moment to pull Joie and Rico aside. Do you have any communication tools? Though confused, Joie retrieved a scroll from his backpack and handed it to Shenye. Ninja dog message delivery scroll. Using this will allow our Chuanzhong family to sense the message. Never heard of it before. Shenye nodded with a half-understanding expression. Now was not the time to ponder when it had appeared. He directly tore open the scroll, allowing Joie to release the scroll ninjutsu and insert the information into it. And all of this, of course, was done by Shenye with caution and stealth, avoiding detection by Dashwan. At nightfall, the rescued people each returned to their own rooms, and at that moment, the once desolate village finally showed a trace of vitality. Mengzi Xiangtian's granddaughter was no exception. After long hours of labor, she rarely had the chance to enjoy such an ordinary life. Persuaded by Mengzi Xiangtian, she went to bed early. And Mengzi Xiangtian, after putting his granddaughter to sleep, took the initiative to find Shenye and the others. I know you have many questions. I will tell you everything I know. As for whether to eliminate the bandits in the mountains, it entirely depends on your wishes after hearing the story. At this moment, Mengzi Xiangtian left a somewhat different impression on Shenye. The previously sharp and rigid old man actually carried a hint of pleading in his tone. Perhaps because he had glimpsed a sliver of hope in the midst of despair, his attitude toward the Muyi ninjas like Shenye had changed. This goes back 15 years. 15 years ago, there was no lightning vein here. This mountain was just an ordinary hill. In an era of endless war, it was even more brutal for a small country like ours. Our original settlement was razed to the ground by the clashes of powerful ninjas, leaving only 40 or 50 of us who managed to escape with our lives. Finally, we settled here. But this place was not completely free from conflict. It was just that the remote environment was much better compared to other places. However, one day a group of ninjas from another country fought here, and a terrifying ninjutsu blasted the entire mountain pass flat. That fearsome technique seemed to be a mutual destruction move, as there was no further activity after the explosion. We rushed to the scene upon hearing the sound, and discovered the lightning vein hidden in the mountain. Using the thunderstones from the lightning vein as material, anything made from them is exceptionally sturdy and lasts a long time. Thus we solved a major problem in our daily lives. However, this toughness is only effective within a certain range. These thunderstones only have such properties near the original stone. Many people once suggested selling these thunderstones to make a living, but no one could touch the original stone. It was the guarantee of our survival. Hearing this, Shenye finally understood. The reason the armor soldier's armor had lost its powerful defensive ability was precisely because it was beyond the range of the original stone. But what exactly was this original stone? Seeming to notice Shenye's confusion, Mengzi Xiangtian spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't explain it now. But upon reflection, it was easy to understand why. How could those bandits leave such an important item unattended? A normal person would definitely hide the original stone in a very concealed place. So until that rogue ninja seized this place from you along with the lightning vein and the original stone, you only then thought of finding ninjas to reclaim the original stone. Dashwan shrugged. In his eyes, a mission was always just a mission. He had no interest in topics beyond the mission. Ignoring Shenye's question, he walked out of the room alone, claiming he needed to get some fresh air. That's right. This place is a paradise for the outside world. To find such a peaceful spot in an era of war, I don't want to go back to a life of hiding and running. The deep fear in his eyes couldn't lie. Shenye watched Mengzi Xiangtian's every move, even every glance, nearly opening his Sharingan again. However, every word the old man said came from the heart, without a trace of falsehood. This moved Joie, who was standing nearby, to tears. Rest assured, Mr. Xiangtian, we will definitely return a safe place to live for you. Even if... Richa, what are you doing? Before Joie could finish, Richa, who had been quietly listening, nudged the deeply sympathetic Joie privately. After all, once such a promise was made, it became part of the mission. A task that could have been easily concluded would undoubtedly become much more difficult. Moreover, among those present, only Shenye and Richa had dealt with those armor troops before and knew how formidable they were. But have you ever considered that even if we drive away these bandits, will this place become the same paradise as before? Richa also knew that his behavior was somewhat rude, but the old man in front of him clearly had an overly simplistic view of the world. Even if the Muyi group eliminates these bandits, this place is already exposed. Not to mention that the bandits might have connections with weapon merchants, and there is the rogue ninja, who has never shown his face. Once that person loses news of this place, he will surely come to check. And his strength alone could handle all of you. From this perspective, no matter how we handle it, the result will be troublesome. The best solution now is to abandon this place and let Mr. Xiangtian lead the remaining villagers to find another path. But such an outcome was too cruel. Everyone knew this in their hearts, but no one wanted to personally tell the old man, who still held hope, this harsh truth. I know what you young folks mean. I've lived a long life and have nothing left to cling to. But it's a pity that my granddaughter, just over 20 years old, has never left this small Chao country. It pains me deeply to let her suffer this fate with us. The three genin felt extremely sympathetic, but they knew that with their own strength they could not change anything. Everyone understood this, and Shenye was especially aware of how terrifying the power required to change things would be. looking into the future Pei in Zi Lai Yi Ming Rin Chong Men. All these people were on the path of pursuing world peace, yet in the end none of them achieved true peace in the ninja world. But now was there really no way at all? Shenye felt very uneasy. The stubborn old man had done nothing wrong. His home was taken, and he only wanted a place to live in peace free from the influence of war. But such a wish was too extravagant in the world of ninjas. What are the characteristics of the original stone? We will try our best to help you retrieve it. After this is over, you should take the original stone and some thunderstones and move to another place to live. That would be the greatest help we can offer you. Otherwise, who knows when that rogue ninja might come and cause trouble. Shenye said so. Zhua, who was so moved that his nose was running, nodded vigorously in strong agreement. Richa, though frowning, did not express opposition. Then it's settled. We'll go deal with the bandits tomorrow morning and come back to relocate you right after. Shenye wondered if this was truly helping Mengzi Xiangtian. Although forcing them to move was somewhat cruel, there was no other choice. Mengzi Xiangtian understood this too, but still wanted to say something. In the end, his open mouth merely smacked shut again. Though dissatisfied with the plan, there was no better option at the moment, so he reluctantly nodded. Shenye, do you have any plan for your proposal? After sending Mengzi Xiangtian back to his room, Zhua and Risha surrounded Shenye. Since Shenye had so confidently agreed to Mengzi Xiangtian, he must have some method. But to their disappointment, Shenye gently pushed them aside and shook his head, indicating he was also clueless. After leaving the two, Shenye went alone to the outermost edge of the village. The endless rolling mountains concealed this small settlement. It truly was a hard-to-find haven. If not for the bandits, the people here would still be living carefree lives. Shenye's mind was completely empty, wanting only to enjoy the peace of the moment. At a loss for tomorrow's plan, he gradually regretted his earlier words. In this world, he was always just a passerby. These people's lives were like a book he had once read. Perhaps he would never even glance at it a second time. But Shenye also knew that if he had to choose again, he would still help Mengzi Xiangtian. The beauty of a book is that when you read it, you become fully absorbed in its content, experiencing the feelings of its characters, just as he was now helping Mengzi Xiangtian. Just as Shenye was lost in emotion, his peripheral vision caught sight of Orochimaru, who had been near the village gate moments ago, now appearing not far beside him. So this is the strength of the legendary Sannin, covering such a distance so quickly and silently. Orochimaru replied, the title Sannin is just something others gave me. I prefer my own name. By the way, since you have no solution, why did you agree? For this question, Orochimaru seemed genuinely curious. The atmosphere around him was no longer sinister, but rather one of puzzled inquiry. Shenye was startled by the shift in demeanor. He never expected Orochimaru to humbly seek his insight. I just want to do my part to make the world a better place. Perhaps my efforts are insignificant, but if peace truly comes one day, I can proudly say that I contributed to it. Shenye had not originally intended this. Having grown up in a peaceful era with sound laws, he had never imagined such a life. Previously, he thought his own life was too dull. He wished he could experience the passion of the ninja world. But he only saw the surface. Truly stepping into this world made him realize that his own peace was built on the sacrifices of countless people. Rarely Orochimaru indicated that he understood Shenye's words. But understanding was one thing, agreement was another. You remind me of a friend of mine. But true peace does not come from the prosperity of a single village. Who knows how far the path to peace is? Shenye almost doubted his own ears. There was a clear sense of wanting to act, but feeling powerless in Orochimaru's words. He didn't know what was in Orochimaru's heart, but his deep-seated disgust for him vanished at that moment. Perhaps this was also a person with a turbulent heart. This is an emergency call letter. If you encounter something you can't handle, just tear it open. There's only one chance, so use it only in the most critical moment. A blood-red envelope appeared in Orochimaru's hand. This was another new thing he had never seen, but coming from Orochimaru's Shun, he felt no surprise. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed so reliable. However, understanding him did not mean Shun Yi let his guard down. What exactly was the purpose of this strange thing? Orochimaru also saw Shun Ye's hesitation. He said nothing more, simply placed the envelope on the stone table between them and turned to leave. Only after a long moment had passed since Orochimaru left did Shun Yi relax his tense muscles. His eyes fixed on the blood-red envelope, his heart filled with an indescribable strangeness. In the end, however, Shun Yi inexplicably pocketed the envelope. For some reason, he felt that this time Orochimaru was not trying to harm him. Besides, even if the distress signal had been sent, it would take at least 2 days for reinforcements from Konoha to arrive. If they were to encounter the armored troops, let alone 2 days, even 2 minutes could cost everyone their lives. If the envelope in his hand could truly provide absolute help, as Orochimaru claimed, why not use it? The silent night was like the calm before a storm. At that moment, unknown to the group outside the barrier, a search party of dozens of people was combing through the deep mountains, clearly having guessed where the attackers came from. Unfortunately, though their awareness was on point, their strength was lacking. Orochimaru's barrier technique completely kept them outside. Even if they brushed past the village, they remained oblivious. Time slipped away. The morning sunlight shone on their faces, reflecting their resolute determination. Shenye's dark circles proved he had spent the entire night researching ways to counter the armored soldiers. However, whether they were effective would only be known when they actually faced them. Mr. Orochimaru, aren't you coming? Mengzi Xiangtian looked puzzled at Orochimaru, who was still lying leisurely on the bed. After all, Orochimaru was the main combat strength for this mission. Yet now the main combat strength was lying there looking ready to go back to sleep, while the younger ones were to return to the front alone. Orochimaru replied, we've already discussed it. My task is to stay here and protect you. They're just going to steal some stones. If they can't even manage that, they're not worthy of being Konoha ninja. Faced with Orochimaru's casual reply, Mengzi Xiangtian wanted to say more, but Shenye stopped him. They had all mentally prepared for Orochimaru's absence, but had been considered when formulating the plan yesterday. Now was the perfect time, any later would be too late. Alright then, I wish you a smooth journey. Shenye, taking the lead, tore off the talisman at the village gate. From that moment, they were no longer hidden by the barrier's concealment. The operation officially began.